time, y'all niggas should've left for my 9. Bust a shot, hit the cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife's pussy, incredible edible dime. Petro said, fuck it, you can do it again. Let the scat blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire for lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the tape tick.
Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you now.
Yeah,
and bitch you now.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga.
But I'm watching the side mirrors. You gon' smell smoke, you pray to the sky nearest. Ask God for forgiveness, you ever to vibe with us. So far, I've given you soul bars. Got a new frame, but I'm still seeing the old scars. New frame of thinking, my nigga, know that I'm so charged. 5-star general, all the stars is gold stars. And I got all of my stripes. You could ask your boss about me, you could call him tonight. He don't know me and his man do this, what the plan do. And the whip moving fast, but it got the handle, yeah. Meaning I stay ready, and I came from the bottom, my nigga, I'm way petty. I got the tray 8, you know that the J ready. Wanna meet with the reaper, I'm getting the day ready. Ghost, yeah, hit different. When I'm on the mic, you know that I spit different. If I got an enemy, know that I get with him. Dead presidents, I'm thinking the flips with him, yeah. Hit different. When I'm on the mic, you know that I spit different. If I got an enemy, know that I get with him. Dead presidents, I'm thinking the flips with him, yeah. Inhale the love, exhale the pain. No stress on the chest, more stress on the brain. Stress on the soul, but I know I'm ordained. Found my own, but believe me, I can move through all lanes. A nigga staying alive, staying out the way, I upgraded the vibe. I subscribe to energy, if it's all good, if it's bad, then I'm bouncing out, I'm pulling out the 9. They say go figure, I figure you ain't going if you ain't got dough. When I was drinking more liquor, I got that. Just imagine with my act clean, alkaline body, I'm never taking the vaccine. I reclaim my time like Maxine, cause I was in the waters with the crack fiends. I was in the mud with the dope fiend. Came from a gritty place, why you think I'm so clean? Yeah, hit different. When I'm on the mic, you know that I spit different. If I got an enemy, know that I get with him. Dead presidents, I'm thinking the flips with him, yeah. Hit different. When I'm on the mic, you know that I spit different. If I got an enemy, know that I get with him. Dead presidents, I'm thinking the flips with him, yeah. Working for the energizer money, the energizer wolf, the 8, the energizer bunny. You know how it feel if you been around the money. Or you could be sleep, and you could be the sheep that get skinned for his coat, cause you thinking you the goat. You should smoke with me if you thinking you can float. Catch me overseas, nigga winking from the boat. If I throw the jet sign, I'm only saying to hang loose. I'ma need a plug in Hawaii, you know I slang fruit. Yeah, I say peace a lot, I know I bang too. I've been on the streets a lot, you know I'm gang too. You could tell I'm out for my nigga, you see the fangs too. I'ma pull this thing out and bang it like it was Beirut. I am like the beat of the streets, you know I stay looped. I'm probably pushing the great coupe, whole crew rolling up J's, but we ain't J crew. Yeah, hit different. When I'm on the mic, you know that I spit different. If I got an enemy, know that I get with him. Dead presidents, I'm thinking the flips with him, yeah. hit different. When I'm on the mic, you know that I spit different. If I got an enemy, know that I get with him. Dead presidents, I'm thinking the flips with him, yeah.
I hear you talking, man. Live it one day at a time. It ain't nothing but a thing, though, bro.
Yeah, I hear you, fool. Well, let me get up out of here. My ride out here waiting for me.
All right, cat. Take it easy, baby.
You stay up, fool.
Peace.
He greets his father with his hands up, rehabilitated slightly, glad to be the man's child. The world is different since he's seen it last. Out of jail, been 7 years, and he's happy that he's free at last. All he had was his mother's letters. Now he's mobile, and he's gotta make a change and make it for the better. But he's black, so he's got one strike against him. And he's young, plus he came up in the system. But he's smart, and he's finally making 18. And his goal's to get on top and try to stay clean. So he's calling up his homie who came up, living lavish. Now they dealing with the same stuff, and had that attitude that who he was worth laying. And with that fucked up attitude, he killed his first man. Now it's different, he did dirt, and realized killing it meant coming up, but it still hurt. And can't nobody change this. It's 1994, and we up against the same shit. I never understood why I could never see a man cry till I seen a man die. Man cry. Imagine life at its full peak. Then imagine lying dead in the arms of your enemy. Imagine peace on this earth when there's no grief. Imagine grief on this earth when there's no peace. Everybody's got a different way of ending it. And when your number comes for souls, then they send it in. Now your time has arrived for your final test.
I see the fear in your eyes and hear your final breath.
How much longer will it be till it's all done? Total darkness, at ease, be it all one. I watch him die, and when he dies, let us celebrate. You took his life, but your memory you never take. You'll be headed to another place, and the life you used to live will reflect in your mother's face. I still gotta wonder why I never seen a man cry till I seen a man die. I hear you breathing, but your heart no longer sounds strong. But you kinda scared of dying, so you hold on. And you keep on blacking out, and your pulse is low. Stop trying to fight the reaper, just relax and let it go. Because there's no way you can fight it, though you'll still try. And you can try it till you fight it, but you'll still die. Your spirits leave your body and your mind clears. The rigor mortis starts to set, now you out of here. You start your journey into outer space. You see yourself in the light, but you're still feeling out of place. So you standing in the tunnel of eternal life, and you see the ones you never learned to love in life. Make the choice, let it go, but you can back it up. If you ain't at peace with God, you need to patch it up. But if you're ready, close your eyes and we can set it free. Eliza, man, not scared to die, may he rest in peace. I still got to wonder why I never seen a man cry till I seen that man die.
I'm so glad.
Hope you feel better.
Where?
They say the left.
As it relates to him.
For me.
Yeah. nigga.
We should control the politics and the politician in the community where we live. We should control the businesses and create employment opportunities for ourselves. And the social philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should do something to uplift the standard and the level of our own society and put it on par with others.
We want black power.
How can you tell black people to be nonviolently and at the same time condone the sending of white killers into the black communities? It's something wrong. We are going to control our communities by any means necessary.
It's the midweek madness, here the news unfold. Political tactics to sell me BS, but none sold. Psycho hits hard in a system that's dumb old. When he speak, it gets heated, so we gotta come cold. Soldiers going through life with stories untold. Introspective journeys begins after the sun rose. Hood tales of the city echo through one soul. Strapped with knowledge, so watch black power unload. Logic and reason, breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Black power in his veins. No gods or masters for breaking heaven's chains. Break city born, where conscious thoughts collide. Speaking black empowerment, the truth he never hides. Straight not crooked, because he never been on. In the summit keeps it 100, just like 10 dimes. Psycho echoed ancestors who thought this was the end times. Revolution won't be televised, but written in rhymes. Logic and reason, breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers, with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Logic and reason, breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers, with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo.
Alright. Peace and black power, family. It's your boy Psychopath Black Action. Nah, I mean, with another midweek madness. What's really hood out there, family? Nah, I mean, let me get some ones out there to make sure everybody can hear me clearly before I get into all this. Nah, I mean, let's see. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Why this shit don't never... Give me 1 second, family. Let me go over here, because for whatever reason, this shit not be going way up. All right. Let's see. Shout out to Yessie, was good. Shout out to New Kim, what's going on. Let's see. B1 for Life, what's up with you? Let's see. Lou, what's going on? Let's see. Cynical One was good. Q Hefner, what's up with you? Let's see. Who else up in here? Aisha Bass, what it do? Let's see. Who else? Tez, what's going on? Aries was good, sis. Stephanie, what's going on with you, sis? Who else? Let's see. Sweet D was good with you, sis. Ryan was good with you, sis. Let's see. Chris Koff, what's going on? Let's see. Buddha, what it do? Who else came up in here? Let's see. Little Indian Pigeon Feather Bay was going on. Builder Blanca was good. Florence was going on. Who else came up in here? Unsunken One was good. Shout out to everybody else out there that might be listening or slide through. If I missed you, my bad. What's hood, family? Know what I mean? What's going on? Yeah, family. Yeah, I was going to do something a little bit different, but again, something came to my attention that made me push this other shit back. I'm gonna eventually get to this goddamn joint I want to do too. But right now, we got something else that I kind of wanted to address before I get a chance to touch on something else. I get to backtrack a little bit. It's one thing that I kind of wanted to really, kind of peel back the onion on, and now's a good excuse for me to do it. Because apparently we got more outrage in the community. Yes, the motherfucking one droppers are back at it, family. These motherfuckers are losing their shit again. And this ain't the first time they lost their shit over this individual. but motherfucking Tyla got these one droppers losing their fucking minds. Losing they motherfucking minds. Like, this ain't the first time. Like, this happened like damn near a year ago the first time, right? These one droppers was losing it. Because Tyla came out and said that, you know, she's South African, right? And she's biracial, right? And she acknowledges that she's biracial, right? And that triggers one droppers to no ends, right? One droppers lose their shit every time, right? What happened? Oh, okay. What happened? Who's Tyla? Am I pronouncing it? I believe I'm pronouncing it right. The chick that sings the song Water, am I pronouncing it right? I could be pronouncing it wrong. I call it Tyla. It's pronounced, I believe it's pronounced Tyla. She's from South Africa. She got that song, that Water song. Maybe y'all know who she is. Maybe y'all don't. But she went. That song was going viral last year. Like last year, everybody's playing that shit. But yeah, like I was saying, Tyla from South Africa had these one droppers last year, losing their fucking mind, right? And you know, because one droppers get very triggered every time a biracial or mixed person identifies as biracial or mixed. Oh boy, you best believe you better watch the fuck out once that shit happens. Once a biracial or mixed person proclaims to be something other than black, oh, these one droppers coming swinging. They coming after you, right? And I always support the motherfucking biracials and the mixed people when it comes to this position that they have, because this position that they have is actually pretty accurate, right? In regards to what these one droppers try to force you to believe. Oh, it's Tyla. Okay, I'm pronouncing it. Okay, it's Tyla, not Tyler. Okay, my fault. It's Tyla. Thank you, right. Tyla. As I say, I might be fucking the name up. I might be jacking that shit up. I don't know, I'll fuck up a 4-letter name, but if anybody can do it, it's me. It's Tyla. All right, Tyla. All right, so that, yeah, so Tyla got these motherfuckers losing their fucking minds. So, what had happened was, sometime last year, she had went on the motherfucking Breakfast Club, right? And when she went on the motherfucking Breakfast Club, she pretty much gave the Breakfast Club like a list of things that they really didn't want to address. And Tyla, let me pronounce it right now, Tyla sat up there and in an interview before she went on the Breakfast Club, she had made a statement that people was asking her about, you know, how does it feel to be a young black woman in the industry and this, that, and the third, boom, 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 whoop, whoop. And in the interview, she had told the person, like, it was an article, right? It was an article. It wasn't like a podcast or something. It was for an article, right? Interview for an article. And she had said, you know, well, she identifies not as black, but as colored, right? Now, she sat there and told these motherfuckers that she identifies as colored, right? So that right there in itself is taboo. That right there is taboo all in its fucking self. You cannot tell these motherfucking one-droppers that you are anything other than black. And the fact and the choice of words that she chose too, right? Colored. That triggered some people, right? Because, you know, that's old school, you know, that's like 100 years ago type shit, right? Like motherfucking black people want to call themselves colored for like 100 years, right? It's been like a long time since motherfuckers called themselves colored, right? So that kind of had some people taken aback. But again, she's from South Africa. And in South Africa, because again, this country is the only country that recognizes y'all little punk ass one drop rule, right? In other countries, they have designated names for biracials, right? Yes, you are the only one droppers on the planet. And y'all keep trying to insert y'all one drop dumbass motherfucking logic on everybody else. Anyways, I digress, right? So in South Africa, they actually call biracials and mixed people colored, right? That's a designated term for biracials and mixed people, right? And, you know, of course, American blacks pissed off, mad as fuck about the whole shit, right? Losing their fucking minds. And I'm like, why? You know what I mean? Like, fuck y'all mad about? I mean, what the fuck is this? Like, these motherfuckers back there losing their mind because she said she didn't identify as black, but colored, and y'all motherfuckers are losing y'all shit. What the fuck is the goddamn problem? Most of you motherfuckers who's mad, y'all subscribe to that dumbass motherfucking term, people of color, any motherfucking way, you dumb fucks. You dumb one drop ass motherfucking Negroes. Y'all run around here using them dumbass terms like people of fucking color and then get triggered when Tyla turns around and says she's fucking colored. Make that shit motherfucking make sense. Anyways, I digress, right? So people will lose their shit, and she went on the Breakfast Club, and when she went on the Breakfast Club, this is last year, when she went on the Breakfast Club, right? When she went on the Breakfast Club, they gave the Breakfast Club a list of questions that they didn't want to ask Tyla, right? They didn't want her to answer any certain questions, right? Probably about politics, you know, the usual, you know, politics, religion, shit like that. And one of the questions they probably put on the list, I believe, one of the questions they did put on the list, not probably, one of the questions they did put on the list was not to question her about, you know, her being black and blackness and black that, right? No black questions about, you know, what she identifies as, right? And Charlemagne, of course, being Charlemagne, turned around and asked the motherfucking question any goddamn way, right? And when Charlemagne did this, it caused for a very awkward moment in the motherfucking interview, right? So let's get ready to listen to some of this so y'all can see exactly what happened, because today this became news, because that happened last year. But today it became news because Tyla did another interview out in Britain somewhere. She was out like in the UK somewhere, and she went in on the Breakfast Club. And she went in on Charlemagne, right? And the whole idea about her having to keep explaining why she calls herself colored and not motherfucking black. So let's get ready to get into this, right? And family, stay tuned, because I got something for you one droppers, right? I got something for you one droppers that y'all need to hear. And y'all really need to hear this later. Seriously, it's very key and very important, right, to the subject matter. Because, yeah, I ain't going to tell you what it is right now. Just stay tuned, right? But for right now, let's get into what was actually said, right? Let's see. Give me 1 second. Let me get this together. All right. All right. Not that, but that. There we go. All right. So let's get into what was actually said, family.
Got the big Chanel. That's the one I told her I like. I do like it. Anyway, in Tyla news. Right, so she sat down with British Vogue. Yeah. And with the last time when she was up here,
she was dragging Charlemagne.
Yeah,
on
she
British
was.
Vogue.
Yeah, asked her a question, and she looked like who are you talking to? Or what? I'm sorry, I shouldn't try to do accent.
Was that?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So Tyla.
You sound like you sell a fiction album.
I know, yo, my bad, Tyla. I know you said.
Okay, see, y'all trying to drag me in the motherfucking chat. That's where I got that mispronunciation from. Motherfucking Jess with the mess. And Lauren and Charlamagne and these motherfuckers, like, they the ones who's confusing me with how that shit's supposed to be pronounced. Now, is it Tyla or Tyla? I don't know. Somebody pronouncing that shit wrong. I don't know which one it is, but I just want to point out, I ain't the only one who jacked that name up. Matter of fact, it's their fault. So I'm putting the blame where it belongs, goddammit. Let's continue.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So Tyla.
You sound like you sell a fiction album.
I know, yo, my bad, Tyla. I know you said like that. Go ahead.
Okay. So Tyla was here at the Breakfast Club and she was asked the question about how she identifies as a black woman or not.
Gotcha.
She recently brought this back up when she was speaking to British Vogue. Let's take a listen to what happened when she came here on the Breakfast Club.
School me on these debates that they be having about your identity as a South African colored person. What does that even mean?
Can we not? Por favor.
Oh, I like that. We keeping that in the interview too. I like when they talk from the back and say we can't. I like that.
Man.
Y'all saw how awkward that was? Like, he asked her the question, and Tyla, I'm gonna just roll with Tyla for now. Tyla turned around and her PR person or whatever, I'm assuming some Becky or something, and it sounded very white and UK-ish, and turned around and just gave a glance, right? And it was very weird. It was almost like very, looking like, shall I speak? Like, she was asking for permission or some shit, right? Like, it was very, very weird to see a South African colored person turn around to this white South African for permission to fucking speak. It just seemed very odd, a little bit weird. And the whole interview was kind of weird after that. But let's take it back just a little bit. And then you can see it one more again.
She recently brought this back up when she was speaking to British Vogue. Let's take a listen to what happened when she came here on the Breakfast Club.
School me on these debates that they be having about your identity as a South African colored person. What does that even mean?
Can we not? Por favor.
Oh, I like that. We keeping that in the interview too. I like when they talk from the back and say we can't. I like that.
Man, that baby whipped that neck around like, he asking a question that we said don't ask.
By the way, the label made that bad, okay? Mm-hmm. Because the label came in here and said, don't ask these questions. Of course I'm going to ask that question.
But we told the label that we was going to ask the question. And that wasn't going to happen.
Look how I asked the question. I said, school me. Giving her an opportunity to...
You was polite. You said it nice. It wasn't an attack.
And then it was like 12 things on the list we couldn't talk about. It was like, damn, well, what else can we ask? But,
well, when she sat down with British Vogue, in context, like in fullness of the conversation, she was talking about, just her career and representing where she's from and, just how she's been handling all of that and what representation is like for her and why she doesn't feel the pressure to do so anymore. Mm-hmm. And they brought up the interview and they said that the interview basically like made the matter kind of worse. And they asked her, why didn't she answer? And she says, me choosing not to say anything, I'm happy that I didn't. I didn't want to explain my culture and something that is really important to me on a platform that is just going to be purposefully misconstrued. I've explained it a lot of times before, but people took that and put words in my mouth. They said a whole bunch of things that I never said and ran with it. If people really search, they'll see that in South Africa, we had a lot of segregation. It was bad for a lot of us. They just classified us, and that's just so happens to be the name that the white people called us. They chose to call people that were mixed colored. And I'm not gonna lie, it was hard because all my life obviously I knew I'm black, but I also knew that I'm colored. So when I went to America and people were like, you can't say that, I was in a position where I was like, oh, so what do I do? What am I then? She could have said that here.
And there you go. She didn't want to answer that question because she knew she was sitting on a platform full of and just pretty much infested with one motherfucking droppers. There's so many one droppers infested that goddamn platform. If all of them drop they one drop all at the same time, we'll have the Colorado River up in that motherfucker. That's a lot of drops. All the motherfuckers simultaneously. It'll be a goddamn typhoon up in this motherfucker. There's a lot of you motherfuckers. That's a lot of drops. But I'm just saying, like, she was like, nah, I ain't feel comfortable talking about that shit around these one drop ass weirdos. They just gonna attack me, call me all kind of coons and self-loathers, and I don't know who the fuck I really am and shit. Like, who the fuck want to deal with all that? I can't even say I blame her. I can't even say I blame her because these one droppers are savages. They savages. Like they like these motherfuckers. Like it's them motherfuckers. Like them motherfuckers are religious with this shit. Like they the only motherfuckers holding on to this bullshit. White people don't even hold on to this motherfucking shit. No motherfucking more. White people held on to this shit 100 years ago. Right? Like, white people no longer hold on to this motherfucking mindset in this country. It is only you Negroes. Y'all are the last motherfucker standing on this motherfucking one drop fucking platform. Y'all the last one standing. Y'all the last one standing, dog. I just want y'all motherfuckers to understand this, realize this, you know, so y'all can deal with y'all addiction. You know, consider this shit. Consider this shit a one drop intervention, right? And y'all motherfuckers y'all need rehab. You motherfuckers need biracial rehab. Seriously. Cause y'all motherfuckers, this is like a drug. But anyways, I digress. Let's get back to the story.
People took that and put words in my mouth. They said a whole bunch of things that I never said and ran with it. If people really search, they'll see that in South Africa, we had a lot of segregation. It was bad for a lot of us. They just classified us, and that's just so happens to be the name that the white people called us. They chose to call people that were mixed colored. And I'm not gonna lie, it was hard because all my life, obviously I knew I'm black, but I also knew that I'm colored. So when I went to America and people were like, you can't say that, I was in a position where I was like, oh, so what do I do? What am I then? She could have said that here.
She could have said that here.
She
could have answered that here. Charlamagne didn't ask it a negative way or an aggressive way. She could have just answered just like that.
See, she's confused for a bunch of different reasons, right? Outside the fact that, you know, she's mixed and she don't have one thing she can specifically identify as outside of what people call mixed people in her country, which is colored. But then it gets weird because she comes over here in this country, and this country of one droppers, everybody's trying to force the black fucking title on her. But when she goes to her country, she's not looked at as black. So she got to jump in and out of y'all pseudo blackness just to appease you motherfuckers in this, that, and third when she lives in South Africa. That shit's weird, dog. That shit is weird. And I keep telling you motherfuckers, y'all do realize y'all are the only people on the fucking planet who holds these racist, white supremacist ideologies. And not only do y'all the only motherfuckers who hold this shit, y'all motherfuckers will fight motherfuckers to keep this shit. Y'all motherfuckers will get passionate and try to attack people for trying to get you to dump this pseudo nonsense. But anyways, I digress. But this is the bullshit motherfuckers got to deal with when they trying to just self-identify. This is the one time when I actually feel the tragic mulatto's pain. I can feel the tragic mulatto's pain when it comes to this, right? Because this is crazy that they try to force y'all to be fucking black. That is insane. But let's continue.
When I went to America and people were like, you can't say that, I was in a position where I was like, oh, so what do I do? What am I then? She could have said that here.
She could have said that here.
She
could have answered that here. Charlamagne didn't ask it a negative way or an
because it was
aggressive
true.
way. She could have just answered just like that, right
then and there. It is true. In South Africa, it was a lot of segregation. There was a lot of things going on in the past and all that stuff. And she's still young, but ever since she was a little girl, you know, she's been called colored. And she get over here and we care more about the actual color you are than just being colored, you know? So it's cultural differences, but she definitely could have said it.
Well, she's probably more prepared to answer it now.
Yeah.
I think that is a big thing too.
She just
I also think it's a more,
too.
I think she might have been nervous about how she would be challenged in this room versus the sit
Definitely.
down with British Vogue. British Vogue is a little bit more,
but
they're not going to, and it's print, you
but
can
he
see
said,
the copy.
What did they challenge her on, though?
Yeah, he said
nothing to
school
challenge
me
her
on
about.
it.
I said, school me on it.
He didn't test it. He just said, school me.
so
Tell us.
But to be very honest, this is a very intimidating room depending on who you are when you come up here for an interview. People do come, you know, they come up here nonetheless, but
Come on, y'all being disingenuous. Y'all answer that question for a fucking reason, motherfuckers. Stop it. All y'all a bunch of fucking one drop ass motherfuckers. Let's keep it a fucking buck. There's a reason why you even brought that question up, right? And you brought that question up so your one drop hornet's nest of a fucking fan base could attack her, right? Let's keep it a buck. That's what they was hoping for. They wanted that sound bite. They wanted that sound bite of her denying blackness and saying that she's colored, right? That's what y'all motherfuckers wanted. So your fans, in that goddamn chat and on fucking Twitter and TikTok and everywhere else could attack her. That's what you wanted. So miss me with the bullshit. Miss me with the bullshit talking about, yeah, I don't know why she wouldn't say that here. Why did that stop? The fact that you even talking about this shit right now only proves like this is why. Because you motherfuckers are gonna highlight this shit, you know, make her a talking point and everything else that third, y'all gonna allow your fan base to rip her to shreds. She ain't wanna deal with that shit, neither did her PR department.
He didn't test it. He just said, school me. Tell us.
But to be very honest, this is a very intimidating room depending on who you are when you come up here for an interview. People do come, you know, they come up here nonetheless, but they come up here just like, sometimes people might come up here on edge and until they realize how cool that you are and that you're not this ugly person. You know what I'm saying? On the inside.
Yeah. I'm glad you said on the inside.
Yeah, why did you say inside?
Why did you say that? Because he's not ugly right now.
You could have kept
outside. You know. But
once they realize his whole face do match.
You know, right. Yeah. Then they'd be like, oh, okay, he's not so big.
By the way, Lauren, you look better with that fake Chanel. But listen, you know, yesterday, right? We do this all the time. Whenever guests come up here, if guests have things that we don't want them to ask, it's up to us whether or not we say yes or no to the request. That literally happened yesterday. There was a person that called and
okay, I don't care about y'all little interview problems and shit behind the scenes. I did want to break and yes, Jihad, you're late. I mentioned that already. But yes, she claimed colored in the past. And again, this came up because of another interview she did that she brought up this Breakfast Club interview and everything else from the past. But so that happened, right? And speaking of the past, like right after that original Breakfast Club interview, Joe Buttons and his crew had a conversation about that initial interview that happened last year. And I just wanted y'all to hear this, right? I thought this was interesting because again, you Negroes, you FBA motherfuckers, right? Y'all the only motherfuckers who hold this dumbass position. maintaining white supremacy. Let's keep it a motherfucking stack. Alright? So let's get into this conversation right here. Because I thought this was interesting. Let's listen to some of this.
Use of the word colored is a thing over here, even though she's not from over here.
Right.
So that's the whole thing. Charlamagne asked her a question. Her publicist interrupted that, and then she later released a statement. Can somebody try to find that statement? While I talk, oh, you do have it.
Yeah.
She later released a statement that addressed her avoiding the question and her use of the word colored. But regardless of what you think of that interview and how she answered that or didn't answer it, I'm just listening like, what, another just girl that's not black that gets handpicked.
I'd send it to you. I do think she is black.
She's black.
Yeah.
That's what I'm married
to. Say what now? All the motherfuckers simultaneously said that she was black. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. It's interesting to hear the white boys say that shit. Right? It's really interesting. Right? Now, this white boy is saying that not for the same reasons that these Negroes is fucking saying that. Can we keep that a buck? That white boy said she was black because he don't know no other place to put her because he knows damn sure that she ain't motherfucking white, motherfuckers. He knows that she is not white. So he got to put her somewhere, so it might as well be motherfucking black. And these dumb Negroes don't know that that is not a compliment, motherfuckers. It's not. It's really interesting to see how one droppers think. They don't hear that white man spitting in y'all motherfucking face right there. Right there. He's telling you she's not good enough to be white. But she damn sure good enough to fucking be black. She can be black. She ain't good enough to be white. Even though she got just as much European DNA as black fucking DNA. Let that soak in. He disrespected the shit out of them motherfucking Negroes right in their motherfucking face, and they too dumb and wrapped up in their black allergy to even peep what the fuck is going on. He just espoused some white supremacist rhetoric right in their face, and these dumbass Negroes are too stupid and indoctrinated to understand that that was a complete insult. And that is what the slave master told your black ass. That is what the overseer told your black ass. That is what Walter Plecker told your motherfucking black ass. And he just told y'all the same shit right in y'all motherfucking face, and you dumb motherfuckers are sitting there like, yup, oh yeah, definitely, yup, 100, yup. You dumb niggas. In your face.
Regardless of what you think of that interview and how she answered that or didn't answer it, I'm just listening like, what, another just girl that's not black that gets handpicked.
I'd send it to you. I do think she is black.
She's black.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at.
To American standards,
that's what I'm looking
she is
at.
not black.
See, only in the in the music business, all of that, I got an ounce of black in me, so I'm black.
Yeah. No.
Stop it. I'm not rolling. Let me read what she put out, though. She says, you guys, never denied my blackness. I don't know where that came from. I'm mixed with black, Zulu, Irish, Meridian/Indian, and colored. In South Asia, I would be classified as a colored woman. In other places, I would be classified as a black woman.
South Africa.
Oh, I'm sorry. South Africa. It doesn't say that here.
Yeah. It says South, which is...
She's born and raised in Johannesburg. That's South Africa.
Yeah.
Race is classified differently in different parts of the world.
True.
I don't expect to be identified as colored outside of South Africa by anyone not comfortable doing so, because I understand the weight of that word outside of South Africa. But to close this conversation, I am both colored in South Africa and a black woman.
Y'all got that poor motherfucking girl confused. Y'all got her confused and shook. She don't know what the fuck to say. You wanna know why these biracials are so confused? It's because of you motherfucking niggas. Let's keep that shit a motherfucking stack. These biracials are confused because of you one drop loving ass niggas. With y'all obsession over trying to make everybody fucking black around the planet, even though they themselves do not identify as fucking black or want to be identified as black. And y'all, so what are y'all basing this shit on? Like, none of you motherfuckers are basing this shit on genetics. None of you. That's why none of this shit is making any fucking sense. Because if anybody's going off genetics, she's clearly not black. So y'all gotta make it, y'all gotta hyper focus on a social construct. Then y'all motherfuckers say, yo, well, this shit is social. Right? It's social. Right? It's political. It's a political statement. I done had people tell me this, right? This shit people say. Right. But then when Tyla comes around and tells you her political statements, right? And her social position, you one-droppers, right? Lose y'all motherfucking shit. And y'all just be like, yeah, I know she identifies as this, but she's a black woman, though. We all know she's black. You know, it was not to the industry, though. The industry don't call her black, but that's because the industry don't know who she really is, right? They don't know who she really is. But we inside the diaspora, we know she's a black woman. Like, this is the dumb shit these motherfuckers be doing and saying. Right? They'll say that dumb shit, then turn around and then tell me this shit ain't got nothing to do with genetics, it's got everything to do with social and political positions. While not respecting people's social and political positions because they feel like the genetics is all that matters. And to them, and when it comes to genetics, you only need one drop. And you're black. Let's keep it a buck. Like, these conversations be so disingenuous. So disingenuous. And you one-droppers be all over the place.
Because I understand the weight of that word outside of South Africa. But to close this conversation, I am both colored in South Africa and a black woman. As a woman for the culture, it's and, not or. With that being said, Asambe.
I like that. I like that statement. I like it. I think it speaks to a lot of times when American press, when we get things from American press and we hear it as Americans, we don't think of the global effect that these artists, especially who aren't from here, are dealing with. So the fact that she's even aware of how to even address that moving forward as a young black woman is dope.
I agree with you.
I just think we just get so caught up in being here, hearing shit that's said over here, and not understanding that the artists of today aren't just dealing with here and the way we're influenced within this country. They go to South Africa, they go to Asia, they go to, and when you go to Asia, they might not call you
Bro, she's from South Africa,
Right, you know what I'm
where
saying?
their entire history was from the apartheid shit and all of that, and they got broken down into different classes of black. Like, it was different levels of that. So for her and what she identifies with is going to be something that we can't even fathom. My nigga, like, I'm 48. When I was a kid, apartheid was still a thing.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So she didn't experience that. But if we go through racist shit, imagine what they going through over there. Because they one generation away from a system of total segregation. You get what I'm saying? And even with Ruby Rose, like Joe saying she not black, her mother's Eritrean.
Wait, I didn't say that Ruby Rose wasn't black.
He was like another non-black.
Got it.
So her mother's from Eritrea, it's Africa. And then her father was Japanese and black, I think.
Right.
So are they lighter skinned people? Yeah, but you can't just immediately take their blackness away. You know what I'm saying? And I think we do that.
Take their blackness away? What does that even mean? Can you one-droppers out here? Can y'all please explain what that dumb shit means? The whole terminology of taking someone's blackness away from them? Can somebody please tell me that? That shit is insane. What do you mean, taking one's blackness away? First of all, blackness is the mentality, right? That has nothing to do with genetics and all that, right? That got everything to do with the way you think, the way you act, the way you embrace the culture. That's what blackness is, right? It has nothing to do with genetics, right? So how can we take any of those things I just mentioned away from anybody? That's the first thing, right? That's number one. Number two, again, black is about genetics. It ain't about your fucking ideals. It ain't about how you think. It ain't about what your, like, none of that shit matters. Your social, political views, any of that shit, right? It is a racial makeup. Nobody determines who's white based off of how they motherfucking think. Nobody says this motherfucker is not white because he hates himself. Who does that? How do you, like, can you strip somebody of their whiteness? Can you go to a motherfucker, seriously, can you strip somebody of their whiteness? How does this even work? And and y'all do not determine whiteness based off mentality or social political views. None of that shit. Stop. It's disingenuous. All these conversations be disingenuous because y'all don't want to talk about genetics. Y'all don't want to go there because y'all don't want to draw no lines in the sand because y'all motherfuckers want to make everybody black. So y'all got to make that shit vague. You got to make it arbitrary. You got to make it the way, oh, it ain't real. Oh, it's just this. Oh, it's whatever we say it is. And then when somebody tell you, well, I say it's this, you're lying. One of your parents is black. How the fuck you know if they black or not? You don't know these motherfuckers. You don't know what their social political position is. How are you determining that these people have a black parent to begin with? Because according to y'all, if you ate for the people and have a certain, I don't like what, that's what I say, like they can't even define black. These one-droppers can't define it. Ask these one-droppers what black is. What they standard of black is, they gonna start telling you about a fucking mentality. And then ask them motherfuckers, what about somebody like Jesse Lee Peterson? Is he black? They be like, no, he ain't black. But then they'll take some coon ass some half a cracker racist, bi-racist ass motherfucker who hates black people but got one black parent, and they will call this bi-racist. They will call this bi-racist, this half a cracker who hates black people. They will call that motherfucker black and a coon. I thought black was a mentality. How are you calling this biracial, maggot, motherfucking white supremacist? How are you calling this motherfucker black? Because his daddy black? But I thought black was a mentality. What the fuck are we talking about? None of this shit makes sense. None of it makes sense. Make it make sense. Y'all can't. Y'all can't. Y'all talk out of all sides of y'all mouths. Define what black is. Define it. And I'll show you how you're full of shit. Black is genetics. You can't get around it. I don't give a... And please, I beg one of you motherfuckers who want to talk science. Push y'all Marxist agendas all the fuck you want, and I'll cook you on them. I will cook you on your Marxist, leftist nonsense. Please push that bullshit about how race is not biological. Please, I'll cook you. I'll cook you. Get all your studies, get everything. I already know what the common census is, all that. I know all. Please, I will cook it. Because they can't get around what the fuck I'm saying either. None of you motherfuckers. I'm like the motherfuckers with the gender shit where they ask motherfucker, what's a woman? And everybody be like, well, I don't. Ask these one droppers, what is black? And watch their whole ideology crumble. And then press them on what they're saying. And watch their whole ideology crumble. Because they know what black is. But they can't say it. Because if they say it, that goes against their one drop rule. And their whole worldview is going to come crumbling down. Genetics, motherfucker. Genetics. Y'all can't get around it. I promise you can't.
That in America.
If they walk into a white fucking city or a white bar or a white restaurant, they're going to be looked at as black
But see, it's hard though.
That's the thing.
It's hard.
And that's what people don't understand, even with me.
I don't know that to be true, though.
Even with me. Dog.
I can tell you as a white person that's true.
He's right. He is right.
It's true.
With who?
I have one of my best friends growing up was Filipino, and they considered him black.
Yes.
Like white people considered him black.
Yes.
Got it.
Again, playing y'all in y'all fucking face. That motherfucking European is again spitting in y'all motherfucking face. He's telling you motherfuckers, yeah, I know motherfuckers who's half Filipino, and even my white friends would call them black. Right? And these dumb motherfuckers like, yup, I get it, yup, that's true. He's literally espousing white supremacist fuck shit in y'all motherfucking faces, and y'all are up here agreeing with his fucking premise. And y'all will call them Filipinos black as well. Because I had motherfuckers tell me Filipinos are black all the fucking time. They would sit up here and say the Aboriginals in Australia are black. All that wild ass shit. All the Melanesian motherfuckers. I was just having this conversation the other day. I was listening to the conversation. Motherfucker, this shit's crazy. But this motherfucker is right in y'all face telling you motherfuckers, yeah, all these kids, Filipino, black, all this other shit. If we had kids in the motherfuckers. They not us. They are not us. They y'all. They Filipinos. They black. They Asian. They all this shit. You know what they ate? You know what they ate?
They not like us. 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 They not like us.
Let that motherfucking European disrespect y'all, man.
Ass cracker.
This is disgusting. Listen to this crap. You one drop is annoying.
He is right.
It's true.
With who?
I have one of my best friends growing up was Filipino, and they considered him black.
Yes.
Like white people considered him black.
Yes.
Got it.
And that's what one of the things with people that are mixed, they say, yo, they get it from both sides of the coin. Like, because in the black community, you're not black enough, and in the white community, you ain't gonna get looked at as a white person. So they go through.
That's cap. That's cap. Where they get it at in the fucking black community? Our community, by and large, in mass, I would say even in higher numbers than us voting Democrat, by and large, our community has this one drop mentality. I'm talking in the 90-something plus percentile. 90-something plus percent. Higher than the motherfucking Democrats. You will find more one-droppers than Democrats in our fucking community. This is a motherfucking fact, motherfucker. So what hell is these motherfuckers catching? Every time these motherfuckers sit up here and say that they are not black, a whole slew of you motherfucking one-droppers come out motherfucking like the Minutemen. Y'all come riding out like the Minutemen. All on horseback. You know what I mean? With lanterns and old mallets and shit. And y'all ready for war. You know what I mean? Paul Revere did and shit. Y'all motherfuckers come in swooping in. Like, what do you mean they not black? What are you talking about? You don't know history. You don't know history. You don't even understand the social construct.
Here I come to save the day.
Y'all don't, you sound like Hitler. You sound like Hitler. This is white supremacist talk. This is white supremacist talk. You sound like a white supremacist. Hitler? Oh, I do? Yeah, you sound like a white supremacist. This is white supremacist talk. A word? Yes! Uh-huh. You do realize the one drop rule that you upholding it was formed and maintained by white supremacists. You do know this, right? That's not true. That's not true. We've been calling mixed people black since Kemet. Since Kemet. If you knew your Kemetic history, you would know that all the Cometians were mulattoes. There was a whole slew of them. That's why they got the skin color they got on the walls. Y'all think those are them invaders that's currently taking up space in North Africa, but those were actually mulattoes. You all know black come in all flavors. Well, white people ain't make that up. We come in all flavors. Look at the motherfuckers on the Fiji Islands with the blonde hair. We come in all flavors. This is the bullshit I be having to hear, dog. This is the bullshit I be having to fucking hear. These motherfuckers can't make up. They talk out of all sides of their mouth. They don't even hear themselves. They so indoctrinated. They don't even hear it.
With people that are mixed, they say, yo, they get it from both sides of the coin. Like, because in the black community, you're not black enough, and in the white community, you ain't gonna get looked at as a white person. So they go through this identity crisis. You know what I'm saying? Because again, they're getting it from both sides. They, for all intents and purposes, how we classify people, they black.
Yeah, but when you hear someone from this country who has went through what they deem to be the black experience, who's lived black, they don't want to hear none of that.
True, he's right.
It sounds great, and we all at least have the privilege of being experienced in different realms and having different people a part of our lives to see what they go through. Mm-hmm. But for that black person from America who grew up Brooklyn, Harlem, wherever, boom, 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 all this shit is null and void. I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah.
And that's just what it boils down to. And we can't not acknowledge that, because for those people, that's a real experience. Yeah, you black. You look black. Yeah, you African. Boom, boom, boom. But over here in America, it's a different experience from what the fuck y'all talking about. So don't get me wrong. We're not trying to say you can't say what you want to say, but
and black over here is an entryway.
Yeah.
I think that's my thing.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I know what he means, but
I'm asking.
I don't think it's applicable for Tyla.
Can you break down what you mean by it's an entryway so we can have a clear understanding of that?
Black just gains you more access and credibility in certain cultural spaces over here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean by it's an entryway.
Okay.
It's why Logic keeps saying I'm black.
Right.
Oh, you think he's using it as like
Oh, now you understand. Yes, Joey. Yes, that is accurate, Joey. Yes. Kind of like Kamala. Oh, shit. Did I just say Kamala? Yeah, we're going to get in her in 1 second. But kind of like Kamala, how Kamala, it was more beneficial for Kamala to identify as black than to identify as Indian, right? She identifies as an Indian. It doesn't hold as much cliche as being a quote-unquote black woman, right? That holds a whole lot more cliche in this country. In this country, that holds a whole lot more cliche politically than an Indian woman. That doesn't hold too much cliche at all, right? So yes, he's correct.
In cultural spaces over here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean by it's an entryway. It's why Logic keeps saying I'm black.
Right.
Oh, you think he's using it as like a way to have access?
I don't think nothing.
You know.
You goddamn right.
Okay. So you're saying Tyla, same.
I'm not saying that. I don't know enough about Tyla and her background or her experience, so I'm not going to say that about her. But I also think that her fate is predetermined unbeknownst to her.
By higher power?
I think that the people responsible for her have a plan, and that plan includes, hey, you're black in America. Not saying she's not black, but the promoting of black, like if you're black, then I need to hear more than I'm just black.
You hear this motherfucking one-dropping ass weirdo? I told you these motherfuckers full of shit. I told you all these motherfucking one-droppers full of shit. Like, they'll say shit like, well, I'll let biracials identify as whatever they want to identify as, right? They'll say that dumb shit, but then they'll turn around and they'll say wild shit like, well, she identifies as this and anything else. I'm not saying she's not black. Wait, what? I thought these biracials was whatever they said they was. But then when they say what they are, yet again, here these motherfuckers come. Here they come. Pissed off, mad as fuck at the motherfucking world.
Here I come to save the day.
Swooping in, ready to correct these motherfuckers from their self-hate. This is what happens all the time. Dealing with these weirdos all the fucking time. And this motherfucker just proved exactly what I'm talking about. He literally is still calling her a black woman, even though she don't identify as one. And she's clearly not one. But That means nothing to these weirdos.
For her.
Right.
Have a plan, and that plan includes, hey, you're black in America. Not saying she's not black, but the promoting of black, like if you black, then I need to hear more than I'm just black. Like that's all they come over here and say, I'm black. It's like that.
What, like
enough.
they use it like a mental health wellness type of thing?
Yeah, it's like, hey, over here I'm black. Hey, and it's like, okay, but can we know more about you? Like I don't know very much about Tyla, so I wouldn't even try to engage in that.
See, he's playing the whole black as a mentality shit. Telling something, man, I don't know if you black because I don't know you like that. Fuck you mean? What? So you gotta know her to know if she's black or not? This is the problem with you mentality ass niggas. You racist mentality ass niggas. Crazy. Now, there's something else I want to go through real quick, and then I'm going to drop the link and have people come up. I highly doubt these one droppers want any smoke. They're going to probably dip off and run one and change the topic and all that. But before I drop the link, there's a video that I wanted to go through in real time when this shit happened, but this was during the political of the election and shit, and they had the whole presidential run going, and the news was coming in hot and quick, right? Pause. And so I wasn't able to go back around and actually review this in real time because there was so much shit going on at that moment. But now it's been like slowed down a little bit. So I'm able to go back and kind of rehash some of this stuff that I missed. And I really want to go over this particular video right here. Now on the backdrop of this video, I gotta put context in this. This was right after, to show you, give you time frame. This was right after Donald Trump was at the Black Journalist Convention, National Black Journalist Convention, and he made the initial comment that Kamala was not black. This is right around that time, right? This is right after this, right? This is when this video came out. Now, I thought this video was extremely interesting, right? And it dropped some jewels. It dropped some shit that a lot of these one droppers need to motherfucker hear, right? Because shit that I'm saying, people don't need to hear this type shit from me, right? Because they don't listen to these one droppers. They don't listen to these biracials. These biracials talk, they don't listen to these motherfuckers. They always talking for these motherfuckers, but they never listening to these motherfuckers, right? So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and actually listen to what they gotta say. I already know one droppers ain't gonna respect nothing these goddamn biracials have to say other than they're black. That's the only thing they respect. And anything else other than that is, it's a problem, right? So let's get ready to get to this video. This is very interesting though, and this is for the one droppers out here. You know what I mean? So let's get into this. All right, let's go.
Media, and especially and initially for our patrons, please continue to support and encourage others to join you. And very, 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 very many thanks, especially now, for your continued support. I admit to always wanting to have conversations, particularly in Black politicized spaces, around this issue of mixed race and the shifting definitions of the one drop rule, et cetera, and so forth. I will also admit to not having put in the appropriate time to arrange and organize and even update my thoughts as it relates to this topic. But I do want to share a couple of things that have happened recently that, again, are reminding me of why this is still so important and why I should at some point make a focused effort to maybe say something more meaningful. So in the absence of that, for now, please humbly accept and make use of what I'm going to try to put together here very quickly. And I want to start with where this most recent version sort of has started for me. Broadly, the issue for me in my life is a constant issue. It's obviously it's persistent. It ebbs and flows with Obama, and now again with Kamala Harris, a few things in between here and there, but it's understandably a constant for me. But related to this moment of Kamala Harris's intervention, or the way she's being used, is really how I would prefer to frame it. Let me just show a couple of things here that have reignited for me the conversation. I did want to bring it to our community here, at least initially, before more broadly, to see what you all think. So please do comment, share your thoughts, and I would also invite suggesting sources for more literature and maybe something in particular that you've read or find compelling that addresses this issue, particularly of mixed race identity here in the United States, black-white biraciality, even more particularly, and if you are even, and there's the added layer of when the white parent is a Jew, I think would be even more, for me, fascinating to update some reading on that. And at some point, maybe I would like to bring what I've engaged in the past on these subjects more in a more organized fashion.
Yeah. This dude right here, he's actually an economist. I see people asking who is he, and he's actually an economist. Believe it or not, he runs a platform called Black Liberation Media. Yes, Black Liberation Media. But I digress. We know how that actually happened, right? But he's an economist, right? And he's actually pretty known. You know, he wrote a book about one of his more popular books is talking about the myth of the spending power, the black spending power in the community, which I actually agree with that book. But yeah, I digress. Let's continue.
Fashion here, but let's start here. So shout out to Rakeem Shabazz of Wise the Dome TV. But a week or so ago, he tweeted this, which I thought was kind of funny. I asked ChatGPT who is Dr. Jared Ball, and then without reading through the whole thing, it more or less gives a fair enough, accurate summary of who I am, and it was pretty interesting. Now, unfortunately, some of the responses that piqued my interest in part to do this video, I can't pull up anymore because I blocked and can't find and unblock the person and all this. But one of the responses, the comment was, and this is why I was really sad, disappointed that I was too quick to block the person without having the foresight of wanting to make use of what they said. Because what they said was, in fact, the exact language was, I used to rock with Jared. And then I found out his mother was white. And it's like Molimu Baruti says, mixed breeds can't be trusted. They always go off with the white parent. So on the one hand, I was thinking, this reminds me of my issue around methodology. I've heard this claim all the time, and I get it in certain contexts in history in different parts of the world. It could be different, it would be different. But in terms of the United States, I'm always interested in wondering, is that just taken as an axiom without thought that by percentage and per capita, those of mixed race backgrounds automatically are more treacherous when it comes to the black community than those who are so-called fully black? In other words, by percentage of the population, is it in fact true that you're likely to find more treachery and more anti-blackness and more anti-radicalism among those who are mixed?
Now, see, that's an interesting question, right? Especially the way he framed it, right? I like the way he framed it, right? Because it was an honest it was an honest, very well-formed question, right? Because the dishonest part of it would have been, well, who does more damage to the black community, biracials or regular black folk? Right? Now that's dishonest, right? Because obviously it's going to be black people because there's way more black people than they are motherfucking mixed folks, right? The numbers just won't allow for biracials to do more damage at this time, like because of the numbers. But the way he shaped the question was on average, right? About percentages, right? Per capita, right? Who does more damage to the black community per capita, right? So he's erasing the whole total numbers thing, right? So you can get the total numbers out of here. All this, it's more black people and everything else. Get that talking point out of here because he didn't frame it that way. He framed it on who, on average, pretty much per capita, does more damage to the black community. Biracials are those with two black parents. So that's an interesting question, the way he framed it, right?
Community than those who are so-called fully black. In other words, by percentage of the population, is it in fact true that you're likely to find more treachery and more anti-blackness and more anti-radicalism among those who are mixed than those who are so-called fully black? I don't always know. I don't know because but that was the one thing. The other thing was methodologically, again, the person is saying they used to rock with me until they found out my mother was white. So they're making their judgment based on my parentage as opposed to my behavior, my work, my life, which I admit is frustrating personally, but again, more importantly, I'm worried, what does this mean methodologically as people are out here operating in the world? So in just thinking about that a little bit, and then being forced to a certain extent to focus on this resurgence of the topic of mixed race background with the rise of Kamala Harris, I just went looking around a little bit and found and noticed this more recent New York Times article that makes, I think, many good points, but in the service of some really bad politics. So on the one hand, I'm asking for us to check our methodology in terms of how we assess anything, really. I'm also intrigued, admittedly, by and at times frustrated, and at times it's even possible to be inspired by the way those of so-called mixed race background are framed, positioned politically, and made use by others, and how they or we are used in the service of other forms of politics. So when I found this article recently in the New York Times, I did want to check it out and bring it to this discussion here, for some discussion here, that is. And so the article is titled "In Kamala Harris's Blackness, I See My Own" by Senna Danzy, or Danzy Senna. And bear with me, I do want to read a good portion of it. It's not that long, but there's so much, I think, of value here that I did want to take a couple minutes here. We seem to be beginning yet another season of a perennially popular American spectacle. How much is that mulatto in the window? I frequently think that after 400 years, this show is about to go off the air, jump the shark, as it were. But then it returns with ever more absurd plot lines. Yet even as a so-called mulatto myself, I can't stop watching. And I fully agree. So again, I vibe with this essay a lot. But yeah, this...
My bad, I was on mute. But yeah, as you can see, he's reading this article written by this mulatto that pretty much is talking about the plight of biracials in this country. But let's continue.
Yeah, even as a so-called mulatto myself, I can't stop watching. And I fully agree. So again, I vibe with this essay a lot. But yeah, it is a perennial American spectacle. How are we going to make use of the mulatto, so-called mulatto in the window? The Hollywood pitch goes something like this. Put racially ambiguous people in the public eye. Kamala, Megan, Barack, have them declare themselves black. Count down the minutes before the world erupts into outrage, distress, and suspicion. People scream their confusion and doubt, accusing the figures of lying about who they really are. It makes for good TV. Now, we could debate about
Yeah. Put these mulattoes up in front, put them in positions of power, and then in the fucking black community, right? This is what happens. Right? And any fucked up shit they do. Okay, my shit tweaking. All right, but yeah, any fucked up shit they do is gonna be, black people doing it, right? There's black people fucking up, right? There's the black president that was doing stupid shit, right? There's the black woman running for president that was getting drunk and couldn't win any of the fucking swing states. That was a black woman failure, right? That wasn't a mulatto failure. That was a black woman failure. Right? The black president introduced all these fruitcake laws and bills that everybody's motherfucking complaining about. That was the black president. That wasn't the mulatto president. That was the black president that did that shit. This is what they do. So yeah, you're correct.
Erupts into outrage, distress, and suspicion. People scream their confusion and doubt, accusing the figures of lying about who they really are. It makes for good TV. Now, we could debate about how actually ambiguous all of these folks are and to what extent they are ambiguous. Because I don't know that they're all equally ambiguous, but they all are, I think, equally, similarly, if not equally, preyed upon and messed with in terms of this point the author is making about accusations of lying and the confusion that they and we cause among the people. On last week's episode, Donald Trump got his cameo accusing Vice President Kamala Harris of switching races. She was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person, he said at the NABJ. His staged bewilderment implied that she was practicing some sort of sinister racial sorcery. Felt wild for 2024 when mixed race people are everywhere. It's visually overrepresented in Target commercials and Kardashian family reunions. So again, this is something I brought up.
Yes. Biracials and mulattoes are overly represented in motherfucking media. Let's keep it a fucking buck. Yes. Mulattoes are the fastest growing demographic of any other demographic in this country. And it's been like that for some years, right? Fastest growing demographic, mulattoes, right? They still are overrepresented in motherfucking media. It's still not that many motherfucking mulattoes running around here for them to get that much representation. You can go outside tomorrow and not see near one motherfucking mulatto in your fucking neighborhood. You can go outside all week and not see one near motherfucking mulatto in your motherfucking neighborhood. But you cannot turn on your fucking television and not see more mulattoes than you do actual fucking black people on that motherfucker. Can we keep it a buck? Can we keep it a buck? Can we keep it a buck? So, yes, they are definitely overrepresented in media and in politics. All right? But let's continue.
Bewilderment implied that she was practicing some sort of sinister racial sorcery. Felt wild for 2024 when mixed race people are everywhere. It's visually overrepresented in Target commercials and Kardashian family reunions. So again, this is something I brought up here before. I fully agree with this point that there is an overrepresentation of mixed race people and couples in pop culture and commercials with a very particular, I think, goal of not only confusing race relations and falsely projecting a melting pot that doesn't exist, but I think for the primary reason of being of playing an anti-black role and targeting the idea of an all-black family and couple as being somehow a regressive step backwards. My point would also be to sort of disagree with what the author is saying here, that this is why I don't think it feels wild for Donald Trump to be playing this game and others to have been playing this game, because in 2024, overrepresentation does not mean less confusion. Overrepresentation is there to foster more confusion and hostility, not clarity and decency and so on. So as they continue, yet even in the midst of our fetishization, a stubborn strain of mulattophobia remains widespread. And no matter what answer we give the ubiquitous question, what are you? Someone somewhere will accuse us of lying, of being a grifter trying to impersonate another race, a more real race. I fully agree with that part too. And I love.
Well, that depends. That depends, right? I mean, some people are trying to grift off that shit. And you know what? I'm going too fast because he's going to kind of address this. But so let me just continue.
Of this next part, actually, multiracial, mulatto, mixed nuts, halfies. I would add half caste, zebra, Oreo, whatever you want to call us today. We remain the fastest growing demographic in our country. Actually, I don't mean to say I agree with that part. Because I don't know to what extent the author means black and white or any so-called combination of two different races. And I think there are differences there. And the last time we looked at the Pew studies, it suggested that black-white was not increasing at some crazy significant rate, and then it still showed that black women were the least likely to be involved in these mixed interracial relationships, which again I take as some sort of anti-black. I'm not really sure exactly what to do with that, but the point being that black-white unity and interracial relationships are not increasing to some significant amount. I think the numbers don't seem to show that. And then to what extent would that be a good thing is my other question. I don't think that is an automatic positive. So when we enter the spotlight, we are often treated as specimens, there to be dissected, poked, debated, disputed, and disinherited. We are and always have been a Rorschach test. And I really do agree with that. In fact, so just the other day, I was being compared to, in a friendly way, to another light-skinned, bald black man. And
you ain't light-skinned, dog. You are not light-skinned. That shit drives me nuts. You are not light-skinned, dog. You are biracial. I will not call you light-skinned the same way I would not call you dark-skinned. And I can call you either. I can call you light-skinned or I can call you dark-skinned, and I will be correct in both. And because I can call you either one, I'm not going to call you neither. You're neither. You're neither light-skinned or dark-skinned. You're neither white or black. In order for you to be light-skinned or dark-skinned, you will have to be white or black. You are neither. So I'm not calling you. Stop. Light skin compared to what? Compared to your mother or compared to your daddy? Compared to your mother, you ain't light skinned. You are not lighter than your mother. So how are you calling yourself light skinned? You lighter than your father. Is that what you going by? You are who the father is? Are you going by that shit? Because if not, I'm confused why you calling yourself light skinned when you are not lighter than your mother. That makes absolutely no sense. And none of these one droppers out here can make that shit make sense. Biracials are not light-skinned, family. Stop calling biracials light-skinned. That shit is triggering. Stop it.
In fact, so just the other day, I was being compared to, in a friendly way, to another light-skinned, bald black man. And the person was making a joke about how I should ask this person about, do I see the similarities in our look and this, that, and the third. And I told this person that I don't do that unless I'm very close with the person. I don't make those kind of jokes because I have experienced to a significant degree that when lighter skinned Black people who are not themselves mixed are compared to those of us who are, there's a feeling of a
Exactly. Actual light-skinned people start getting jumbled up in with biracial people, and the shit gets confusing and muddy and everything else. I've been saying this shit for years. When I used to go over there to the quote-unquote Golden Sphere and all that other stuff with all the mulattoes go hang out at and this, that, and third, I used to ask all of them, like, what's up? Like, I ain't got no problem with y'all movement. You know, I ain't, do what y'all do. I ain't trying to shut nothing down. Y'all, I'm going to stay out y'all way. Do y'all thing. I support y'all motherfuckers having these conversations and everything else. Do y'all thing. I ain't trying to bust none of that shit up. But I do got a question, though. And I do got a little gripe. And it ain't the normal gripe that most Black people may have with you motherfuckers. My only gripe is, what's up with this light-skinned, biracial coalition, motherfuckers? What's up with that shit? What the fuck is that shit about? Right? Like, I always ask that motherfucking question, right? So, I'm sitting here asking this shit, and yeah, motherfuckers start saying things like, the actual light-skinned people, right? They'll start saying things like, well, I got biracials in my family and this, that, and third, and that's why I feel a kinship with biracials, right? Well, I got a biracial cousin. Should I start calling him Black because I got a kinship with him? Like, that's my whole cousin over there. Like, that's my little cousin. I'll fuck somebody up for him, right? Like, well, I ain't gotta fuck nobody up for him now. He grown ass man now, but like, that's just what it was, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is he Black because of that or what? No, how we doing this? Like, okay, you got biracials in your family. What the fuck that mean? That don't make you biracial, right? And that don't make those biracials light skinned, right? Biracial is biracial, and you are what you are. You're a light-skinned Black person. That don't make you biracial. What are we talking about right now? And y'all are not the same. Y'all are not the same. You did not have a white parent or an Asian parent or whatever the case may be like that biracial over there. You didn't have that. So y'all not the same. That's why people gotta stop making Black solely about skin color. Because that's what that shit's all about. Skin color. And y'all ain't even the same skin color as most biracials. Most biracials way lighter than you motherfuckers. That's why they call them red bones. Actual light-skinned Black people are not called red bones. Nowadays, y'all call actual light-skinned Black people brown skin, right? Because y'all motherfuckers want biracials to be light-skinned so fucking bad, y'all done fucked around and moved the spectrum to where now you gotta be biracial damn near to be fucking called light-skinned. Crazy as fuck. But anyways, I digress.
Themselves mixed are compared to those of us who are, there's a feeling of some kind of way about that. There's some trauma, there's some tension, there's some stress around that. So I don't participate in that because, and sort of to the point about this Rorschach test, I don't think I'm saying this correct, I'm struggling with the word, but it's that I have long argued and felt that it's not we who are confused. It is that race in and of itself and identity in and of itself within a colonial process is confusing. And when we enter the space where people, again, judge themselves as much by who they are not as by who they are, we complicate people's self-concept. So then the response is often to then say that, no, you mixed people are mixed and confused, when in reality, we are also triggering the already latent confusion and self-doubt in others. So again, not scientific, but I do think relevant. I'm going to skip some of this part here. Again, the word mulatto originates in the Spanish word for mule. We were named after the infertile offspring of a horse and a donkey, a spawn of two species that is unable to procreate. But here's where I want to pick back up. So confusion was not the only emotion we saw on Mr. Trump's face on the Black Journalists Association stage. We saw indignation, even rage. Ms. Harris's racial illegibility was not the only thing that offended him. It was her claim of blackness. His accusation suggested that claiming blackness could only be for the purpose of cynical political maneuvering. The implication was that if we could be anything else, Indian or white, why wouldn't we? Though I am younger than Ms. Harris by 6 years, in her blackness, I recognize my own. Now, before I continue, again, I think this author makes a lot of really good points, but for different political purposes. I do think Harris's claim of blackness upsets people from various backgrounds for a variety of reasons. And I think that what Trump is saying here is in fact accurate to the extent that he is accurately pointing out that Harris's claim of blackness is cynically political.
Exactly. It is. Her whole claim to blackness is cynically political, right? She full of shit. She really ain't black like that.
Is in fact accurate to the extent that he is accurately pointing out that Harris's claim of blackness is cynically political maneuvering. Now, this is not me saying that she has never identified as black or does not have a strong self-black concept. I'm not even negatively judging her by her choice of.
I am. You ain't got to. I am.
Maneuvering. Now, this is not me saying that she has never identified as black or does not have a strong self-black concept. I'm not even negatively judging her by her choice of partner and all of that. What I am saying, I'm not denying her Howard University and her sorority and her black experience at all.
Stop with the black experience. First of all, she ain't have no goddamn black experience. Going to an HBCU, and that's the only thing she can hang her hat on, is going to an HBCU. Going to an HBCU does not give you a black experience in totality. It does not. If that's the case, Rachel Dolezal is motherfucking black. Let's talk about it. Not only did she go to an HBCU, she went to the exact HBCU that you're bragging that Kamala motherfucking went to. Let's talk that real shit, shall we? So miss me with the bullshit. And her black experience. That shit don't exist. She wasn't raised around black people. It's the only time y'all could link her to black people is the HBCU. And that HBCU is not a black experience in totality. I would argue not even mostly. Are you shitting me? Rachel Dolezal, dog.
And all of that. What I am saying, I'm not denying her Howard University and her sorority and her black experience at all. What I am saying is she is much like Barack Obama did. Her blackness is becoming a political ploy to suggest a progressivity and an advance and a connection to black struggle here in the United States that those in the white leadership and ruling elite find acceptable and palatable and safe. Now, I also understand why in a white supremacist context, it would be confusing to a Donald Trump that if one were said to have the option to identify as Indian or white, they should take it. But again, particularly here in the United States, historically, and I would argue still to this day, regardless of the ambiguity of the person, once one is known to have that one drop, that black parentage, they cannot identify as white. And I don't know enough about the Indian community, but I would argue that any community most communities have sufficient levels of anti-blackness within them that would find some even latent negative association with that identity, and would find some even latent way of disassociating that person from that identity because of their blackness. But again, please put in the comments, but I very much want to hear from what others think about this, because again, a lot of what I'm saying here is based on my anecdotal experience, a little bit of study, and certainly a lot of outdated study. But continuing here, it is a blackness born not in slavery, but much later in a whole other context, in the wake of the civil rights and Black Power movements, when there was no mixed race category. So this is what I think is interesting about this history here in the United States and what this author is saying about Kamala Harris's blackness. It is a blackness born not in slavery, but much later in a whole other context, in the wake of the civil rights and Black Power movements, when there was no mixed race category. You were either Black or white. To claim whiteness as a mixed child was to deny and hide blackness. Our families understood that the world we were growing into would seek to denigrate this part of us, and we would need a community that was made up, always and already, of all shades of blackness. The big secret I knew, and Miss Harris surely knows it well, is that our blackness was born not out of something lost, but out of something gained. Now, I don't pretend to fully understand this argument. I've read this section several times. But this is what I've always thought was the crux of my disagreement with Frank Wilderson around the value of blackness, and where I disagree with, where we have a slight disagreement in his Afro-pessimism. When we had that brief exchange where his argument was that the blackness in me, even in my mixed self, was some sort of pessimistic drag on me. And I was trying to convey to him that I've never felt that. I felt the exact opposite, that I felt emboldened by it and strengthened by it, inspired by it. And he was arguing that I don't know what exact words he was using, I don't remember, but some sort of denial maybe, or just misunderstanding, but this passage speaks more to what I think I'm trying to get at. Our families understood that the world we were growing into would seek to denigrate this part of us, and we would need a community that was made up, always and already, of all shades of blackness. Our blackness was born not out of something lost, as in an identity through enslavement, but out of something gained, which is we through a one-dropness, through a connection to in terms of shading a diverse Black community.
Y'all act like this shit was a fucking choice. It wasn't a choice back then. I mean, you did have a choice. Y'all could have separated, and y'all tried. I've done presentations on the consistent and constant effort of mulattoes to get to this point where they can now self-identify as something other than Black. They have been fighting for this for 150 years. Like, politically, have been fighting for this for 150 years. Right? So, yeah. Like, just FYI, this whole fake utopia from back in the day where everybody just decided we was all one family and we all were. It wasn't even like that, dog. It wasn't even like that. That's when this conversation starts getting disingenuous. But let's continue.
And one that is often, shout out to my late friend, man, my buddy Kwame Nkrumah, named after, of course, Kwame Nkrumah. And I used to love his attitude, brother from Baltimore. Damn, miss him. Yeah, this is too bad. Anyway, but he would say all the time how much he loved Black people. He would say all the time, Black people are the nicest people in the world, despite how we are often depicted in pop culture and wherever else. We're welcoming we're just so welcoming. Now, this does contradict something that I'm going to come back to in a few minutes in terms of the work I had been put on years ago by Jared Sexton and Raylena Joseph and others, which contradicts this. That is that white women not wanting their offspring with Black fathers to be taken off into Blackness help
Did y'all one droppers hear that? Did y'all one droppers hear that? For you motherfuckers that like to try to crucify us, actual black people, for acknowledging what white people was already motherfucking saying, because y'all motherfuckers make it seem like, oh, white people wouldn't take them, and white people don't want them, and that's why bullshit. Bullshit, that's cap. I told y'all, this whole movement of trying to reclassify biracials and everything else from being called black and being called biracial, black people did not start that shit. That shit was pushed mainly by motherfucking Becky. Let's talk motherfucking about it. I told y'all before, Becky around the 1980s got tired of having kids that was identifying as black, and they felt like they was being squeezed out, and they didn't feel like they was a part of their child's life and everything else, this, that, and the third. So they went on campaigns in the 80s to try to get their kids, their mixed kids, their biracial kids, to reclassify as biracial. So that way they can identify as black and white, not just black. Because Becky knew that the one drop rule was complete bullshit. And Becky was like, why are we calling our kid black when that kid is half of me? Right? So this is a movement that Becky started, like I said, I told y'all this in the past, in the 1980s. This is where it all started. Her trying to be a part of her child's life. And because think about it, if you're a Becky, you having a kid with a black motherfucker, you just had a black baby. But you're a white person. Right? That shit wasn't sitting well with the Beckys. So Becky wanted to reclassify them as biracial. This was not the evil black man. This was not them no good darkies. Right? These race purist ass motherfucking weird. It wasn't us. Don't blame us. Because y'all love to blame us for all y'all problems.
And Raylena Joseph and others, which contradicts this. That is that white women not wanting their offspring with black fathers to be taken off into blackness helped push this biracial category in the late 80s, early 90s. But we of older generations born before then would likely feel what I've highlighted here in blue. I think, and
I'm glad he pointed out the generational aspect of all this. Because most biracials his age, and I believe he's a Gen Xer, and most biracials his age and older identify as black, right? Like they don't buy into the whole biracial thing, right? Because they wasn't raised in that, right? They was raised with the one drop rule, right? They was raised their whole life identifying as black, calling themselves black, embracing being called black, right? These are the Gen X's, the boomers, yada, yada, yada. But then you get to the millennials, right? And like I said, this was the Beckys. These were the Beckys of these kids that was pushing this, and they was pushing this idea on their millennial biracial kids. So these millennial biracial kids is growing up with a different mindset than the older biracials grew up with, which was they was black, and that was just that. But when the millennials came around, these Beckys were built different. These Beckys, the parents of these millennials was telling their kids, no, you're not black, you're biracial, right? You're biracial. And that's why most of the millennials and Zoomers that you hear online, they don't necessarily be so quick to call themselves black. They actually understand this whole concept of biracial and embrace it, right? They prefer it, right? And to be honest with you, they're correct. Let's keep it a motherfucking buck. Let's keep it a buck. So like I said, it's definitely a generational thing. Younger biracials really don't have a problem with motherfucking biracials saying biracial. Matter of fact, they themselves identify as biracial. But older biracials, they got smoke. They got smoke, right? So it depends on what biracial you're talking to, right? What kind of response you will get. Depends on the age. But let's continue.
The point, I think, so I'm happy to, we'll continue the conversation. I'll look in the comments for sure if you think I've interpreted that part right or wrong. Now, the next part of this is where we also diverge here, because the next part of this article is all of the setting and all of the context is in white settings where the black and so-called mixed people are the few. And so my context and setting is very different where the context is black. So it does change some of this, but what was happening here was, well, with that difference understood, let me just share this part here, because I do think it is of some interest. At a dinner party last summer, I sat next to a man who, like me, had a black father and a white mother. He asked me if I had grown up identifying as black. I told him yes. I sensed even as I said it that I'd wandered into a trap. And I know I felt that before. Definitely felt that before. But never in this setting, because I don't do this. Ever since I was about 18, 19, I remember making a conscious, I'm not doing this in white settings because of what we see happening here. Indeed, I had barely finished my sentence when, with great excitement, he pointed at me and addressed the white man to his left. See, he said, as I was explaining to you earlier, the slave mentality is still with us. He told his dinner companion that I was evidence of this point. The fact that a person as clearly diluted as me, still identified as black, meant that we as a culture were still subscribing to the old one-drop rule. I could feel the eyes of the other dinner guests.
Yep. And there you go, family. There you go. Old boy blasted him, right? It was like, see, there you go. Motherfuckers in this country still subscribe to that old white supremacist one-drop rule narrative. And yes, we do, unfortunately. Motherfuckers love this one-drop rule shit, right? They might as well kiss that white man ass. If it wasn't for that white man, they wouldn't even be thinking the way they think. They wouldn't even think the way they think about that white man. They need to bow down and kiss that white man ass for blessing them with their mixed babies. Kiss their ass for being the motherfucking stepdaddy. That's what I want you motherfucking black men to do. Kiss their ass for being a stepdaddy to their motherfucking kids. Congratulations. Black woman, you one dropping, kiss Becky ass. Kiss Becky ass for creating all these motherfucking mulattoes. Bow down to Becky. Since you love them so motherfucking much, you couldn't make no motherfucking mulatto without them. So motherfucker, you must love them. You can't love mulattoes and hate white people. You can't tell that. That don't even make sense. I be hearing motherfuckers talk about they hate white people and then turn around and love motherfucking mulattoes. How is that any different than acting like you just militant pro-black and having a Becky? How is that any different? You're talking all this, you hate white people shit, but you're messing with their seeds. You're literally messing with their kids, but you hate white people. How does that work? That don't even make sense. It don't even make sense. Real quick, let's see. Shout out to Ron. I appreciate that. Shout out to you for the cash app. Real quick.
Donations. Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
All right. Shout out to Ron. I appreciate that. But yeah, let's get back into it, family.
It's all white on us, the camera rolling. The episode of the show was called Mulatto Against Mulatto. The man at the dinner party had mistaken my blackness for something born of trauma and slavery and loss. He'd also turned race in a strange way back into a hard science of percentages. In his effort to dispel the one-drop rule, he'd created a different rule, the 50% rule. The truth we are always forgetting is that race has never been about science or math or blood quantum. Race is not real in the biological sense, but is born of history, economics, memory, kinship, political alliance, culture, and
race is biological. You motherfuckers cannot get around it. Y'all can, yeah, it's no, like, you cannot get around it. You can't. Y'all can't get around it logically. You can't get around it scientifically. Y'all cannot. Y'all try, it doesn't work. The social sciences get cooked. When y'all try to say it's not biological, I pull up all kinds of evidence to disprove that. You can't get around it. You can't get it. It's a reason why you can identify a black person from a white person. If that's not biological, I don't know what is. Like, again, what is black? That's all I'm gonna start asking you one drop is and just watch your whole worldview crumble with that one simple question that you won't be able to answer, independent of genetics. You cannot answer that question independent of genetics. You can't do it. You can't do it. I don't give a fuck how much word salad you try to hit me with. You can't do it. Let's continue.
We are always forgetting is that race has never been about science or math or blood quantum. Race is not real in the biological sense, but is born of history, economics, memory, kinship, political alliance, culture, and perhaps especially language. History forms and reforms meaning. Context matters. Declaring people like Miss Harris not black, even debating the truth of mixed people's assertion that we are the ones who get to describe ourselves in all our complexity, is to once again reduce race to something mathematically quantifiable and to turn mixed race people into specimens who must be lectured by others on what we truly are.
Now listen, that's called my boy.
It is to once again reduce race to something mathematically quantifiable and to turn mixed race people into specimens who must be lectured by others on what we truly are.
Race is quantifiable to a certain degree, depending on what your set standard is, and that's the part that is debatable, right? Like, at what point is this person black and no longer black and shit like that, right? That's the part, that's the social construct. That's the social construct that people speak of, right? What's the cutoff point? At what point is somebody no longer black? That's the social construct. But that social construct is centered around genetics, motherfuckers. Genetics. Let's keep it a motherfucking stat. You can't get around it. You can't get around it. Your entire social construct that you're working off of is centered around genetics. Can't get around it.
That definitely resonates with me. I definitely feel that part. I've made this point before. People have seen me, and because they see me, they feel that they have an authority and a right, and even the need, even the duty to confer a label upon me, as was done by this brother on Twitter, who again starts off by saying, I didn't even know he was mixed. I used to rock with him. Then I learned his mother was white. Now I can't mess with him anymore because I can't trust him. Not based on any behavior, act, or work. And with the need and authority to be able to say he is or is not. Now, we know what it is. New York Times, liberal author, condemning and using Donald Trump and all white settings to justify and defend Kamala Harris. So I get that, because there's no need or less need for the New York Times to engage the black community on the question of whether or not Kamala is black. There is more a need to convince white America that she can be accepted as a first black woman candidate, because much like with Obama, it is a version that is comfortable for them in a politics.
Okay, this is more cat. I've already shown articles from the Washington Post during Obama's last run as president, where they polled white America with the question of, do they view Obama as a black man? And at like a 67% clip, it was hovering right around 67% of white America that was polled viewed Obama as not a motherfucking black man. 67% of white America viewed Obama as biracial, motherfucker. And that goes to all the people out there that swear all white people see mixed people as black. So i.e., we should see them as black, because if they see them as black, that means we supposed to see them as black. You know, if they jump off the Brooklyn Bridge, we should too. You know, that dumbass motherfucking mentality. Well, white people still see them as black. You know how many times I hear that shit? White people still see them as black. Well, even if that was true, which is not, but even if that's true, what that got to do with us motherfucking viewing them as black? So we move based off what white people do? So basically, white people tell you who the fuck black and who's not. That's what one droppers are happy with. They happy with white people telling them who's black and who's not. And if a black person try to tell you who's black and who's not, they're going to attack you. They're going to attack you. That's what they're going to do. This is what happens. This is what happens all the fucking time. But let's continue.
She can be accepted as a first black woman candidate, because much like with Obama, it is a version that is comfortable for them in a politics more than an identity that is comfortable for them. And then what this article can do is disassociate how one is judged in terms of their blackness from politics and behavior. So that's not to say that just because you're a political liberal or worse, that one can be disassociated from blackness on that basis. But I think that what has always bothered me, going back to when I talked years ago about Drake and Obama, was that all of the conversation around their relationship to the black community was strictly on the basis of what this author was saying was percentages, and never was it on the basis of political, cultural, behavioral commitment. So part of it is my personal reaction to that comment on Twitter, but I think at least more importantly that there is a methodological flaw here being pointed to that I just wanted to raise as a question in the conversation, initially for us, our patrons, but eventually more broadly. And I do look forward to reading some of the comments here in response to this video. So in sort of putting this video together, thinking about it, I was reminded of a movie I saw some years ago, just on a random, called Little Boxes. And it's about an interracial couple with their biracial son who moved to an all-white community. And the clip from I couldn't find the film and I couldn't find the exact clip, but in the trailer, there is a brief reference to the point that I wanted to bring up here, that goes to the point I was mentioning a little while ago about where I think I disagree. One part where we disagree with the author from the New York Times was the point about those who are mixed being sort of encouraged by their parents to adopt a Black identity because it was understood that the Black community was more open and welcoming because of the one-drop history, et cetera, and so forth. That may have been true up to a point. I think there's been a definite attempt at a shift. I think that, as I mentioned, that shift occurred in the 80s and 90s, had a lot to do with white women with Black children wanting not to be left out and wanting to push, as Jared Sexton and Raylena Joseph and others taught me. They're the ones that pushed for the biracial category that didn't previously exist. And
did y'all hear that? You know, for y'all motherfuckers who love to talk shit about actual Black people, who love to go arguing with actual Black people about this topic, y'all ain't got no smoke for those Beckys. Y'all want to argue with us like we started this shit? Like biracials ain't the ones and white women wasn't the ones out here pushing to get that shit on the fucking census? That was dark skin. That was the darkies, huh? It was the darkies. It was us, huh? Right. Blame us, right? Right. It's easier to blame us, right? Than to blame the motherfuckers who actually did the shit. I know.
And to a point, I think there's been a definite attempt at a shift. I think that, as I mentioned, that shift occurred in the 80s and 90s, had a lot to do with white women with Black children wanting not to be left out and wanting to push, as Jared Sexton and Raylena Joseph and others taught me. They're the ones that pushed for the biracial category that didn't previously exist. And this film, Little Box, is really, there's a scene, oh man, there's at one point the clip that I'm gonna show you is related to an issue in the film where the son, the biracial son, there's this one scene where he's with these two white girls. They're young. They're like, I don't know, not even high school yet. I think they're middle school young, but they're just in that age where they're starting to wanting to be sexual. But the white girl is enamored with the idea that she's got her first Black male experience. Like the town has some Blackness in it. They're so excited and they want him to be all of the stereotypes that they would have ever fantasized or been encouraged to fantasize about what Black men and Black people are. And he's not that. And this definitely resonated with me. I've had so many versions of that in the intervening years where, just like in the film, I'm taken out of a predominantly Black environment. And then from like middle school middle school through high school, not quite as white as this film, but a definitely much more white environment than the initial one. And I did run into this on a number of occasions where white kids would be disappointed if I wasn't living up to their expectations of a stereotypical Black man. So that's part of it. And then in this, there's this conflict, and the son comes home and he's sharing this story. He has a disturbing experience. He comes home, he's talking to his Black father. The white mother walks in and you can see that she's not part of the conversation. And the father and son sort of walk off together to sort of finish their conversation. That's the context for this little clip.
Where have you been, Gina?
I have been working. It's not that easy, being the very pale third wheel between the two of you.
And that's it. But that little line right there, where she felt herself being excluded, that to me, again, unscientific, improperly studied, insufficiently studied, that to me speaks to the point that Joseph and Sexton had been putting me onto some years ago, that I could easily see that. And that the drifting off into an exclusive Blackness is not acceptable or tolerable to, in this case, a white woman who felt like the very pale third wheel. I could easily see that emerging into a movement for biracial categorization and a multiracial identity. All that to say, there is a politics to race of all kinds. And then in this case, in this specific moment, mixed race identity is being preyed upon yet again. All, I think, specifically to the detriment of Black people and the Black experience here in the United States. That is not to say that interracial couples are automatically in and of themselves the anti-Black nightmare. That is not to say that we, the products of those relationships, are the treacherous problem holding Black people back. But it is to say that the very real love some people have, the very loving offspring and experiences that some of those children have is there. But like with all of our backgrounds and all of our identities, there is a broader political context, and there is an attempt to make use of it by that established context, which does have a ruling elite, which is white supremacist and anti-Black and capitalist and patriarchal and so on and so on. So when it sees fissures, when it made value of one drop to protect the exclusivity of a constructed whiteness, it was cool. Now the reorganization of power requires a little bit more flexibility. And then we, that is the mixed, are being invited again to whiteness and anti-Blackness, and having our identities and backgrounds, experiences preyed upon and played upon by.
Oh yeah. I'm glad he admitted that. Yes, biracials are being invited back into whiteness. Right? This ain't 150 years ago. You motherfuckers who stuck with that on that slave mind. You motherfuckers who stuck in slavery times. This ain't that. Biracials are now being invited back into whiteness. And most of them, not all, but I feel safe in saying most of them are taking these motherfuckers up on their offer. Let's keep it a motherfucking stack, shall we? Most of them are taking them up on their offer. Now, mind you, this is a biracial saying this. This ain't a dark-skinned, you know what I mean, evil Black person trying to, practice white supremacy on our own, like you motherfuckers always be talking, you little one-drop weirdos, right? No, this is a motherfucking slap of reality on your ass. This is a biracial saying this shit, admitting that this is the case. This ain't me, because y'all try to make it seem like I'm drawing up some fake-ass conspiracy, like I'm fear-mongering and all this shit. This is a biracial telling you motherfuckers this shit. Let's keep it a fucking buck. You weirdos ain't hearing them, though. Y'all not hearing the biracials, though. Y'all don't hear me either. But you can't gaslight him the way you try to gaslight me with all this silly nonsense and this utopia fuck shit that you motherfuckers like to talk about. That shit is all cap. That shit is all cap. I've proven that many times over the years. Let's keep that a stat. But here you go, biracial admitting it. Admitting it. And y'all gonna step right over it, gloss right past it, act like y'all ain't hear nothing. That's what you weirdos always do.
To protect the exclusivity of a constructed whiteness, it was cool. Now the reorganization of power requires a little bit more flexibility. And then we, that is the mixed, are being invited again to whiteness and anti-Blackness, and having our identities and backgrounds, experiences preyed upon and played upon by everyone else, ultimately for their more, definitely not revolutionary politics. So I just wanted to get into it a little bit. I hope we can have a good conversation around that here. And again, mostly I just want to thank you all for supporting our Patreon and invite you to invite.
All right, family. I just wanted y'all to hear some of that. Because I like to make sure when I talk about this stuff, I let y'all hear what biracials are actually saying, because most of y'all motherfuckers don't talk to biracials about this stuff. Most of the time, the only time y'all see biracials that want to talk to them motherfuckers unless y'all trying to fuck. That's the only thing y'all want to talk to biracials about, fucking. Right? Y'all actually talk to them about real shit. You know what I mean? So I like to motherfucking give them they motherfucking, put their views out there and actually let motherfuckers know I actually support their decision to motherfucking self-identify themselves and not get this label that's been thrown on them by white supremacists, you know what I mean, be the end-all, do-all. So them motherfuckers like, fuck that, we gonna identify ourselves, not no white supremacists. And I ain't mad at them. Black people need to need to follow suit. That's the fuck they need to do. But anyways, let me get ready to drop this link and play this commercial, drop this link, and I'll be right back, family.
Fucked on Wayne Grow while he was in jail, that's conniving. Then get his face tatted like a bitch apologizing. I'm glad D-Rose came home, y'all didn't deserve him neither. From Alondra down to Central, nigga better not speak on Serena. And your homeboy needs subpoena, that predator moving flocks. That name gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. I lean on you niggas like another line of walk. Yeah, it's all eyes on me and I'ma send it up the pot. Ay, put the roll label on me, I'ma get them dropped. Ay, sweet chin music and I won't pass the ox. Ay, how many stocks do I really have in stock? Ay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Ay, devil is a lie, here 69 God. Ay, freaky ass niggas need to stay their ass inside. Ay, roll their ass up like a fresh pack of Zon. Ay, city is back up, it's a must, we outside. Ay. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us.
All right, family. Links out there. Come one, come all. First come, first serve. You already know what it do. You know what I mean? We in a building. Let's see. Let me see what y'all been here talking about. What's this? All right. Okay. I'll deal with that later. All right. Let me see who all came up in here. Whoa, don't hit that. I almost hit the wrong motherfucking shit. Let me see. Shout out to JB, was good. Shout out to Jihad, what's going on? Who else? So Lane is late, as per usual. Who else? Who else in the building? Ah, damn, I was getting trolled up in this motherfucker. Jeez, mulatto motherfucker losing his mind. Who else? Swab was good. Who else? Following the logic was going on. Let's see. Who else came through? Marcel was good. Shout out to everybody else out there might be listening. So slide through. If I missed you, my bad. Yeah, family, but that's what it is. I've been wanting to review that one for some months when it first went down. You know what I mean? Like, but again, I was I think at the time the conversation had kind of shifted a little bit. I didn't want to hyper focus on that shit too long. But I gotta hit y'all motherfuckers, uppercut check y'all motherfuckers real quick, because that Tyla situation kind of triggered me. I was like, you know what? I never did review that other joint. Let me get that shit out the way too. Because again, these biracials, y'all don't talk to these motherfuckers, dog. Y'all really don't talk to them about this stuff. Y'all don't. Y'all listen to a bunch of propaganda from these tragic mulatto stories that's propagandized and everything else to put out there to push a narrative. But y'all don't actually really talk to these motherfuckers. At least not about this. Y'all talk to motherfuckers, like I said, if y'all talk to them, y'all trying to fuck. Y'all motherfuckers got some internalized issues that y'all don't want to talk about. Reason why y'all be having them capes on so goddamn hard most of the time. Internalized issues is a motherfucker. I be trying to peel back the onion on that shit. Y'all motherfuckers, the link not working? All right, give me 1 second. I'll try again. Give me 1 second. I'll try again. Let me make sure. It worked for me. No, it didn't work. No, you're right. It don't work. Okay, well, give me 1 second. I got you.
I got you. Give me 1 second. I gotta pull it up again. Give me 1 second, family. I don't know why that happened. All right. We'll try it again. We'll try it again. Oh, okay. I see what happened. I see what happened. Give me 1 second, family. I see what happened. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm about to put the right link out there this time. 1 second. I just did all this. I'm coming, family. Give me 1 second. I'm coming. Pause. My bad, family. I thought I put the wrong link out there. That's what happened. I thought I had the right link. I had the wrong one. Let's try this again. All right. All right. Make sure I do everything. All right. That should work. That should work. All right. That should work. Try that one. That one should work. All right. There we go. Let me double check. Make sure that should work. Yeah. Yeah, we good. All right, that one works. That's the one. That one worked. My bad, family. Nah, that was me, Lou. That was me. I had the wrong link in there. I don't know why I had that link in there. That shit was crazy. Yeah, I got it. I got you, Elaine. I got the right link now. Let's see. What narrative is being pushed? Damn, what was I just talking about? Just the whole biracial narrative altogether. I forgot what I was just saying. I just got sidebarred with the link. I forgot I was making a premise. But I'm pretty much talking about the whole agenda about that's what I was talking about. I was talking about y'all not talking to the biracials and everything else. And the agenda that's being pushed is biracials are no longer black. Biracials are no longer black. And it's not being pushed by people like me. Right? I mean, at least it's not, I'm not the main pusher of this, right? Like I do push this idea because these biracials need some help. Be honest with you. I'm doing this to assist the mulattoes. So, I'm kind of the buffer because they trying to split away, but black people trying to keep them locked in. So I'm like the buffer. So I'm taking a lot of bullets for these motherfuckers. I hope they appreciate these bullets I be taking. Cause I'll be right here on the front line with this shit. Like these biracials ain't on the front line with this shit. I'm in the front line. I'm right here amongst my motherfucking people telling them that these biracials ain't black. That shit is dangerous. These biracials, they in safe grounds talking this shit. You know what I mean? They behind higher security saying this shit. You know what I mean? Cameras all over the place. They safe. You wanted to jump on early so you can say what you want to say, but then I'm working till midnight. Well, I just dropped the link. I don't know. Oh, you say you working till midnight. I think you Central Time, so yeah, you still got another half hour to go. Mm-hmm. Kyle, what's going on? How you? All right, Elaine, what's going on? How you? mic together.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Okay, now I hear you. There you go. What's going on?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you all right. Yeah, what's going on?
Apparently.
Can you hear me? You can't hear me. I hear you. You don't hear me.
Oh, okay. My bad. I had the YouTube video playing.
Okay, you can hear me now. All right. All right.
I don't know if you remember. Hold on.
Lane trying to get her stuff together. She at work. Forgive her. She gotta get her stuff together. But yeah. Like I was saying, biracials, they totally have distanced themselves from the idea of being black at this point. And again, I'm talking about younger biracials. I'm not talking about Gen Xers or boomers. I'm talking about the younger generation of biracials. They've been taught different. They've been raised a little bit different. Their mindset ain't the same as your older biracial.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, I hear you fine. What's going on? Can you hear me? She still can't hear me. She having problems hearing me. I hear her fine. She having problems hearing me. Let's try this again. You hear me, Elaine? You there? She is struggling tonight. She usually don't have this many problems. Some goddamn iPhones. I bet you it's an iPhone. It's always them goddamn iPhones. Oh, no, my bad. No, I think it's the Androids that fuck up on here. I forget which one fuck up on here. I think it's the Androids. She might have an Android. You there, Lane? She's still getting her shit together.
No, it should be working now.
Okay, I hear you now. There you go. You there? You hear me?
No, you can hear me now.
I hear you. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Oh, that's great. She keep asking me, can I hear her? I hear her fine. Any race got love for black people. Let's see, it's just who, what is it? Just who got shit together and provide plus attractive.
Okay, how about now?
I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay, I couldn't hear it before.
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Yeah,
I heard you, but you couldn't hear me.
Okay, so that was my bad. I just figured I had to do the settings. That was my bad.
Okay.
But what I wanted to say real quick before all the screaming and stuff start is I don't know if you remember a while back, right? The New Possibilities was doing a video where he was complaining about a black woman who was dating a white woman. And I had left a comment saying, how are you going to be mad at a black woman for dating a white woman when you think their kids are black? They're making black kids just like a black woman with a black man, right? They're the same.
Correct.
And I don't know if you remember that, but he did that video responding to my comment. And I realized when he made that comment, when he made that video responding, and in all my conversations with these one-droppers after that, the main thing that they can't let go of is the people they're going to lose. Because the first thing they say is like, what about Obama? And what about Alicia Keys? And what about Mariah Carey? And all these people. It's like, I just realized, like, they just can't stand to lose these people. They have no other logical reason. They're just like, like they don't think black is good enough.
Right.
They don't think the accomplishments of black people are good enough. So they're like, we can't lose these people, or we won't be good. Like we won't be talented if we can't claim Alicia Keys.
Correct. They feel like we can't survive without them, or we'll be diminishing our legacy without them. Pretty much we need them. Like they have this thought process in their head, like we'll be nothing without mulattoes.
I don't know why it took me so long to realize that.
Yeah, it's all feel good. It makes them feel good to feel like mulattoes are black. That's basically all we dealing with is people feeling.
And they must be so hurt right now when the biracials are like, nah, I'm biracial, I'm not black.
Mm-hmm. But it is killing them. It's killing them. It pisses them off when they hear us say it. Because they hear us say it. We the evil darkies that's just trying to, you know, it sound like a bunch of white nationalists and Nazis and all this other silly ass shit. But they're not listening to the mulattoes who's actually saying we're not black. And when they say it, they lose their mind.
It's like they hurt, man. Don't ask them if they okay when they hear a biracial. Like, nah, I'm biracial, I'm not black.
Right. They start saying they don't know who they really are. They self-loathing, all this other little silly shit. Like, come on, man.
And that girl who you started the show off with, I ain't never heard of her, but I looked up her picture. She doesn't look black to me.
Yeah. Yeah, she had a popular song last year. You heard that song, I'm sure. That water song. That water song. She had that water song last year.
I don't know. I don't listen to the radio like that.
Okay. Yeah,
I would look it up and listen to it, but I'm like, she doesn't look black. I don't know why they're so anxious to call her. I mean, I understand why men would, because they may be like, I want to have sex with black women, and if she's black, I might be able to have sex with her.
Right. They want to feel like they having sex with a black woman, even though they're not.
But that is not a black woman.
Right. And
I noticed when
Right.
No, I was gonna say I noticed when I talk about it, like when I talk to black people and say, hey, no matter who you name, I'm still gonna say biracials are not black. Go ahead and tell me, what about Obama? I'm like, still, I'm not going to change my mind based on these accomplished biracial people. They're very accomplished biracial people, and I like them.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, you know, like biracials are a part of Black history, right? Like you can't write Black history and not talk about biracials. But what's wrong with identifying them as biracials? That's what they was. That's what they still is, right? They biracial, right? Like, what's the problem with that? I don't understand the problem with that. But they take issue with like just identifying them as biracial. They told us you stripping away their blackness. How am I stripping away their blackness by acknowledging that they have whiteness as well?
Hey, if we're stripping away blackness, though, I mean, can't we take away Candace Owens and Jesse Lee Peterson?
I can't take their blackness away. I can't take away them. They black, like they black. Like I can't take I can't take away your genetics. Like I'm not some evil mad scientist over here where I can just fuck with your genetics, right? No, they have black in them, right? Like so they have black. I can't take that blackness away from them. I'm not taking blackness away from them by acknowledging they have something other than just blackness. And they will tell you this. They tell people all the time. I'm mixed with this and I'm mixed with that. But then when we call them mixed, they lose their mind. It's like, wait, what? How does that work? Like,
and it's the black people getting more upset than even like the biracial people now. Even like the older biracial people, they're just like, okay, yeah, I guess it's whatever, you know.
Yeah.
And it's the black people who are like, how dare you? Because even when I talk to the Gen Xers, the 50, year old black biracial people, they're like, yeah, whatever. That's what it is now. They're not mad or trying to hold on to, it's the older black people who are just so mad about it.
Yeah.
Which makes me more sad when I realize that they think we're going to be diminished, and I realize that black people are fighting harder for biracials to be black than biracials are.
Exactly. Because they're the main ones. They're the main ones pushing that they're biracial and not black. So yeah, this is black people that's mainly fighting for this hard, like for a white supremacist ideology.
I know, and it makes it so much sadder, right? Because if biracials were, no, I'm black, how dare you tell me I'm not black? I'd be like, well, you should want to be black because it's better, but when it's black people, it's like, why can't y'all think that y'all are enough?
Mm-hmm.
to not be that way.
Right.
I've never had anybody else get so offended. Even like when I tell white people, I'm like, no, I don't consider Obama the first black president. He's the first biracial president.
Correct. He's the first president that had a black parent.
He's the first one that had a black parent. So he's the first partially black.
Right. That, but we still have not had a black president yet.
I probably won't.
Yeah, it won't be in my lifetime. I ain't gonna ever live to see a person with two black parents to be president. That ain't happening. It'll be a long time before you see my uncle is motherfucking president. It'll be a while before you see that. Much less somebody with two black parents. Shit.
Hey, you gotta allow Trump to see the next president because he declared himself king. So you're gonna have to outlive him and see the next president if it's president.
And then you got the spook behind the door ass motherfuckers who like to talk about how we could use the mulatto, the whole racial uplift mentality, the W.E.B. Du Bois mentality, where we use the mulattoes to get on the inside and change the system for black people and all this other that bullshit they've been doing for over 100 years.
But why would they do that though?
They have been doing that shit for over 100 years. The shit still ain't fucking work. But then the funny thing is, like, we doing this shit, but when we do this, what we're saying is that you at a disadvantage if you got two black parents. Because you got two black parents, there's a cap, right? There's a cap. You ain't gonna get to so high in this food chain if you got two black parents. Because
if you believe that, then why don't you fight?
Right, because even if a black person does rise up and accomplish some things, it's going to end up being a mulatto, quote unquote, right? Because all the black people got to step to the back burner and let the mulatto guy try to do it because the philosophy is they got a better shot at doing it than somebody with two black parents. So basically, what we're doing is we're setting a cap on anybody with two black parents. You can't get to so high in this system, this caste system that we're supporting.
And if you believe that, why are you fighting harder for biracials to be black instead of fighting to separate them so that we can rise higher? I'm not saying if I believe it or not that there's a cap on having two black parents. I'm saying if you believe that, why is your fight to make sure that biracials are included in black instead of separated? That would seem more advantageous if they were separated. Nothing against the biracials. I'm not saying that. I'm just
yeah. But people are happy with a cap. And see, and they know it's a cap. That's why these motherfuckers be wanting to make biracial kids. Because they don't want their kids to have that cap.
Doing everything but trying not to have it.
Crazy.
But to get rid of the cap. And you know what's crazy? Because that about the white women fighting for biracial people to be called biracial. I didn't know that until very recently, like weeks ago. And then I thought, so everybody is trying to fight for biracials to be biracials, and the only people who are saying they're black is black people. So all we had to do was let it go. All black people have to say, they're biracial.
White people aren't,
and then they won't be represented in the mirror.
Right, white people are not the ones holding on to this shit. They're not, because so when black people say, well, you gotta understand the one drop rule in this country. Yeah, I understand what the one drop rule is. Why are you still upholding it? White people don't even uphold that shit no more. Why are you still upholding that shit?
It's like we're the only ones. If we just said, hey, we don't recognize them as black, they couldn't put a biracial person in front of us to say, hey, here's your black person.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do now, is get the biracial and be like, hey, we have a black actress. And then
they get some actors and put her in blackface and have her play fucking
Nina Turner.
Nina Simone.
You know what's her name?
Nina Simone.
Nina Simone, that's her name.
Yeah.
And we're like, we're so mad that happened. But it's like, look at what you're saying, though. You're the reason that happens.
Yeah.
You can't blame nobody else but you that kind of thing happens. And
That's
seeing
fact.
that we're fighting the hardest for it, I can't wait till the older generations in a few years, when the older generations have got Alzheimer's and forgot, that we can see a black person and say, a biracial, and be like, hey, why is there no black people? You got only biracials, and that's not fair. Because as long as we're calling them black, we can't do that. When it may or may not be the truth. That's what makes me so upset about the whole biraciality and black thing. Because I disagree or have different opinions on some other stuff you talk about, like the gay thing. It's just like, I don't care enough about it to argue about it.
Yeah.
It's just like,
I definitely got smoke for that too, but yeah.
no, it's just like, I mean, I don't care enough to argue about it. I don't know you like that or care about it at all. It doesn't seem to affect me, so I don't care that much.
Politically, it does. Maybe not socially. Maybe not socially because you ain't currently got any kids, and you only deal with them if you choose to, right? So socially, it doesn't affect you, but politically, it does. Because their agendas are weaved in with ours.
No, the agenda is to declare them as, what I think the agenda is, just based on my work and personal life, is to have a bunch of gay people who even maybe black who identify as gay first and say, hey, it's diverse, without having any straight black people. And the gay people are they over sympathize with the white people. So it's like, I don't know how to say, filling up their ranks, people who were going to side with them, because the gay black people are going to be more into being with white people than they are with black people. If it came to a vote for a black law or a white law, they'd be like, I would vote with the white people.
Yeah,
gays
gays
tend
tend
to
to
be
be very
gay.
white adjacent. They tend to be very white adjacent. I agree.
That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, white adjacent. That's what I was trying to say. They're white adjacent. And so the agenda is to fill up everything with them. But other than that, I can't say that I care super much about it.
Yeah, but that agenda is actually deeper than that. Like that gender stuff go deep. That gender stuff. Pause.
And it's such a small percentage of the population, even so.
Yeah, but they powerful though. They powerful.
It's a small, loud minority.
Yeah, with power though. They're a powerful minority, kind of like the small hats. Small hats a powerful minority, right?
Are they a minority? They're just white people.
Yeah, well, I mean, as an ethnic group in this country.
I know. I didn't recognize them as an ethnic group.
Yeah,
Never seen Jewish on a race farm.
They white. They're white, but they're just just like Italians are specific white and Irish are specific white. Same thing with small hat.
That's just white now. No one cares. I don't know that.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I feel you.
Like I can't pick out a white person versus a Jewish person. You put them next to each other, I wouldn't be able to say, I think he's Jewish because of such and such.
All right, let's say Asians.
They can just be like,
let's say Asians. Asians got very small numbers in politics, right? Like you do not see a lot of Asian politicians, but they got a lot of power though.
Okay, I can see them having a little bit of power. That's because they got people who are willing to argue for them. The black organizations are just like, just acknowledge us.
Yep.
I see you in your black outfit. That's so nice. That's all you got to do. Be like, I have hot sauce like Beyonce, so that's enough. That's not the Asian's fault. No, that black people accept mediocrity from their representatives.
Well, I mean, our representatives shouldn't be fucking entertainers. Like
politicians. What about
agents ain't sending Jackie Chan out to try to push policy. You know what I mean? Like that's not what's going on. Like, but when it comes to our community, we look to our celebrities for advice and to be our leaders and every freaking thing else. It's disgusting.
And we need Cardi B to interview the politicians. This, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like we got our
black representative.
We got our heads stuck in the stars. We don't understand entertainers are just that, entertainers. So why we try to make them more than that, I don't know. The entertainer worship is annoying too. Like, oh, geez. Somebody get boy. If you ever make a song and that song end up becoming somebody's favorite song, they are going to deify you. You can't do no wrong in their motherfucking eyes. They are going to ride with you till the wheels fall off. You different. You're not even like you're different than human. You're a superhuman. Right? You're a better human. You got like you're a mutant. Like you're different, right? Like, they gonna put you on a pedestal just because you made a song.
Like Queen Beyonce.
Yeah, just because you made a song they like. Just because you made a song, you could have been the biggest asshole in the world. Could have had all kinds of great charges. Could have motherfucking beat up your mother. And you know, I mean, it's like robbed your grandfather and all kinds of with it. You could have been the biggest asshole in the world, but you made a song that this motherfucker like, and all that. After all you know is he made a song he liked that you like, and the motherfucker sat up there and somebody accused him of doing all these things I just said. All that motherfucker got to do is say they lying on me. They trying to take a good black man down. And that motherfucker who made that motherfucker who loved your song so much is going to ride with you because you did a song he liked. That's all it takes. Like that's all it takes. Entertain motherfucker.
You can't just listen to the song and say that song is dope, but he's a bad person.
Yeah, they can't separate the two.
Like Will Smith is a good actor, but he's crazy.
Right. Dope song equals good person to them. And bad person equals bad song. Because I done heard people shit on people on their songs because they don't like it. And it's like, okay, that's dumb. Yeah, that has nothing to do with whether or not the song is good, whether you like it, you know, whether you like them or not, doesn't matter whether or not the song is good. And that song being good don't matter whether or not they're a good or bad person. Right? Like you gotta separate the two.
Oh, you know what? That makes me think a tweet. Like when her first song came out, Oops Oh Mine, when I was like in junior high, everybody loved that song. And then when they played the video on Flavor TV, everyone was like, "Ah, she's ugly. I don't like her no more." Like you was jamming the song before you knew what she looked like.
Right.
Before they played the video.
Now they don't like it because they don't like the way she looked. That's crazy.
I remember I was like, "No, I still like you."
Girl, wasn't that Touch Myself, girl? Was that Touch Myself, girl?
It was a self-love song, yes.
Yeah. Yes, I remember that. Yeah. Pookie, what up?
What up with it, Psycho? Hey, Eileen, how you doing, Eileen?
I don't know why he say Eileen like it's a white name, but that's okay. What's up, Pookie?
That usually is.
First of all, Eileen is a white name, but Eileen is spelled with an A, not an E. It's Elaine.
Oh, okay, Elaine. You know I'm country. Forgive me. I'm sorry. You know, Elaine. Shout out to you, Elaine. What up with it, Psycho?
What's the word, Pookie? How you?
Nah, shit, man. I had looked at your playback from. I don't even know what you're talking about tonight. I don't even give a fuck. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm just stuck on your other shit from the other night.
You still stuck on the other night, huh?
I didn't catch it fresh. I didn't catch it live and shit like that. I had watched the replay back at work and shit, man. Nigga, I was dying laughing. Hey, but who ain't holding no L for no Jimmy Groove? You got life like fucked up.
You talking Hoover shit? I said that too. I was like, yeah, Pookie must not be here. Pookie be going crazy right now. I just said Hoover's got hold of hell. Pookie be like, hell no, we ain't holding no up.
Nah, I ain't holding no L for that. Man, that nigga weird. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It was a lot of L's that night, bro. It was a lot of
Man, you should have titled that shit. Like, nigga, you should have titled that shit. Nigga, come hold your L, pause. So there was a lot of L's being given out that night. I ain't lying, man. I just didn't know how bad it was until I watched the replay. And I'm like, oh yeah, my nigga cooked tonight. That shit, hey, that was a great stream, my nigga. Good shit. And good for exposing Kumbaya.
Yeah,
that coon. Like we knew something wasn't right with that motherfucker, cause that motherfucker was always weird.
Always weird. Abdul was always a weird motherfucker. Like I called that shit a long time ago. Like, yo, this motherfucker is weird. Like, this is a performance. Like I thinking that shit. Like, yo, that shit is a performance, dog. Like, that shit is not real. Like, the motherfucker would get up there and start talking like, I'm Black Power, I'm a Black Power Sergeant General of the movement, and blah blah. And she would start going these little performances and this little monologue. Like, what is you talking about? Like, this shit.
But look though, Pete, he'll switch his whole talking point up when it's a motherfucking coon up on that motherfucker that he was attracted to. Like, whenever we were talking pro-black shit and we would be dominating with the pro-black shit, his ass would be with that motherfucking pro-black shit. Then when it was a coon that he was attracted to, he'll switch up his shit to some coon Republican talking point shit.
I bet you that's why that motherfucker left these spaces when he left these spaces, because we was going in on the fruitcakes.
Yeah. Straight
and
up.
that whole time he probably was feeling uncomfortable. Damn motherfucker, we was going in those.
Straight up.
Pause.
Yeah, Paul, you motherfucking right.
He should have played the role.
You know, I
He should
ain't
have went
no
into
Paul ass nigga for every sentence I got to say, but I'm just saying, when we talking about this shit, nigga, we pausing. Straight up. Like,
he should have played the role. He shouldn't have stopped. He should have just kept going and let y'all talk.
Yo, that motherfucker did
talk about it. Weird.
He played it for years. The motherfucker, like this motherfucker just finding out about this shit. The Europeans found out about this shit. That's what she get fucking around them crazy ass Europeans.
Yeah, but I don't know, Psycho. That's what kind of makes it bad, because I feel like we should have exposed that shit, not them crackers.
Well, shit.
Although I do like when I was listening at the playback, you know what I'm saying? I was listening to that jazz and shit.
I don't know if I wanted to go through all that to try to expose that. Like, I don't know if I wanted to dig that deep, boss.
You ain't lying.
I'm kind of glad there was a sacrificial dummy. Somebody had to edit that video. That video that created that shit. Somebody had to edit that. It wasn't me, motherfucker. Somebody had to edit that motherfucker. I'm glad somebody else caught that bull. It's like it done that shit.
Cause once we get to the editing process, I'm gonna start to question, like, I don't know. I don't think I want my name attached to no shit like straight up. You ain't lying, cuz. Like, yeah, you got me fucked up, man. Like, yeah, we'll let the white boys be the sacrificial lambs on this.
Yeah, y'all handle the dirty work. I'll take care of the dirty work and I'll clean up later.
Nigga, Paul. I ain't going in that deep. Paul, you right. Paul.
And I'll give you your credit. You go ahead and do it. That was kind of nasty.
Man,
I'll report on it. I'll do the report on it. But yeah, you go do the investigative reporting.
Right, you do the investigation, and I report on your investigation. Straight up. But man, like, I'm glad that shit was exposed though. Come like, man, at the end of the day, man, we was been saying this, like, not only just her or that, it ain't even whatever it is, I don't know. Whatever it is, like, not only was we calling that motherfucker out though, we was calling a lot of other motherfuckers out. You know what I'm saying? So shit, like, that's
man,
why I'm like,
old content age well, nigga. The motherfucker. Yeah. I tell motherfuckers all the time, my shit age well, nigga.
Your content, nigga, the content and the talking points of, you know what I'm saying, from yourself and the people that fucks with you. You know what I'm talking about? All that shit age well as far as that shit go. Come in, that motherfucker was a super coon, a weirdo, and I knew I couldn't put my finger on what the fuck was wrong with that motherfucker, but I knew something wasn't right with that motherfucker.
Right.
And like y'all was saying in the stream, you knew the motherfucker was a catfish. Now, at the very least, I knew the motherfucker was a catfish.
Yeah.
What kind of catfish? I didn't know, but
Right.
I did know the motherfucker was a catfish.
I'd be lying if I said I thought it was a man. I was wondering if it was a Becky at one point in time because that was all the
I ain't think it was a Becky.
I was wondering if the motherfucker. I was like, I questioned if the motherfucker was biracial because the motherfucker was making the claim that he was biracial, and I questioned that, and I was right about that too. I was right to question that because
I remember that motherfucker saying he was biracial.
Yeah, motherfucker was saying that. I questioned that. I questioned a whole lot of shit. Like I never questioned whether I was a woman though. I didn't think it was. I didn't think along those lines. My mind didn't even go there. But I definitely, I might have joked around with it because I think I joked around with that with him and motherfucking Jessica X. Like y'all fuck around, find out that's a dude, y'all really be fucking pissed off. Like maybe like joking around like that.
Yeah. Because I did that. I did that a lot with both of them. I did that a lot with both of them, but not with just what anybody that would do that shit and talk that any female that I would see on this motherfucker that would talk that coon shit. But wouldn't show they face or hide behind an avatar, then hell yeah, I'm automatically like just by instinct gonna think you a gay man or a transgender or some sort because you're like it's beneficial for you as a gay man to motherfucking or a gay woman to motherfucking like cause division amongst the gender within our community and shit like that because that's part of your section for gratification. That make that like you know what I'm saying. That can make you feel more sexually gratified if the genders are divided. But straight motherfuckers ain't going for that shit. Motherfuckers ain't gay and motherfuckers ain't with that bullshit. Ain't going for that shit. We see you motherfuckers for what the fuck you was and in the divisionist tactics that you're employing into our community. We see that shit for what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of a hard thing to do, right? Y'all can't just see. It's easier, like if a man was giving off weird vibes to be like, you act like a bitch. To be like to say you act like a woman, right? But to say to a woman, are you a man? That's rude. It's like a lot of straight men are not just gonna come out and be accusing women of being men.
Right. That's not something you just
He's
ask.
lying. I will. I ask him all. If you look and you act him like, fuck that. Man, is you a man?
I
you
see
can
why.
only tell me yes or no, and by your reaction, it's gonna let me know everything I need to know by the way you react to it. I'm gonna fuck you offended or not.
I still think you too nice, Pookie.
I see why the motherfucker didn't use the real pictures though. That motherfucker, like I said, that motherfucker looked like a 2-guard, dog. That motherfucker,
yeah, man. Hey, that was spot on too, Psycho. When you said that shit, that motherfucker do look like a 2-guard. At the very least, a big point guard. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that shit was spot on. You said that shit.
That was like he's about 6'4" or some shit. That dude ain't no small motherfucking paws.
And then the name Abdul Rashid.
No,
what was it? Abdul
Rashid. Abdul Sharif Rashid. You can't write this shit, bro. That motherfucker got the most niggerous name on the planet. Up here acting like a woman.
Hell no.
You can't get a more nigga name than that, bro. Abdul Sharif Rashid.
I'm tripping, man.
Yo, if you were just taking applications at HR, you worked in the HR department, you were just looking at applications and you were just going through like, Mary, Joseph, and Brenda, what you call it? Let's see, who's this right here? Abdul Sharif.
Oh, that's a straight nigga right there. I know that's a whole nigga.
Oh, okay.
That's a 6'2" nigga.
I wonder what race this dude is. Said nobody.
Nobody. No guy. That's a whole 6'2" nigga. He probably got 3 or 4 baby. If I read the name, I'm gonna say, oh, that nigga got like 3, 4 baby mamas. He's 6'2". Probably can slap box like a motherfucker.
Word up. That motherfucker probably got hands, bro. Paul. I gotta be careful talking shit to that motherfucker for that one.
Well, when you gonna talk shit, you gotta at least be prepared when you talk shit. Don't go in and underestimate nothing. At least be prepared when you go in talking shit, my nigga. That's all I'm saying. Oh,
well, if he in his alter ego, you can't hit him. If he in his alter ego, you can't hit him.
They gonna call it a rape. They gonna call it a hate crime. You right. Straight up.
I don't know. Trump back in office now. I don't know. He might have got rid of all that hate crime shit.
Temporarily.
Hey, you know what? He lowered sexual assault. He lowered sexual assault against them. So.
Shit, I ain't gonna get me no goddamn essay charge of that motherfucker.
Well, no, he did that to like
essay. None of that shit. Like he doesn't.
Nah, it was to remove like the EEO protections that they have and the protection they have in schools. So he removed or decreased the sexual assault rules just pertaining to them.
Yeah, I ain't mad at that because that shit was outrageous. That shit was like retarded. Like, especially when they already had laws and provisions to protect them that was sanctioned up under all Americans, but those that he's removing some of those special laws and special policies that they don't deserve, didn't earn, and they don't even make no fucking logical sense at the end of the day. Because especially if you're protected under the Civil Rights Act in and of itself, like I can't just discriminate against you just because of your sex anyway. So all this other shit is just special rights and special policies that unnecessary.
Yeah, and see, I don't care enough about it to be like, oh, I'm mad at Trump about the transgender thing or removing T from the federal websites and saying that they can be discriminated against.
Right.
Okay, but I was going to ask y'all, right? I was going to come up that night, but that's all I had to say was like, everybody was saying, because I saw some other videos on the person, and everybody was like, well, I knew something was off. Do y'all think that could be that y'all thought it was a man, but y'all were too nice to say? Was you born a woman?
I honestly, I never thought man. I just, I'll be lying if I say I thought it was a dude. I knew that wasn't that person in that avatar. That's right. All I knew. That's all I knew. That wasn't that person. I was expecting, as obsessed as it was over biracials, I expected it to be dark skinned. I definitely expected that because it was obsessed over this biracial stuff. Because every time they put a fake picture up, it was always this ambiguous looking person. And I'm like, this is probably a dark skinned person. I experienced that before back in the day. Not the person trying to catfish me, but it got these racially ambiguous pictures, and it was a whole dark skin. So like this is like commonplace. So like I figured it was a dark skinned person. I thought it was a girl though. I didn't thought it was a woman. I thought that's what it was. I thought it just like it was just probably just a dark skinned chick who was insecure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie. I thought she was a fat girl that had like a stroke or some shit, or had like something wrong with her face or something wrong with her body, and just didn't want to show like the discrepancies in that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I thought she was like a fat, light-skinned girl that probably had a stroke or some shit, that just had one of her sides of her body fucked up and shit like that. So I feel that's why she used a little avatar and shit like that. But I really didn't know for sure. I didn't care to, you know what I'm saying, put a whole lot of thought into it, to be actually honest with you, because wrote her off as a fucking coon and a retard, a slow tart, somebody that's slow and retarded as hell.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? So I just like never paid it too much attention after that. I'm like, yeah, this is a motherfucker that obviously have self-esteem issues and a coon. So I ain't got no business paying no attention to this person.
yeah.
So kind of just didn't even think about it. Just like
Right.
Yeah, just an annoying ass troll. This annoying troll used to get on my last nerves.
Straight up.
Like just come on, like
I wonder if they're gonna respond.
We'll just hit the panel and do the most goofy shit and just start like just interrupt the conversation, just blurting out shit in the middle of motherfuckers talking and start, like I said, start purring and moaning and weird shit on the fucking panel.
Yeah, she do that old weird.
Kind of like Mook.
Yeah. Well, the impulse control.
Mook is a different type of weirdo.
Yeah, they both got the same
I fuck with Mook, though. I like Mook, but Mook is crazy as hell. But he's a different type of a weirdo than her.
Yeah, I'm saying they both got the same impulse control problem. They'll just start blurting shit out in the middle of people talking. Yeah, they both got that going on.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Hey, but look though, I seen Big J over there live though before I clicked on your shit though. I said, you know what I'm saying, cause I had watched your stream yesterday earlier and shit like that. And he, you know what I'm saying, his name was brought up a lot in the stream. And I do remember Big J being a big caper for this motherfucker and shit like that. So like 5 or 10 minutes before I clicked on your shit, I had to go on click on this shit to see what he was talking about, man. To see if he addressed it or anything like that.
And he probably didn't.
Yeah, he kind of sort of did. But I ain't gonna, like, I can't really just say what all he said necessarily because it was like I skimmed through it and he was like addressing comments, like the parts that I scammed through, he was only like addressing comments that was up out of the chat. And you know, Big J, like he get the babbling on and get the being annoying and shit. So I just really, after about 10 minutes, like I clicked off because he really wasn't directly addressing.
He don't want to because he was up on here. They said in the chat he was up on here telling people that goddamn Abdul gave him head and shit.
What? Oh, I said, nah, I didn't know this.
Yeah, he was running around here telling people that shit before all this shit came out. Yeah.
Yo, Psycho, what we doing? Hey, yo.
What's going on, son? What's going on?
Hey, what up with it, man?
What's the word, son?
No, we gotta bring that nigga up to the carpet. Hell no, cause he try to hide from pro-black. You know he got this whole look. Last time before I had them goddamn picked up on this shit, what was that, about a year ago or something? Well, it probably ain't been a whole year, but almost a year ago. You know what I'm saying? He said the worst people that's in social media spaces, I'm paraphrasing, of course, because I can't remember exactly what he said in the title, but I know he said like the 3 worst people in social media spaces is your pro-black /
yeah, I remember him saying that dumb shit.
Yeah, that weird ass.
Yeah. They say pro-blacks, the sisterhood, and
the sisterhood. Yeah, I can't remember what. I think it was like white supremacists
now,
or
if he had it MAGA whites, I could agree.
Yeah.
I think he did have them.
Yeah, like, but they like number 3 on his list though.
Where you hear some
he had pro-blacks number 1.
Yeah, we're number 1 on his list though. We're number 1 on his dumb ass. Like he's one of them dumbass niggas that need to be beat the fuck up for real.
I don't pay them goofy niggas no mind, man, because I know we got bigger fish to fry. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like we just got off the topic of talking about politics and whatnot, and I'm telling people my issue with Donald Trump, it ain't DEI, it ain't none of this other bullshit. It's deregulation, bro. Like, if you're gonna deregulate, and I'm not blaming the plane
That's my
crashes.
problem with him.
I'm not blaming the plane crashes that we've had on him. What I'm saying is, if under Joe Biden, right, things were pretty regulated, and we still had walls flying off of planes, deregulating, allowing Boeing to cut costs and do even more. That's only gonna hurt us. It's not gonna benefit the actual consumer, white or black. My thing with us now, if you got an issue with Trump, make it something that, because he gives us enough that all Americans can disagree.
Thanks.
Dig what I'm saying? Deregulation is something I personally have a problem.
Yeah, you know, deregulation is nothing but that's just, you know what I'm saying, oligarchy language that I don't want to follow rules because I feel like I'm too rich to. I motherfucking provide you and your family the opportunity to eat. So therefore, I don't have to fucking follow nobody rule, including your American government that y'all all vote for.
Nah, that was.
Let's just be real with that shit. That's what deregulation all translate to. Motherfucking rich people and corporations not want to follow rules and regulation to keep them in line from exploiting us.
That was a very conscious. That was a very conscious layman's way of breaking it down, and I don't disagree with that. Right? My thing is, let's look at the real effects that deregulation has.
We know what the effects are gonna be. We know what the effects. Come on, we know what the effects gonna be.
I don't think people do. I don't think people associate deregulation with the housing crisis in the 90s, where a lot of folks either lost their job or their home.
Or the area in mid 2000s. But you're absolutely right.
The cause of that was deregulation.
Regulation. Bad.
Right. So when Trump says, I'm going to be the deregulator, drill, baby, drill, these are the things I have fundamental problems with.
Now, that's an issue. That's why I was saying that's why I was talking about earlier when you kept getting on fucking planes. I'm like,
hey, yo, Blue, fuck out of here, man. Don't try to
what
come
up with it,
agree
Blue?
with me now.
What up with it, cuz?
What's good?
Hey, yo, Psycho, we bringing our beef across the street. But go ahead, Blue.
Nah, like real life. That's why I kept telling him, like, I agree with you. I'm like, it's just too early to put plane crashes on Trump, bro. That's a lie. But
I agree with that, Blue. Yeah, you can't do that.
That's
crazy.
This is the thing, right?
Window jumping.
This is the thing, Psycho. Hold on, Blue. Hold on, because you cut me off. I never put the plane crashes on Trump. What I said was this. Planes were crashing under Biden.
If you
while things were
and then
planes were crashing
I never said
while things were regulated. If you are talking about deregulating, you are talking about making it easier for corporations to cut costs and put the population at more risk. I'm not blaming Trump. I'm saying his policy isn't going to help. And in 4 years, you're going to see I was right. That was the point I was making. I was never goofy enough to say Trump is responsible for these planes crashing. He hasn't had enough time.
For the sake of the conversation, I'm going to let that slide so we can move forward. This is what I'm saying, though. What you was just stating, I think that is an issue. That's why I say shit like, that's just like even the situation that happened in Flint. Shit like with the water situation. I think that's an issue. That's an issue moving forward.
But you disagreed with me the whole time.
I disagree with you on the plane. I kept telling you, I said it's too early to put the planes on them. I said if you want to talk about deregulation being a problem moving forward, yeah. But I'm like, right now, it's too early, bro, to say anything has to
Hey, now with these planes though, like, but Blue and Will though, with these planes though, that falls back on multiple.
It says the Airline Deregulation Act of
1978. Hey, good shit, Psycho.
And the government control over the airline industry. The law deregulated fares, routes, and market entry for new airlines.
Right.
That's the point I was just going to make. Yeah, they go back on multiple. Like you can go back to like
Psycho.
Yeah, really.
Deregulation doesn't mean no regulation.
I was going to say run a
when you're about to land and they tell you put your
1978.
seatbelt on, that's a regulation. You understand what I'm saying? The fact that yes, they did deregulate airlines in '76. That didn't
That's
mean
safety precautions, though. But go ahead.
that didn't mean right. That didn't mean there were no regulations. So I'm concerned with the regulations on safety, right? When Trump is talking deregulation, he's talking about taking away safety measures, right? That makes it more likely that what we saw under Biden, when the whole wall of the plane ripped off.
But Will, that's the point we're making though. Like they've been chipping away at these regulation policies since 1978.
I have a problem.
Like we had two like within the past 4 years, two whistleblowers from Boeing Airlines pop up dead for mysterious reasons.
So
even more if we're going to expand the years back to like 10 years.
So
It's
I'm glad you
if we're
know
gonna
that,
say
right?
10.
So peep it. Something I pointed out, right? It got so nasty, right? That it was either Delta or United Airlines. They were letting you, when you book your flight, choose the type of plane you were going to be on, Airbus or Boeing. Why? Because Airbus is a foreign company that has high regulation, that is not having the problems that Boeing is having. The problems Boeing is having comes from U.S. deregulation of the aeronautics industry. That was my point. I have a problem with that. So when we've already been deregulated and Trump runs on, I am going to be the deregulator. I'm going to make it even worse. This is what I'm saying I have a fundamental issue with. It's not going to keep us safe. So I'm not saying
we know that, but our politicians are in the pockets of these oligarchs and these companies. And these companies know that their planes and their equipment is not up to safety regulations, up to government mandate. So, in order to get rid of these government mandates that's holding them accountable, they're not only getting rid of whistleblowers and people that's blowing them after the tell you that they're cutting corners, they're cutting costs, that these planes ain't safe. They ain't just eliminating them. Now they going up into the government offices all the way up into Washington, D.C. to get rid of these regulations to make it seem like we're 10, 15 years later to these things that's not being regulated. It's not a problem because it's not illegal, because the laws say it's not a problem, because it's not, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the fuck ass shit they do. They'll motherfucking make shit illegal to they motherfucking man.
So look, I agree with you there. What I'm saying is, right, if we are already in an environment where things have been deregulated and we are seeing problems, deregulating these things more, we got to understand, right? There's only one company that makes planes in America. Only one.
No, hold on, who?
Boeing.
Well, Lockheed Martin, that's an American company,
Lockheed
but no,
Martin makes
they
parts.
make planes overseas though. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Martin makes parts.
Wait a minute, man.
No, Lockheed Martin make they build jets, dog.
Lockheed
I'm in this shit. No, Lockheed Martin is a jet motherfucker. And then not only just Lockheed Martin, you got Lockheed Martin, you got Boeing. Oh, what's the other motherfucker name?
Lockheed and Martin does not produce airplanes. Lockheed and Martin makes parts. They make parts that Boeing uses. But the only company in America that makes planes is Boeing. I'm a double down, right? And let you know. Every Boeing plane you've flown on. Listen to what I'm saying. Every Boeing plane, every Boeing plane you've ever flown on was built in Mobile, Alabama. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yes. And you talking about not riding on Boeing planes, bro. You know how many niggas work on building them planes in Mobile, Alabama? You know Mobile is 65% black, right?
Yep.
So those is niggas that's building the planes. So you saying niggas is building defective planes?
Yes.
Hey, you do know Lockheed Martin. Hey, but Lockheed Martin makes the F-21, cuz.
Find a tall
Yes, that's
building.
exactly what I'm saying.
No, nigga.
No, that's not part. They build the plane. They build the F-21, and they build the
And I'm not saying
F-16.
that they're building defective planes because of the black men in Mobile, Alabama that build
Bro,
these
you might
planes.
as well. So find the tallest building and let me know when you get to the top.
I'm not saying that these companies
Cause
are
this shit
building
right here,
defective
bro.
planes because of the black men
told
in
you who
Mobile,
building the
Alabama that build these planes. What I'm saying is they are building defective
Hey, they
planes
build. You do know
because of the
Lockheed Martin
policy.
own all the copyrights to the F-35 too, which is one of the latest jet. Not we ain't talking about the Chinese shit that they just pull out, you know, during New Year's, which is some new the 6th gen. We ain't talking about 6th gen shit, but we talking about 5th gen shit, which was before this year. Lockheed Martin builds the F-35.
If you're talking about military planes, that may be
Jet
true. I
fighters.
don't know.
Jet fighters, nigga, shit that make motherfucking shit, goddamn it, crumble and buckle and move, and you know what I'm talking about?
Shit go.
Right, but I'm speaking specifically about commercial planes.
But that's
You're
what I
not
was
gonna
saying.
get. You're not gonna get on a Delta plane built by Lockheed Martin. That's a fact. You're not gonna get on a Spirit Airlines flight built by Lockheed Martin.
This is why this is why I've been disagreeing with you all fucking day.
So you say Lockheed Martin builds planes?
No, bro.
Yes,
this is what I'm saying, bro. I don't want to talk about the planes, bro. You want to talk about deregulation? Let's talk about that. If you talking about
That's
the
what I'm.
fucking plane,
That's what I'm talking about. But hold on.
It's irrelevant.
I'm giving you a
if they've
reason
been
why.
deregulated since '78.
What I
It's
want to do.
irrelevant.
What I want to do is
It's
present
irrelevant
why.
to the argument.
What I want to do is present specifically why I speak about planes. Right? This is something I know about, and I only know about it from being in my industry and having to cater to their industry. So I got a tour of that Mobile, Alabama facility, right, where every plane that we fly comes from. I was blown away that a plane could be built in 36 hours, do a test flight. Once the test flight is done, it goes straight to LaGuardia to pick up customers. I didn't know that, right?
I just thought about, hey, my people at General Dynamics, they build motherfucking American airplanes, fighter jets, helicopters. That's another one.
Are they building commercial aircraft?
I know it's like two. I can't think of them off the top, but I know General Dynamics, motherfucking Lockheed Martin
builds
Boeing.
Commercial aircraft. So you're saying they build
Yes, they
planes
do,
for Delta?
and all of they in
Show me
aerodynamics.
Show
and
me
all
a
of that
plane
shit, my
design
nigga.
that they build for Delta Airlines. I can show you the Airbus planes and Boeing. There are only two major. There are only two major commercial plane builders for Western society. It's Airbus, it's Boeing. That's it. That's a fact. If you get on a commercial
talking about
flight,
commercial shit, but
yeah, I'm talking about me and you.
Who Airbus owned
I'm
by?
talking about if
Hold
I
on.
want to
Who
fly
Airbus
to come
owned
see
by?
you.
No, I know who the fuck Airbus. Who Airbus owned by though?
It's owned by it. I know it's a European company.
No. Who Airbus? No, it's not European. It's American. I'm telling you, nigga, America controls your skies. America, China, and Russia controls your motherfucker. Well, not our skies, but you know, a worldwide.
I challenge anyone in the chat to simply Google Airbus and let us know, is it an American company or a European company?
Man, we can
I'm 1,000% sure. And I believe it's France, but I could be wrong about that. But it's 100% not an American company. The only company in America,
when it comes
the only company in America that builds commercial planes is Boeing. That's a fact.
You talking about commercial shit, but now it ain't. You just only focusing on commercial planes, but now it's just Like, no, dog. Like commercials.
If you
Is
want
like
to
you just
focus
talking
on
about
something else,
passengers,
we can
jets,
move on to that,
airplanes
right?
and shit. Like, no, that's ain't what's running motherfucking aviation.
So if you want to move the
tripping.
conversation somewhere else, I'm willing to have that conversation with you. But
It all,
what I'm
it
telling you,
all
hold on before you
encompassing.
cut me
It's
off.
all encompassing, my
Before
nigga.
you cut me off,
Man.
I want to tell you that this conversation was started by talking about politics, talking about things like Donald Trump gutting the FAA and the effect of that.
He didn't
The
gut
largest,
it. You
the largest
I know
effect
this
that's
about
gonna have
politics. No shit.
is on commercial
You see
airplanes.
what I mean?
This is why I'm focused
You
on
right, Blue.
Now,
I get you, Blue. I see
Now
what
he
you
said.
saying.
Now he just said that I lied on him, and then he just came back and said that Trump cut the fucking FAA. This is what I mean. That's why I say I agree with this dumbass nigga, but then I can't agree with him there, bro.
I know you agree with me.
It's too
You
soon,
can't,
bro.
you cannot agree with me,
Bro.
because everything
it's
I'm
too
saying
soon,
is fact,
bro.
You
No, it's
can't
not
not
a fact,
agree,
bro. It's not a
I know
fact.
you agree with me.
You got cut on the point that that shit got deregulated, nigga, in '78. You dead. Right.
So my retort to that. Was
next point.
My retort to that was, when you're talking about the deregulation in 76, 78,
bro, you're
talking
biased,
about
bro. That's what
you're
it comes
talking
down
about
to.
pricing.
At this point, bro, you just being biased.
Listen, you're talking
we could
about
have been
pricing.
talked about the food where
You're
I agree
talking
with
about
you.
seating. You're not talking about safety regulations. That's not. You and I are having two different conversations. You don't want.
But deregulation ain't got nothing to do. That's only that goes beyond just safety regulations. Deregulation also means that also the corporation can come in to bring off. Introduce exploitative practices and means that wasn't previously there and was protected by regulations that's not there no more. So when you deregulate that shit, those same exploitative practices can come on. It's just that shit exceeds beyond safety.
And you keep arguing for the same shit. That he ain't
I mean,
got
I
nothing to do
can't
with.
really understand that point, so I can't disagree with it. But the point I was making,
how you can't, but I feel you.
I'm
Like,
dealing with.
and what's
I'm
worse
dealing with
is,
safety.
He literally
That's
said,
what I'm focused on. Right?
Yeah,
So,
I get.
So when
it.
my point was this: what was tried, what Blue and the rest of them tried to present was, I was attaching the plane crashes now to Donald Trump.
You just did.
That was never my argument.
You can't attach that shit to
My
Donald
argument
Trump.
is this.
You can't.
Did.
My argument is this.
You just said
When
that
Man,
he
that shit go
takes
back
his
to
stance,
1978
when he takes,
deregulations of the
my stance was this.
FAA.
When he stands on deregulating, when he stands on deregulating, we'll see the effects of that over 4 years.
All right, cool.
But what I know
so
is,
let's move on from that. Let's talk about the food. Domo brought up the food earlier. That's what I've been trying to get in with, is on the food.
So you down for deregulating food too?
This is what I'm saying.
I'm asking.
With that being the case, don't you think that's where Robert Kennedy plays a role?
I don't know nothing about him.
What?
I'm talking about the topic.
Yeah, you tripped.
I'm not concerned with these niggas y'all caught up
He
with.
don't know nothing about Robert Kennedy.
I'm not
right. Senior, not junior, but
talking
senior.
about the fucking planes.
My point is, I know what I know.
Yeah, you can't have this conversation with
I know
us,
the facts
you don't
that
know enough.
I know y'all may feel like Robert Kennedy knows more than y'all, right?
You got life like fucked up.
I know.
You're more his daddy.
I know.
Man, I cook him in his
say
fuck
that,
ass daddy. In his
I know
granddaddy.
Robert
What the fuck? You got me fucked up.
He has people around him that know more than him about it.
Dumbass motherfucker.
I never said that.
What
My
you
point
tripping?
was with
So I didn't understand what was the big deal about
He's not
me
an economist. He's not
knowing
an
what
economist.
Robert Kennedy has
man,
to say.
this nigga is horrible.
If you knew who Robert Kennedy was, you would understand why he brought him up.
Hey, yo, Psycho, you know I know who Robert Kennedy is.
For real.
I understand why he brought him up. I don't know what Robert Kennedy said. right?
I'm saying
Niggas like to do that, right? Do you know what so-and-so said? Like that just trumps the argument.
No, I'm talking about who he is.
Oh yeah, we don't do that over here.
Let
Yeah, I don't like that shit myself. I hate that
Blue
shit.
Let Blue finish and he'll explain. Let Blue finish and he'll explain why he brought up. Wait, let him finish.
Go ahead.
I'm saying, bro, if there's deregulation of food going on, but then now they got Ronald Kennedy, bro, in charge of the ingredients that's going into the food, you don't think that that's counteractive to the deregulation of the food?
I think Trump ran on a policy of deregulating. I expect nothing but deregulation from his administration. So no, I don't think RFK is going to regulate our food consumption more. I don't think he's going to make sure we eat healthier food. No, I don't.
But he's not over the the Food and Beverage Administration. He's over the health department. Ain't he over the health?
I think the FDA too, though.
He over food, medicine, all
Oh,
that too.
God damn.
Yeah,
Why?
was the food. That's what I'm saying. So you talk about.
My point is,
we in trouble.
My point is, Donald Trump ran on deregulation.
This motherfucker.
Yeah, you're right. We in trouble.
We in trouble.
Psycho. My point is, Donald Trump ran on deregulation, right? So my point is, you can look at various areas of U.S. economy, commerce, and you can see deregulation has never benefited the masses. Even in something...
I think we agree, bro. I don't think we disagree. We trying to get to the crux of what's being deregulated right the fuck now, bro.
So when you go to the food...
Hey, I don't want Robert Kennedy on my food.
So when you go to the food, my question is, are you expecting RFK to regulate food more or put deregulations on Monsanto and all these other
regulate the shit out of
I have no idea what that crazy motherfucker's gonna do. One day his brain got worms and the next day it don't. I don't know.
Robert Kennedy is like king holistic help weirdos, conspirators. Like, he's gonna regulate the fuck out of shit.
We're gonna be eating grass by the time we done with this.
Here's the only thing about that, Psycho. You listen to Psycho, here's the only thing about that. He's in an administration. A lot of times, no matter what you might want to do, right, you have to conform to the people that put you in this position. Your administration.
But if you put a nigga like that in that position, I would assume you already know what you finna get with him.
Well, we'll see. I
would assume that, right?
I am hoping that all of your optimism comes to fruition. I hope he regulates Red 40 and things like that. Because the honest truth is, when you travel overseas, you see a lot of the things that we eat and drink every day are literally banned in other countries.
I mean, I'm pseudo with it, so I believe a lot of the shit we use.
I mean, shit, did they eat banned over here too?
I call that shit witchcraft in order to trick your mind into fucking thinking that shit is edible.
Nah, like high fructose corn syrup, it's not banned over here.
I don't
Red
think it
40,
just start with that. I think
it's not banned over here.
Man, them motherfuckers in other countries, nigga, eat small monkeys. Nigga, cook a small monkey and see what happened to you.
I would be
Cook
real.
an eagle and see what happened to you. Your ass going to jail.
But I'm
like,
gonna tell
you
you
can't
though,
buy a Newport.
The reason. Hold on.
Menthol is banned.
You can't buy that in California. All right, so
Right.
let's move
About
on.
to ban it here too. There's
Right.
only way to do it here too.
So.
Oh, that's fucked up for all my Newport smokers.
I'm hoping that all of your optimism.
They've been
comes
fighting
to
against
fruition.
it. They've been trying to ban it for years. They've been fighting against it though, but the cigarette companies and stuff. But yeah,
getting rid of that.
So what they go blame? They go bad menthol, but keep full flavor. So niggas can't smoke cigarettes no more, but everybody else can smoke.
They already banned those flavored joints and everything else.
No, I'm talking about your full flavor, not
where
those other
menthol
flavors.
has been banned. They sell you
Flavor-ish
cigarettes that say has Newport flavor, has Marlboro flavor.
Nah,
It doesn't
even
have.
the vapes, the flavored vapes and all that stuff. Yeah, they get rid of all that shit.
No. Yeah. The flavor shit. Like I'm not talking about like your cherry cigarette or your cherry vape or your grape vape or your cherry. I'm talking about like they not getting rid of full flavor cigarettes, but they get rid of menthol cigarettes.
Yeah, like menthols and shit. Yeah.
Yes.
Like that
You
shit
gotta
is
realize
weird to
with
me
these
when they
things, they
all are
start
bad.
small.
If you're gonna ban it all.
Menthol is the most addictive part of it. That's why.
Right. So they start with something and
And
then
they
they
leave little
build on it.
slits in your.
They
So they
add
say.
things over the
So they
next few
say.
years.
I haven't did any scientific research on it,
Not
so
just
I'm
the
not gonna
menthol,
co-sign
but
they word on it.
but the flavor shit too. That should be more appealing and shit.
So here's the thing, right? RFK might be the silver lining in Donald Trump's presidency. I don't know. Haven't done enough research on him to know he's the second coming of Dr. Sabi in terms of being this holistic.
No, hell no.
Hold on.
That was a joke.
No, please don't.
Because
That was
I
a
know.
joke.
Hold on, I want to ask a question though, because I know Psycho.
Come on,
know this.
Psycho. Tell them they gotta have a sense of humor, B.
So
You know how
Psycho,
we do, man.
So Psycho, back when Farrakhan first brought R.F. Kennedy out to speak against what we was giving the babies or whatnot, and saying it was causing autism.
Yeah,
So do you remember the article that was used to debunk that, or the study that was used?
Well, the letter that he got he got that from a letter. Actually, it was a newspaper. Or was it a magazine? It was either a newspaper or magazine that had put this joint out. Now, right after they put it out, it wasn't written by any doctors. It was written by somebody who came up with a theory. And when he wrote it, and I think it was a newspaper, I believe. Could have been a magazine, but when they wrote it, a lot of people picked up on it. And after they wrote it, people was critiquing them like, well, where's the studies that supports this? And they was unable to provide any studies that supported it and realized, it was just somebody, just came up with a theory. So they had the very next issue, they retracted it. They retracted the article and everything else. It said, it wasn't peer reviewed and all this other stuff, this, that, third, but it didn't matter. The damage was done already. Because people like Robert Kennedy caught wind of this, took that article and ran with it. And this is where he got this whole idea about it causing autism off this
and Black Latinos
article
and,
that was
Native
written that ended up being retracted. Yeah, the article was
Yeah,
retracted.
he put it in the whole book.
I made this joke. Blue ain't get it. I said we didn't have autism when we was growing up. We had chicken pox. Once our babies stopped getting chicken pox, conveniently all these kids start getting autistic.
Now
I'm not making a direct connection to that. I'm goofy.
I don't think that.
But when it comes to
this generation get chicken pox and
I
they ain't got autism.
I don't think that's far fetched, but yeah. But what I
That's far fetched. No, it's far fetched, Blue. That shit's far fetched.
I don't know. They introduced new shit.
And understand, I'm not
because I know the generation of children up under me in my family. None of them had chicken pox, and ain't none of them artistic.
Yeah, I can't inject anything in you to make you autistic, right? Like I can't.
You really don't think so, Psycho?
No, that's not possible. You can't inject.
Why would you? I respect your science, dog. Why would you say it's not possible?
Because that's not how autism works.
They want to do, but it's not artistic.
It's not something that's contagious, right? It's not something that I can just inject into you or whatever. That's not how it works.
Now, is this something that can be cured?
No.
But wait, you don't think that something
it can be managed? It can be managed.
You don't think that something inserted can change your genetic makeup?
Say what?
You don't think something inserted can change your genetic makeup?
And a grown person? No.
I mean that's fact. I mean, you
as a fetus, maybe
you inject yourself with radiation to change your genetic makeup.
That's possible. But
I think a better question is, I wouldn't say change your genetic makeup. Maybe moving forward, like maybe if you reproduce, if you able to, yeah. But I wouldn't say that exact person. But I would say that it's so. Actually, before I even jump out the window totally first, what I will say is this. So where I was skeptical about that, right? So I didn't get into that part of they didn't actually have valid sources to back up the claim in the first place. So I guess this part kind of falls flat on its place, but I just want to put it out there anyway. Do you think, like, okay, well, actually, I'll put it up like this. Let's say that what he brought out did have a few some studies,
Some factual
right?
merit.
Right, some factual merit. Now, the only study that I seen that was created to debunk it was done in a place where the population of Black, Latinos, and Native Americans was like 0.001%. Now, you think that's an issue? Like that would be that would be something that we could rely on as to say that, well, that study disproves it.
Nah, because that study wasn't race specific. The one that he hung his hat on, that shit wasn't race specific. It wasn't talking about black kids. It was talking about kids in general.
But now we are really getting to a conversation of chemical warfare, genetic warfare. Like if we're saying that
biological warfare,
biological warfare, we're saying that our children react to these things different. That slightly spookifies the conversation. And I'm not afraid to get spooky with it because I think a lot of spooky things are valid. But I'm saying I deal more on the
I mean, I would think that would be natural.
I focus on more on the overall effect on the population.
I don't think that's big of a reach, though, right? Like let's just say, okay, so we supposed to have naturally a quick twitch, right? Just having a quick twitch would probably require more probably vitamins and minerals and, you know what I mean, certain shit to keep, you know what I mean, just to be able to keep that up.
But to not
as
get too
opposed
far
to
with
somebody
it,
who don't have
what do you mean when you say
to not get too far with it, if we're talking about immunizations, Psycho don't even believe that immunizations can affect certain things.
What's that? I just lost what I was about to say.
You already know.
What you just say, Blue?
No, what do you mean by quick twitch?
Yeah, what do you mean by quick twitch? Yeah, what do you mean by that?
The nigga shit, like it's just shit niggas can do that naturally other people just can't.
That makes us LeBron. I get
Yeah. Like, and when I say that, it's like, so we skip steps. Like naturally, like we should probably be learning how to do shit fundamentally, but because of how easy shit come, we skip steps. You know what I mean?
But my point is,
you mean like we're physically a leader than anyone else or shit like that, physically and mentally.
Really, it's mental, cause really it just means you processing a lot quicker when you really kind of think about that shit. You processing that fast and then reacting that fast. And then because you process so many times that quick, you think you can go ahead and just jump ahead, probably.
But no, here's my logic to something like that, right? Like I believe we were bred to be LeBron, right? I don't believe LeBron is just like a natural thing. No, we were bred like.
Yeah, I agree with that shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Taking your strongest men and women and breeding them. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying when we look at how we excel in sports, like that comes natural if you look at our history. Right.
Right. Because you can't teach like speed. You can't teach
high.
You can't do things that make
we physically dominate
everything. The same way you bred a certain Rottweiler to run fast.
So I can't make a motherfucker a track star. Right.
Right.
I can make a track star. I could do things to make him get, shave half a second off his 40 or whatever. Shit
now,
like that.
Psycho,
what you can make him faster.
Right.
Psycho,
I cannot
breed
a slow ass motherfucker a track star. I can't.
What you can do, you can breed
that have both his ankles broke. You're not gonna make them faster.
That will make them faster.
Right.
You can do that. You can breed a dog to have all the traits that will make them run faster.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Great Dane,
And we know
yeah.
for a fact that
I.e.
was
Great
done though.
Dane.
That's my point.
Yeah,
Those
Greyhound, Great
Yeah, you
Dane.
can't,
Yeah,
there's certain things you can't teach, right?
Right.
Some of it's
yeah, it got to be in your genetics.
Right.
Straight up.
And that part I agree with.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that. Hey, but look though, Will though, like when you was talking about the shots and shit though, like I don't think it was the artistic, like that they was, you know what I'm saying, making us artistic and making us flow and shit like that. Like I think there's no drug that can make a person outside of it drugging you and you know what I'm saying, and it, you know what I'm saying, and fucking with your brain like that there, and you know what I'm saying, and having a chemical imbalance outside of those types of drugs, of course.
All I could
And
do is
target
share
that
with
shit.
you.
But
All I could do is share
I'm
with
just
you how
saying,
my
like, as
mind
far
works.
as like with the when we was getting those, you know, those shots for, you know what I'm saying, for like, you know, when you take your baby to get when you first had your baby and shit, and you had your baby, and you and your baby mama take your baby to get the shots and shit like that there. They getting those tetanus shots and all those other shots and those shots for chicken pox and shit like that. But what if those shots for picking chicken pox was actually the motherfucker make them sterile later on in life when they hit puberty? So once they hit
So we aren't
puberty, those
disagreeing.
drugs or antibiotics that's
So
ingested in
peep
their
it, bro.
body,
So peep
they
it,
won't
peep
be
it.
able to reproduce.
So peep it. We're not disagreeing, right? So when I make that joke about the fact that I never knew an autistic kid growing up, but when I stopped seeing kids get chicken pox, I see these increased rates in autism. Now that just isn't in the black community. You got a ton
Right.
of white autistic kids as well, right? Who are no longer getting chicken pox.
Right.
I make that joke in saying that in my mind, I can justify that some of the immunizations that our babies take do have adverse effects.
Right. I agree. I definitely agree because
that
like
can probably be documented.
Cause like from what you're saying from the autistic standpoint, which I don't disagree. I don't have enough, you know what I'm saying, evidence to even push back on that. I don't have
And
enough knowledge,
understand, God, when I
evidence,
make that,
or
that's a
research to
joke.
push
I'm
back on
making
that.
it to make the point.
But
you get what I'm saying?
Right. But from the evidence and the research that I do know, and from my own personal experience, and noticing these kids of this generation, they're not having kids. So I'm thinking more so it's like the autistic thing could be very true, but I also want to think that it also those shots when we take our babies to go get shots and shit like that, there, it's fucking with their fertility because our children is not having children. And these
Now that I
think it
wouldn't
could
say
mess
the
with all kind of
chicken
things.
pox and shit, but to me that's why. I mean, I ask. To me, I think it's always safe to ask what shot is. You know what I mean? When you having a newborn baby, ask what it's for. And when I ask them, and I ask, okay, so what does that affect? Is that for something outside of sex? And a lot of the shots, if they dealing with something that's sexually transmitted, I'm not allowing my newborn baby to have that shit. That shit don't even make sense. Like my baby not finna contract a sexually transmitted disease, and if they does, that's something on me. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I
That's
respect that. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is though,
real shit.
when I look at certain things, right? Like even if you look at the continent, the pretty much extinction of polio, right? And those vaccines very much transcended into the same time where we saw a rise in AIDS, right? One of the only places where I really get spooky with things is when it comes to immunizations.
Well, see, I would argue against that. I wouldn't say polio. I would say the hepatitis.
And look, I'm not
B.
totally against vaccinations because, like I said, like I didn't know you couldn't say that illness, but that last 2 years we went through not too long ago, right? I'm not against taking a vaccine for something like that that's an immediate threat. if the vaccines have been, my issue with the vaccines was it seemed like they just popped out on the market overnight and hadn't been tested, hadn't been vetted. That makes me uncomfortable. But if I can avoid my children taking a vaccine for something that kids aren't even getting anymore, yeah, we'll skip that shot. We ain't taking that.
Then your kids ain't going to public school then.
Now, I might have to say Vishmi Allah, Ed Rahman, Rahim, and I might say
put your kids in public school?
You can send them.
Psycho, you can still get your kids in public school on a religious exemption.
What happens is it's ways you could do it. They don't need all them shots though as soon as they born. You know what I mean? Like, so
you might just have to say Vishmi Allah.
A lot of the shots my kids never got, and they went to school. But the shots that was like, I felt like was necessary. You know, it was cool. They could, you know what I mean?
Did you get shots? Did you get shots, Blue?
Yeah, I got all the shots. I was sick all the fucking time, bro.
Hell, Psycho, you want to know why I'm a sucker?
You still breathing, nothing. You still here, you still breathing, nothing happened.
Yeah, but
I was Psycho, you want to know why I'm a sucker?
I'm sure, Willie, you in New York, I know you got shots.
Nah. Yo, I'm in Charlotte.
Oh,
but
yeah,
the only reason I got the shot,
you know we
I
got
a new gig.
Where'd you grow up at?
Up top Harlem.
Okay, like I said, you took shots before. Yeah.
Hold on, that would. But,
yeah,
but hold on, but Psycho,
you
that
can't
wouldn't be
even
my
leave the
argument.
hospital unless you
crazy.
claim a certain religion. You can't even leave the hospital where I'm from without having the shots. And then
I got shots.
Not like if you claim a certain religion or you believe in a certain religion and shit like that, then they got the religion.
I got shots. My seed got shots. We all fine. Nobody
I got
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the case for
and everybody. Like everybody I know from the 80s on up got shot.
I'm saying if you went to public school, you got shots.
You got shots. Straight up. Straight up. And then even if you didn't get them after you left the hospital when you were born, when you signed up for public school, kindergarten, you had to get that shot.
Yeah, but
you can't go to school. I avoided my son getting a lot of those shots.
Hold on, we didn't get the same amount of shots though that they get in the day though. We ain't getting the same shots.
Agreed.
I avoided my son getting a lot of those shots.
Yeah, because we got the little bump. Get too many goddamn shots.
And then we didn't get all these shots for that goddamn sexually transmitted diseases. We got the tetanus shot. We got the shot for goddamn hepatitis A and polio. That was it.
Polio.
I don't even know what rubella is. I ain't seen a nigga with rubella in 30 years. I don't even know.
But like, I don't know. We all from different parts
because
of the
country. That's why you haven't seen it.
I don't doubt that.
But look though, since we are from different regions of the country and born in different, kind of slightly different time periods and shit like that. Like, I know where I was from, they shot us up. Like, if you didn't catch chickenpox or you didn't catch chickenpox, they shot you up with that shit to catch it, just so you can build up an immunity to that shit.
To beat it.
Yeah.
I mean, we all from the same age range. Psycho was born in 68, though.
What our parents used to do, and I know my mom's did this on purpose. Like she guilty. I know because it's something that was popular in our community, which was our parents would purposely give us chicken pox. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Our parents would if our parents had a kid that never had chicken pox and she found out one of the kids on the block or some shit like that had chicken pox.
Let them run around.
Yeah, that's what my mama did to me.
Run around and play with them and shit like that.
Yeah, that's what my mama did to me. Yeah, my mom.
And I actually
I hadn't had chicken pox till 6 years old and shit like that. That it was
not only do I have confidence in the test.
But my next door neighbor little kid had it, and they were like, "No."
But I have confidence in our immune systems being built up.
Yep.
Why the fuck we call that shit chicken pox though? And that shit do not look like chicken.
I don't
It's
know why
a
they call
reason
it
for it. I looked it up.
Chickenpox. You know, chickenpox is just a form of herpes, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's staph. It's a form of staph.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a form of staph. No, just like a hair bump or a pimple or herpes or yeah. It's a form of staph. It's all staph infection.
But think about it though. When's the last time you saw a kid in your neighborhood or one of your kids have chickenpox?
Yeah, I haven't seen this generation at all. I haven't seen it. I haven't
Since I was a
seen it.
kid, and I'm talking like the 80s. You really started not really seeing people catch chickenpox anymore in the 80s. That was the changeover. By the time the 90s came around, you really ain't see chickenpox like that much.
And psycho, but now all of a sudden niggas is autistic.
This is the
with
next
our
step,
kids
though.
and shit. Yeah, I ain't see that shit at all.
Now, the next step, they're getting ready to say, hey, we screened your child. We seen that, the sickle cell trait is there. Would you like us to remove that from the genetics? Now, where should we go moving forward from there?
No.
You know the only reason I disagree with that? I don't think they're really trying to save us. I think that would actually, for the blacks, for the blacks that want to have those genetics removed, I think it would cost them. I don't think they're. I think them testing it was just to see what they could do.
They can't. They're not talking about doing that shit with like people like grown people, nothing like that. They're not talking about
That's
that.
a nuanced question,
You
though,
said
Blue.
with grown
Because
people, they've already done it.
They removed it.
Hold on. They removed it from grown people.
Sir.
Nah,
got
psycho. That's valid. That is something they talk about.
I ain't heard of that.
A couple of adults.
How can they remove that from grown people?
I ain't seen or heard that.
That's what I was telling you. They already know which one.
I
they
saw
saying that.
What I saw.
But how can you do that? That's something that affects your cells.
We looked this up the other day. I saw
that's like cancer.
There's experimental stages of trying to figure out how they could pretty much manipulate the DNA to where they can eliminate sickle cell.
Yeah.
But
It
wasn't talking about
editing.
It wasn't talking about like
talking about
unless you got a different link. Unless you got a different link.
Yeah, the basics of it is they're saying if the genetic code that gives you sickle cell is XYAZ, right? They're saying they want to remove the A.
The X and the Z. Yeah.
They want to remove the A, and now if you just have XYZ as that gene or that chromosome,
no, they can't do that.
But the benefits of that shit though.
If they remove the sickle cell trait, then they're gonna make us prone to malaria.
Exactly. That's what I'm fucking finna say.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, yo, ain't that the one thing that kept us goddamn that made us able to survive in Africa?
But then we have to ask the question.
That's what make us black.
But then we have to ask a question.
But that's
when's the last time you heard of a nigga die from malaria? And when's the last time you heard of a nigga die from sickle cell?
I mean,
no. I know somebody. I know somebody that wasn't too far.
No, psycho. You know I know people live with it, but I'm saying
that's what I said.
This is something.
I had somebody I went to school with and grown up with died from it like 3 or 4 years ago.
Wait. If you got sickle cell, that's not a death wish, right? Like it's not like people live with sickle cell. They live in pain. But it's not something.
I agree. But you
it's
do also understand people die from it.
Only less than 10%.
You do understand people die from it as well.
Hold on, this is what I'm saying.
Yes, I know somebody personally.
That's real.
So now the question is: are we more concerned with dying from malaria or sickle cell? I think in America for blacks, I think if for American blacks right now. We would have more of a likelihood bumping into someone that knows someone that died from sickle cell than malaria.
So I feel like you know what I'm saying. Eventually, our genetics would straighten out to what I'm saying.
You got natural immunity to sickle cell. You get the natural immunity to sickle cell.
I just put it in the back chat. There
that's foreign to your body.
This was the first
sickle
one
cell
ever. Or no, he wasn't the first one. He's one of the first, and then it's a couple more that's adults. But I just put the link in the back to one of them that did it. They didn't did it. This was like over a year ago, and I think from this one, this is an old one. This is actually after it. I think he actually got it like 3-4 years ago. But,
and what's crazy with sickle cell, what can actually kill them is changes in temperature. So if they're outside, no jacket on, and they're really, really cold, then they go back into a regular environment. That can actually kill them.
I mean, my thing is, I don't want to sound insensitive to people who go through that, because I don't go through it. But I will say, I don't know if it's worth modifying our genetics. I think it's less than 10% of the population that gets Black people, and then of Africans in general. So I think changing our genetic structure, because to me right now, that's one of the main things to me I'm looking at that separates us.
So, but the argument from a scientific standpoint would be, they're not trying to change your genetics. They're trying to help the 10% of people that are affected by this. That would be the scientific argument.
Yeah, but but that's the thing though. It's gonna pop up when we having a baby. It won't be just, they ain't gonna be talking about the babies who actually have the disease. They gonna be, once they see the trait, they gonna say, "Hey, let's get rid of the trait. We can go ahead and get rid of that." Just
doctors normally discuss.
All they got to do is keep breeding. They'll get eventually the DNA in and of itself will eventually get rid of that shit and replace it with something else that's genetically beneficial for its genetics in and of itself.
I mean, from my knowledge of any form of gene splicing, it would cost too much to just offer it to anyone.
For that reason, but people don't usually share that information, in common passing. You don't come and tell a person when you meet them, hey, I got sickle cell trait. So you don't know you can produce a child like prodigy. You know what I mean? Who we seen when both of those genes converge. You know what I mean? But Blue's point is important too, because that's a mutation that's particular to African people, and it's there from development in a humid climate. You know what I mean? I don't think that crackers need to be advocating going in there and taking that out. It's there for a reason, and you may alter the possible production of another necessary.
Just think about.
To be fair,
what if somebody would?
They volunteered. The Black family volunteered to get this.
Thank you.
And, a lot of Black families. Real quick. They actually charged $2 million for this treatment. I'm looking.
That's my point. That's my point. They're not offering this to just anyone, Psycho.
No. But
you number one have to offer yourself.
No, you did, right? But what's changing? I'm not sure if did he cut out or is that me?
No.
That was him.
Okay, yeah. What I'm saying though is, it's not that. Let's say that that right now, my thing is that they've rolled it out. The FDA has rolled that part of gene therapy out, as opposed to all of the other genetic therapy.
Yeah.
So. And rolling that out, that means you're gonna make that. To me, that smells of guinea pig shit, and that means you're gonna make that shit affordable.
But we know that's what
exactly.
I guarantee your Medicaid to fuck around and for now. Well, at that time, that was over a year or so ago. At the time of that article, it had not been FDA approved.
So people, what I'm saying, bro,
at the time the one that I just shared with you, I mean FDA.
Nah, that means something.
Is it FDA?
But,
am I saying?
Nah, it is FDA approved.
Yeah, FDA. It hadn't been FDA approved.
But here's what I'm saying, bro. Going into any type of studies, we know where the guinea pig.
Hold on, let me land it here though, because this was important about it. That's not the only aspect of gene therapy they've been working on. They've been working on reversing age, changing. They know they can change age. They can make you older or younger. They know
Show
how
me
to.
that. Show me that one.
Yeah, you got to
It-
show me
this-
that one.
and I'm
Cause
gonna
my
show
nigga,
you.
I'm gonna say,
nigga, I'm
Charlie.
gonna go back to
I want to go
18
back to
tonight.
19. I want to go back to
Psycho,
19.
peep it.
Nigga, I'm
Peep
going
it.
back
It's
to
even crazy,
18, nigga.
yo.
Fuck 19,
I
nigga. I'm
wouldn't
going back to
necessarily say
18
reverse the
tonight.
age, but right
Nigga,
now,
I got a little change. I can pay a little.
right
I
now
can pay a
there
little
are
change. I can pay
gene
a little bit.
programs where if you're
Ponce de
pregnant,
Leon, motherfucker. How much that shit cost?
You ain't lying. I got a little change, cause I got a little
nah, but
change
people, Psycho,
over here.
it is
You know what I'm
programs right now
saying?
that if
I can
you're
pay for that
pregnant,
shit.
there is gene
Ty said it.
mutation that they're
Kurt
willing
Ty
No,
to
said it in
no.
do
the
What
chat.
what they?
to
Let
the
me tell you what
embryo
they do.
Stem
They
cell
give
therapy.
you.
to have the embryo have green eyes
Nigga, you know
or
how
No,
more
hard,
yeah, they
nigga,
do
likelihood
you
of
that.
know how
So
having
fast my
certain
rings
traits.
let
and
me show you
fast
what
my
they do,
legs
right? So
move at 18.
what they've already learned is right is that okay. So with epigenetics, right, your epigenome acts as like a CD reader, right? And so while while it's reading your DNA, it leaves scratches on the DNA. The scratches on the DNA is what cause shit like blindness, old age, autism, diseases, all of that type of shit. So what they figured out is they can shoot you with a virus that causes your DNA to break itself down and then rebuild itself. And once it rebuilds itself, you're a new person. I'm getting now I'm getting ready to go ahead. I'm gonna share you that link so you will see it. They did it already. They caused one rat. The one rat is older, one rat is younger. They brought them both to the same age. Now the issue is that the only part of the science that the FDA didn't approve is the fucking removing of the sickle cell. I'm like, why wouldn't you try to test that shit out with the damn AIDS shit or something? But why? Sickle cell mostly affect who?
I mean, there are
And
certain
then mostly black
genealogical
American
things that are
niggas
out
at
there
that.
right
Ain't that a
now
bitch?
as we speak that are being implemented. Like there are people who are paying extra money, right, to have their embryos and fetuses played with. You know what I mean? To give the baby a more likelihood of having certain features.
Let me
Maybe
share
height,
this one
maybe
too. This is the dude
those things are
the
actually
dude
going
in
on right
China
now.
that already removed. He's already cured HIV from this embryo, and from the embryo and his embryo seeds, they'll never be able to catch that shit. They're immune to it. Let me give you this link too.
I mean, we don't know that.
Hey, but you
These
gonna have to,
people,
We don't know that they
Bruce,
can
you gonna
never
have to
catch it because we
give us
haven't
the
had enough
sources to that
time.
Love Potion 29. Ain't that the Fountain of Youth shit? Y'all seen that movie, Love Potion 29? That was like the Fountain of Youth.
Talking about that, yo. But
Nah.
I'm saying
But I
they
just about
can't prove.
Straight up,
wait,
like nigga, I need to be 18 again.
Go ahead, Tyla.
I just found the article that they said that you can't they can't reverse the age, but it may be possible to slow down your age.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe that dumbass
let
shit.
me see right
I
here.
do
Hold on,
not
let me
believe
get
that
it.
shit.
Let me get the actual study with the two rats that they did it with.
I will
Let me
say though,
see.
it's an
Yeah, rats
absolute
ain't human
fact.
beings. Yeah,
It's
I
an
hate when they try
absolute
to
fact
use
that
that
right now
as a.
they are doing things to embryos and fetuses to heighten the likelihood. And when you pay for these programs, they don't tell you, all right, we guarantee your kid gonna have green eyes. But they say this is the success rate we've had in getting certain children to have certain features, and people are actually paying money.
Oh yeah, for that genetic editing shit. Yeah, that's what they call that.
Yeah.
Genetic editing.
Genetic editing.
Yeah, I think that's part of I think part of that was used for
That
funding the
shit's
study.
crazy.
Now, before I think they really roll out what all they can do, they need to
And
test it. And
and
that's where I
stem
think
cell,
the
stem
sickle cell
cell,
shit
stem
come into
cell
play.
therapy too, because stem cell therapy, the stem cell is like you working with a blank cell, so they can
Right.
basically modify that cell and grow it into an ear, grow it into a heart, grow it into a kidney.
But wait.
That's why they want.
But
That's
the
why they
cell,
want to.
no, they full of shit with that shit because the cell still ain't fucking blank. This not a cell that they built.
Stem
Okay,
cells?
they're using an already an existing cell to build off of.
A stem cell though is it's a cell that you can modify. It's
Yeah,
what
I mean, yeah, they're modifying existing cells though, but they're selling it and advertising it as
at least in the scientific community, as I'm understanding it, they're selling it and they're promoting it as it's some shit as a cell that they created from scratch, which is straight bullshit.
They grow like they can grow a heart that would be a direct replica of your heart and particular to your blood type and your phenotype and your body, but it's grown from a stem cell, what they say in the stem cell though. So I don't mean it's like not a cell, but it's like a blank slate.
And they're even using human stem cells to modify animal parts. So you got people that died that had a pig heart that was altered with stem cells to fit a human being, and he lived another 10, 15 years and then died. This is stuff
I'm gonna take you another place though too, where
did he die of a heart attack?
I'm gonna take you a place though where actually Psycho was going the other day with, as far as the technology taking over. Now where it does get odd, right? Now remember, my argument was that you would have to mix the mind with nature in order for AI to really take off like how we see it, the point of singularity. Now, I would say another way too is if you look into the xenobots. Have y'all ever looked at that?
Yeah. I seen that shit.
Where the skin from that
nigga,
African
you don't know
frog.
nothing about no xenobots, nigga.
That's
hold on.
Nigga say,
I don't know shit about no skin off no goddamn frog. No, I'm talking about the goddamn robots. Like,
these are. Well, see, these is how they create them.
You don't know nothing about xenobots, nigga.
This is where the skin, right?
I'm talking about I'm talking about like some automatic AI shit.
Nah, this shit is like some Marvel comic shit. It's fucking frog in Africa where the skin on it is able to replicate itself, right? And so what they was doing was they kept trying to form the genetics from the skin into something. So they kept shaping it, and they couldn't shape it right where it could produce, like it would produce offspring, but the offspring would die off. They shaped it into a form of a Pac-Man, and so now the cells from that frog eats the stem cells, and it creates offspring. And then the offspring create offspring, and then offspring create offspring. And they was able to do that without dying off. Once they moved it, they made it.
Wait. So you saying they're able to replicate themselves?
They're able to reproduce themselves, correct?
Just like cells.
Hold on, with the goal of doing what though? What's the goal
of the xenobot?
I mean, we know the fucking goal.
It was more so like as far as like dealing with like curing and like helping yourself and shit. Yeah, cloning organs and shit like that.
So it's a natural cloning organism, is what you're saying.
Like amputees, like an amputee, they could give them a new leg or a new arm, stuff like that.
Right. And that this mug would basically it could replicate itself eating a stem cell. So if they gave it your cells
already knowing how to do this shit,
it would replicate off of you.
Oh no, frogs already been knowing how to generate their own, like with their own tails, their own legs, their own arm. Like when they lose an arm, this is nothing
but now
new.
We know we're learning how to cross that over. It ain't that gene is new. Is learning. We found the type of frog that we
found out how they do
cross over.
Yeah, they found out how they do it.
But they've all, from my understanding in how lizards, frogs, and certain amphibians work, they've always understood how certain genes and genetics made their tails replicate themselves.
They wasn't.
Are you saying that they know how to execute it now?
We wasn't able to figure out how the gene was able to do that, and now they know how, and they able to they trying to replicate it so humans can do it.
Yeah,
that ain't gonna happen. I don't think that's happening.
Shit, we there, bro. The
reason why I say that's an impossible task because we're simply made of different like different material.
And that's where we gotta know
Straight
that's
up.
that's the programming and that's the point. That's what I be saying. That's where the DNA shit gets deep. Is by them
How
being
different
able,
are we?
they're
If you
removing
look
the
at sperm,
programming.
it looks
You're
like a
not.
tadpole.
You believe you're
Oh my
different.
goodness.
You think you're different, but in reality, you really a thought away from fucking growing a new leg.
I mean,
we all living creatures come from a, you know what I'm saying, a singular, you know what I'm saying, a singular living organisms, all living creatures, but as far as our genetics go, as far as this tree of life go, we do not have the genetics we are made of bone and cartilage. Cartilage and marrow and cartilage is in. You cannot reproduce that shit, dog.
They are
It's
in West
like frogs and
Nigerian
lizards are able to do that shit because they don't have cartilage and marrow. That's a key part to them being able to they ain't all of living creatures that don't have cartilage and bone marrow to be able, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of creatures that don't have cartilage and bone marrows can't regenerate their own limbs and shit like that. But a real key part to them being able to reproduce those limbs and shit like that, because they don't have fucking bone marrow and cartilage.
Yeah, I got a study from West Africa right now where they are.
You learn this shit in middle school.
They are harvesting the stem cells of from African women's ovaries, and they're using it. This is a part of the process of
afterbirth.
The stem cell. No, not even the afterbirth. They taking it straight from the ovaries of Nigerian women. Stem cells and they taking their ovums, the eggs, and they're also starting to develop and grow different things from these women's eggs. A brother was just talking about that recently, but the study that they got on it, one is the homeotopic stem cell transplantation in Nigerian sickle cell. That one is dealing with the sickle cell. And the other one here that they got where they talking about that research is this one is on ResearchGate, the review of stem cell therapy in Nigeria, the way forward. You know, these are the papers. This is by this is on ResearchGate. All you need is an email address and you can access this too. But they talk about some of the experimentation that's going on with stem cells, in particular in Nigeria. And I know brothers, you know, tend to push it into the conspiratorial realm, you know, but it's not conspiracy. You know, the papers are available to the public, you know, and it's a reason that they are in Nigeria, you know, because the Nigeria have certain population genetics, you know, that is popular in these discussions, you know what I mean? But nonetheless, you know, one is the review on stem cell therapy in Nigeria, the way forward. That's June 21st from the Journal of Contemporary and Alternative Medicine and Research. Dr. Mercy McDoobie-Key, Kacha Oguogan. I can't pronounce these names, but you know, they definitely doing the research, and they're in Nigeria, in my opinion, you know, for good reason.
Yeah, and I think somebody, you know, they raised the question on, you know, it's just as simple as us being sub-Saharan African that makes us black. But I think us being able to survive in sub-Saharan Africa, the only thing that we have evidence for right now is sickle cell.
Blue. I don't be wanting to seem it seem outlandish when you say these things, but it's true because sub-Saharan Africans got the oldest DNA.
Yeah.
So they are the ones. A sub-Saharan African has encountered nearly everything that's in the ecosystem. you know what I mean, has adapted to so many different things. They know where to find the source, you know, the answer to all of these problems. You know
That's
what I
a
mean?
fact.
That's
And
why they
so
have.
it wouldn't be necessarily, you know, that you gotta be necessarily anti anything. It's just like I mean, it'd be different if we was Nigerians living in Nigeria and this shit was going on. We black people that live in America. I think it's only right that you should be fucking skeptical when is somebody going to put something inside of your system. Like,
That's why they be like, they be saying that white people is not different from black people. Yes, they is. Race is real. You know what I mean? It's real scientifically. That's what I be arguing with Domo about. It's real scientifically. It's phenotypical,
if they didn't
observable
boil
differences. It's differences, bro.
We really see the difference if they didn't boil milk. If we weren't drinking boiled milk and eating cereal with boiled milk, we really would fucking know for real. You niggas is playing with milk and just thinking, oh, that shit is boiled and already processed, bro. You ain't drinking raw milk. You lactose, nigga. Keep playing games.
They can't say, you know, raw milk.
Africans are consuming raw milk. Maasai, Dinka, Noor, East Africans, they consume raw, and in the Sahel, they can tolerate raw milk because they had the lactase persistence allele longer than anybody. They got lactase persistence alleles before anybody, the oldest lactase persistence traits. It starts amongst black African people. It don't start with white people. You know, people assume that lactase persistence starts with white people, but it don't. It's in the pastoralists and the Sahel.
Nah, that's why I always agree. I think those the Ethiopian tribe there, I think the ones that they call what is it, Beta Israel.
But in raw milk though, ain't this a specific type of bacteria in that shit though, in that raw milk shit. That's why you gotta boil that shit. If you don't boil that shit, man, that shit will kill your ass. I don't give a fuck how black your ass is.
Maasai drink raw, uncut milk straight from
you don't have to boil it like that.
Boy, you got a good ass immune.
That's the Maasai, bro.
Nah, they got the milk drinking gene.
Yeah,
they got that gene. They can drink that shit.
They got the original shit.
Yeah,
I drink milk, but
they
got to be processed before I drink it. I'm not drinking no raw milk.
They metabolize milk. They metabolize milk totally different from anyone on the planet. The way that the Maasai metabolize milk, they got a mutation.
Man, all they do is boil it.
They don't boil it. They drink it straight. They pump it out of the cow and strain it, and they drink it.
Oh, you talking about? Yeah, I know.
Hey, wait a minute, man.
Like
Anathema says that white folks in Holland and Liverpool have sickle cell. Did we say that only black people get sickle cell?
No, I ain't never said that.
I don't think I ever said that.
I've only known black people I've only known black people to get sickle cell.
We just know we're like, if we want to get into majority affected by sickle cell, that's the question. Now, are there
average black people get it more than anybody? Yeah, on average.
Yeah. Now, are we only? No, that's why I made sure I stated that on average we get it more than other people. So I think
white people get sunburn more than black people. Black people can't get sunburn, but that's
right.
Rare. It doesn't happen often.
So it's like if you release some shit that cures sunburn, nigga, you talk about white people.
And what we know for sure when we see
that get sunburn, but
when we see cases like Prodigy, we know that was definitely two sub-Saharan Africans. You know what I mean? Most likely, that's definitely
East Africa has cows
produced that.
Yeah, East Africa. When you go into the highlands of Ethiopia and Eritrea, they definitely had a milk drinking gene.
Yeah.
That's why, and that's the difference between when you go into the Hutu and the Tutsis. One has the milk drinking gene and the other one does not.
Mm-hmm. Paul Kigami and them got the milk drinking Jane. And
I got the milk drink there. I drank chocolate milk, strawberry milk, white milk.
Hutu was agriculturalist. You're right, bro.
Yeah.
Agriculturalist and pastoralist. Yeah.
And pastoralist, yeah. That made the difference.
But the Europeans split them, started the beef between them, educated the Tutsi over the Hutu. I forgot how they did it. They educated one group over the other, how they normally do.
She was making a joke. I just your joke's about as bad as mine. So Anathema, excuse me, was saying that white folks. She was saying that it was a joke. Those white folks have it because they have African ancestry. It was a double joke.
She right.
He said, "I can't drink none of that shit no more." Yeah, we really a lot of people ain't really supposed to be drinking that shit. We fucking with it, but it's people.
I drink chocolate milk every other morning. I ain't gonna lie, chocolate milk and the strawberry milk.
That's because niggas don't care about dealing with the consequences. They slim right now because the milk is boiled. So
But it was
they can deal with the consequences.
It was an adaptation, though. It just was a subsistence strategy. It just was a strategy. That's all. Yeah. It's just an adaptation.
Now I ain't gonna lie to you. Now I got me a good first batch or a good fresh Oreo and some good chocolate chip cookies. Nigga, I'm cracking the white milk open, nigga.
Nah, for real.
Nigga, that shit be cookies and milk good.
Keep some milk, man.
See now, Blue too. When we look at East Africa, they got the Hadza and the Sandawi over there. Now the Hadza was supposed to be strictly hunter-gatherers, but they got some trait of lactase persistence that they saying they're not supposed to have. Hadza is old, real old East African populations.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And they supposed to been just hunter-gatherers. How the hell they get lactase persistence?
Yeah, I think that's where D-Red was kind of going into. I think that, which is, I mean, that to me is just interesting. The e-market kind of, I'm still kind of just, trying to follow the e-market, just watching that, basically conquer West Africa.
We like 80% E. We 80% E. Us over here in America, 80% of African, we dominated with E groups and African Americans from West Africa.
E1B1B is white people. Those are white people. Those are North African.
No, it would be E1B1A.
No, Psycho.
E1B1A, that's us. E1B1A is us.
And they saying that marker, you can see that marker come in and conquer West Africa.
I gotta respectfully disagree, Psycho. All the E groups, when you get closer to the trunk, to the bottom, the base, the root of the tree, they get all dark, phenotypically, when we get the descriptions, in the data. The European is the original nobody. They the original nothing. For real. In genetics. They ain't none of the markers, all of the markers, when you get to the root of the trees, the R, the E, the M, the K, whatever you talking about.
I'm just talking about the E specifically, but yeah.
Yeah, but E, But E dominate West Africa, bro.
Yeah, it's all I ain't denying that. I was wait one second. Like I was talking about like this, right? Like you see the top is E1B1A, and then when you get to the bottom, let me fix this so you can see it better. You can see the bottom is white people. One of them, Lyndon B. Johnson, of all people. But as you can see, he's E1 B. See E1B1B1. That's what it is. My fault. I said E1B1B. Yeah, I meant to say E1B1B1. That's white people, but it's still E. Group. All those European got the E haplogroup with his boy.
They do have the E haplogroup, but they're not the fathers of E, Psycho. They're not the fathers.
That's what I would say. Now, would those be the people who never back migrated?
Somewhere down the road.
Yeah, they sound like they descendants of that E shit. Sound like it's some descendants of some African genetics.
Exactly. What it is that somewhere down their line there was a paternal father that was E.
Mediterranean people. These are the Mediterranean people.
But those are not original E. They don't represent the original stock.
But what I'm saying, it seemed like the way they shit reading, especially with E people coming from Africa too.
B1, these are Mediterranean people. That's the Mediterranean group, right? That's like I said, the North Africans and shit like that, and people on the other side of the Mediterranean, they all have like the E marker.
You like they descendants of North and West Africans or some shit.
Hitler got the E marker. Like it's a whole bunch of white people that got the E marker. It's because there's a Mediterranean connection.
Somewhere in their paternal line, there was a black father.
Yeah, they descendants live like for them to have that like that.
E1, B, all the E's ain't black.
No. Yeah, I get that, but
am I breaking up, Psycho?
E's are descended from somewhere.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Nah, that's Psycho.
Psycho. I think you're breaking up though.
Yeah, yours. You sped up.
You choppy, Psycho.
Yeah.
You just got you sped up fast.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. I see it. Yeah, I'm wondering if so in origin, so what are we saying happened? So we have this E marker. Okay, let's say we start this out on the Horn of Africa. Are we saying that these Europeans that get the E1B1 B and so on, that where does that genetic come in Europe?
Yeah, that's why we gotta look at the tree. E1B1A and E1B1B have a father. E1B1A branch out from one father. The father is concentrated. The E1 before we get a B or we get an A, before we get an A or a B, the E1 is concentrated in the Dogon. We can use the Dogon as a primary father of E1B1A and E1B1B.
Hold on, who is Dogon though?
The Dogon are very dark-skinned people that
inhabit the area of Mali.
Right? Oh, you mean the Dogon tribe?
I mean the Dogon tribe. The highest concentration of that father haplogroup, the E1 flat with no A on it or no B on it, the father is concentrated in the Dogon in Mali. That's a dark-skinned That's a dark-skinned tribe right there. So whatever split from that, we got to think what would be the product. Whatever split from that right there. Whatever, we can use the Dogon as a template because we had the greatest concentration of E1, which is the father of E1B1A and E1B1B. So when they split from that Dogon, that dark skin population, dominant African features, that phenotype, what's going to come next? It can be modified, but it's not going to be what we saw on the screen, that the brother Psycho just showed us. Respectful.
Where are they showing that E1?
That's my understanding of the Dogon is a different understanding of them. But I'm not saying that you're wrong, but it's just coming from a completely different understanding.
We just gotta the reference
he know about them from them coming from Syria B. The story of traveling
But I also but he all right. There are part of the people that you know what I'm saying, that first migration of, because this is a very old civilization. This is before ancient Egypt civilization. Yeah, and that shit civilization.
But that's what I wonder.
At the same time, though, were they actually in that region though?
That's what I was gonna ask. Where does the E1
Exactly.
split at?
E1
Or do we know where E1 splits at?
Right, because that would tell us where it splits at. You see what I'm saying? That like those like that'll tell us the out of Africa and you know what I'm saying shit. Because for them to all have that same first genetic lineup and the Dogons having that first genetic lineup and makeup, they got to come from like somewhere in that northwestern area of Africa.
They do, in my opinion. You know, I think that all of the oldest expressions are in West Africa. That's why when we look at I was just talking about a study the other day. I think over here, the Bight of Benin, the markers that is on the Bight of Benin in West Africa, the paternal markers, it's dominated by E groups. EM96 is the dominant clade of West Africa, according to the paternal markers. The entire collage of E it's like a Pan-African collage right on the Bight of Benin in West Africa, all E, just like all massive mixture of E groups, all right there on the Bight of Benin, you know. But it's the real original groups, you know. That's what we get when we look at the even when we look at E1B1B, E1B1 what you say, E1B1B, right, Psycho, and E1. But when we get into the B's, when we find the older ones, it's with the Black Fulani, it's with the Black Hausa. It's not a European type. When we look at the original marker, it's with the Black Fulani, it's with the Black Hausa, it's in Africa. It's with Beja. It's people who rock afros. The Beja got E1. Some of them got E1B1B. They not white. They got afros. They brown skin. You know, they got E1B1B all in East Africa. Some of the populations are dark skinned. Some of them are light skinned. You know, we know it's admixture in East Africa, but some do have light-skinned alleles before Europeans exist. Black people had light-skinned alleles. Some of us did. That is the facts. Khoisan had some, you know. And then you have additional European admixture. You know, that makes it even more complicated, Psycho, like the Italians with their invasion. And, you know, they came up in there. But I don't think E1B1B is strictly it's impossible for it just to be white folks. It's too many black.
It's mainly the Mediterranean motherfuckers. That's what it mainly is. For the most part, even when you look up E1B1B, North Africa is lit up.
Mm-hmm.
North Africa is lit up. That's who they are. And if you punch a E1B1A EM specifically, and you see where that lands, you'll see that's us.
Both split from a father though. They was together. I mean, the father clay would be concentrated amongst the Dogon. You know, that's all. We could look that up. The E1, the living variant of E1 that we find concentrated alive on the planet is in the Dogon. The living E1, you know, that gives us an example.
But that's what I'm saying. Where would that have been? Because that wouldn't have been West Africa.
No,
so where would that have been?
You know, that's a big argument, Blue. You already know that.
So you would say probably what, Middle East?
Screen real quick.
Hey, look though, have y'all met people like black people, like with brown skin or dark skin? Or just, you know, you can, let me just put it like this. You can clearly tell that this is a black person, no matter their skin tone, whether they light skin, dark skin, or brown skin.
Yeah.
But you know people like with black people with blue eyes and green eyes and shit. Because I have.
Now see.
In fact, I growed up with some.
Now you see this E1B1A, and that's why I specify EM too. Because that's us specifically, because most of the E1B1A is us, but you got some that aren't. But this right here makes it specifically us, because you see E1B1A is exclusive to individuals of recent African ancestry, and EM2 is mostly common and diversified haplogroup in West Africa. So that's why I said E1B1A, EM2, that's us. And also Central Africa as well.
Okay, so haplogroup. I'm just trying to make sure I'm following clear. So what's the difference between E1B1A and EM2?
Well, EM2 is a different, because haplogroup is all about locations, right? So it's pretty much singling it down to a certain location, like it's like area codes, right?
Right.
So the EM2 is like a specific area code within E1B1A. So the EM2,
where are they locating that one at? They saying that's
Central Africa. The EM2, the EM2 part of it is West and Central Africa. And this right here,
that creates an issue though, don't it?
Huh?
That creates kind of an issue because
one second. I got you, Blue. 1 second. The E1B1, the E1B1 B B, excuse me, what I just said. I'm getting tongue tied. EM, this one's the one that's in North Africa, right? Like I had the map up. This shit had a map.
Yeah, E1B1B or EM81. Okay.
Right, and you see, like this is like look, it's North Africa is a subclade of the EM, and see especially prevalent in Northwest Africa, like in North Africa in the Levant. You know what I mean? Like that's what I said. Like, that's them. That's them North Africans. That's the quote unquote invaders.
That's not how do we call them invaders though when they split?
Well,
from
I was being
the
facetious when I said invaders.
Yeah, but when they split from the same father, the E1. I don't know, man.
But so okay, so all right, so we see that, right? So, but we know that E couldn't have started in West in East or West or Central Africa.
See, that's the thing.
Just because it's too old for West and Central Africa.
Not really. Because again, you had all these back migrations and everything else, so you did have a lot of race mixing going on and everything. But see, then it starts getting tricky, right? Because it's like, okay, I got haplogroup markers from right here in America, but I'm not indigenous, right? So it's kind of like, like it gets a little bit tricky when we start doing it.
Yeah, you say that, which is why I don't trust ancestral DNA tests. It's a lot more trickier than what you're saying, Psycho.
Now,
if we're judging it off history.
Psycho,
it came from race mixing. That's what it came from.
Can we look at the bite of Benin, Psycho, the paper, real quick?
What happened?
The bite of Benin, the paternal markers on the bite of Benin. Can we look at that paper real quick?
You post it, you get put it in the back, or you want me to look it up?
No, I could post it. If I could share my screen.
Yeah, you can share the screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, I gotta go. I gotta get up for the work in the morning, but I catch you if y'all still up. I catch y'all while you're up.
No doubt, Pookie.
You're trying to hunch on me, but I got you.
All right.
My dumb ass. I've been telling my girl I'm gonna call in sick and use my sick days every day, man. I might try to use it.
Yeah, this the bite of Benin though. Right here, Psycho. This is the paternal landscape along the bite of Benin, testing regional representatives of African population samples using Y chromosome markers. Open access. Yeah, I just wanted to show, so the people can have an idea of what we're talking about, the dominance of these markers along the bite of Benin. where many of us were taken from, or our ancestors during transatlantic slave trade. Examples of Y chromosome studies where such representativeness issues may be important are the recent phylogeographic refinement and large-scale genotyping of Y chromosomal haplogroup EM96 in Africa, the worldwide forensic study of new standards, an STR kit and study of origins of African Americans
using. I can't see that.
Okay, my bad. I went to the side. I can't see my cursor. I need some damn glasses. Yeah, using unique paternal markers. Only one Y chromosome was studied with several populations from a region along the whole bight of Benin has been realized so far, but this was based on limited number of Y chromosome markers, namely 7 SNPs and 4 STRs before the publication of Y chromosome consortium YCC phylogeny. Therefore, new samples and a state-of-the-art meta-analysis of already published samples would be a useful contribution to characterizing the Y chromosomal landscape in the Bight of Benin region. You know, I just wanted to skip down a little bit to where it talks about the specific markers. Basically, EM96 dominates the Bight of Benin. It's a lot of dispute and arguments in online spaces about EM96 being of African origin or out of Africa origin. But we have a graph right here that shows us kind of like a layout or a plot of different markers that exist along the Bight of Benin. We have E1 that we were just talking about earlier amongst the Dogon, and we have variants of E. We have the E3 that Psycho was telling us about, a branch of the E3, but we also have these markers. We have B, which is an old African marker, sub-Saharan marker. But then we also have, you see these groups right here, Blue? We got D3, F1,
yeah,
F3. This is along the Bight of the Benin. We have C1. These are markers that we would be told are out of Africa markers. But they are very old and they are present amongst Africans, you know. So it's just interesting stuff, you know, because these are anomalous. This F3 is definitely a far out of Africa marker, but it's not from invade. It's too old to be attributed to invasion. These are black people right here. When we look at these groups, talking about populations in Ghana. Populations. I mean, the article could speak better for itself. Go ahead, though, Psycho.
No, I was going to. So, wait, are you saying that the other markers are older markers than the E?
Some of them are. D1 is the D1 would be an ancestor of E. The D1 would be an actual ancestor of these E groups that we see right here. This D1 would be an ancestor of these E1s, these E2s, these E3s. This F1 would be an ancestor and older. This D3.
Now, who do we see now with mainly D marker?
All the original stuff is in Africa, right here. Blue. All the original stuff, the original markers are in Africa. The out of Africa ones and the African ones.
Yeah,
finally,
of the SNPs is gonna be in Africa.
Yeah, finally, the SNPs data for 16 individuals from all 43 African populations in a collection were compared following the phylogeny. 9 subgroups were observed with EM96, EM2, EM191, EU175 as the most frequent examples based on pairwise. You know, all the original stuff is in Africa. It ain't even outside of Africa, even the Asian stuff. Even the original Asian markers is in Africa. They're all in Africa. Right here, it says just above it, Ghana. Look at the areas it's giving us. It's giving us haplogroup frequencies. It's talking about populations in Ghana, Cameroon. It's talking about black ass people. No, y'all know I ain't talking no disrespectful shit. F1, F3. These is way out of Africa stuff. But the populations is indistinguishable from sub-Saharan Africans. You know? Burkina Faso, down here, we're talking about Burkina Faso. These are weird.
See. It says West African populations in the collection were compared following non-sub-haplogroups were observed with EM. Yeah, like I said, the EM. Right? Yeah, and EU. And most frequent examples based on pairwise ST values, SAE table, the CA and PCA plot with and without C. The most difficult population samples present in the database were those of, how you pronounce that? Burkina Faso? Or
Burkina Faso.
A1, A2, and the D1 sample from southern Benin and Albany. Am I pronouncing that right? Albany. I ain't about you pronounce it.
Yes, it's as good as mine.
That don't feel right. That sounds too easy. Like
the Ghana C1 sample.
Oh man, I'll be tearing the names up too.
They say but they all still connected to the EM though.
True. It's like a collage, just an umbrella right there on the Bight of Benin. It's just like a blast, you know. According to this study, it's like a blast of just E dispersal or something.
Yeah, it's got some primordial soup going on right there.
On the Bight of Benin. Look at this graph right here, Blue. F1. What the hell is F1 and F3 doing on the Bight of Benin? E2 and E3 and E1 and what the? Oh, hold up, Blue. I gotta show you this, bro, because I know you know about this stuff too. Hold up, man. You too, Psycho, but I'm just sitting. Look at this group right here, Blue. Look at this. Look at this, bro. What is that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
On the Bight of Benin.
B, C, D, E, F, M91. Sheesh.
What's the name of that one? What is it? B what?
B, C, D, E,
Psycho,
F,
I don't know, man. I'm a layman.
This the father of them all, right here. That's
crazy.
Yeah. Because basically, every time you get a haplogroup, like let's say we getting that F, they saying that D, C, and D would have caused E, right?
Yeah. Look, that's great. That B, C, D, F, E, 91 M, man. What is that doing on the Bight of Benin, bro? You know, it's interesting stuff, though, bro. You know.
That's an old name for that marker the long one. It's actually now it's just called A1B2. It was known as that. It was known as at one point in time. It was known as A4. Then it was known as BR, and it was known as the long one you just said, at BC, DEF. But now they just got it as A1B2.
Because when they saying A1B2, that just means somebody with an A marker, somebody with an A1 marker.
Again, it's like it's like a phone number. It's like a phone number. Something goes before that.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. That is the beginning. That is the beginning.
Well, yeah, that would be.
But some comes at the end. Some comes at the end.
Probably be A1 and A2.
Let me see the location if they got it.
B1,
B2. Do they have a location where there's a problem to that?
That's in Ghana. I think it was Ghana.
Oh, okay.
Ghana and Benin, I think.
It's a lot of markers though on the.
But see, that can't be. That's where it gets weird because that's too old to be West African.
It's crazy, man.
Unless, like, the only way it is. I mean, I know West Africa is still undiscovered, but it's either we got a lot of we either ain't been doing shit in West Africa, we got a bunch of history that ain't been discovered, or that shit is like a little bit off of where they saying the origin.
Something happened. Whatever happened, something happened over there on the bite of banana. You know, for
But
all
that's
of them.
why when you look at it and you follow the genetics, as far as like even just talking about the milk drinking gene, that's why I say like the Natufians, I can't give the Natufians away, because to me the Natufians were more so lined up with that E marker, and then them coming back into Africa with that milk drinking gene, and then that being those people Ethiopia, then sliding all the way out in the West, and then some of the people sliding out in the West Africa. Because I think one of the keys in following shit is that milk drinking gene. That shit is kind of a you know what I mean, like a testament to who's who too. Like that's why I was saying, like, between Rwanda, to me those people, when you look at what happened in Rwanda with the Tutsis and the Hutus, and one of them had the milk drinking gene. To me, that kind of lines more up with that E marker coming
This
back.
D marker can't be the oldest.
No, it's not the oldest. It's not the oldest.
It's not even us. This ain't even in Africa.
Yeah, it's outside Africa.
That's the D marker right here.
It's outside Africa, Psycho. Yeah. But it got
that's dangerous.
If we follow, Psycho, if we follow the line, though, it's outside of Africa, but it has to be the father of E. It has to be. It's no other way.
How can it be the father of E, though, if it's outside of Africa?
Because D comes before E. A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Well, that's
I don't think that's how they did it. I don't think that's how they did it, though. Like,
it's how it goes, bro. It's how it goes, bro.
This is where it gets weird. This is where I've been, I know.
Because that can't be right. Like that's how
it's right. It's right, Psycho.
Like that. That's not how they do it. I know that's not how they do it. This right here is like this is what these motherfuckers say. Like,
it's Psycho, bro. It's right, bro.
Like, so that can't be right.
I'm telling you. Bro.
No, I know they couldn't have labeled it like starting off in Africa and then going out and everything else. Like that's.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, Psycho. This is what I was trying to get D-Red to say, and he would not say it for some reason. But this is exactly what they say.
Oh, man.
And I ain't gonna lie, I've been trying to get to this conclusion for a minute. Every time I bring up DNA, it's because when you go to the origin of how E is created, that shit take you right into some goddamn tribal Shabazz shit, bro. I swear to God.
Ooh, it take you straight smooth.
That, and this has been my argument where I go, I'm a little bit on the edge with DNA because that shit do take you to the tribe. If you follow that E marker, that shit take you to the tribal Shabazz, nigga. That shit, that's where that shit goes. And it's funny, and the reason why I'm laughing is because your reaction was my reaction.
Yeah, man. It looked crazy.
I said, yo, this shit is China damn near. That's where that Asiatic black man shit coming into play. And I hate to have to I hate to have to say that.
See, Blue,
that's what DNA is kind of pointing at.
Yeah, it do, bro.
It get ugly.
It's something to that. It's something to that, bro.
I'm like, I was like, hold the fuck up. I kept looking. And now and this is where it gets weird, is because they'll say it's three origins: West Africa, they'll say it's East Africa, Saudi Arabia, or East Asia. But then when you go and you see where the only place that it could have actually split at that makes sense is where you was just looking at, bro, is East Asia. because the split, you got to make sense of how the people split and what happens to the other side of the split.
It makes sense.
Speaking of splits, what's up, y'all? I just want to ask you just for clarification, Afro. Afro, you are saying that D is the father of E, right? Because A, B, C, D, E, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I said.
You standing on that, right? That's how they label DNA marker.
Is that wrong?
Well, actually,
yes, that's very fucking wrong. I'm just hoping he stand on it because he told me I need to read more about DNA. So please stand on that. You saying D is the father of E, and you standing on it.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, bro. One. See, let's start out right, bro. 5. You stand on.
Can you answer the question?
Okay,
can you answer the question, bro?
You need
is D the father of E?
You need to calm down because you say
is D the father of E?
I don't like what I'm telling you is I don't like the way you approaching me, bro.
It's crazy how niggas will say something 5 minutes ago, but when you ask them to say it again, they be like, "I'm gonna say a whole bunch of other stuff first because I don't like how you asking me right now because you sound like you got a trick up your sleeve." Like, ain't nobody cursing you out, bro. Is D the father of E? What's so hard about saying, yeah, I just said it? It is. Say it.
Yes, E comes from a DE split. D is the father.
Oh, so how? So is D the father of E or not?
Yes, D is the father of E.
No, they are not, bro. That is false, bro.
D.
How do they share a common ancestor? If D is the father of E, why do they share the common ancestor?
Tell him that E split from DE because he don't believe me.
Yeah. So what did D split from?
It split from A. It split from C.
No, it's split from DE.
What?
Haplogroup DE is the parent group of both D and E.
DE is the father.
Oh my God, bro. No, it is not, bro. I'm reading it. Can I read? I'll just read. That's actually a misunderstanding of why DNA haplogroups are classified. DNA haplogroups are not labeled in a strict alphabetical order like A, B, C, D, E. Instead, they are named based on genetic mutations and branching patterns traced through paternal lineage. Why D is not the father of E. D and E share a common ancestor. DE, haplogroup DE, is the parent group of both D and E. This means D and E are sibling haplogroups, not a direct father-son relationship. So tell me how I'm wrong.
No, I don't think you off with that.
You don't understand what he's talking about.
I think you kind of you not necessarily off. You kind of you really kind of saying the same.
You really don't understand
how he literally just said this is how they label it. No, he just said it came from C. He just said it split from C. Before I said this, he said it split from C. How is he saying what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, the number, I mean, it goes a little bit more in depth than just D.
Okay, let's keep going. You right. Genetic marker is not sequential, A, B, C, etc. Haplogroups are named based on mutation and branching, not a simple alphabetical order. He literally just said they came from C. He literally said that. So how is the parent group DE? How is the parent group DE if they came from C? Explain that.
What are you yelling for?
Hold on, wait. If you saying though that the parent group is DE,
correct? Yes.
E and for D.
For E and D, yes, sir.
The question is though, where did DE come together?
That's a whole my goodness, bro. That's the parent group.
The parent group.
You get that part, right? The parent group is DE. That means D and E are not separate at this point. You get that, right, brother?
I just said,
but that's what
so that means if they're not separate at that point, that means that when they split, the DE is where they came from. That means D cannot be the father of E because they split from the same parent group.
It comes from a D. No. It's a D first.
Oh my God, bro.
The D.
No, it's not, bro. Oh my God.
What?
I'm reading it.
You just said that the D and the E came together, bro, and made the E and the D and the E.
They didn't come together. You're not listening. You're not listening. I never said they came together. I said the parent group. I said the parent. You tell me. Tell me how D and E got labeled DE. Y'all tell me,
bro.
No, I did not. You want me to repeat what I said, or we can play it back? Somebody go pull it up. I bet y'all right now that's not what I said.
Reread what you just said.
Reread, thank you, because I can reread it.
Yeah,
and
you
E
need
share
to
a
calm your
common.
little bitch ass down and stop.
Damn, now I'm a bitch ass nigga. I ain't called you nan name. Now I'm a bitch ass. I ain't called you nan name. Now I'm a bitch ass. You see how y'all niggas is? Soon as you can't prove that bullshit you be talking, you start talking shit about a nigga. Just because I'm yelling, I ain't called you nan name. But since I'm raising my voice, you gotta call me a bitch ass. But if you was in front of me, we'd just be hooking now instead of just having a conversation. All that weak ass shit, nigga. You a weak ass nigga that gotta call me a bitch because you being proven wrong because you can't stand on the bullshit you been saying for a week straight.
It's DE. It's split from DE, bro. It
Bro,
don't matter what you.
No, it ain't, bro.
Man, I'm about to show it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, go ahead, show it.
No, but reread what you were just saying. You said DE.
I'm about to. Why D is not the father of E? For some reason, ChatGPT thinks D is not the father of E, like this nigga is telling me it is. But D and E share a common ancestor. I hope we understand what a common ancestor is, because that means D and E are not separate. They're from a common ancestor. Haplogroup DE is the parent group of both D and E. This means D and E are sibling haplogroups, not a direct father-son relationship. How is that saying what he's saying?
So, D.
I said it comes from the D, you stupid motherfucker.
E.
Yeah, stupid psycho. Somebody step in. Did he not just say it came from C?
I said it comes.
Okay. Genetic marker is not sequential. Let my stupid ass keep reading.
Psycho. Didn't I? Now, let me talk to Psycho 1 second.
Hold on,
Psycho,
I think you kind of missing the point of the article you read.
I said it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
All right, how about this? So you're saying DE comes from C, right? So are y'all saying DE comes from C?
You country coon ass.
Are you saying DE comes from C? Call me as many names as you want, but answer the question while you do it. Did DE come from C?
Not directly, but yes.
You stupid motherfucker.
Not directly.
Okay.
Yes.
So how did it come from C? Before I start reading this, tell me how it come from C. Tell this stupid ass nigga how it come from C. Please tell me.
Because it would have came from BC, bro.
And you supposed to be.
It came from BC. That's what you're saying now.
You came up.
It came from BC, right?
Your bitch ass came up here with emotions.
My bitch ass. Okay. Did it come from BC? Did it come from C? Tell me what my bitch. Tell this bitch ass nigga what it actually came from. Clarify that part. It came from BC.
A, B, C, D, motherfucker.
That's what it came from. A, B, C, D, right? Or BC or CF. Which one is it now? B factual now.
C would have been
before I read now.
C still would have been a dominant trait, though, bro.
All right, now let me read then. Since y'all saying all this different shit.
If D and E came together, D would be the
D and E came together. D and E came together.
You said
from what? From C? You said D and E came together from C?
Honestly, we can't really, and I'm trying to have it. It's more complicated than that.
Okay, well let me just read then. How D E? Okay, cool. How D? That's cool. How D E and C are related? Haplogroup CT, the common ancestor. It don't say BC. It don't say C. It say CT. Haplogroup CT is the paternal ancestor of nearly all modern human Y-DNA haplogroups outside of Africa. CT branched into two major groups. Haplogroup C, which spread into Asia, Oceania, and the Americas. Haplogroup DE, which later split into D and E. So you see that, right? That means C and D. Hold on. Listen to what I just said. Listen to what I just said. Listen, psycho, my nigga. Please step in, bro. These niggas just said that DE came from haplogroup C. When I just read, bro, are you listening, bro? Or are you just being an emotional hoe right now? Are you listening?
You being a whole.
All right, go ahead. Tell me what I said, because I'm gonna read it again and show you wrong. Go ahead.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You just read that D and E came from haplogroup C.
Bitch ass.
That's not what I just read, bro. And I'm gonna read it again for you, bro. What's your name? Because I wanna get it right with you, because you actually sound like you listening, bro, and you don't sound like you have any feelings towards me. So what's your name, bro? Investing out the blue. Blue. Listen, Blue. You said now. This is not what I'm saying. I said. You said that what I just told y'all was that DE came from C, right?
Correct.
That's what you think I said, right? That's what y'all think I said, right?
Correct.
All right, now I'm gonna read it again and show you how I did not at all say that DE came from C. Okay, listen, bro. Haplogroup CT, not C. CT. Haplogroup CT is the paternal ancestor of nearly all modern human Y-DNA haplogroups outside of Africa. Listen, Blue, we're talking about CT.
And it said
CT.
outside of
listen,
Africa, right?
listen, Blue.
Where it said
outside of Africa.
Right.
Yes. Now listen, CT branched into two major groups. How many groups did CT branch into, Blue?
Two
major groups. I'm gonna name these two major groups that CT branched into, not C. CT branched into haplogroup C, so that's one of the major groups that CT branched into. You want to know the other haplogroup that CT branched into? Or you want to guess it?
What was it? D?
DE.
D.
Which would be the sibling to haplogroup C. So how the fuck can DE come from C?
Damn, that's even worse, bro. Fuck. So wait a minute. Hold the fuck up. I hope you read that wrong. So did you?
I hope I did too. I'll read it again for you. Just let me know.
Hold on. I just let me make sure I'm following you correct. CT branched off into two groups, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now CT is the majority ancestor of majority people from outside of Africa, correct?
Y-DNA haplogroups outside of Africa.
From Y-DNA, which is the male haplogroups that left Africa.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So and then that CT branched off into two groups, which was C and then haplogroup DE.
Mm-hmm.
Now DE is the father of E, correct?
No. Yeah. The father of E as well as D.
And the father of D.
Yes.
Now you do know that we are E, right?
That's not what I'm arguing, Blue. I want you to remember this started from. Hold on, Blue, because I want you to remember. No, because these niggas want to say that they're saying what I'm saying, so I need you to stop right there. His whole argument was what though? No, then tell me how. What was his argument from the beginning? Why did I get on the panel? What did he say?
Hold on, let me help you because his overall. Let me tell you what his overall argument is that the E haplogroup is not. It started in East Asia.
He literally called it. He literally called D the father of E. He literally called it that. Then he literally called C the father of D. Like, how y'all acting like he did? Hold on. When I put this shit in ChatGPT, I literally said, is D the father of E? It said it cannot be because they are and then explained it. Now you're saying, no, he really saying what you saying. How?
No,
it's literally saying it can't be what he said.
I think that, okay, let's say that it could be, let's say he's wrong, but I would say that it still makes it worse.
How, bro? How is he wrong, but it makes it worse? Like, please explain. Because I never made a statement. I never made a claim. I never said like D don't come from a precursor A. I never made a claim. All I said was that's not the father. So it makes it worse as to what?
That. I mean, just as far as for us in general, like if we talking about the E marker, because really the really what we was talking about was the origin of the E marker, and the reason why the D we got into D.
So what is the origin of the E marker?
D is usually considered as the father of
Where does it say that at? Where? Because I didn't learn that part.
Hold on, but this is what's crazy about what you just said. If you saying that CT is the father of DE, right, which is the father of E and D, then we know that CT developed outside of Africa. So did ED. And therefore the E marker and we know that the D marker developed outside of Africa. And then therefore that leaves, where does that lead to E marker development?
I don't care, guys. That's what I'm saying. All that stuff. That's not the point I was making. I just like because people be telling me I need to read more. Then they say these things, and then when you show them what they saying not true, then they call you a bitch ass. I think. Notice he called me all these names and then disappeared. Right?
Yeah, I'm not. No, I mean, but I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna say though it's wrong.
Now how though? If a nigga literally said this is the father of this and was adamant about it, and then when you go look it up and it say that's not, it literally says that is not the father of that. How y'all can't tell these niggas, bro, you was wrong?
But that, I mean, honestly, because I'm gonna be real. Even it said that, but that's not a fact. That's not.
How is it? So what makes it not a fact? So how? So what he said a fact? What are we using? What's a fact? If it's not a fact.
No, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We're getting like even what he said is a theory. Like even like
what he said was just bullshit. So, it was nothing.
Hold on. What I'm saying,
he just be talking.
What he was saying was a theory based off of the E marker being.
Yeah, can I source up, Psycho?
It was based on misinformation, bro.
Can I source up, Psycho?
Yes, please source up, please.
Nah, because
show us how D is the father of E.
Small back. You about to go to school?
Yeah. Show us how D is the father of E. Go ahead.
No, you just be quiet. You going to school?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Stand on what you said, though. Don't try and change it up. Because C is the father of DE, like you said, and D is the father of E, like you said. You never mentioned DE. I brought that into the equation. I brought DE. I brought in DE. I brought in CT. He never mentioned those things.
But no, when that's what I was saying, though, because.
So what's the father of CT then? Go ahead, establish it now. What's the father of CT?
No, it's kind of.
I bet he won't say it. I bet he won't say it. I bet he won't say what the father of CT is right here, right now. I bet he won't. I bet he won't. No, we don't see the screen. Psycho shares. Yeah. I bet he won't say it though. I'll bet he won't say what the father of CT is right now.
You see the screen, Psycho?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my bad for cursing, Psycho, on your panel, bro.
You good?
Yeah, this right here is a study. Carriers of mitochondrial DNA, macrohaplogroup L3, basic lineages migrated back to Africa from Asia around 70,000 years ago. If for those that don't know, L3 is said to be the companion of E haplogroups, the haplogroups that are under discussion. So this is a paper related to E haplogroups through their maternal partner L3, according to these scientists, not myself. We'll see moving further down into the paper. But just to let the people know that we definitely dealing with science. We don't want to be dealing with feelings and emotions. Forgive me that it deteriorated into something emotional. You know, it's just the energy that I perceive. But the split of Y chromosome composite DE haplogroup is very similar to the age of mitochondrial DNA L3. A Eurasian origin and back migration to Africa has been proposed for the African Y chromosome haplogroup E inside Africa. Frequency distributions of mitochondrial DNA L3 and paternal E lineages are positively correlated. So as we can see, what I'm saying about haplogroup E, the brother really has no idea what he's talking about. I'm speaking from a scientific point of view that is backed by science, that there was a what? A DE split. See, this is what I tell people. Chat GPT is going to make y'all dumb. because y'all are not going and actually reading and acquainting yourselves with these papers. So you're going to take what Chat GPT says and you're going to do the dumb shit that the brother just came. He came with a lot of energy that was unwarranted because he doesn't know what he's actually talking about. He's not familiar with these arguments within these discussions. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about between these geneticists. I read what the geneticists say. The geneticists say, not ChatGPT, that there was a DE haplogroup is a very similar age to mitochondrial DNA L3. Now, when we move further down, they have conclusions in the paper too. Their conclusions are that these haplogroups develop outside of Africa. According to not myself, but as you can see, the title of this paper is Carriers of Mitochondrial DNA Macrohaplogroup L3 Basic Lineages Migrated Back to Africa. The brother doesn't understand that CT was recently recalibrated. That's why we see them start to rename and change all of these branches. Prior to that, when we look at the older work, all of the older work is going to talk about the DE split. But scientists know that DE was outside of Africa too long ago because of the Nubian complexes of Arabia. The brother doesn't know about that component of the conversation either. The Nubian complexes of Arabia placed Africans outside of Africa at an older date. So they had to recalibrate the entire tree. You know what I mean? I don't normally have no type of hostile interactions with Five, but it's just the energy that you brought. Bro, you don't really understand. You running with Chat GPT is going to dumb y'all down. Read this stuff. Don't settle for Chat GPT. Don't settle for that, y'all. Read this stuff.
Let us know when you're done.
Fuck Chat GPT.
Yeah, let us know when you're done. We heard you.
Okay.
Psycho, you there, bro?
Yeah.
Nah, did anything he just explained change what I just read?
It still puts development out of.
I didn't ask you. I asked Psycho. I waited till you was done.
What you talking about?
I waited till you was done and all that. Psycho.
Okay.
Did anything he just explained change anything that I read? If so, please explain it to me because maybe I'm missing it.
Not from what I heard.
Okay. I'll mute back out.
Yeah, I mean, what you read is minuscule, you know, in the context of the conversation. Like I said,
it contradicted everything you said, bro, and you didn't change none of that with what you just read.
Blue's actually familiar with these type of conversations and familiar with the haplogroups.
That's why I was trying to tell you, you kind of making his argument even stronger.
Explain that for me, Blue, please.
Because if you once you take, okay, so now you're saying CT developed mostly outside of Africa. So you're saying mostly, his argument is already that E is non-African.
It can't be.
It can't be African.
It can't be.
Yeah, it can't
Not
be.
the origin. The EM96 at the origin, it can't be.
It can't be. So if you write with it being CT, that even makes that even more guaranteed that it ain't African.
And what he don't understand either, Blue, is that CT was just recently calibrated.
Yeah. When you say recently, can you give us a time frame? Like when?
Within like the last 5-6 years, it was just recently calibrated. They had to recalibrate it because of the Nubian complexes. The Nubian complexes,
like, where can I find that information that they recalibrated?
Because the Nubian complexes of Arabia are 125,000 years old. Africans had to be already out. They were saying that Africans went out at 60,000. but they had to recalibrate it because the Nubian complexes is 125,000 years old. You don't understand this shit, bro.
I'm trying to ask you when though. You said where did you find out it was recalibrated?
What I'm telling you is you don't understand.
Where did you find out it was recalibrated at? Where can I go look
What
that
I'm
up and see
telling
that?
you
Because
is
you're
the
telling me to
Nubian-
read. So when I look at
the Nubian complexes forced them to have to recalibrate because the African had to be out of Africa to build the Nubian complex. How's it 125,000 years old and you only telling me that the Marcus is 50,000 years old? That's impossible.
When did they recalibrate it?
You don't know what you're talking about, God.
I'm asking you. Help me understand. You
But
say
then
I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Remember, help me not be
Listen,
stupid.
bro. Listen, bro. I'm not saying you stupid.
Okay, how do they recalibrate it then? So maybe I need to understand. How do they recalibrate it?
They had
What do they got to do?
They had to move around the ages of the markers because Africans.
Oh, so that's something we can actually verify. They ain't nothing done in the lab. So that's something we can verify. So show me where they moved around the ages. That's all I'm asking. Show me when and where they did that.
I'm
Because I don't believe you. You talk a lot, but you don't show it.
I don't care if you don't believe me, bro. The Nubian complex is.
Yeah, it's all good. You never show none of the stuff you talking about. You just be fucking talking, bro.
Do you got?
You really just be talking. Like just when you just pulled up all that, you just showed none of that showed that D was the father of E. None of it. None of that showed that DE didn't come from CT. None of it.
Bro,
no, but it actually did. What you not getting?
How,
is that
Blue?
T
Explain it
doesn't
to me.
exist, bro.
What?
T is just them. T is
what
them
is CT?
making up. T is them making up for the mistake that they
I get
made.
that, but what is what is CT?
Exactly. CT is an
I get that part,
to
but what?
C.
Okay,
it's
so
only an adjustment to C, but it's still telling
so
you
that
the same
makes
thing.
D the father of
that
E.
C. That all they're doing is readjusting it and making up for the mitochondria. Because remember, most of the conversation that we talking about is really only talking about the Y chromosome.
Yep.
So which came first, C or CT?
C. There was no CT.
So C came before CT.
Bro, there was no CT.
All right. So
they just CT is an adjustment made to C. If you made a mistake with C,
I just don't agree because what I'm reading, because like he said, Chat GPT gonna have me confused. Because Chat GPT says haplogroup CT came from haplogroup BT, so BT is made up too.
But this is what I'm saying. It only goes to F.
Listen though, you just said it came from C.
He don't.
You said it came from C, right?
Blue,
hold on, bro. You said
it go past F too, by the way.
He doesn't understand.
Hold on, Psycho. Do you understand? Because I'm slow, so that's the excuse for me not understanding. So I need a nigga that's not slow to be able to walk with me. So they can't use the excuse that they talking to a slow nigga.
You mad?
So I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm talking to Blue and Psycho, bro. So Psycho.
Yeah.
You're mad as hell. He's telling you the same shit I'm telling you.
Am I wrong when I'm asking them how is E from DE if DE split into D and E?
No, I'm saying that you're not.
And these are siblings.
Asking a different. No.
And then it says that CT came before haplogroup C. It says CT came before haplogroup C, but they're telling me that CT comes from C. That's what they're telling me.
No, this is what I'm telling you.
That's what y'all just saying.
This is what I'm saying. You're not wrong. You're just being more technical. That's what I'm saying. You're not wrong.
Okay, so
you're just
you told me just now that C was before CT. Did you not say that?
No, this is what I'm saying. CT is a correction of the C that they already had established.
You can't comprehend that. They just
recalibrated
it.
But so when you say that to me, Blue, right? Let me tell you something, Blue. When you say that to me, right? When you say that to me, right? I'm dumb, Blue. So when you say that to me, you're saying that C came first and they had to correct it, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when I read this, that doesn't make sense to me. So let me read it. No, CTE is not the same as C, but C did come from CT. Think of CT as the parent and C as one of his children. Breaking it down, haplogroup CT, the common ancestor. CT is the ancestor of nearly all non-African Y DNA.
It's because they can't.
But hold on. How? Go ahead.
That's the best way that they can explain C. That's the best way that they can explain C. They can't show a connection between B and then C. The best way that they can show C is through CT and then move from there. But because they have to show a correction, they have to correct C. They were wrong.
Okay. No haplogroup CT was not created to explain a mistake with C, nor was it a random classification with connection to B. Instead, it was identified through genetic research as the common ancestor of both haplogroup C and DE. This is why ChatGPT gonna have niggas like me stupid. Because you're gonna have to explain why this is saying something totally different than what y'all saying.
What is haplogroup C? Hold on, wait.
Yeah, tell me what to type in so we can get all on the same page.
Let's stop. Let's start here. What is haplogroup T? Let's start there.
What is haplogroup? They said it's made up. I agree with you. It said that was not an actual haplogroup. No, but so get what I'm saying. I didn't disagree with that part though.
So how could we be coming from a goddamn haplogroup that don't even exist?
It's bruh.
It doesn't even exist.
So haplogroup BT don't exist either.
No, it that's what I'm saying. It's a correction of B. So it's just a correction.
I'm trying to understand how these things come before the correction.
It's just all they're doing is getting more detailed in how they got the C, how they got the D, how they got the E. But it's still, even with what you said, you came down to the same conclusion. Right. That's what I was trying to tell you.
No, I didn't.
It was the same.
Can I read haplogroup? Let me read haplogroup DE. DE is the human Y chromosome DNA haplogroup. If it is defined by the single nucleotide polymorphism, and then it goes through a range of numbers, P205, P144, P533, P165. DE is unique because it is distinguished in several geographically distinct clusters. An immediate subclade haplogroup D, known as DCT3946, is mainly found in East Asia, parts of Central Asia, and the Andaman Islands, but also sporadically in West Africa and West Asia. The other immediate subclade of haplogroup is haplogroup E. The other, let's read that again. The other immediate subclade, sub meaning under, subclade is haplogroup E. It's common in Africa and to a lesser extent the Middle East and Southern Europe. Now that's from Wikipedia, family. So like I'm trying to stress to the brother that it has been recently recalibrated. So recently that we still see Wikipedia says that E is a subclade of DE. We still see Wikipedia tell us that E is a subclade of DE.
What is a subclade?
Just like a subclade. A subclade.
What is that? It's a branch of something, right?
Right.
It's like a branch, right? Okay. It's a branch of what? It's a branch of what though?
Where it comes from. DE.
It came from what? Oh, it didn't come from D? I thought you said it was a branch of D. I thought you said it came from D though.
Bro, either way, man, you came out with all of this energy. You came out
How is it either way? So are y'all saying DE and D are the same thing?
No, bro. Still don't know what
so how can it come from both? Help me understand.
This is what we're saying. We don't have that. This is what I want you to get, right? There's really no exacts. But there's only, that's what I was saying. Like, so for the E marker, there's 3 origins. They got like the Horn of Africa. They got like the Saudi Arabia area, and then they got East Asia. You just made a strong case, bro, for it really being East. Like you made more sense why it would be East Asia or Saudi Arabia.
He said
I don't
what?
care about that
He,
argument, though. You
he
understand that,
said
right?
what? What
Like, I
I've been
don't care about
what I've
that
been
argument.
saying for what I've been saying for years, right, bro?
Is that it developed out the E market developed outside of Africa. That's what he been saying. That's all. That's been his argument for years. I ain't gonna lie. I've been arguing Brett down on that shit. I've been arguing against him on this same argument for years. And I gotta come down and say, bro, the Israelites right now, bro, they looking right on that shit.
Like
When it
y'all
come down
confusing
to
me.
that E-marker,
Y'all
the
confusing me
E-marker
because
is some
none of
funny
what y'all
shit.
saying is like y'all say one thing, then when we move on with the conversation, y'all say something that backtracks on what you just said, and then you say, "See, that all explains what I've been trying to say." I'm like, hell nah, my nigga, y'all niggas is all the way mixed up. It's me. I'm the slow one. You're right. I'm dumb and slow, like you said, Afro. Just know, only reason I'm being respectful because I'm in this account right now. Because all that shit went out the window when you called me a bitch ass.
This
know that.
what I'm saying though, bro.
No more cordial, nigga. Fuck you.
This what I'm saying.
That's
Outside of the,
bro. I've been in rough environments, bro.
Ah, yeah. Shut your bitch ass up. Go ahead, Blue.
I've been in things for real, bro.
Yeah. Shut your hoe ass up, nigga. Ain't nobody studying your hoe ass. Shut up.
Get busy.
Bitch ass nigga. You don't do nothing. You a hoe ass nigga. You ain't
Let
gonna
me
do
see
nothing.
if
Shut
I
your
can
bitch ass
find
up.
common ground with him. So this all I'm saying, right? So Afro argument for years has been that the E-marker developed outside of Africa. So let's just say, even if he was wrong on how he stated it, right, and you was correct, your statement still puts the E-marker outside of Africa.
You don't know that. You don't know what the hell he's talking about.
And why you say that? Explain why you say that.
Because when you read, the first thing that you read was that CT developed mostly outside of Africa. That was the first thing that you read. And then from CT, you get what? C and then DE, which is the father of D and E, right? We know that D developed outside of Africa. According to you, CT developed outside of Africa, and we know that C developed outside of Africa. Now, the only thing that would be odd out of those three would be the E marker, which is us, to say that developed inside of Africa, which it would make more sense based on what you said, that it's a sister gene, it's a sister haplogroup to E, right? Because they both share the same father, right? Now, if they both share the same father, what would that mean that they developed outside of Africa?
That's not what I read, but
which would make you did, because you literally said that CT developed mostly outside of Africa.
I don't think that's what I read. I'll read it again. Can I read it? I didn't say it developed. You want me to read it again? It said haplogroup CT, the ancestor of most human-wide DNA haplogroups outside of Africa. Did that say it developed outside of Africa?
Okay,
or
so
did it say
let
it's
me
the ancestor of those groups outside of
Let me do that. Let me get that correct. It's the ancestor of most. Let's do that. It's the ancestor of most people outside of Africa. Correct.
But most human-wide DNA haplogroups outside of Africa.
Okay, now name some of the people that it developed outside of Africa. What was the first marker? You said 2, right?
DE. That started with the branch was of one. CT gave rise to
and C.
DE.
And
no, I didn't say that.
And DE.
I never mentioned C. No. It says C. It says DE, haplogroup D, and haplogroup E.
No, wait. I thought you said that CT gave rise to C and then haplogroup E.
Go ahead.
No, am I tripping? So I was wrong on that. So you didn't. It didn't read haplogroup C gave birth to CT, and then EB.
That's not what this reads. See,
I mean,
mixing up the conversation we were having.
My fault, not CT. CT to C and then EB. I thought those was the two that it developed into.
CT branched into C and DE. Yeah.
Correct. C and EB, right?
No, DE.
I mean DE. My fault. I keep saying it wrong.
No, you good.
That's what I mean.
A bunch of letters, guys.
DE. Yeah, that's what I really mean, though. So now, mind you, we know that C developed mostly outside of Africa, or not developed. My fault. It's the ancestor to most non-Africans. Let's start there.
Yeah, spread into
All right.
Asia, Oceania, and the Americas.
Now, who are those non-Africans that it mostly spread to? Those who are of C and of DE. Now, so both of those are non-African, right?
It don't really say where DE is. Let me see.
I mean, we know C is, so this is the thing. We know C was non-African. We know D is non-African. We know E and D is related, and they both come from what?
Well, I was trying to read. Haplogroup DE, a distinct lineage that carried a new genetic marker. This mutation likely occurred around 65 to 70,000 years ago, possibly in Northeast Africa or the Middle East. That's what DE mutation.
Or the Middle East. But see, this
or
is
Northeast
what I'm saying.
Africa.
We can
or
say
Northeast
or
Africa.
Northeast. But this is where
Africa.
it gets tricky, though. Go now. Look at where does the D marker? Where does the D marker develop at?
Scroll down.
Because remember, that's the father of it. DE is the father of the D marker.
D is the father of D. Let me see where D at. Haplogroup D, East Asia, Tibet, Japan, and Andaman Islands.
See what I mean? Now, where would this sister have grown? Without now, that's where the father had that one. Where would the sister have been born at?
It's not. I don't think this is where they born. This is where they are found mostly at. But it's haplogroup E would have been Africa, Middle East, and parts of Europe.
And where?
Start with Africa. Africa.
They start with the Horn of Africa.
Parts of Africa. It don't say Horn of Africa.
Right.
It just say Africa.
Right.
It just say Africa, Middle East.
Yeah, it
and
just
parts
say
of
Africa.
Europe.
But that's why I was like, knowing the argument, they saying
No, I
they
get you. I
saying
get you
the Horn of
specified.
Africa, yeah, Saudi Arabia, and then East Asia, or that Asia part. That's what they be saying. Now, this is where it gets tricky. We know where D developed at. We know where C developed. Where we know where C are ancestors for it, and we know where D are ancestors for it. To put E in Africa would be the only eyeball out of all of those three, because CT is the father
he just walks
of
you on the
mainly
yellow bus, bro.
non-Africans.
Walks you
That's
on the
what
yellow
you
bus.
said. That was the first statement.
Get
It
on
is
the yellow
father
bus
of
and ride down the
non-Africans.
I said it's the ancestor of my.
Exactly.
So listen. So when it says that, what I hear, Blue. Listen though, when I hear that, Blue, that's like saying I'm a grandfather, right? And I'm in Africa.
It mean you don't know what you're talking about.
Damn, bro, like niggas was having a great conversation without you. So that means 1,000 years later, or 60,000. Because remember, this is a 65 to 75,000 year
He just walks you on the yellow
time
bus.
frame.
Real
So
slow.
it could easily have developed from Africa into the Middle East.
Straight on the yellow
So
bus.
to say that it developed in Africa, or to say that it developed in the Middle East,
Now get on the yellow
had
bus.
a partial development in both.
And go read.
So tell me why you disagree with that, Blue.
This is where we have to rewind the bus, right? Because remember,
Say that again. I couldn't hear you over the retarded nigga.
Yellow bus.
Wait till the retarded nigga done, and we can talk.
Get your ass on the yellow bus.
Yeah, he gonna keep spitting up. We can't help that shit.
This is where we gotta hit reverse and start from where CT is, because remember, CT is gonna be the origin. So let's just say CT is Africa, but most of the
No, let's
people
find
that
out where did CT originate. I'm gonna look it up so we can be on point.
It should be
You
Africa.
can't learn this stuff right now,
It's
stupid. You
believed
gotta
to
go
have
back and study.
originated in Africa, likely in the northeast or
You
east
ran with
Africa, or
ChatGPT, and ChatGPT
around
made you look
70,000
stupid.
to 80,000 years ago.
ChatGPT made you look stupid.
When you ignore retarded niggas, they get mad. So don't worry, he gonna get a little upset the more we don't speak to him. Blue, but just keep ignoring them. It's like feeding the gorillas at
Tell
the
them,
zoo. Don't
Blue,
do it.
stop
So
using
they gonna start slapping the glass and shit while you trying to take your
one of those
pictures and stuff. You can't even take good
wanna
pictures
know
because they start
something,
licking
get
the
up
glass
off your
and playing with
lazy ass
themselves,
and read
throwing
it.
shit at the glass. You know, they're a little slow. They're a little primitive. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So they
why I
operate on
tell-
straight emotions.
That's
You know
why I
what
tell
I'm
the
saying?
true story
They
and
start calling your names and shit like that. 'Cause if they could call you names, they would call you names, but they don't know how to.
using ChatGPT.
So whenever you ready, Blue, I'm listening, bro. You just gotta ignore the retarded nigga.
I think though,
Spitting up on the screen.
This is Because I'm gonna tell you why this is important, bro. Because this is the difference between us being Africans and being niggas that conquered Africa. We just gonna be 100 about this shit.
So let me ask you something, Blue. If you talking about 50,000 years ago, it wasn't no fucking Africans, bro.
It was.
You know what I'm saying? We talking about 100,000 years ago. That shit is like
years ago.
Once you got to deal with reality, all this shit is primitive. All these is this is the human evolutionary process. You know what I mean?
Wasn't no fucking African. I gotta
No,
get
but
this.
Did they? So
this
Blue,
what I
did they
mean,
start
though.
in Africa or did they start somewhere else?
They regardless.
I'm gonna rewind this on your punk ass.
This is a point though I'm making though too, because genetically, regardless of where they started at, is what they would be considered. So genetically, they would be considered non-Africans.
How if their mutation started in Africa?
No, their mutation started out of Africa.
Outside of Africa.
Where did it say that though? Where did it say that? That's not what they said.
That's what I was trying to get you to.
Stupid.
No, I get you that you trying to get me to say that, but I'm trying to figure out where the information say that.
But this
or understand from your position. I don't mean say it like force me to say it. Like,
this what I'm saying. Like there's only 3 places that the science says that E starts. It's the Horn of Africa, it's Saudi Arabia, and then Asia. Now based on his theory, he has a strong argument for Asia and Saudi Arabia. I kind of still, lean towards Africa, but I see where his argument comes from. But when you
if that's what you're saying to say, I see it. Yeah, I see that. I see because they mention these other lands. I agree that they mention other places.
No, but once you come in and you say that CT birth C, and then birth DE, which is the father of E and D. The only eyeball, if you put E in Africa, that would be the only eyeball out of the equation. You can't put the birth of E. It would make no sense because now you have to explain how the fuck did D get. You got to explain D, and you got to explain C. You got to explain how did you come from C, and how did you come, and how are you connected to D, and how did you come from DE if you were originated in Africa? You can't show that.
The DE is the most critical factor because the DE is where the split takes place. That's why when they talk about the development of D, where we see the most pristine example of D is in the Jawawa. It's in the Andaman Islander. It's in the Andaman Islander. It's in the Jawawa. These people are dark skinned. They look like maybe Nilotes or something. They got coarse hair, but that's the greatest concentration of D markers that we see in Asia. It's amongst the D. And as far as EM96 is concerned, the greatest concentration of EM96, is in the Shamar Arabs, who are black Arabs. Black woolly-haired Arabs have the greatest concentration of EM96 on planet Earth. That would be the father branch of all of these different E collages that we see in Africa. But the greatest concentration, where is it? It's in Arabia amongst the Shamar Arabs, dark-skinned, woolly-haired Arabs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the DNA to me. And I know we like to trust the science, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't necessarily agree with Asiatic lying. My point is that going based off of the science, the DNA, that's what that shit is suggesting. Is that nigga? We went in and conquered Africa. We ain't no fucking Africans.
I don't think.
Like if we gonna be honest.
I don't think that's true.
I mean, we see it over and over. That's what Rwanda was. That's what we see in Ethiopia with King Zana. That's what we see when we conquer Nubia. That I mean, that's a hard conversation to have. It's
It's
gonna be a
no,
really tough one.
it is. It's no other way to explain it because D cuts through Africa with it's explosive. It's explosive. You know what I mean? They had to have superior technology, but I don't think they came in as colonizers. I think they came in as I don't know what to call it, but it's fast, it's rapid, and it's everywhere. You know, it's rapid. Actually, the study is called the punctuated burst. One of the studies on it is the punctuated burst. You know, they know that it's abrupt, it's sudden, and it's powerful. You know? It's E markers though. It's definitely. They explain it by when they say when Arabia dried up and North Africa dried up, it caused massive population dispersion. That's what the genetics says. It says when Arabia turned into desert, it made the population back migrate into Africa. When Arabia turned into desert, glacial maximum made the population dispersion.
See, and that's why I said, man, this is where the conversation it gets hectic, man.
It did because the glacial maximum is right at 50,000. It's right at 50,000 years ago. The glacial maximum. It's consistent with the dispersal back into Africa. Boom. It's consistent.
I'm like, I don't know, you know, how I feel necessarily about it. I have my own theory, but if we following the genetics, that E marker, bro, is very distinct on what happens when it enters into Africa. It's very clear on what happens, and it's clear on what happens when the E marker comes into West Africa. What happens to the populations that was there before. And I think we had and I'm saying this as a realistic, because a lot of times we have the Africa conversation, and we be kind of battling against other people with other beliefs. But it's like, yo. I'm looking like, yo, we got some shit we got to answer for. Yeah. And once again, that goes into making sense on a lot of, if we go into who got sold. I mean, but that goes down to conspiracy now from there, but it goes into who got sold out west. It'll be there. And why? Like I said, if you really look at the Rwanda situation and the genetics between the two people, the Tutsis and the Hutus, that shit is gonna be eye-opening in itself.
It is. The Hutu and the Tutsi, they know it's Cushites and agriculturalists. It's agriculturalists and Cushites.
And see,
pastoralists.
But to us, when we be looking, we like, oh, it's just Africans fighting against other. But those people are genetically diverse from each other, extremely. There are two different distinct people.
But they both fuck with they look hella different, but they both in the E groups though. Yeah, they both in the E groups. They look hella different. That's interesting too to point out, because one is like shorter or medium height, and the other one is like tall and skinny with like longer heads, big foreheads, the women and the men, you know, but they still within the E group. You know what I mean? But they do have some distinct differences, even historically, pastoralism and agriculture.
Man, it's definitely gonna be
Yeah, Blue. I don't see how you see it, bro. Like everything I'm saying is, even when I go look it back up and look through the migrations and all that, and then the like niggas talking about the distribution pattern of E across Africa, it just shows that they more than likely originated in Africa. Like I don't get what you were saying.
Well,
I don't get how you saying.
so that's what I was saying about there's three theories for that, right? Like the typical one, it says that it just originates in East Africa and moves west. Correct? That's usually what it
That's the
says.
main
Like,
one.
yeah, Horn of Africa and it moves west. That is cool until you start going into the origins of DNA, like what you just read, and what Afro-Asiatic be saying. And when you get into that, it doesn't make any sense of how you can have E develop, and it's really out of place for you to everything else to be moving out of Africa and developing in Asia, Saudi Arabia area, and then all of a sudden the E marker just made it all the way back to Africa.
Yeah, and what else kind of gives it away too is that West Africans, certain pockets of West African populations retain very, very ancient definitely West Eurasian haplogroups, like the F3 and the F1 that we were looking at, that's nestled along the bight of Benin. Then we have ancient R groups also nestled amongst Cameroonians, but they're dark skinned. They're indistinguishable from sub-Saharan Africans. They blend right in. You can't tell the difference. You know what I mean? But when you look at their genes, you see a form of RV88 or R haplogroups that's 50,000 years old. It's older. It's older than the European R1b269. It's older than the European R1. It's the father of the European R1b269. The RV88 that's nestled in Cameroon, you know, so it had to be movement even prior to modern Europeans existing on the planet, because RV88 is 50,000 years old. F1 got to be at least what off of CF, that's like 80, 90,000 years old off of F, but it's in West Africa. Because they can't, how I see it, those populations came back in together a long time ago. They still living along the bight of Benin. You know what I mean? It's not recent. It's impossible for that F1 that's over there, that F3, that D1. It's impossible for that to come from Europeans. It did not come from modern Europeans. It came from ancient West Asia.
And just to answer Q Black, no, not that life started in Asia. Specifically, when we talk about the E marker and people who are E1B1A, that E marker is not something that was shown as friendly to Africa. Like, just being real, it's something that and you can tell it's a difference in culture that comes in. It's people who come in with pastoralism. You know what I'm saying? They move. They're not hunter-gatherers like that, bro. They're pastoralists. They're milk drinkers. Like, that shit is different. That's a whole, and they bring a whole different economy to Africa. And the weaponry.
What Fa said earlier is one of the bullet points that I stick to when he read about DE leaving Africa at 60,000. That's impossible. You know, when we look at the Arabian-Nubian complex, the Nubian complex of Arabia is over 126,000 years old. It's inconsistent. That's what I was telling Fa made them have to recalibrate the tree, because they know that DE had to exit Africa. These markers had to exit Africa to build the Nubian complexes before that time. They had to recalibrate it. You know what I mean?
And see, like, and I even add one more part to it too. Like, my personal theory is that people all started at their own personal rivers. I think West Africans started at the Niger. I think it was, Central Africa started at the Congo, and then East Africans started at the Nile. I don't like. It's people who started at the Amazon, Mississippi. That's my own personal theory. But my point is if we following the DNA and what the DNA is saying, that shit don't say that niggas is African. How niggas be trying to stand on that shit. I'm just gonna be real. That shit say nigga E1B1A is a op to Africa. That's what that shit really say. That shit say E1B1A is an op to Africa.
That's what it say for.
The original population of West Africa was eliminated by E1B1A.
Telling you, Father, that's what it said, bro.
That's all I'm saying. Like we get into the science and the genetics, but that's what the genetics say.
That's
because there was
say.
Yes, it is, bro. There was already a population of 100. You don't understand, bro. Do you know the difference between a pastoralist?
So listen, when you see this, is the problem I have when y'all say I don't understand, right? Because I'm just parroting, and I don't care if anyone say I'm parroting what experts are saying. So say the experts don't understand. Don't say I don't understand.
You're not.
Because I'm yes. So you're saying the leading. So are experts saying, because they're like you said, there are 3 different theories, right? So which is the leading theory? That they are come from Africa, or that no. What's the leading theory? That E1B1A is West Africans, or that they're Middle Eastern?
Is it that it's the leading theory? Correct.
The leading, yeah. Thank you.
That,
okay.
No.
So when y'all say they don't understand either, right? I just want you to say that those that are saying that it's the leading theory, they don't understand either. Because you said the reason I don't get it is because I don't understand.
Let me be specific. It is termed as specifically sub-Saharan.
Right.
Which is
that's cool. Like that's that
cool.
word. No, that's that word issue. I get. Like that word, that frame, that name, cool. But that's not when I say that's because the conversation ain't about that right now. That's gonna take the conversation somewhere else. I don't disagree with what you're saying about sub-Saharan. But are you saying that the people that have that leading theory, they don't understand what you're saying either?
No, this is what I'm saying.
So they understand what you're saying, they just disagree, right?
This is what I'm saying. They show. Not only does history show, but even with their theory, they show the same thing that they come in.
So are they just lying when they break it down? How they when they break it down, how they break it down? Are they just lying?
I mean, in my personal opinion, bro, I think that in the whole point of it is to establish Jews.
So even the black people that study these things in DNA that are saying what they saying, are they lying too? Or they just don't understand?
Bro, see, like when we look at
don't skip the question and start talking to me.
Who do you know that's black that's controlling the studies of DNA?
I ain't say controlling the study of DNA because nobody can control the study of DNA. If you have DNA in a lab and you're a scientist, if you're a geneticist. Hold on, bro. If you're a geneticist, sir, if you're a geneticist and you're studying DNA, you're saying you're not intelligent enough to see the flaw shit they do. Is what you're saying. You're saying they're so good at it that when they send you this DNA, you can't tell that they finessed you.
What I'm saying is, if you're a geneticist, you got a job to do.
But if that's the case, they wouldn't have 3 different theories because that means 3 different geneticists are coming up with 3. They're saying 3 different things. So all of them didn't do the right job. Then. That's what it's like. We gotta stop with the conspiracy theory stuff because we can do that all day about anything.
It gets you really taking it and you jumping for no reason. It's not that
you just did that. I started talking about.
I didn't make it that.
I started talking about how the leading theory is that this E1B1A is.
And I told you, I said, even if we go by the leading theory, they're still telling you the same thing, bro. That those people conquer West Africa.
That's literally not what they're saying. No.
You don't want
Where are they saying that? Please show me where they're saying it at. Maybe I'm not reading that article. Show me where they're saying it.
Already people here.
I just read
with a whole nother culture. What the fuck are you talking about? We move in, nigga, and the E1B1A takes over and becomes the dominant population. How much more clearer can that get?
I hear what you're saying, bro, but
and we fucked their women, nigga.
That's what you're telling me, bro. That's what you're telling me.
No, that's what the fuck that means, nigga. What do you think you watching when you looking at DNA? It's telling you who fucked who.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with you?
It's they call
when
it.
You see a mass distribution, nigga. That mean we killed off they men and fucked they women.
What they call it is a sex bias migration. That's what they call it. It's a sex bias migration. It's male dominated and it's dominated by E groups.
Exactly.
And they cut through Africa like a hot knife through butter. It's a fact, bro.
It's the evidence is there, bro. We seen what happened. That's what happened.
Y'all talking about around 3,000 years ago?
That's what you're looking at with your DNA.
Since 50,000. 50,000.
Since 50,000 years ago, this one group of people.
You talking 3,000? That's just like West Africa, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
You talking
3,000, 4,000?
Because that's what we was talking about, West Africa. Oh, you're saying these people took over the entire Africa?
They came into Africa. That was the
from
first migration. That's based off.
So you're saying that you're saying that the original migration was from outside of Africa into Africa is what you're trying to argue. The same as Afro.
That's why they correct that DE, because that DE, if you remember what you read earlier, it says the DE went out at 50,000, but that's impossible. They had to be out earlier than 50,000.
It was already out
because the dispersal of E comes back in at 50,000 with L3, with his lady, with L3.
And you just read that they brother and sister. I mean that they, you know what I mean? That they come from.
And I also read that their ancestors were out of Africa.
Exactly.
We're gonna skip that part.
Exactly.
So hold on. Let me ask you this. Blue, are you saying?
Think
okay, say what you're saying, because maybe
ancestors is out of Africa, right? And they share the same father, and their father is outside of Africa. Think about that.
No, say that again.
So the origin, right? Let's start with CT. CT creates offspring that is mostly non-African, correct? Out of Africa. C, what you had C developing is what? North Africa and Europe. And
I just want to back up, because when you say that CT created something that is mostly non-African, I think you're saying it different than it's said. Because when it says that this is the ancestor of the most of the non-African, it's not saying, hold on, it's not saying that this is the ancestor that produced the most non-African people. No. It's saying that most of the non-African people's ancestors come from this. I guess that's the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess
so now, but that's just that. But think about it. That's CT. We ain't got the C and DE yet. Which is the offspring of that. So now when you get to C, we know what C produced, and then what D and E produce.
So Blue, that's why I wanted to stop. You're saying you agree that CT comes from Africa?
That CT, I wouldn't doubt that, like North Africa or whatnot. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so these things all, and the ancestors to CT was also from Africa.
See, what they knew too, just to add on,
so I'm trying to figure out when do you consider it non-African? Like at what point? If we did, let's say we start. Hold on, no. If we started in Africa, then we left out of Africa, then came back into Africa for another 50,000 years. With the people that we are now, we would be African.
Because when they calibrated, when they calibrated, they was like, okay, well, DE didn't exist back then. So they said they had to assume that it was at least a BM60, a or a BM60, a early straight up African marker that stepped out of Africa and then produce CT, and then CT begins to mutate and we get D and E. That's how the process goes. But I keep stressing the recalibration. It's not DE that went out. It could not have been DE that went out. It would have had to been an older marker that went out. It would have had to be an A or a BM60 or a BT that went out in order to start producing
Based
seed.
on what? That's you saying that though. Like
It's
that,
not me
like that's
saying
cool
that.
for you to say.
No, it's not.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
why they had to
Y'all
recalibrate the tree. I keep
You
telling you
saying
that,
that
bro.
when I look up them
You not,
recalibrating this DNA tree, they're not saying it's been recalibrated anytime recently. So that's why I keep asking you, when did they do it? And you won't tell me. It's some kind of secret.
it's not a secret.
Well, then
Bro.
tell me when. 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 10 years
Bro,
ago.
I'm gonna have to go back and
it was like during the process of them like developing the Human Genome Project, bro. Like
So in 2004,
they had to.
Nah. I would have said probably
that's when the
before
Human
that,
Genome
bro.
Project was.
The dates was off, bro. They had
No, that's when the Human Genome
When they
Project started
synthesized it.
before the 2000.
Oh, you talking about when it originated? I thought you
Yeah.
meant when they synthesized. Okay.
Yeah, when by 2004, that's Ancestry.com and shit. That's the result.
No. I'm saying 2004 was when the Genome Project kind of finalized and they finally synthesized the gene. But that's a whole nother conversation.
That's where you start now and you get your African Ancestry.com.
I'm saying my thing is he keeps saying that they recalibrated. I'm saying when did they recalibrate it? So I can go see that they did what he's talking about. Because every time I look something up, it isn't saying that, oh, in order for DE to have did this, they would have had their left before 50,000 years ago. Nothing I'm reading is saying what he's saying.
Bro,
and it's like y'all just want me to, because he said it, I should be all down. Bro, making a good point. That's what it is. I don't see that. Okay, Blue, I can't just accept what he's saying. Somebody got to show me that they saying what y'all saying.
Even outside of what he's saying, just with what you read, CT
doesn't agree with y'all.
It don't agree with you.
Created what?
DE
mostly
and C.
And what are those mostly?
Again, I want to read it verbatim because
I
feel like it's being read or spoken about differently than me. But we're gonna say mostly non-African just to answer your question.
So we say it said first it started out with CT created mostly non-Africans, and then it named the haplogroups C and then DE. Now C develops outside of Africa, DE develops outside of Africa, D develops outside of Africa. The only one we trying to say that they developed in Africa was E.
Let me read this real quick, because this is why I say I think you kind of misrepresenting what I've been reading, because this is what they're saying. This is what the leading theories are saying. Haplogroup CT is the ancestor of all. Now, let me finish reading everything now. Haplogroup CT is the ancestor of all non-haplogroup A lineages and gave rise to C, D, E, and F. Haplogroup C, D, E, and F represent significant migrations out of Africa and diversification across Asia, Europe, and the Americas. That's what I was saying. I was like, this is a period of time that these different groups are spreading from, leading from out of Africa into these other areas over a period of time.
That's why I'm trying to stop you.
No.
That's where you're wrong. Because we know where most of these develop. I asked you, I said, where did D and E develop? Where was it?
D was found mostly in this ain't developed though. This is where they were found. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So developed and found is two different things.
No, bro.
Yes.
That's where the mutation happened. Where you found them, you can almost assume that that's where it's mostly populated, that's where the mutation occurred.
Right.
That's
Okay,
where
I
the
get what you're
change
saying.
is. So
and that would have been in go back to it. What you said, C?
Yeah.
D was Tibetans, Japanese, and Annamese.
Exactly. Now, what was DE?
I don't got DE on this particular chart. Hold on, let me scroll up.
Try to see if you can find DE.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Because remember, DE is not only the father of E,
D and E,
but D and E. So now you gotta make sense of E being connected to to D and DE, and also C, because it has to be connected back to CT.
But see, that's what I'm saying. It's connected back to CT From a lineage though, from a long lineage though. That's what I'm saying. That's like pushing them all into a one time frame. Like since DE is well, if that's the case, it's connected to A too. If that's the case, it's connected to A because CT is connected directly to A.
No, we're not pushing them. We're going by where it mutated. That's all we going by. We just going by where it mutated and what the science is saying. We just walking slow. So we know that C, these are all different people, right? Can we agree that A is not the same as B? B is not the same as C. C becomes different from D. D, like we can agree that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so when we get to CT, which develops mostly non-African or non-A and B, right? Now, we know that out of all of his offspring, three out of the 4 of his offspring developed outside of Africa. C, D, E, and D.
DE did not develop outside of Africa.
Where did DE
D and
develop?
E, I agree with you. DE developed in Africa.
DE?
Yeah, DE.
So CT.
Yeah, how is CT the progenitor? How is CT the progenitor of out of Africa groups and then miraculously?
It's not the that's what I'm saying. Y'all saying it wrong. It is the ancestor of most non-African groups. That does not mean that does not mean when it birthed this next group that this next group was already out of Africa. That's not what it's saying. It's saying CT birthed DE in Africa. And then Africa birthed D and E went out of Africa. That's what it's saying.
Look, bro, but what I want you to understand though is you gotta calm down. Me and Blue.
No, I don't, bro. I can talk how I want to talk. If you don't want to have a conversation with me, you can exit the conversation. You can't tell me I gotta calm down, my nigga. This is how I talk.
Right. You right, but I'm gonna tell you, me and Blue have experience with these discussions. We have experience.
Bro, you understand? I've listened to you argue with niggas on YouTube for years, bro. You ain't saying nothing new, and that don't make you right. That don't make you right because you have experience on it. Don't make you right, bro.
You coming with Chat GPT, and
that's fine, bro. Because you ain't gave no source, so like it don't matter what I'm using. You ain't showing me no source. You read one source that didn't debunk nothing I read. And we're discussing it.
I wasn't trying to debunk nothing you read. I was just
trying to anyway. Haplogroup DE likely originated in Africa. Listen, Blue. Haplogroup DE likely originated in Africa approximately 50 to 60,000 years ago. Although the exact timing can vary slightly depending on the study. The split between haplogroup D and haplogroup E occurred after DE haplogroup formed, and both subclades became distinct over time. The major migration of Homo sapiens out of Africa likely began 60 to 70,000 years ago. By this time, haplogroup DE was already present in the populations of early humans, and the divergence into D and E occurred as humans moved into different parts of the world. Haplogroup D is primarily found in Asia, especially in places like Japan, Tibet, and parts of South Asia, while haplogroup E is primarily associated with populations in Africa, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as in Europe and the Middle East. One of us is reading from something and one of us is just talking.
It went out of Africa earlier than 60,000 years ago. The Arabia-Nubia complex proves that. That's the facts. You don't know what you're talking about. Arabia-Nubia
Show us that.
Arabia-Nubia complex tells us that Africans went out of Africa prior to 60,000 years ago. It is bioluminescent dated to be 125,000 years old. Africans went out of Africa.
Show us that. Pull it up, source guy. Pull it up. Show us. Shut Fontaine the fuck up with his dumb bitch ass. Go ahead. Show us. Shut that bitch ass nigga up. Go ahead. Pull it up. Let me guess. You don't have to, right? You don't have to. I ain't got to show you niggas nothing. Like niggas will talk all day, bro. Because I can sit here and talk to you all day, Blue, and I can tell you 100 things. But if I'm never gonna show you what I'm saying or read from something to show you what I'm saying, what the fuck does it matter what I'm saying, my nigga?
So, and that's just like, okay, so we have, like, that's just like, okay, so CT, right, may have originated in Africa 88 to 101,000 years ago. Haplogroup E may have originated in East Africa, or Asia around 65,000 to 73,000 years ago. You see how open that is?
Mm-hmm.
East Africa or Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Now when we get into the issues, now DE, right? This is where we gonna get it gets interesting. Where did C develop?
I gotta read it. Unless you know
Yeah,
off the top, we can scroll back up.
I thought you still had it. Yeah.
Oh, I was pulling something else up while I was listening to you.
Okay,
Let me scroll. I should still have it on here. So I'm scrolling up. I ain't
I
losing
could
the thread.
read from the Nubian complex source. This is one. The Nubian complex of Darfur, Oman, an African Middle Stone Age industry in southern Arabia. Despite the numerous studies proposing early human population expansions from Africa into Arabia during the late Pleistocene, no archaeological sites have been discovered in Arabia that resemble a specific African industry, which would indicate demographic exchange across the Red Sea. Here we report the discovery of a burial site and a more than 100 new surface scatters of Darfur region of Oman belonging to the regionally specific African lithic industry, the late Nubian complexes, known previously only from the northeast and Horn of Africa during the marine isotope stage 5, 128 to 74,000 years ago. Two optically stimulated luminescence age estimates from the open-air site Abu Awal in Oman placed the Arabian-Nubian complex at 106,000 years ago, providing archaeological evidence for the presence of a distinct Northeast African Middle Stone Age techno-complex in southern Arabia sometime in the first half of the marine isotope. This is what I'm saying threw off the calibration, because they realized that Africans had exited Africa before what they said. When they got the dates from the Nubian complex assemblages that I'm reading from now, they said, oh damn, it couldn't have been just it had to be older groups that went out of Africa. You understand what I'm saying, Fa?
And that's when you get CT,
yes,
BT, like the T doesn't exist, bro.
They had to recalibrate.
I got you on that part.
That's why we went from, because usually it's E1B1A, E1B1B, is A1B. You know what I mean? This is how it is going. And then all of a sudden you get CT, BT. That's to correct some shit.
And that's just the Nubian complex of Darfur and Oman. We have the Imran complex, which is also Nubian assemblages that have been slightly altered, but that's at 50,000. How could that be fully developed at 50,000? And you telling me Africans don't leave until 50,000? That don't make sense. The archaeological record wasn't matching. They had to recalibrate. That's what I keep telling you, bro. They had to recalibrate the tree because the archaeological record told them, hey, Africans was already out of Africa, buddy.
That's why you gotta ask. Psycho put up the thing. It said A1. It had B1. I mean E1 B1A, E1 B1B, E1 B1C. E1B1C1, E1B1C, like he had all of that.
Bro,
where was it? Where did E1? Where did ET come in at?
I mean,
you know
I don't mind beefing with people far on the internet, but it's silly. I really don't like to, but that's why I was trying to tell you your energy was unwarranted. We could have just like hashed this stuff out and talked about it. You know what I mean? It didn't have to be so hostile. I didn't have to return your energy, but I did. You know what I mean? But either way, bro, it was unwarranted because you was off from the door. You had a lot of blind spots in the conversation, bro.
And like I said, I mean, my personal beliefs and theory on genetics and DNA is totally different. But if we saying that what I believe is pseudo, and you know what I mean, and we gotta follow the genetics. I'm just saying, when I look at the genetics, that shit don't be saying that shit. Niggas be talking.
It don't, man. But dudes, you know, that's you know, they'll have a heart attack. Y'all don't even go that far, you know what I mean? But it's true.
I see it now.
It's
I see it going on now. What's up, melanated? Melanated guy just said, she said, all these Arab FBA tribe of Judah filling up our ass. Hey.
Yeah, see, DNA supposed to be different because it's science, though. So, like, dudes supposed to scrutinize that differently. But dudes be cherry picking. I don't want to mess with that DNA.
All I'm saying is, I'm just listening to the smart guys and just following the DNA and trying to figure out what is going on. You said he want to be what, A or B?
Yeah,
well, we know E1B1B didn't conquer West Africa. That's a fact. We know that much. And I can't drink milk. I'm gonna be honest. So I know I'm more than likely probably not E1B1A. I'm probably have a group A or B most likely. So more than likely, I probably got fucked up by one of you E1B1A motherfuckers.
But a lot of Bantus got E and they can't drink milk. You know.
Oh yeah. A lot of them too.
Cameroonians, some of them can't drink milk. They're mixed in though.
That's true.
They all mixed together in West Africa.
Yeah. That is 100 though. But nah, I don't know. I don't think it really matters that much, but I do think to an extent of when we go and tell people what they is and what they ain't. And, you know, when in actuality, the DNA is saying that you are op to Africa, to West Africa. Like, I just think that shit is contradictory. You know, I listen to both sides of the convo. I listen to both sides of the arguments. I hear the Abos, I hear the Israelites, I hear it all. The Pan-Africans, I hear them all. And when I listen, and I hear the Pan-African saying one thing.
What we gotta say though, Blue, the E groups is the Pan-Africanist though.
That's what's even crazy.
They going ham.
That's what's even wild.
They definitely
Pan-Africans are E1B1. That's what's
definitely.
Niggas conquering Africa and talking about Pan-Africanism.
Oh shit.
You ain't never lied. I mean, that's the reality of it that niggas ain't gonna really want to sit on. You E1B1A motherfuckers conquered West Africa. So you Pan-African that, nigga.
That's why dudes be mad as hell at the Genesis 49ers because they be cramming that shit. Yashub and them, they be banging that shit.
I already know.
Yeah,
I used to be listening. I wouldn't even say nothing. I'd just be looking like, let me see what the fuck they. I'm looking like, damn. I kept going all ends. I said, damn.
The crazy part, that's what Negroes is.
And really, when you really hunt some shit, I'm looking like that shit. They put E1B1A all the way in goddamn East Asia. I said, sheesh.
What? Oh, man.
I said, you tribe of Shabazz ass motherfuckers. Hey, let me find out melanated God is E1B1A. Out here talking. I would already know it's the Pan-Africans. I would already assume.
No, and only her paternal line though.
Facts.
Fatherland.
Nah, but man, it's a I mean it you know, that is, you know, saying conquering it, I'm just trolling with it. It's a harsh way of putting it, which it is some truth to that. But You know, it ain't that. It was also some mixing. You know, the dominant culture though is always going. You know what I mean? Just kind of win. And we had, you know what I mean, the weaponry between the weapons that was brought in and the agricultural type of lifestyle. That shit right there, the pastoralism, that shit just changed the game.
Yeah, a little bit of metallurgy too.
Yeah, the metallurgy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what, you know. It's a wild thing. I think though people, I hate to break it down. Like, you know, I was kind of harsh with the brother when I said it's like, you know, we fuck, you know, but I think we kind of go past that. That's the conversation that DNA is having. Is what men had the dominant relation in what area. That's what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 100% consistent with the tribe of Shabazz, though.
Yeah,
I don't care what nobody say. DNA backs the tribe of Shabazz 1,000 billion%.
I can't lie, bro. Hey, and that's what I be saying.
It does, bro. It really do. Word up. I'll debate anybody on that.
Hey, on everything. That tribe of Shabazz shit got life with it. You start getting into the DNA.
If you going by modern genetic studies, the tribe of Shabazz becomes extremely relevant.
That's crazy, yo.
We're just bond.
It's fucked up too.
And Europeans coming on the planet at 6,000. Ain't that a bitch?
Yep.
DNA confirms that too.
The wall.
Man.
Yes, it's crazy.
DNA confirms what the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said about the date and birth of modern Europeans. That is the fact.
Yeah. The components to make the hair, the eyes, and the skin. Yeah. 6,000.
They even got a thing called what they call it, selective breeding in genetics. Selective breeding in genetics. I don't know, man.
Hey. It look like Lou in the back. I don't know who Lou is. But yeah, man. I say, man, it's I hate to have to do that to y'all, man. That's, you know, and it's crazy because I consider myself a global Aboriginal African. You know, I'm a part of the XyayX movement. You know, I've been got away from Pan-Africanism years ago, and for good reason. For good reason. Now, more than I look at it. You Pan-Africanisms. You niggas movements is consistent with the Afro-Asiatic. That's what I'm noticing. You niggas come in with your new goddamn technology, your new economics, and just try to take over shit. I get it. That's what you want to do now. Oh, we know coding and everything. We gonna learn coding and then go back to Africa and conquer. Yeah, I know. You niggas is trying with your ass for real. This is I know I ain't Asian though. I just said for fun, but didn't migrate out. For the Asians to stay. I mean, honestly though, I mean, it's a deeper story to that though too though, melanated. I mean, I think to me, in a way, regardless of the DNA, I'm not willing to disconnect from those people, because even though they're, to me, I see them traveling out, I don't think they lose full connection. That's just like if you move from California to New York, you gonna lose full connection with your family. Like there'll be some sort of connection and communication that y'all able to kind of keep up over time, I would assume. But that's why I say I think we got to look at the migration and the back migrations a little bit different, or how they explain not only that, and just even DNA in general. It just kind of raises the question. But as is, just reading it as what it's saying, just straight up, that shit gets murky when you start looking at that E marker. That's all I'm saying.
Yo, it's the truth, man. You know what I mean? And the thing is, I know your opinion comes from reading this stuff. My opinion too, it comes from reading this stuff. You know, when you read it, you be like, yo, what is this? It's
facts. It's crazy, man.
It's what the white, it's what the white folks is saying. You know what I mean? It's hella receipts on it, fam.
And like I said, I'm somebody that's always argued against it. You know what I mean? And
right.
I ain't nobody that's ever been like, oh yeah, Afro was right. I've been somebody that every article he pulled up, I was fucking on his neck about it. You know what I mean? This is real, but you gotta. It is what it is. I think, and it's only really two ways. And I'm gonna tell you, really, the other alternative is that, and you're really not gonna like the other alternative. And that's was that you was just in West Africa and you was doing nothing. You didn't read, you didn't write, you didn't create no metal or nothing like that until other people came in and saved your ass. So it's really only two ways that the DNA kind of go. Like, and that's really the fucked up part about it. Because on the other hand, they like, man, you was just really still hunter-gathering until other motherfuckers who migrated out came back in. So we can roll with that. Or we could figure out how to clean up the story between that back migration of the E marker. Because without it, Africa is ugly, y'all. I'm just telling you, it's ugly.
You're going to need a big mop to clean up that story.
It's
ugly. A mop, a broom, a dust blower. It's out. You know, them
it's out.
Is public.
Your pyramids, all of that type of shit. You got to figure out where you get the math to do that shit. It's not there. It's going to be hard to prove the mathematics with just the hunter-gatherers. It's tough. You know what I mean? It's a tough one. But like I said, that's if we just going with mainstream science and what, you know.
I mean, dude's gonna have to go straight abo and just deny genetics and everything. Like, I don't know, it's no other way to explain it. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm at. I think you got to.
If you respect monogenetics, you're gonna have to be like, yeah, that happened. It took place.
Yeah, it's ugly, man.
What up? What's good, fellas?
Peace, brother Lou.
Nigga, you don't respect modern genetics, nigga.
Hey guys, I just want to say, man, that was an interesting debate y'all was having, man. And believe it or not, like debates like this sometimes, man, it's good to get it out because, like, just sitting there, I learned more about this shit than any other time that you guys be discussing this shit. So salute to y'all, man. Salute to Fi, man. Fi just like the fact check, man. I got a homie that's the same way, same type of energy and shit. And sometimes, you know what I'm saying, it goes up. But at the end of the day, like, we kind of got a fact check. So that's how, you know, you flush out, like, all the bad information. So,
You have to.
You know what I'm saying? So,
yes, sir.
Ain't shit wrong with that. You know what I mean? But I just want to say, too, like at that point where they went back and corrected, what was that, the C? And changed it. I mean, that don't mean, right. It don't mean that they can't go back and do other ones the same way. So all this shit is ongoing. So I would just advise, like, you know, what we at now, you know what I'm saying, just not to look at it as like a be all end all, because they're gonna still find some stuff. And some of this shit might be political, man. Cause
that's what I think.
Because they never really put out like the full information when they went through the genome, like you said in 2004. So, you know what I mean? That's just happened to be where it is right now.
Yeah, I just like. Go ahead.
And I'll just say it is, in my opinion. That's what I think it was for. To me, is to write them into history. You know, right. And they don't have a real history. So there's two ways that they're trying to do it. It's by creating history and then tying themselves to people genetically. And so that's what I think it does. But most people will be like, well, you don't believe in DNA, you this and that. So I'm looking at it and I go, well, when I look at the DNA and what it reads, but I say, nigga, your ass conquered Africa.
But I do agree, like what Afro just said, it kind of gives more credence to the elbows and shit, which is like a L, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, but they don't. You ain't got to worry about that, Afro, because they don't even deal with.
No, they don't know how to argue it. They don't even know. They ain't came across the argument yet.
They don't know how to
realize what's going on. They could be like, whoa.
Hey Lou, help me out, Lou. Help me out.
Yeah,
what gives credence to the elbows, Lou?
The fact that like that this kind of proving like that everything ain't necessarily the blackologist, you know what I'm saying, logic, you know what I'm saying, like
what proved that? First of all, I don't think nobody says that, but what are you talking about when you say disproved it? What proved?
I didn't say prove, I said it gives credence to kind
what
of
now, what did well
the E marker conquering.
No, I'm asking Lou because he was listening the whole time. I don't want it to be from one of us that was talking.
I'm saying like if those markers are saying that that the C, you know, I mean that the African that most the ones that were born in Africa or discovered in Africa are not the earliest, you know what I'm saying? And then they could say, oh man, Africans been all over the world. You know what I'm saying? Then, you know, they like to go back to Pangea and all that.
But that's what it's been saying, Luke. It's been saying Africans been all over. It's literally been saying that. Only thing that they showed, or that anything they said tonight was that it might have been a different timeline. They might have left Africa sooner than we thought. And now when you ask them how much sooner, they're not going to say.
Sir, but scientifically, when you have a mutation and it takes place outside of Africa, scientifically, you are no longer African.
Yeah, they classify them non-African. I don't even necessarily agree with that, but they do that. They do that.
And I don't either. But
yeah, I don't.
That scientifically speaking, that's what is classified. You classified as now a non-African.
That's why I be, I argue with dudes too. Like, how do immediately, soon as they set foot outside of Africa and have any mutation, they become non-African? That don't make sense to me, But dudes here, white folks say non-African, so they just be like, oh, they say they non-African. How the hell they gonna be so different phenotypically because they had a mutation? No, we see the Jawawa. They look like straight up sub-Saharan Africans, but they outside of Africa, off the coast subcontinent of India. They got a D haplogroup that developed outside of Africa, but they look exactly like sub-Saharan Africans, though. You know, so it is a bit nuanced there. It's nuance in it. When I see a Chihuahua, I don't see a non-African. You know what I mean? I just don't. Even though I recognize what their genetics is saying that they D haplogroups, I don't see a non-African though. You know?
I don't think I get what y'all are actually saying. Are y'all saying that E1B1A are not West Africans?
I'm saying they in West Africa now. You know, I'll fall back though.
E1B1A conquered West Africa.
So are you saying they're not West Africans?
They conquered West Africa.
Is it a confusing question? Are they West Africans?
They conquered West Africa. Are white people Americans?
Yes.
All right, bro.
What? So, but
did they
see how I
conquer
just
the
said
Americans?
yes? I didn't say they conquered the Americans. I said yes, they're Americans.
But did they conquer
So
the
see how I
Americans?
answered your question simply? I didn't do no extra stuff.
Let me help you out.
So now you're trying to explain why you're not going to answer my question. Go ahead.
You answered it for yourself. Did they conquer the Americans?
Oh, so E1B1A is West African.
E1B1 is African.
So those are Africans, right, Marlon? E1B1A is African, right, Marlon?
Yeah. It's paternal. It's the paternal side, and the L2 is the maternal. And the L.
Okay.
L1. Yeah, but according to the Out of Africa, what happens is that when the people
they don't agree with Out of Africa.
Yeah, when they leave Out of Africa and they haplogroups start to change because it mutated. Yeah, so now they become non-African because it mutated. So it's like it's just like mutants, right? Mutants not humans no more. Like, you know what I'm saying? When they become mutants and shit, they change, you know. So when it mutates, it's like they become something completely different now, even though originally, you know,
it was Africa.
They was the
That's what I was telling them. If you genetically develop outside of Africa, scientifically you were considered non-African, right?
Yeah, but they're gonna tell you though how you know, they in the Out of Africa, remember it's a mutation. So if it mutates, it turns into something different than what it was. So it's no longer that because it changed. It's a mutation. So even if it and then after it mutates, it evolves, right? Because in order for the mutation to develop, it has to go through an evolutionary process. So the mutations develop. That's why they talk about evolution instead of, you know, saying mutations, right? Because we do mutate, but then the mutation has to develop through evolution. It's evolution,
right?
And people are evolved. Instead of just saying mutation, because mutation kind of sounds negative, right? But it actually, that's what they did. They mutated, right? And then after the mutation has to develop. So the mutation has to evolve. You know, science
that's where you get the evolution.
Because remember, evolution means to develop. Like if they say like LeBron James game evolved into this, it means to develop. It usually
over
means
time, right?
Right, to develop and become, also to develop and become better, right?
Not necessarily better. Evolution of it. I said evolution ain't necessarily better, but in your reference, yeah.
Yeah. So the mutations have like a negative connotation, like, you know.
Yeah, because you think mutant. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So scientists would say, oh, they evolved, like, you know, so to say right. they mutated and then evolved. Mutation sounds negative, like, you know.
And when it says that, so Marlon, when it says that, my bad, Luke, real quick. When it says that this mutation happened in this area, that's all they're saying, right? Is when this mutation occurred, it was over here.
Yeah, in that particular area, yeah.
Okay. My bad, Luke.
But mutation doesn't necessarily mean, right, to be better, but in that case, in that instance, it's just developing, like developing the mutation.
I think the problem that people have when they hear the word mutation is not realizing that mutations is like tens of thousands of years. So when people hear mutation, they thinking like, oh, it just happened yesterday, you know, something like that. So people thinking like, nah, that's not, you know, why it didn't happen last year. You know, they get into that type of shit. They don't understand like that when you say mutation, y'all talking about tens of thousands of years. So like,
true.
No, it's definitely, and it does definitely take that time. But what I would ask though too though is, with Marley, when you were saying that they were West African, but are you saying that E1B1A didn't conquer West Africa?
y'all better hope Lance ain't here listening to this shit, bro.
Like that they didn't kill off the original population of West Africa to become the dominant population.
No, we were still here. They didn't. The E marker did travel a lot with the North Africans and shit.
Psycho, how you knew it was me when you let me up, bro?
Who else gonna call yourself Brooklyn Joker?
I'm gonna be real. If you haplogroup AB, that E1B1 shit is ops.
What?
I'm just gonna be real.
I mean, but the reason too to why Africa is so diverse too with genetics is because of the different hominid species that was within the continent that the Homo sapiens was
developed there
to breed with, and then after they breed, they interbreed with each other, right? So like the other continents where it's like just Neanderthals primarily, or Denisovans and Neanderthals is not as diverse because the African continent had the most hominids, but that the Homo sapiens was able to interbreed with. So that's why in Africa it's so diverse with so many different genetics because of the different hominid species that was living there.
Even though we look just the same.
But after a while, due to a period of time, like we going, and some people and some Africans really don't look the same. Because if you look, I could tell Ethiopian from a West African.
You can.
Oh, yeah, you could look at a Southern African. I ain't talking about the Bantu people who travel from West Africa. I'm talking about the Khoisan people. You could tell that they look different from the West.
You could tell the Sudanese, the Twa.
They just dark, right? That's why they haplogroups is happening. We share the same common ancestor in that continent because it's L1, L0, L2, right? L3.
So really, even if you think about us, like if you look at us, you can see all of them in us. We got
let me ask y'all a question,
stocky niggas. We got tall Sudanese up here. We got short Twa people.
I mean, we share that same
mixed up.
That we're dark, right?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, that we're dark, right? Or that we have a lot of melanin inside of our skin. But
not only that, we got all of they different, like, you could find somebody in here that match somebody from their tribe. You could throw somebody in one of them tribes over there and you'll never know the difference.
Let me ask y'all this though, man.
We got muscle-headed niggas. We got skinny niggas.
Oh, muscle-headed.
Like when we talking about these haplomutations, to be honest, are we talking about like different types of hominids, or are we talking about Homo sapiens sapiens?
In these conversations, it's Homo sapiens sapiens.
Homo sapiens sapiens.
Because all that haplogroup A through whatever is all Homo sapiens sapiens.
Right.
And that's why I was like, that shit, the E1B1A.
Yeah, so if that's the case,
that shit fucked up, bro.
Bye. Keep coming up and clapping on these niggas, man. Because like I learned a lot, man, just by you doing that shit, man. I ain't mad at you, man. Hey, no offense, Afro, man. I know you.
It's all good, bro. It's all good.
And I'm gonna be honest though, Barley. I mean, I'm pseudo. So in my heart of hearts, I don't believe that shit. That's how it should happen. I don't believe other people came from Africans. I don't believe that shit.
When you say pseudo blue, is you saying like a higher power or
what they would call pseudo? I think it would mean.
No, I just mean like I mean in a way, but not like.
It sounds like you alluding to aliens and shit.
Well, I think we are the aliens.
But
okay.
Oh shit.
as
Supreme
far
beings
as
in this motherfucker.
but I do believe in evolution in the West too. I think I'm not totally against evolution. I think that is a part of the process. But I do think that starts at different rivers. I don't think it's just the Nile River or just the Congo. I think it's all of them. So I think
Let me ask
West
y'all this too,
Africans
man, before I
developed
get off
in
here.
West Africa with the Niger River. I
Like
think
for
it's
us
always
laymen,
been the case.
on the topic, man, what would be like a good place to go start? Like just as to build a better understanding on some of this shit.
A biology book.
It's a book called It's a book called It's a book called Sapiens. You could read.
It's a book about cells. So I don't remember the name of it.
Sapiens. So if you get that book, that's a good book to start off with. You learn about the different hominids, and it'll break down. See, that's a good book for me to read.
Is that the one that's called Life or something? I don't remember the name of the shit. It's called Human Life or something like that.
You got Guns, Germs, and Steel.
I heard of that one.
So you heard about that?
Yeah, I think they even got that on YouTube.
That's a good book too. Guns, Germs, and Steel.
What's that Richard Dawkins book? Richard Dawkins got a book on DNA.
Hey, did any of y'all catch the presentation, man? Jared Ball and all this stuff he dealing with. The presentation that Psycho dropped earlier.
Yeah, I seen some of it.
Yeah, I even mentioned him before. He like one of these academics that's like more on the blackology side, kind of like a lower tier version of Michael Eric Dyson, but like less bravado. And he kind of like outed himself as being biracial and everything, kind of like trying to like I wouldn't say delineate, I would say actually the opposite, like non-delineate biracials, and you know that's gonna always be a hot topic and shit. So yeah, so I thought that was pretty interesting. But anyway, let me get out of here, y'all. Y'all got it though.
Yeah. Nah, you good, God.
Peace, bro.
I think
All right, Lou.
Peace, God. Nah, I think like I said, man, we got some deep ass conversations to have. We gotta get these genetics quartered in, and to me that's just like if we just go take it at face value, like it is what it is. It's right. We gotta get that shit right then. Figure out what the fuck is they saying? Because when I'm looking at it, it tell a weird story. I'm not sure I agree with.
But DNA is not going. You got to think of what we testing and shit. So it's not going to lay it out for you. You know what I mean? It ain't going to say here. This is simple. It's a complex study, and we talk about thousands and thousands of years. So like it ain't gonna be super accurate. Like yeah, that's it. Ain't nobody say nothing. This what it is. Yeah, you ain't gonna get that.
I mean, yeah. Is that, and then I mean you gotta think though, you don't just have that to go off of, then you got how shit happened in history. Like you got shit, how people change. Because you gotta think, you got DNA and then you got anthropology and you got sociology. So now you gotta look at how families develop, how eating habits develop. You know what I mean? Like all of that shit is different. How motherfuckers got food. And once you start talking about agriculture and how that gets introduced, it becomes the pastoralism is a murky subject. Personally, I'm not willing to give that up and say that that's non-African. But just going by the DNA face value, that shit is non-African.
And you look at who brought that shit in was the ops. And the people who brought that shit in was E1, B1, was the E marker. E1, B1, hey.
Yeah, they bring in agriculturalism and pastoralism. Well, they have it. Agriculturalism and pastoralism. The E groups.
That's why I wonder what is the relationship as simple as conquer and fuck, or is it more of a we kind of all kind of simulated into that, like, you know what I mean, like, oh, this is a better way of moving, this is how we gonna move on forward.
Hey, Blue, I'm about to hop off, but I think they spread Abraham's seed.
Sheesh. I can't even say that.
Of course he gonna go back to that pseudo stuff. He stick to that Quran and that Bible shit.
Young Chris.
I do, yeah. MVP in the building.
Man, I'm not even about to address that shit.
That's why I said that. I said, Young Chris, go ahead, man. I'm about to hop on. Go ahead.
What's happening, Chris?
You dropped that Abraham seed.
Oof. I'm about to Keyshawn Davis's ass. I ain't even in the mood. Good.
Boy, Keyshawn, man, that boy ready.
Beat that cracker's ass.
I was so
That's
happy.
what
I
you
said, boy, you
supposed
gotta
to
knock
do.
him out, man. Nigga sent you some bananas and a watermelon. Gotta knock him out.
Beat that cracker's ass.
He just
That nigga, you see that cracker holding his stomach when
and I called it too. I said, body, he gotta finish this with a body shot about 4
hurt him to the body. You know what I'm saying?
Make that nigga look like a bitch.
That nigga was holding his stomach, face all clenching and cringing up. I said, good, that's what he get.
Talking shit.
Talking that cash shit. That's still our sport. Y'all will never get that shit back.
Hell nah. Nigga, DNA says so. Nigga, that's genetics.
Superior genetics. Remember they used to say in the 20s the white man got
twitch.
superior genetics.
That shit out the window. Man.
Oh shit.
That's why they hate Floyd though, man. Cause Floyd really he not only did it with the athleticism in the beginning, but then the back half just all mental. That shit. They like, he just cherry picked.
He ain't cherry picked no goddamn body. I hate it when people say that.
Yeah, every dude he fought, they built him up like this was the dude, and then he beat the shit out of him. They was like, oh, he's washed. He's
Canelo beat him. Remember they said Ricky Hatton gonna beat him.
Yeah.
Y'all out y'all goddamn mind. I was
like, y'all the ones who kept saying.
Only person I said could have beat him was Shane Mosley, but Shane Mosley was just too old at that point.
That was the time. It would have took a nigga though. It wasn't gonna be nobody else.
Yeah.
King Corley was close. Chop.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I told everybody Emmanuel Augustus beat Floyd.
Yeah, Emmanuel put in this one too. He was in some dog fights.
But Floyd Mayweather just say, I'll fight you too. Don't think he can't fight.
That was the dog days.
Oh man, that was good. Those boxing after dark fights, those was the best fights. Anybody could lose. You be like, oh man, Morales, Barrera, Puerto Rican Mexican War. But I see Psycho on here. Where's Psycho at?
I'm right here. What's good?
Man, I see you finally attacked that shit, huh? That Tyla bullshit. I see you attack that shit tonight.
Oh yeah. I didn't get a chance to get at it the first time, but it came back up again yesterday, so I started talking.
Man, I'm tired. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I'm so sick of that little tart running around, acting like she's something special. No disrespect to, man. It don't sound disrespectful. Like she coming to America
acting like she don't understand race relations in America. She understands race relations in America. She understands them very well. She be trying to play that innocent shit. All right. She coming in here from South Africa where they had apartheid, where the shit still exists, by the way. It ain't ended. And then she comes in here and she plays to that that cracker side of the table every single time they ask her questions about race relations. Right? Now, you said that you made a good point. The point you made was whether she calls herself colored or black is still the same thing. I said, I agree, right? He said, because y'all motherfuckers in America, y'all still say, we what? Want to be recognized as people of what? Color. You're right, but she don't, the only pushback I got, and I don't know if it's real pushback, is she don't want to be seen as that specific element of color in this country. She don't want to be seen as that. That's why she says, no, I consider myself colored. One drop rule. I get what you say. you hit it on the spot. Yeah.
Well, I do think she doesn't want to be associated necessarily with black because her being colored in that country gives her certain privileges that the black people do not have. And she understands that. She understands this. Right? Like, so she does it. And to be honest with you, that's why a lot of, we had this same issue in this country for many years. I've done presentations dating all the way back since the end of slavery, where you have mulattoes didn't like. That's what Plexi P. Ferguson was all about. Mulattoes didn't want to be labeled as black, so he was challenging it out in Louisiana and anything else because they because of the caste system. Right, they didn't want to be that. They didn't want to be associated with black when they wasn't fully black, and they felt like they shouldn't be labeled that. And she kind of has that same mentality, she don't really want to be labeled black. She understands that people are going to call her black over here, but that's really not how she was raised and where her mindset's at. So she kind of don't really want to play that game when she comes over here because she understands it's a sensitive topic. So that's why she ain't really want to get into it.
But the thing about it was Charlemagne, he understood that. You know what I'm saying? He understood that shit when they asked her the question, when they set her up to ask the question. That's what I said. So a little bit of it was a troll move on behalf of Charlemagne, but the question, the thing still remains. She don't want to be seen as black. A lot of it is.
Did we lose him? Or is that me?
How we identify you over here. You understand what I'm saying? We know what black is over here, and we know that you are participating in the culture. Well, excuse me, she needs to know that she's participating in the culture that we have created and that she's participating in. That's the thing I get mad about, like right there, when people take our culture and then try to minimize us and our own culture of R&B, hip hop, rap, breaking, etc. You see what I'm saying? And that's the problem I be having with that shit. She know exactly what the fuck she was doing. She trying to be a little pop artist. Get that bullshit out of here because she can't really fucking dance no way. Looking like a fucking toddler jumping around on stage looking for Drake and shit. You know what I'm saying? So when she made a comment on at Vanity Fair when she says, I don't understand why Kendrick's so mad at Drake. I'm like, yo, this is the some of the biggest dumb shit I've ever seen. What do you mean you don't understand? They've explained, he's explained it. What do you mean? So in other words, you're trying to minimize Kendrick's statements about why he got a problem with Drake.
She probably getting on code, but yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I be seeing that shit with her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like I noticed that a lot here. Like I just noticed that a lot with the whole Drake Kendrick thing. It's a lot of colorism things going on up in here. Like, and people think it's people being colors towards Drake, but people ain't look. I see a lot of biracial and light-skinned people just defending Drake just on the sole fact that he's considered light-skinned or whatever. I don't call him light-skinned. I call him biracial, but you get my point. A lot of people defend him just on the strip of that, and it's like it's weird. And it's like, because I know I'm not defending Kendrick going, I don't give a fuck about his, whose complexion is what.
I was just finna say I do not defend Drake because I'm light skinned. Well, I don't
I'm not
like
saying.
Drake.
I'm not saying. You,
no, I know you ain't talking about me. I just said just to clarify.
But there's a lot of people. I can name some people, but y'all might not even know them. I know there's one content creator that this motherfucker been going crazy defending Drake for months and shit. He's doing it solely on the purpose that the motherfucker is considered light skinned. No other reason other than that. Like, it is just weird.
Well, you know, one of the things I try to tell people is that that's something that we don't have to understand, because both brown, dark, chocolate, brown, almond brown, light skin, all of that come out of Africa. You know what I'm saying? It all come out of Africa. All you gotta do is go look at the DNA itself and go look at the most ancient people over there, which are the Khoisan people. They have not had a lot of contact with the modern world. They really haven't, because they're still hunter-gatherers.
Right.
And the thing about it is, she knows this, you know what I'm saying? And they have a lot of race relations going on in South Africa to this day. That's why I said apartheid still exists. Casting systems still exist in South Africa, right? But for her to be ignorant and try to get appeal to ignorance just so she can sell fucking records over here in this country, man, that shit got to get talked about a little bit more, and she got to be held responsible for that comment. Because if we go to South Africa, it's certain things that we can't say because of what? Media relations, the way that people see their own culture or predicate their own culture. And so we can't go over there and say certain things like, no, you're not colored, you're black, because they're going to take offense to that, right? So she's got to understand, and it was just a poor job of her publicist allowing her to say something like that. They should have said, hey, look, you got to issue an apology, because that shit that you said, man, that's an outdated word and term that don't need to be used over here in this country. You see what I'm saying? Because I've been noticing a lot of anti-African propaganda been going on, and it all starts with propaganda. I'm seeing white people start to throw this word nigga around a little bit too much and be comfortable with that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm seeing them make nigga jokes a little bit too much, and they're getting comfortable with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Those are all forms of propaganda used to slight a people. One of the things that black people need to do, we need to say, okay, cool, we need to start protecting our culture, and we need to become a protected people group in this country, just like the Jews and the every other community that want to be protected. Why are we not a protected people group in this country? And that's what we need to be fighting for, just like the American Indian.
Who's going to designate us as a protected people? What?
The same people that designated everyone else as a protected people group. Who
designated them as a protected people?
The United States government and the laws that they fought to have.
So we're not protected under those same laws? So we're not protected as
a protected people group is a lot different. You're an American citizen, but we are not a protected people group.
All right,
where you can slander.
So tell me what protected people
finish.
Group exists with us. I'm just asking a question, bro. I'm trying to get y'all panties in a bunch. I'm just asking a question.
Man, fuck you and your panties, nigga. Ain't nobody getting upset because you asking a question.
So why you cursing me out saying fuck me and all this like that?
Because you're saying I'm wearing panties, dumbass.
Because you sound like a fucking fool. Another weirdo goofball nigga come up late at night talking about a bunch of dumb shit.
Late at night, nigga, where I'm from, it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Question. Like, that's how you know what they're saying is a bunch of bullshit, because they goofy ass emotions be right up under the bottom. Like, this nigga just blacked out, and I just simply asked him a question just to better understand what he was saying.
I don't think you heard yourself ask me, don't get your panties up in the butt, nigga.
Because
I don't wear
you did,
panties,
like,
nigga.
you started cursing at me, like, wait a minute, like, calm down,
nigga,
brother.
No. When I was trying to answer the question, you started compiling the question. Let me answer it. You said, who are a protected people group and who protects a protected those laws? You have to go and fight for those laws. We have to organize and fight to be considered a protected people group. First thing you started saying is, don't get your panties all up in a bunch, nigga. I don't wear panties, nigga.
You do
it's
wear
men
panties.
on this panel.
Proof
Watch
that you
your
wear
mouth,
panties.
homie.
This is proof that you wear panties. This is proof that you have on Victoria's Secret panties. This is proof.
Man, this nigga's okay, bro.
Thank you. Proof that you have on Victoria's Secret panties.
Thank you. This is proof that you got on panties. Because you're being out intellectualized on this channel.
You're not
now your ass
saying
sounding
how
stupid.
am I out
How do you know I wear
intellectualizing?
panties,
I've been on here
nigga?
all but 60
Hey, you hoe
seconds.
ass nigga. How do you know I wear panties,
I've been on here
nigga?
all but 60 seconds.
How do you
It's
know
always
I
you
wear
weirdo
panties,
Midwest
nigga?
niggas,
Do you
West
fuck me
Coast
late
niggas
at night,
with
nigga?
y'all
Are you
weirdo
crazy?
fucking bullshit.
What type
man. Y'all
homosexuality is that homosexual
aliens,
innuendo
man.
is that, nigga?
Weirdo aliens, just weirdos,
No,
weirdos
nigga,
saying
you
a
tried
bunch
to
of
sound
dumb
smart
shit.
and didn't know what the fuck you was talking
How?
about,
I
nigga.
asked you a question. I proposed nothing. I asked you a question. So how could I sound like
You
I didn't know
asked me
what I'm talking
questions
about
that you should
when I
already
asked you
know.
a question?
It's a dumbass
So how
question.
can I propose like you're just a you're
Who the fuck
just
is this I'm talking to anyway?
grandstanding and you're making no
Look,
sense.
you just wanted to
Like,
you just
I
want to
just
argue this morning.
I
Go
swear
ahead.
to God, bro.
I'm gonna let you argue. Go ahead, bro. Yell all day because you have no answers.
Brother. Listen, I don't
You
know who
have
you
no
is.
answers.
I don't know who you is.
You
In
have
all
no
honesty,
answers.
I
You have
truly
no
just wanted
answers.
to understand what you were saying. In all honesty,
Okay.
like why you got
Jews,
your
let me
panties
ask
in
you
a
a
bunch
question.
and you
Are
crying like a
Jews a
girl? I do
protected
not
interest in this
understand.
country?
I do
Are
not
Jews
understand.
a protected question?
I just wanted
The question
you to
to you is,
educate me
are
on what you were
Jews a
saying because
protected?
I had never heard about protective groups like that legislatively. And that's all I wanted to know, bro. I had no beef with what you were saying.
Okay,
I
so
just was
let's
simply
reset
trying to
it.
get a better
Let's
understanding
reset
of what
it.
I don't want
Let's
to reset it now.
What
I'm
is a
cool.
protected people group?
I'm cool.
You want to know?
Cool. You let us know. You let me know. I'm cool. I like if you thought I came with fuck shit, I apologize because that's not what my intention
Then it's
was.
cool.
But
It's cool, dog.
we don't
It's
have to
cool.
reset, bro. Because I was genuine in my question. I had no nothing.
Right.
Because I really never heard of a
All right, when you ask somebody a question just
being
for future
protected
reference.
legislatively. That's all I was asking. And you want to go
All
off,
right,
and that's why I
protective
said you got your
legislation.
panties in a
And you want to know why?
because you
But
got
here, you want to know?
defensive based on my question.
You want to know where we begin to
So
clash at, though?
that's
You want
where
to know
like
where we
I'm
begin to
lost.
clash at, though?
I'm lost.
Got
When
you.
I asked
You want
you
to
the
know where?
question,
You want to know
when
where?
I
I'm trying
asked
to
you the
tell
question,
you. Hold on.
I asked you the
Now
question,
you're talking in
God.
circles. Do you want to know where we begin to clash at?
Yeah, what are we talking about right now?
Right.
No. I'm serious. Like I just came back. Like what is the conversation about?
Passive aggressive. Okay, cool. We were talking about race relations in the United States and how that Tyla doesn't understand race relations. And then I started saying I'm seeing a lot of white people use throwing that word nigga around too much on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, or I'm sorry, X, Instagram, making jokes. Those are forms of provocation, and those are also forms of slander. We need to become a protected people group because I said, just like the Jews and the LGBTQ community, then the gentleman came on here and said, what is a protected people group? People who have their interests and identities protected by the constituents of the United States government. That's pretty much what I was getting ready to say. He said, but aren't we part of that same government that protects us already? I said, but we're not a protected
No, I didn't
people
say
group.
that. I didn't ask you that. That's not what I said. I said, who is the entity that's going to protect us? Who is the entity that's going to provide that status?
It's really,
yes,
it's really the law.
Don't.
Got you. It is the entity. It's the United States government. What we do is we start proposing laws to protect our identity. We really don't have those laws.
Thank you. So I was going to follow that up when you said that. My follow-up question was going to be, what lobbying forces or advocacy groups, and have we identified the necessary legislation that will provide?
We don't have.
So that's what I was saying to you. That's what I was getting to say, well, how will we establish that? How will we establish ourselves as a protected group if we don't necessarily have the entities? And then in the face of Trump, and in the face of what we're dealing with this regime, it'll be kind of hard to press forth with legislation like that because we probably won't have the votes in the Senate or the Congress to get that kind of legislation passed. So what would be another alternative to providing that for us?
Wait a minute. What do you mean we don't have the vote? Hold on. See, you're talking a little bit too far. You're going a little bit too far.
Well, how am I going too far?
You understand what I'm saying? You're saying we don't have the votes on the legislation. You're not even letting me add. You're just
bro,
talking.
You gotta calm down.
You're not even letting me try to converse with you. You made a point. You made a statement when you said we don't even have the votes on the legislation in Congress.
Okay.
That's not how it works.
That's exactly how it works. That's exactly how civics.
No, it's not. Legislation. Hold on. Legislation. How does the law get passed?
By legislating, by voting on it.
Okay, and after legislation,
it goes from the Congress to the. It goes from the Congress to the Senate to the President.
No, it does not.
Oh my motherfucking God.
No, it does not.
Please tell me how laws are passed. Please tell the class. All right, legislation. Civics 101 lesson.
Okay, cool.
If laws have
okay,
laws
so as we guys heard, he forgot the judicial branch.
The judicial branch has nothing to do with a law being passed.
Yes, it does. It has everything to do.
Only thing the judicial does is find out if it's
Yes, it
constitutional.
does. A law
If
being
somebody
passed.
passes a law, see, this
Hold
is what
on.
I'm
He's
saying
talking
when they just
fast
go
now. He's
past their
caught.
skis. This is when they go
I'm
past their
sorry.
skis.
No.
Listen, sir,
No,
let
that's
me
not
just
how
say
it
this and you
works.
can have it. The Supreme Court is only
No.
there. The Supreme Court is only in position to determine whether or not laws that are passed by the legislative branch and signed by the executive branch are constitutional.
Oh my God.
That's the
no.
only reason why the Supreme Court is there. So you came up here with your
sir. That's
lofty
not how laws are
goals
passed in the
of
United
trying
States.
to out
Now you're
intellectualize
insulting me
people,
again
and you don't
because
even
you know
know
you're wrong.
All right, am I okay?
Now you're insulting me because you know you're
Fontaine,
wrong. It's not
Psycho,
legislation and it goes to
did
Senate.
shit change?
It has to go through the judicial branch first.
A law does not go to a judicial branch first.
Hold
What are
on,
you
here,
talking
let me
about?
read it. Hold on, I'm reading it right here. You want me to read
Oh
it
my
to you?
motherfucking God. Oh my motherfucking
Here, let me read
God.
it to you.
Oh my motherfucking
Let me read
God.
it to you.
Oh
If I
my
read it to
motherfucking
you
God.
and
Go
you're
ahead and read
wrong,
it, bro.
then what?
Go ahead and read it. Go ahead and
Okay,
read it,
cool.
bro. Go ahead and read it. Go ahead.
All right. We don't have the law ain't even laws passed yet. You talking about we don't have the votes. Votes for what law?
Bro, read the thing that you were saying, bro. Read the thing. Like, this is the sad part about this. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about, and now you're gonna say a bunch of bullshit that doesn't correlate with anything.
Okay,
like,
so let's see what he said so far. Hold on. Let's see what he said first.
All
You
right,
still won't let me
just
read it. I wonder why.
You went and said some other shit instead of reading, man. Come on with the fuck shit. Like, where the fuck you niggas come
You
from? Just
said
read this shit.
What you said was you jumped.
Oh,
you jumped to a
man,
hasty
just read the
conclusion.
shit, man. Instead of all
When
this
you
goofy shit
said,
you try
hold
to do to
on,
deflect,
dog,
just
shut the
read the
fuck
shit.
up.
Just read the shit, man.
Goofy.
Instead of
Nigga, you
deflecting,
up here
saying
on
a
the
bunch
panel
of
that
dumb
we
shit.
usually on.
Yo,
y'all
ain't gotta get like that, man. Come on.
It's him. It's him. It's the stupid ass Midwest nigga. This is the point I'm trying to make. These
Look,
niggas from
that's
these
what he
other
really mad
territories are
about.
just
That's what he
terrible
really
fucking
mad
dumb
about.
ass people who want to come on here and scream and say a bunch of dumb shit, and then when you're just trying to have a conversation with them, they want to deflect and say other shit. He keeps getting mad when you won't let me speak. Just speak. Read the shit you was gonna read.
You're a dumbass. Let me read this.
Oh man, like, you can insult me all you want, but guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna look like the fool that you are, saying the stupid shit that you said. Have at it.
You done talking?
Just a bunch of weak, soft ass girls. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Marley, you need to pass out your counselor number, dog. I swear for God. This shit is nuts. This nigga said that the laws go to the fucking judicial first. All right, okay.
I thought the laws was passed through passed through legislative and it was enforced by judicial. Am I wrong about that?
Yes. No, you're not wrong about that. You're correct.
Oh, okay.
But in order for a law to get passed, it has to go through that judicial branch.
Right, it has to go through the right.
Does not have to go through a judicial branch. What are you motherfuckers talking about? In order for a law to be passed, it only goes
this
through
one
the
of them
Congress
niggas
and
that
the
are
Senate,
that yell
and
and
when it
cuss
goes
on
through the Congress and the
to try to
Senate,
prove
it is
his
then
point.
taken
We
to the
got it.
presidential's desk for executive to be signed. That's what the whole three branches are about. You have legislative, executive, and judicial. Three separate branches of government, right? And what happens is the laws are passed and formulated in the Congress, either by the Senate or by the Congress. Either a senator comes up with it, finds commonality with the senators.
Watch this.
Can I please finish?
Watch
And then they
this.
create the
Hold
bill.
on. Guess
and
what?
then
Hold
the
on.
Congress,
He's
right. Oh my God.
Hold on. Watch you still stroke out. You're right. I was wrong. They're passed through the legislative branch. You're right.
I'm not going to stroke out, bro. That's all I was trying to tell you. You were wrong.
You see, hold on. But you see how easy that is for me? You're right.
You. But you never, nothing you said was nothing I said was wrong where I had to admit that I was wrong. So I was wrong, I would say I was wrong.
I need you to explain your point when you say that we don't have the votes on what's it called in the legislative branch in the Congress in order to pass anything.
I got you. So what I'm saying to you is we won't have enough votes within the Republican and the Democratic caucus to put forth a bill that will give us protective status with this present administration. Now, future administrations, we may have a chance, but with this present administration, we won't have the ability to garner enough votes to get that kind of legislation where we become a protected class. If you pay attention to what they're doing, they're gutting everything that has to do with us. If you teach Black history in the school, we're taking your funding. If you hire Black people, we're taking your funding. If you recruit Black military, no more recruiting Black military officers to be engineers and pilots. So this administration is really pretty anti-Black. So for us to try to get designated as a protective class or protective group within this administration would be an arduous task based on the administration's belief and based on their philosophy when it comes to Blackness. That's all I'm saying to you.
All right, let's let him talk, let him get finished. Let me get back into this. Okay, are you finished now? Are you finished now? Are you finished now?
Yeah, I'm
okay. So how were cool. How were laws passed in America for Black people in the first place when none of the constituencies or the houses were in our favor in the first place?
Because it was very beneficial to different administrations, especially during the civil rights era, for them to pass laws to allow Black people to have some form of citizenship or some form of civic viability. Because as a fledgling empire, they were trying to do business across the world, so it was hard for them to do business if they treated their Black people. See, the thing that really pushed them was the rest of the world seeing the Edmund Pettus Bridge scene and seeing the water hoses.
Hold on, can I stop you right there?
Can I please finish? You asked me to tell you why, and I'm telling you why, and then you can have it, right? So you asked me a question.
I'm trying to. No, I'm asking you. Can you?
But let me just finish my answer, and then you can ask.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because I'm not.
So
what I'm saying is.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother. Answer the question. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize. Answer the question. Ask me the question. I'm sorry.
All right. You're talking about fleggling empires during the civil rights bills that were being enforced in the mid '60s, right? Okay, what other country said they didn't want to do business with the United States?
It wasn't necessarily that they didn't say it wasn't an overt thing. It was more of a covert thing. It was more like, and it was really based on us trying to tell others how to create liberties and how to treat their citizens. So it was more like a contradiction. So the other countries were saying, hey, you're telling me how to treat my citizens, yet still you treat Black people like shit, and you want to be on a global platform and do business and commerce across the world, but you telling me you're gonna freeze my assets because I'm mistreating people and you're not gonna let me do business, but you're doing the same thing that I'm doing, right? And you're doing it.
I mean, couldn't they say it? But here's the thing: couldn't they still say the same thing today as we fight to become a protected
that was what I just explained to you. Why it would be very hard for us to get it, because this administration and the contradiction of this administration and telling others how to live their country, yet still you're rolling back all kind of civil rights and all kind of other things. So it wouldn't be beneficial to them to do that, because like this he called himself king yesterday, so the whole world is afraid of him. The motherfucker lying, doing all kind of shit.
Well, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm not talking about Trump. Well, I'm not talking about Trump at all.
No, I'm
that's a different argument. That's a different argument altogether.
So I'm just exemplifying your correlation. That's all.
Yeah. But what I asked you was, and I'm not understanding what you're saying. You sat up there and said that we don't have the votes in legislation. So you're talking about in a more modern sense, because we didn't have the votes in legislation during the civil rights era. We didn't have the votes in legislation during 1885, 1883. We didn't have any of those, Plessy versus Ferguson, but yet it still went in our favor.
Well, we were citizens.
So when you're saying that the United States was a fledgling empire and they went, hold on, let me finish.
We were citizens. That's why those things were in our favor.
We were not citizens in 1883.
We were citizens in 1883. That's what the whole 1865 letting us free from slavery.
Right, we were fighting to be seen as equal citizens in this country.
All right, but we were citizens. Whether we were equal citizens was not the question. We were citizens of the United States.
Not every, but states like Texas, Mississippi still did not consider us citizens.
I mean, whether they considered us citizens was another thing, but we were based on federalist laws. We were citizens.
Yeah, but you're kicking the can.
Okay, but you're kicking the can a little bit here. I'll give you the correction on the legislation argument. But one of the things that you stood on is what you said when you stated that that we don't have any votes in
We
legislation or in
don't. We
Congress.
don't. We
We
don't
didn't
have any
have those.
votes.
We didn't. Hold on. Got you.
That,
But we didn't have those in the. We didn't have those during the 1800s. The
but they
late
were those
1800s.
laws were those things that you're talking about were done judiciously through the judicial branch. They were Supreme Court.
That's not what I'm
They
arguing.
wasn't.
I'm giving you your equivalent. Listen, I'm trying to give you your equivalency when you sit up there and say that we did not have the constituents to help pass these certain laws, but
Yes.
yet during race relations, when they were very intense in the United States of America, we were able to get these laws passed through the Constitution
They
and the
wasn't
judicial
laws passed.
branch.
They were judicial.
I
They
don't think.
wasn't.
But what I'm trying to sit up there and say is, listen for 1 second. What you're now saying is, well, they did that because they wanted to sit up there and they were a fledgling empire, and other countries were saying, hey, look at the way you treat black people. There's no historian, there's no nobody that teaches that. No one teaches
the people
that.
on this panel could tell you that. The people on this panel could tell you that. The people right here on this panel can tell you that that's
Can
what it
anybody
was
fact
for.
check that?
Psycho can tell you that that's exactly what that was for.
But what was it again? I missed what was said.
Psycho, can you fact check that with a source?
Why the civil rights legislation was passed, it was really based on how the world seen us and how America was trying to do business with the rest of the world, but the rest of the world was like, look how you're treating your citizens, yet and still you want to tell us what to do. So it's kind of hypocritical of you to do that and then come back and want to do trade and business with us when you stop me from doing trade and business based on how I was treating my citizens. Now he's saying that wasn't the propeller or the catalyst behind the civil rights bill. Saying that no,
that's not what I said. What I said.
That's exactly what you just said.
Hold on. I can repeat what I said. Hold on, bro. Just like you just spoke, and I never interrupted you.
Bro,
I
I
asked
know
for
if you
a
hearing
fact check
echoes in your head. There's no
what
one
you
talking,
stated
no one
was, bro. Would you just let me? I don't know why you're so defensive right now.
No one
I'm
was
just asking
fucking
a question.
talking. You fucking weirdo. Say what you have to say and stop fucking acting like you hearing voices in your head. No one was
I see
fucking
you're mad
talking.
now because I'm
No
really
one was
standing
talking.
here
No, we're
on
mad
what you
because
said.
you keep saying this dumb shit that somebody's talking and no one was talking.
Okay, who's that
It was
talking
quiet.
then?
It was very quiet. We were waiting on your
got
answer.
you. Okay, cool. What you stated is that we don't have legislation that's going to support us in order to
no, I said we don't have the necessary votes in the Congress. No, I have to correct you because you're saying the wrong thing.
Okay,
I'm
what
saying
necessary
we don't have
votes?
the necessary votes in the Congress to make us a protective class.
The can where you
That's what I said.
You kick the can a lot. I see.
Bro,
Okay, we don't have the necessary votes in Congress. What votes did we have in Congress? What votes did we have in Congress during when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed? What votes did we have in Congress when
Bro, you don't even know how
civil rights
governance
bills
work.
were being
You
passed?
don't even know how
the civil rights
governance
bills
work.
just don't.
You don't even know how governance work. You don't even know how governance
You see how
works
you
to have
can't
this
answer that question?
conversation. I'm gonna answer the question, but it's kind of
I don't.
crazy
You know what?
that you don't know how governance work to even ask
You
that
see how
question.
he just keeps attacking?
I'm not attacking you. You don't know how
We never
governance
had,
work. If you just
bro.
sat
We
here
never
and said
had the
they
support of
freed us,
Congress to begin with.
The president signed
I'm sorry,
an
but what you're saying is we don't have it now. We never had it to begin
The
with.
president signed an executive order to free us from slavery.
I'm not talking about Donald
You
Trump.
just said how we got free. I just said I'm not talking about Donald Trump either. I'm talking about Abraham Lincoln, who signed an executive order to free us from slavery. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Got you. But what I asked you was the statement that you made
that we didn't have the necessary
versus what you're trying to prove now doesn't make any sense.
Bro,
when you say
don't
that
make
Congress,
any sense. Like you're confusing
I can see what you're doing is you're getting upset because I'm asking you a
I'm not
question
getting upset.
to pinpoint what it is you're trying to say.
Like you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
You're gonna keep talking in circles because you're uneducated.
But you know what? You know the difference between me and you? I can admit when I'm wrong, and all you do is argue and yell and fuss over the internet. I ain't got time for that shit. You can take it away, you hoe ass nigga. I'm finna go get paid at this $100,000 a year job, you broke ass YouTube nigga talking that bullshit. Fuck you and your life.
I'm sorry that you dumb. See, that's what I'm saying. He just dumb and he got mad and left. See what I'm saying? It's sad. It's sad.
What his wife had to do with anything? That's crazy.
Like, it's sad. And then, like, he was so wrong that he got mad. He's like, now I'm going to this $100,000 job. After taxes is a $66,000 job, and after you pay your bills is a $20,000 job. Like, what are we doing here? I had no beef intentions whatsoever. I legitimately wanted to understand how we become a protective class. Like, I had no beef whatsoever. None. But that's what happens when they don't know what the fuck they talking about and they come up here trying to be all intellectually sound and saying proper things and
I forgot what we were talking about before y'all started arguing. We was talking about Tyla, and I'm trying to remember how the conversation even started. We was talking about Tyla, and he was talking about he was talking about how she should know about how white people use this term, and it was something along those lines. I don't want to misquote what his point was, but it was along the lines of she should know better. Come over here and not recognize the social dynamic and everything, as far as like, you know, the whole black and colored and everything else. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what he was talking about.
Yeah, her not wanting to claim being black on the Breakfast Club, basically.
Yeah,
but was she wrong for that? Like, I don't think she was wrong.
You know my position. My position is no, she wasn't wrong. That's my position. Like she,
especially business wise.
Yeah, I mean, and not only business wise, ethnic wise.
Like, in general, yeah, she wasn't
ethnic
wrong.
wise.
Yeah, like she
wise.
Yeah,
Fontaine, I heard you earlier, brother. You was putting down my brother Fontaine. You was.
If I lived in South Africa and I acknowledge mulattoes and mixed people as colored, I would be calling it colored, right? Like that would be totally what I would. If that's the term that they resonate towards mixed and mulattoes or whatever, then yeah, that's what you know, because she does fall into that category.
And you know what's crazy? I even think it's deeper than that, because I think you have to have like Indian blood or some other shit to be called color. Like you have to have.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to, but some do. But you don't have to.
Like a lot of them are like Indian / black, white. I don't know.
It's same as Creole. You just got African with an admixture of like other stuff. Like, you know, it's just black mixed with something else.
Yeah. But I don't see, for me, I think like what we got to stop doing is like holding these international artists to this thing because they're performing in black music, like you know, they gotta come somehow be black, right? And it's like Robin Thicke ain't black, like, you know what I'm saying? like you know what I mean? Like, we have American white artists, like we got fucking white people winning the reggae award and shit like that. So it's like, yes, R&B music and you know, black music and black radio station, yes, the catalyst, this is our culture, this is our shit. But like, if someone is talented enough to break the barrier as far as musically, like, I'm not giving them a purity test on their black.
I don't even think that's the issue with people, as far as like her making money in the music. There's a whole bunch of mulattoes making money in the fucking music industry. Like, if others want to be pissed at that, I know,
but they're holding her to this.
I don't think Burna Boy called himself black, and he dark skinned.
Who?
Burna Boy.
Now that's a problem.
He's black.
He dark skinned.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think.
Is he an Afro? Is he on some Moorish shit?
No. He African.
He's from Nigeria. He's from Nigeria.
Okay. So he's one of those Africans that don't want to just associate with.
No.
I think so. I'm not certain.
No. Fontaine just wondering.
No. What I'm saying, that I could have sworn he said that. Like, that's what I could have heard wrong and be remembering wrong, but I could have sworn he himself was like, I'm not admitting. The same as Tyla. I'm gonna look it up.
I think that this is the. And you know what's crazy? Because the Africans are also having a beef, right? To where like they don't consider Tyla Afro beats, right? Like you know what I'm saying? Like, she's I see why they call her a musical plant, because they just kind of planted her in our music genre, kind of planted her in like R&B, and you know, she's played in R&B rotation and shit like that. But it's still complicated to me, because even in that, right? her music genre is some shit out of Africa. Like she separates herself from Afro beats, right? So it's like, I think it's just, I don't know, man. I think we just sometimes we looking for shit that ain't there, man. Like, I don't give a fuck if she don't consider herself black. Like, she ain't American. So what difference did that shit make to me? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like. Why do I care what some South African woman designate herself? Like, I don't, just because her music play on black radio stations. Like, I think we got bigger fish to fry.
I mean, people do the same thing. Not just a South African, but Americans said this. Like if Doja Cat came out and said this, which Doja Cat has, that was a big issue when Doja Cat did it. Like, you know, like.
But Doja Cat ain't. I mean, she a weirdo biracial though. So like, I didn't. Even that, right? You know
that's what people saying about Tyla. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but she's not from America. Like, so I guess what I'm saying is I don't care what Tyler, her whole cultural understanding of race and ethnicity is different than ours. It's based on where she come from.
To a certain degree, yes. As far as like the labels,
the caste system, I'm saying, like color here mean us. Color there means biracial.
Right. But the caste system is still the same. The lingo is different, but the caste system is still the same.
Right.
I wouldn't even consider there's a caste system. I wouldn't consider it light skin, dark skin caste system. I would consider it I wouldn't even consider the caste system per se.
I don't think fight so hard to not be called black is because of that caste system. That's why she.
No, I think she fights so hard not to be called black is because I think a lot of Africans fight hard to be not called black. I think a lot of them. Because
don't you think that got to do with the caste system?
No, I think it's because because they live in such black dominated countries that the whole idea of blackness is not really a question, right? No. It's not something you walk around and have to present every day. Like,
but that's like saying like bleaching cream being successful in Africa is due to white supremacy. The caste system is a part of that, you know. But the bleaching cream is direct evidence of white supremacy in Africa.
But this is the thing. I agree with y'all to a certain extent. But this is the thing, right? I don't think it's necessarily the caste system as much as I think they want to be white. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think they genuinely think that if they become light skinned, it'll put them adjacent to white people, or they won't be looked at.
Don't you think that has to do with the caste system?
I mean, I think it has to do with the caste system. If Brazil
I wish you'd have caught the show earlier.
Brazil has a caste.
I reviewed the video with old boy from I forgot his name, but you know him from Black Liberation Media, dude.
Yeah, the dude I was telling you about.
Yeah.
I had an argument with last week.
Right. Now, I meant to do this. I meant to review this video he did months ago. He did a video after Donald Trump went on the black journalist joint, and that's when he first said Kamala ain't black and everything else, and the whole internet blew up. He did a video back then that I wanted to review back then, but you know, the stories was coming so fast, I had to push it to the back. But I finally got around to reviewing it today, and in the video, he was talking about you know, how at the end of the, you know, because he's biracial, right? He got a white mother, and he was giving his views and everything else about how it is to be a biracial in America and some of the stuff they go through, you know, with the whole being identified as black and should they and people not want to identify them and everything else, right? He went through all the talking points. He was going through everything, and by the end of it, he said he let everybody know the same thing I've been saying, and he kind of co-signed it. This whole narrative about biracials not being black and being called biracial did not, you know, it didn't start with me. It didn't start with black people. You know, it didn't even start with biracials. It actually started with biracials' mothers, right? It started with Becky, right? Becky in the 80s and the 90s started making a concerted effort to start pushing to call their kids biracial instead of black because they got tired of pretty much feeling like they getting squeezed out of their kids' life, right? You know, they having these babies, and when they have these babies, these babies are automatically called black, even though they coming out of a white coochie, right? So Becky is like, you know, Becky fought in the 80s and 90s to try to be included in the baby's identity. So they started pushing to for them to be called biracial. And you see the effects of it now, because like I said, if you go by generations, you know, the older biracials, like, you know, our age and older, Gen X boomers and shit like that, you know, they still identifies black, everything else. Matter of fact, if I said that he wasn't black right now, they'd probably get pissed off and mad at me, right? But if I said that same thing to Millennial or Zuma, they're gonna agree with me. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even have to tell them. If I asked them whether or not they were black, they would tell me that they was biracial, because that's how they was raised to believe, right? And this was, and he was pointing this out, the same thing that I've been saying for a while. He pretty much reiterated that and said, now in 2025, you have biracials that, you got white people that are pretty much offering them a seat at the table now. You know, like now you got white people starting to offer biracials a seat to sit. Now this is a biracial saying this. He said you got biracials that are now being offered a seat back to whiteness, right? Like white people are trying to bring them back into whiteness now. But
that's because the whiteness is their numbers are shrinking, right? Right. This is not this is, you know what I mean? This is not an invitation, you know what I mean? Because they want, like, that's why you see so many commercials with all the mixed couples and shit. Like, there's more mixed couple commercials than there are straight up regular.
They marketing the shit.
They marketing that shit so heavy. I'm getting tired of that shit though. Like that shit is outrageous now. Enough is enough. Like that shit is worse than showing the men kissing and shit on the AIDS commercial, the AIDS fucking medicine commercial. Enough is enough.
I don't know, bro.
Enough is enough. Enough is a fucking enough. Like enough is a fucking enough. Like because your numbers fledgling, y'all jumping into everybody else's group and shit. You see a white man with an Asian chick, white man with a black girl, white man with a chill, white Indian woman, chill.
Doing it at their convenience, because we can look at Haiti. That's how they pull from a lot of the children, their own children that they put on the slave block by black women. They pull from their own children by using those same tactics in order for them to win that. When they split the island between the Dominicans, what we call Dominican, convenience though.
Very much so. Yeah, so I mean, so for me, the whole argument about the caste system in America in comparison to like Brazil or South America or some African countries, I think is different. I think over there, when you get the bleaching cream and all that shit, I think it's just because they see whiteness as some potent power, right? As some difference maker. Right. And that's where the skin bleaching cream coming at, because I mean, it just comes to my conversation that most people think that light-skinned black people or biracials, we somehow have these secret meetings with white people to discuss the darker ones, right? Like, which doesn't happen. Like, we get treated just like y'all. Like, they identify us as black people, and just because we're lighter, we don't get no preferential treatment or get treated any better based on once they identify us as a black person, they treat us as such. Right? Like,
I gotta get a little bit of pushback there, Arthur, because like the mulattoes didn't feel that way. They never felt that way.
I'm not a mulatto, Psycho. I'm a black person. I'm not talking about mulattoes. But I can't speak for mulattoes. I'm talking about as a black American, as an African American, light skinned.
But I was going there. Wait, 1 second. I was going to tie all that in. I was saying like mulattoes didn't believe that. Like they believed that it took them to be able to pull black people up out of our situation. That's what the whole W.E.B. Du Bois racial uplift was all about, right? That's what he wrote about this stuff. Right. So now with that, he was saying light skin, I'm saying mulatto right now, but at the time, mulattoes and light skin the same thing. Right. Like, so he was talking about light skins as well. And
I know,
the whole paper bag test. It was the whole paper bag test.
I got you. But the difference, the premise he was coming from was because he was partly white. Right. So he thought that he inherently had some genetic marker that made him be the leader of the blacks because he had whiteness in him. Right. He was under that misnomer. Right.
He said
that he was.
He's paraphrasing, but yeah,
I'm paraphrasing, but that's where it comes from. That's where his mindset comes from, thinking, okay, I have this white blood in me, and that'll somehow give me a leg up, and I can be the leader of you guys because this white blood allows me to have this special thing, this special sauce that y'all don't have because you don't have this white blood, and that's why his shit failed spectacularly. Right? Because they're coming from that premise, you're now denouncing the greatness and power of people who don't have white blood but exist in the black race, because you know, your beef with what's the name? Your beef with Garvey was, you know, you call him a black monkey and all that because you seen that he had a greater pull with black people than you did with your, all right, I'm next to the white man, I got you. Right, like that's what I'm saying. So now the world thinks because the talented,
I think he was being a guard dog more so than anything.
Who?
I think he was being a guard dog more than anything at that point.
I mean, yeah, a guard dog, but what was he trying to guard?
Garvey actually called out WB. He called out the whole NAACP.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Garvey went over to the office of before they started beefing. Before they beefed, he went over to the office of the NAACP to link up with W.B. Du Bois and talk to him about some things or whatever. I guess to organize whatever the case may be. He went to go pay him a visit at the NAACP. This was his first time there. He said when he went up into the office, he thought he went into a white organization. It was nothing but white people up in there.
Because the NAACP is a white organization. It was started by Jewish people.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like I remember I had a boss when I worked in the VA, and she was like talking about when she went to high school, and she like the NAACP wasn't started by Jewish people. Arthur, you don't know what you're talking about. Blah blah blah.
No,
like,
it was started. I'll shoot you one better. What? And it's a lie that's being thrown out there too, and they try to blacken up the NAACP by throwing.
But it was really started by trying
to throw Ida B. Wells as one of the founders. Yeah. Ida B. Wells, if you look that shit up, Ida B. Wells wasn't even one of the real founders of that shit. They wanted her to be a part of the founders and everything else. They tried to bring her in, but she turned them down because again, it was too many Europeans. She saw the Europeans running shit. And
right. So that go back to my point that I was making.
I'm cool on this. Too much white shit going on.
So that goes back to my point.
What Ida B. Wells did for the NAACP, you ain't gonna find nothing. You ain't gonna find nothing because she never did nothing for them because it's all they wrote her into that history later. Like they make it seem like to blacken that shit up because everybody's calling that shit out for being a white organization. So they try to blacken it up. I'm trying to put a black woman as one of the founders. No, she wasn't one of the founders. It's all cap. NAACP was a black organization.
That goes back to my point that I was making about Du Bois, and then you when you brought forth from him going to the office and encountering all those white people. But that's my point. And not only was he encountered the white people, but he also put Du Bois and personally put Du Bois on alert. And Du Bois was like, "Oh shit!" Like someone challenging my Moses theory to bring to free my people, because that's what Du Bois thought. Like, all right, this whiteness that I'm adjacent to will allow me to help us get free. You know what I mean? Us biracials, we can lead the charge, right? So, and that's why I always tell y'all, I understand sometimes why y'all got the ire towards the biracials and Obamas but that shit is before us, right? That's generations before us. That's the boys, the talented 10th, and we're still carrying that. Like the thing that undermines Black America is all these intra wars that we've been fighting for centuries, right? Based on who's going to get close to Massa, who's going to lead us out of the promise, who's going to lead us to the promised land, right? Du Bois, Douglas, King, right? Garvey, right? All these guys tried to lead us to the promised land, right? And the thing is, they fought with each other because they wanted to be the ones who discovered Plymouth Rock. They wanted to be the ones, they wanted to discover Antarctica and all that shit, right? And it just hurt us. Their ego and their inability to understand that your white adjacentness won't get us there. Your preaching won't get us there. Your buying 10,000 ships won't get us there. The only thing that'll get us there is collective education, collective informing, right? Not picking and choosing who you're going to educate, not picking and choosing who you're going to tell to go back and like. I think all their attempts were good and wholesome in what they were trying to do, but in the end, it undermined us because Booker T, like, you got to do what those white people say that's giving you all that money. Yes, by night you're giving freedom fighters money through the back door. That's dope. You're teaching Black people to go back into the communities and teach and do all this, but you're deciding who these people are gonna be. Like, you're not just opening it up to everybody and say, all right, let's come in here, let's have a plan, and we're gonna go out and we're gonna execute this plan that's gonna benefit the masses. Like Booker T was about the South. He wasn't worried about the Blacks in the North. You know what I mean? W.E. Du Bois was worried about who met the paper bag test. So all these intra wars and all these biases that was inherited to the organizations and the people who started it is really what hurts us. Is really what puts us behind. Because all we ever really talk about is like that argument we had about King and me and you saying that, you know, Jesse probably had something to do with it, or Luke Farrakhan getting Malcolm X. Like, think about it. Either the government undermined us or we undermined us. No matter what, like the boys probably helped them get fucking Garvey, right? Like they probably helped Garvey get set up and shit like that, right? Because he wanted his brand of blackness and his brand.
He wanted to be the HNIC. Yes, he definitely wanted to be the HNIC.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So that's where all these HNICs is where we go wrong at. It's where we go wrong at.
I definitely feel like he was used as a guard dog for them white people. Every time a black man rose up and was talking about doing for self and separate, you know, independent of black people, next thing you know, W.B. Du Bois is going after him. Mm-hmm. I don't think that was by accident. No, I think that was bigger than just ideology. I think he was a guard dog.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
Because even if you didn't agree with them, why attack them? Why write books about
why call him a monkey and all that and be like a black monkey and go back to Jamaica and all that? Like, why? Like, it's Tariq Nasheed all over again. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's nothing's new under the sun.
That's
like,
an interesting comparison.
And what fucks me up about Tariq is like, yo, you made all your early money, you're hitting figures.
Who would be Marcus Garvey today though? If Sheed is Du Bois, then who would be Garvey?
I think anybody in the black media that has some democratic leanings. Any John Lewis. You see, he talks shit about John Lewis. He talks shit about what's the other black guy? Any black congressman that's been there for a long time. Like, though, he literally talks shit about John Lewis. Literally was like, oh, I marched in Selma. Like, he mocked him and shit. Like, you've done anything close to that, right? So his ire is towards black Democrats that's trying to get us through the legislation and civics and wholeness, and not get us through fucking propaganda scams and xenophobia, right? And just to be a pseudo white supremacist, right? Just to do the bidding for the white supremacists as they pay you through the back door. Like, why? How could you ever trust a dude who started a fucking R&B band with a Russian sidekick?
Who did that?
Tariq Nasheed.
Tariq, that makes slide group he got.
He got a what?
Yes.
He got a group called. He got a group.
I ain't know for something.
He got an R&B group named after some fuzzy women slippers. Yeah.
Stop playing Psycho for real.
I bullshit you not, called Mink Slide. Yes. Google what a Mink Slide is and you gonna chuckle your ass off. They literally some fuzzy women slippers. Yeah, he named his group that. Yeah.
How long ago he did that? Yeah.
This is years. Like, when did he do this? He did this before the FBA shit. I think
that was the
same time he started FBA. It was all around the same time.
Hey, yo, and look how he did it, Afro. Look how he brought this scam along, right? Like, because I used to watch Tariq Nasheed, right? So before every show, and especially ones where he was live on camera, right? He would be like, man, y'all know R&B music is so terrible now, man. Like, oh my God, ain't nothing to listen to. It's just terrible. They got the whites coming in and the whites is singing R&B, like Bob and Thicke is now in R&B, and Justin Timberlake and Justin Bieber with his racist ass. This R&B just suck. Oh my God, we need to fix R&B. And that he put that message out for like 2 or 3 months straight. And then one day that nigga was like, family, you know what, family? I've been thinking, family. You know what I've been thinking, family? I've been thinking maybe I should get into this music thing. So guess what, family? I got me a group, and how I connected it with Mink Slide has some historical shit in Louisville, Kentucky, right? Where it's some black shit that happened and some black neighborhood where black people kind of did some shit. So he tied the name into it because it represents some black shit that happened in
man, he wanted to rep them goddamn fuzzy slippers. I ain't hearing
in Louisville, Kentucky. So he even tied the name of the fucking group into some black shit, and then was like, yeah, and I think I'm gonna call it Mink Slide. And next thing you know, this nigga had a whole album out.
Wow. That's crazy, bro.
Went on. He had one concert in Atlanta and sang the one song over and over and over again. And then you couldn't pan. He didn't pan the camera so you could see the whole fucking stage. The whole thing was fucking empty, and there was just a bunch of fucking people.
Oh, so he all about showbiz.
Look, I googled Mink Slides. The first thing that motherfucking pop up is these goddamn fuzzy ass motherfucking women slippers, just like I said. Look at this shit.
Yeah, but it has some
neighborhood
connotation to this.
Yeah,
shit.
not no Louisiana neighborhood or none of that bullshit. I see women fuzzy slippers. That's what the fuck I see.
Yeah.
Damn, Tariq.
Yeah. Yeah. That was his after hitting cover.
So what he got some joints like that on the album cover or something like?
Well, nah. He got him and this Russian white dude and this sexy ass sister leaning up against a jukebox. But the music afro is like it's that old New York City shit, that Kashif, is that kind of music.
Oh, Kashif.
Be careful calling any of them sisters sexy with Tariq. They might be attracted.
You're right about that. Hey, yo, you know what's crazy, Fonte? I thought about that when I said it, too. I swear to God, I did.
You know he hang out with them.
Yeah, so it's more like that Kashif kind of music. I mean, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, Afro. It's a couple joints on there. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't even gonna hold you. Cause
if you say Kashif, I know because Kashif was hard. You know what I mean on the arm.
Yeah, he got a couple joints on there.
Wow. But he with the White Russian though, huh?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, talking all this FBA shit, and they got near FBA motherfucking in this group. Got all these Europeans in there.
Also, thinking of FBA and thinking of Not Like Us. Hey, DJ Mustard is a Jamaican kid born to two Jamaican parents who his father was deported to Jamaica when he was really young. So he not like us either. DJ Mustard. Yeah.
You got FBA call? Not.
Yeah, DJ Mustard, you not like us either, bruh. But I guess you get a pass because you helped beat up the Jewish biracial dude from Canada. So you get a.
What happened with DJ Mustard? Why you say that?
That motherfucker is Jamaican.
Oh, he a tether.
And he is really a tether.
Well, Kendrick, I don't know if Kendrick rep that FBA shit. They put that FBA shit.
He a Hebrew Israelite, man. That shit.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like he don't like he's not caught like
Who a
FBA
Hebrew Israelite?
put that jacket on him. Like
that's what he was on that Humble album on that DNA and all that. He was talking that Hebrew Israelite.
That's what
Please
I said.
do not tell me
that's why I said that whole shit with Drake is fake as fuck. Because how you a Hebrew Israelite? This is a Jewish nigga whose dad is a Hebrew Israelite by your standard. That would mean Drake is part of the culture, right, Arthur?
Y'all bullshit.
That mean Drake daddy a Hebrew Israelite. So that means Drake a Hebrew Israelite. I've been saying that shit, bro. Niggas talking about Kendrick. I'm like, Kendrick is a real Hebrew. Like a motherfucker.
Drake is a real Hebrew.
But I'm saying based on the Hebrew Israelite,
he got the J Hablo group all up in him. Like I don't know if Kendrick got the J Hablo group.
Yo, y'all bullshitting. That man ain't no Hebrew Israelite. Y'all bullshit.
No, he probably also. You know how many Hebrews is out here? Also, let me tell you, Hebrews the new Christian. Hebrews the new Christian, bro. Like it's more.
My God.
I would say from millennials and younger, it's more motherfucking Hebrews than Christians. If you only count millennials and Zoomers, you're gonna find more motherfucking Hebrews than Christians.
Yep.
The only demographic that's still more Christians than Hebrews is like Gen X, Boomers, Saudi, like them motherfuckers. When you get to the millennials and Zoomers, these motherfuckers Hebrews, dog. They ain't Christian.
God.
Especially like now, Cesario got a big following.
For me, like I got some Hebrew Israelite friends. They don't speak to me no more, right? These are my boys. We've been around each other since we was 2-3 years old. Like, nigga, we done everything together, nigga. Everything. We kissed our first girls together, nigga. We played in the mud, big wheels, all that shit, right? I told them niggas, none of us grew up not being proud to be black. So for you niggas to get grown and want to go join some shit to put your blackness down, that shit is blasphemy to me. blasphemy, and neither one of them motherfuckers had anything to say because they knew what I was saying.
You get muffled, Arthur. You got a muffled. I don't know what happened to your mic.
No, I'm saying like to put down their blackness for that bullshit is the worst shit in the world. Like niggas, y'all ain't got no genetic connection to that shit nowhere. Stop this bullshit, man. You're a genetic being. Your being is made up of two people humping, two people before them humping, two people before them humping. And ain't none of them people come from Jerusalem. Ain't none of them people come from the Golan Heights. Nigga, ain't none of them come from Gaza. Nigga, none of them. Nobody in your motherfucking bloodline come from over there. Stop with this bullshit. Like, stop going to be something outside of what you biologically are. Them niggas got mad at me, man. I was like, nigga, you don't know what you talking about. Our forefathers, man. All right, man. We just gonna skip over science, man. We just gonna skip over science and go straight to some fuck shit.
Were they locked up?
Yeah, they have been locked up before. Of course, if they hung with me,
that's where it happened. That's where it happened at. That's where it happened at.
But see, most here's like a psycho. The crazy part about it, you know, where we live at, most who go into jail either become Muslim or they become, you know what I mean, gang members.
Others go to jail and start reading a lot, and the books that's in
down
there,
here they become gang members.
The books they got up in there, and I gotta blame the jail system for having them crazy books up in there. But them jail systems be having the books up in there, and they ain't got nothing better to do but read, and they be reading a lot of super shit, and they start believing some of that shit.
Now, don't get it twisted. You gotta choose a side when you get in that motherfucker. You gotta choose a team. You know what I mean? You choose the Muslims, the Christians.
I'm cool with the nerd shit. Yeah, I'm
now the Muslim shit starting to pick up down here in the prison system.
Rabbit holes. Yeah, my bad.
I joined the Christians. I wasn't running with the Muslims. I wasn't running with the gangs, even though all the gang niggas knew me. You know what I'm saying? But I ran with the Christian. All the Muslim niggas knew me. You know what I'm saying? Because most of the Muslim niggas was older niggas who hustle with me. Most of the gang niggas is young niggas that I sold weed to and all that shit. So, you know what I mean? But I chose the Christians. When I was locked up, I chose the Christians. So I didn't, because it's all right. I could go, and I didn't have to read the Bible or anything like that. You just sit when they got their hour, 2 hours to go out and do their thing. You just go sit with them for 2 hours. You get to go outside. You get to go do shit. So. But you got to choose a team. I didn't see too many people choosing that bullshit, the Hebrew Israelite shit. But when they be outside screaming and talking, I'd be like, man, this just got the most craziest shit in the world.
That shit pick up like wild. And you know, and I think the reason why that shit, there's a couple of reasons why that shit is really picked up wildfire outside the obvious, you know, the internet and everything, because motherfuckers outside this area never knew what a Hebrew Israelite like 15 years ago. I'll say like 15 years, maybe a little bit longer. Maybe I'll say 20 years ago, motherfuckers didn't know what a Hebrew Israelite was outside this area. Most motherfuckers never heard of one.
15 years ago, I ain't know.
See what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like until motherfuckers got online, that's when they started discovering Hebrews, unless you was in this area. But one of the main reasons why I think it's catching fire is because it's easy to convert somebody from a Christian to a Hebrew. You pretty much just got to blackwash what you already know, right? You just pretty much replacing the white people with black people. That's an easy sell, right? That part, and it's the same dynamic that happened with the 5 percenters in the Nation of Islam, right? Like when the reason why Clarence 13X blew up as fast as he did and everything else, with teaching the same exact teachings as the Nation of Islam, was because there was no organization to it, right? It wasn't organized, right? Like he was giving out the 120 for nothing, right? Like whereas, you know, the NOI, they was very secretive about the information, right? You had to actually join, you know, go through the motions, everything else, and then you get the information, right? Where opposed to Clarence 13X, you just had to be, you know, just be around and just be open to learning. But you had to know your shit though, because they will smack you in the back of the head or do something to you if you ain't know what today's mathematics was, right? So they wasn't playing when it came to that type of shit. But
you
organization,
get that beat down. You get that universal beat down.
Right. It wasn't no mass. It wasn't no mosque they had to go to. You know, like it wasn't like, you know, they didn't have to wait. They had to settle bean pies, no newspapers. They had to do none of that organized shit. But they still got the lessons, right? So that attracted a lot of street dudes, because street dudes really want to try to do all the bean pie, you know, suit wearing shit and everything.
But you still got the information.
But they wanted the information, right? Yeah. So So the Hebrews is kind of the same thing, right? Like, they get to do the Bible thing, they get to do all this, that, and the third, everything else, but they ain't got to go to church, right? Like they ain't got to pay tithes.
Yo,
And,
I
this, that,
never thought about that, and you helped me. Now I get it. What you just said was fucking excellent, my nigga. And then the way you correlated it with 5% and excellent, my nigga. Because I'm not deep in it like that. I think it's blasphemous. I just think it's a coded way. I even think being a God body, I think it's just a coded way of not being black. I think all these ways were ways to not feel so bad about being black in America, being African American in America. I may be wrong, but I think that's what these entities are. They're just a way to live in this land and have some kind of independent identity that's not tied into blackness in America, because it's such an arduous, and for most think that it's an arduous, tough road to haul to be black in America. So I think for the most part, we want to disconnect not only from the slave narrative, but the African narrative, and more importantly, the black narrative in America, where we don't want to be labeled by whites, so we want our own identity of who we are. And I just think it's a miscalculation for the most part.
I don't think we could necessarily say that with the interpretation given by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because his emphasis is on blackness. His emphasis is that God is black, the black man is God, the black woman is God, the black child is God, the black nation. All of his emphasis is on blackness. So we definitely get something a bit different from the Far Eastern interpretation. It's definitely centered on blackness, though.
But he says Asiatic black man, right? It's parsing it with the Asiatic black man. I've been God body. I don't practice anymore, but I was God body for a very long time. Right. And it's more about Asiatic black men, right? Like even parsing it with that. You know what I'm saying? Which to me is kind of a misnomer in a sense, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Even when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the Asiatic black man, when he said it, he always defined in his writings that the whole planet was called Asia. So he was just talking about the black man of the planet. He wasn't just talking about the continent that we call Asia.
I understood the premise of it. I understood the premise of it, but I still think it's just an additive, right? Like it's an additive that goes against actual biological science, right? Like it kind of sets us apart. It kind of sets it as a marker.
You should have been here earlier. We had a long conversation with Fa earlier about that, bro. Word up, we did.
Nah, my wife banned me from fucking with y'all before 5 o'clock, unfortunately.
Yes, sir.
When she leave for work, that's when I jump on.
When she leave, I be talking again.
Yeah, I be talking again.
I know that's right. Happy wife, happy life.
Happy life. That's
that last, but she was like, listen, let me explain something to you. Leave that shit alone. She's like, either do your own channel or leave that shit alone. She's like, I'm tired of hearing you argue with them motherfuckers. Then she's like, nah, leave that shit alone. And she ain't never, ever said anything to me about this shit. Ever. This year's the first year she ever said anything to me about this shit.
Yeah.
My girl was like, you supposed to be asleep, nigga. You up arguing with these.
Oh, Fontaine. You there, Fontaine?
What's up? Yeah.
Let's see. The other day, I caught 2 of your battles.
Oh, for you fought with them? Which one?
I think I caught your first one. It was a 1 round joint.
Shot it raw? Yeah, that was my very first battle.
It was a 1 round joint. You watched him. He choked. He choked and everything, and you kind of bodied him now when you got your.
He be on RBE now.
Yeah. That's what's up. Let's see. The other one I saw. I think it was the one you had the most views on. I think it was the one you had the most views on. Darcy dude, I forgot his name. It was a 3. This one was a 3 rounder.
It was either Bliss or PBS. Oh, it might have been D Future. All them dark skinned niggas.
Yeah,
but I think it'd be Bliss.
I think you had on Black. I think you had on Black that battle.
Yeah, I was like hyped a little bit.
Yeah. He went because he went. He went second. You went first. You went first. He went second.
I was trying to remember which one. It's either PBS or Black. I know a Bless to God. Both of them did good though. Both of them some debatable to people.
Yeah, I would say that it was a close battle. It was a close one. That one was close. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably PBS though, cause he real.
Damn, let me find out you a motherfucking real deal spitter, nigga. Let me find out, little bro, a real deal spitter.
I fuck with it a little bit.
That's what I like about Psycho Channel. At the end of the day, it always come back to hip hop. We can argue about Trump, bitches, race, when it all come back, bitch, it come back to hip hop.
I appreciate it too, Psycho.
Yeah, no doubt. It was like a week ago, but yeah, I had checked it out though. I remember you said you had some battles online. I remember you said that I went to see if I could find one, and I saw you had a few.
Yeah. I mean, niggas still be asking me to battle, but they don't be worth my time.
If you
gotta be worth it.
Back in the day, if you was up here, I could have got you a PG battle back in the day if you was up here.
I would have took that shit, bro. That's what kind of got me battling. Like, we used to watch that shit down here, and niggas used to be like, man, you can't do that shit. You can't. I used to be like, man, I kill them niggas. Then a nigga called me one day. A nigga on Facebook was like, hey, anybody that want to battle, I pay you. I asked that nigga how much. He told me, nah, like, run that shit out. I battle.
Even if
like
it
$200 for that one little one round.
I could have got you a PG battle, or you could have got down one of our little small events that we did. Like Easy, the block captain's first battle was on one of our joints. It wasn't even a PG joint. It was one of our joints.
Yeah, he been battling for a minute. Nigga don't even know because he just got his little stardom, but brother not for a minute.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to let y'all know before without saying, but yeah, I knew he was battling for a minute. Y'all was like, he been battling for a minute.
I ain't never seen a star shoot himself.
I was like, y'all only knew he had one of his first battles on our platform. It's literally still on my channel, on my old channel.
I've never seen a nigga self-inflict a wound more than that nigga. That nigga was on the way to the top of the food chain and just shot himself in the foot. Cause that nigga was the best until he did that function. I'm sorry, like I ain't no
you think he was the
battle
best?
Rap guy.
You think Easy was the best?
At the time when he finally, like Font said, when he finally got his stardom, when he finally got, he was
got that little momentum. He was a dog.
He was cooking with grease. Yeah, when he got his little shit, his little engine running, bro. Psycho.
His run was nice, bro.
I missed some of his rides. I missed some of his rides. I was there in the beginning. I missed some of his rides because I got caught up over here and everything else. So I missed some of his rides, but then I got catch the ass.
You ever seen Chess versus Easy?
I think I did. I think I did see that battle. I like Chess though. I'm Chess my dude.
Yeah, him and Chess went at it, boy. That was a dog fight.
Yeah, because I didn't know nothing about that shit. And I seen a couple clips of that nigga. I know this nigga nice. Yeah, but then you do snake shit, Philly shit. I keep telling motherfuckers, ain't nothing worse than a Philly bitch and a Philly nigga, or a Philly or a New York bitch and a Philly nigga. Ain't nothing worse than them. They the worst motherfucking. They the best couple in the world, but they the worst couple in the world because they the most grimiest people on the planet. They Philly motherfuckers and New York motherfuckers. But he shot himself in the foot because he could have become a millionaire off this shit. He could have really got big money off this shit.
Who wasn't gonna fuck Remy Ma if she tried to give you the pussy?
I mean, but you just fuck her. You don't follow suit and you know what I mean? Like you don't follow suit.
Bro,
and
he
fuck
got a
her.
bag behind that though. Like she put me as the face of her league, as I already got my own league too. That's player shit to me. How's that
It's over for him now. Where if he wouldn't have fucked with her, he still was gonna get it back and he was gonna be bigger. It's over for him now. It's over.
Nah, bro. It's people that know his name now just because of that little whole debacle. Now you can be a villain and make money in this world. I
don't think nobody fucking with him no more. Like he gets swamped in his last couple battles, man. He got
you know who it's several different top tier battle rappers saying I want Easy next, like Arsenal. if Arsenal battle easy, you think that ain't getting views? You think he ain't getting a bag?
Arsenal always get views. Arsenal's a view.
Yeah, well, because Arsenal say the craziest shit in the world. That's psycho homeboy.
So all Easy need to do is still have niggas like that saying, yeah, I want to battle him. So as long as they saying that, even if you want to talk about Remy the whole time, at least I got the battle. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck.
I think he still had a higher trajectory. I get what you're saying, and I can't refute that because he will get a bag. You know what I mean? Because motherfuckers want to get a bag off of his name, right? But I think now I think there was a point where he was the advantage, where he was the headliner. Now he a co-head, like he ain't really the headliner no more. Like he the hunted. He the hunted at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what
I agree. He made himself a villain. Yeah, he no more the favorite.
He made himself prey, should I say? Where he was the predator.
Yeah, he got to play it up now. He just got to play up the heel role.
He was once the predator, and now he the heel, like you said.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he got to come out talking that shit. He got to do what The Rock did. He got to just play up on being a heel. Like, fuck it, y'all booing me? Fuck it, I'm about to be the best heel out there then. You got to play it up.
My first bar when I battle the next nigga. Here I am battling another nigga mad I'm fucking Remy. Like, starting off like that. So everything you say, hating ass nigga, you mad because I got a bitch you couldn't get, nigga. That's my whole MO, nigga. Y'all want to keep talking about this bitch that I'm fucking? Get out of here.
Yeah, but I don't want no bitch like that. A bitch who a bad bitch who will fuck with a
how do you not
nigga.
talk? You got to talk about that though. Like, especially as soon as this doesn't happen, like it'll eventually get to a point where they'll stop mentioning her. But it's too soon right now. Like you got to mention
it's battle rap.
And she used that nigga. She used that nigga. She used the hottest nigga in battle rap and was gonna make him the face of her league because her female league didn't do well. And she used that nigga. And now both of them got egg on their face.
Why do you think her female league didn't do well? Why? What makes y'all think this stuff y'all talking about?
I mean, not to say that they weren't good. It wasn't getting traction like she thought it was. Like the people that put the money behind her, and they didn't. It didn't take off like they thought it was.
I mean, it's going to take some time because it's supposed to be an all-girls league. It's supposed to replace Queen of the Ring, but it takes some time to grow it. Plus, that's why she got dudes coming on there battling because
that's why she went and got him. She went and got Yes, like come on, man.
No, I was saying the dudes draw more views than the women, right? That's why URL used to work with Queen of the Ring and everything else that and third, and they used to they used to do little gender battles and shit, little gender war type battles and shit and everything else over there, just to try to draw some attention over to the women's joint because those women be going in, dog. Let me tell you, like they be over there wilding, son, like and they was the original motherfuckers that was really getting personal motherfuckers. Like even before the dudes was doing that shit, like those women, they be going in like, yo, you the slut and this that they're all the baby daddies and blah blah blah.
Yeah, they was cutthroat.
Like yo, they be going in, son, like disrespectful, like playing out motherfuckers' kids and like the women go like kids is not off limits over there. Like the dudes, they don't talk about people's kids, right? Like dudes say some of the wildest shit to each other. I don't think I ever heard a motherfucker talk about motherfucking kid, right? Like
Arsenal,
that's kind of like a
Arsenal say whatever.
I never heard Arsenal say nothing about nobody's kid. Yeah, he could. I'm not. I wouldn't put it past him, but I never.
The nigga Ice. You know the nigga Ice from Joe Button. That's his brother.
Yeah, but y'all think about that 50
For real?
and
hey, real quick, hey, Psycho. I hate to cut you off. Who's the gentleman I was talking to earlier today?
That's what I think.
Who's that gentleman I was talking to?
That's awesome.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize to you, dog. You was right on that judicial system thing on how the laws were passed. I'll do better on that next time. I disagreed with you on the whole thing, but sometimes tempers could flare. I don't do that gay shit. You know what I'm saying?
Can I just say this? Keep your passion. Keep your passion.
That was strong of you, Chris. That was real strong.
Keep your passion,
I really ain't no cat that get mad when somebody can out debate me or nothing like that. But my point was, I just want to clear my point up. My point is, I even went and looked into it a little bit harder that Black people in the United States are part of a protected people interest due to the 1964 Civil Rights Movement. But maybe I should have said it's not enforced as rigorously as it is with European protected groups. I should have framed it a little bit more and listened to you the way you questioned me. So. Yeah,
we can get more niggas to do that.
I respect what you just said, but all I'm gonna say too is keep your passion. Just keep your passion, because your passion is directed in the right way, because you for your people. So you ain't really trying to harm nobody. You just for your people, and you want others to be for your people. So keep your passion, but just try to get the background information. That's all. Ain't nobody trying to clown you or make you look crazy or nothing like that. Just over here, we just serious about this shit, right? We intellectualize this shit for real. Some of us, right? Because anybody tell you when it comes to politics and geopolitics, that's where my passion at. If we talk about anything else,
Chris
you're
do
gonna get a
this shit
calm.
too now.
You're gonna get a calm AC.
That's good of you though, Chris. Holding yourself accountable.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
I
You're
don't know
gonna
if niggas
get
know I do this shit, but I just don't really. I'm not really into the geopolitical arena like that. But I just understood what Tyla was doing as a slander in the face of black culture over here in the United States of America. And the media, the way they set her up for that question, it's gonna cause controversy. But I think she already knew. You know what I'm saying? I don't care.
That part right there, as far as like the questioning and all that, they approach. I should have played it because Charlamagne was breaking it down. He right before the interview, they gave him a long line of questions. The whole Breakfast Club gave him a long line of questions of things not to ask Tyla, right? And that was one of the questions that they did not want him to ask, and everything else. And he said that he told them, "Nah, I'm not going to do it. You know, like I'm not going to agree to not ask these questions. If y'all don't want to do the interview, y'all don't have to do the interview. But that's not how I do my interviews. When I do my interviews, this is what he said, right? Like he said, when I do my interviews, everything's on the table. Like, you know, it's like so, you know, either you do the interview or not do it. And they still did the interview, and he went on ahead and proceeded to ask the questions that they didn't want him to ask. And that's why she turned around and looked when he asked the question, didn't say nothing, turned around and looked at her PR person back there. And the PR lady, Becky or whatever, that's what she
told her not to answer.
Right.
Yeah, she should have known not to answer. That's something you should have told her from the jump.
Think about that Big Meech and 50 Cent beef.
But that's what I'm saying, though. Like I said, regardless, yeah, I'm with you on that. And I just find it, like I said, you get all these people groups coming over here participating in our culture and shit, but then don't even want to give us credit for our own culture and want to slight that shit with shit like that. So, like I said, shout out to Charlamagne the God for getting her ass. Like, no, we're going to address this shit right here. You know what I'm saying? Because it enables a lot larger conversation.
So what y'all think about that Big Meech and 50 Cent beef?
I wouldn't be beefing with no nigga like that.
Ooh, Big Meech or 50?
I gotta get back to work.
Big Meech or 50?
Hey, yo, Chris, man, I appreciate that, man. Real talk.
Yeah. That was strong of you, Chris. I respect that too.
I think that 50 mad at Joe Budden, right? Because Joe Budden said that 50 need therapy. I think 50 do need therapy. I think Joe Budden is right. I think a motherfucker like me.
But you don't think Big Meech a sucker for what he did?
I think this is the thing. This is the thing, Fontaine. This is the thing. And you come from a big city, and you probably been around a lot of hustlers. I could tell that you ain't no nigga that's green behind the neck, right? When you become a world-renowned drug kingpin, it ain't too much people can tell you what to do. So for 50 Cent to think that a nigga like Big Meech is gonna be like, I can't talk to this person or I can't, means that you're not being realistic. You're not being realistic. Like you're saying to someone,
you can't talk to him thing, or is it a damn my nigga? That's my op, like, and I put you on, like I'm fucking with your family.
I understand that's your op, bro, but I can't come home and absorb your ops because I would not absorb you. Just ain't gotta do business like that. Saying, Fontaine, bro, if me and you tight, right, and the nigga Chris is my ops, right. But me and you tight, and you and Chris ain't got no beef at all. Y'all ain't never had no beef. I don't want you to absorb my beef with Chris. Now, don't become his boy. But if you take a picture with him, I'm not mad at you. Now, if I see you at the club with him, and then I'm like, I'm like, Fontaine, come on, man, let's go to the mall. And you like, oh man, me and Chris about to go bowling. Then
but listen,
I'm like, all right, Fontaine,
I said, Arch, you got me calling you Art. But Big Meech was doing a Welcome Home Big Meech show with Rick Ross. That's like going to the club.
But Rick Ross wasn't the person who presented the show. Rick Ross was just one because he spoke about BMF, because Rick Ross looked up to them, because Rick Ross also was one of the people who talked about their reign, right? Like he celebrated them on records. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
like
he
celebrated Big
capitalized
Meech
on
and
their
them all.
name, the same as he capitalized on the name Rick Ross, because he's a fake nigga
I
who
mean,
tries to be other people.
I didn't want to go into his background, but I'm just saying in his musical exploits. I got you on that. Like, I mean, but shit, we can't be mad at the nigga who had a job, man. Come on, man.
I ain't mad at him. No,
We
I'm not
can't be
mad
mad
at him.
at a nigga who had a job.
But I'm not gonna sit here and for a street nigga, like you say, you a kingpin street nigga. You coming out and siding with a nigga who took the name of another street nigga, who never met the nigga, never gave him no credit, never gave him no money, never fucked with him or nothing.
But 50
and
Cent
then took
the
your
name of a
name,
street
then
nigga
took
too,
your
though.
name, but he took it out of respect in the streets. 50 got his name in the streets. We can
No,
agree
the
on
nigga,
that, right?
no, the real nigga 50
No, the
Cent.
real 50 Cent.
Oh yeah, his name was Boo Boo. No, my bad. His name was Boo Boo.
Yeah, it's the real nigga named 50
he did
Cent.
take
That ain't
name
50 Cent.
Yeah,
his name Boo Boo.
Yeah, he
You know what I'm
did.
saying? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. So it's
the same situation.
But it wasn't.
Same situation.
Now, to me, that's like Scarface calling himself Scarface. To me, that ain't the same as to me.
No,
but I
it's
see
the
what y'all
same as
saying.
Rick
I see what y'all
Ross.
saying. It
50
kind of
Cent.
is.
Yeah,
the
but
same.
Scarface took it from a fictional character though. Like Scarface,
Right, and 50
Yeah,
Cent
Rick Ross
is a
and
real
50 talking about real
nigga.
people. But see,
Yeah, 50
if
Cent
50
is a
Cent,
real person in New York.
the
It
real
was a
50
real
Cent was
criminal.
like,
Was him and Just Black.
but he was like an older to the rapper 50, right?
Arthur, my uncle was locked up with the real 50 Cent.
Yo, like the real 50 Cent is a real person.
He said one time when he seen 50 Cent in jail, he said he was mad skinny. He just picked up some nigga and just body slammed him in the yard.
But listen, what I'm saying though, Arthur, the 50 Cent that was the real street nigga, even though I think both of them was, but the 50 that was known as the street nigga, he was older than the rapper 50, right?
Not by a lot. Not by a
Oh,
lot.
okay.
Nah,
Because I thought maybe he was a nigga he looked up to and he just named himself after. But it is kind of like
was
Rick
around
Ross.
the real 50 Cent was around the time of like Rakim and all of that, like back.
Yeah, he hung out with Coogee Rap and all them. That's how Coogee Rap got on. That's how Coogee Rap got on. Because he was supposed to go with 50. He was supposed to go with 50 somewhere else, and 50 just stashed him away. So when he stashed him away to go do the robbery, Coogee Rap was sitting with some niggas that we now know as music niggas and Marley Marl, and he was like, "Yo, who you here with?" He's like, "Yo, I'm 50. I came with 50." And he's like, "Where the fuck 50 go?" And he's like, "I don't know." Like, but Marley knew what he was going to do. He's like, "All right, man, you could just chill." And that's how Coogee Rap got on. Same thing with Rakim. Rakim hang with them gangster niggas, and they went somewhere, and them niggas went to.
The Rakim joint is crazy because Eric B was looking for an MC because Eric B was the street nigga. Eric B actually ain't even really a DJ like that. He was a street nigga who knew how to DJ, knew the fun, but he wasn't like into the artistic form. Like he wasn't like DJ Scratch or none of these other he wasn't a masterful DJ or nothing. He was just a street dude that had some turntables and decided he wanted to make some legal money and become a DJ, but he needed a rapper, and so he went looking for somebody to spit for him, and he went and started. I think he asked Marley Marl. He asked Marley Marl for somebody that he know how to rap or whatever. Marley Marl told him to go check Freddie Fox. I don't know if you remember Freddie Fox, but he told him to go check out Freddie Fox. So Eric B was going to go and sign Freddie Fox. He told Freddie Fox meet up with him over at Marley's spot or whatever, this, that, and the third, and link up so they can, try to lay out a demo or whatever. And something happened to Freddie Fox. He got locked up, something happened, whatever the case may be. He couldn't make it. And so they had to go find somebody else. That somebody else they ended up finding was Rakim. And Rakim was from Long Island and everything else. He used to come out there. He used to come out that side of town with Biz and all that. Yeah, Biz Marquis is responsible for a lot of careers.
A lot of people shit.
Big Daddy Kane, Rakim, them two right there in particular, they owe their career to Biz because Biz is the one that got Rakim to come out from Long Island out to the city and everything else back and forth. And that's how he ended up linking with Eric B.
Shantae, he responsible for Shantae's career too.
No, not Shantae. Shantae got down because she was in
Queensbridge
the same project. Yeah, she was the same project with Marley. And Marley saw him in Humble one day, and that was actually Marley's first joint. That was Marley's first joint was with Roxanne because he was sitting back and he was just playing around, and that Roxanne song was the #1 song in the city at that time. Like that shit, that Roxanne song was #1 for I forgot how many weeks. It had to be the whole summer. I don't know. It wasn't even summer. That was like a fall.
You talking about the UTFO Roxanne?
Yeah, the original Roxanne song. Yeah,
and he wanted to do a parody song to it. And what the woman responded, what Roxanne responded or whatever, but he needed a female to do it for him, and he knew her from the hood, and she knew how he has to. He's like, I think I heard you spitting before. You think you do this? And he was like, I want to make a response to the Roxanne song, and she's like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And he took it in the studio, and the rest is history. But yeah, he knew her from the hood though. That's how she got on.
Yeah, but back to the Big Meechin, I just think that 50 I don't know, man. Sometimes he think everybody got to play ball like him, and I don't necessarily think that, like, yeah, look, you can't, just because you beefing with Rick Ross, you can't tell this man who just sat in a Supermax prison for all these years who he can fuck with and who he can't fuck with based on some shit that happened when he wasn't around. Like, that's too far. You know what I mean? Like, that's just like you telling him to hold on to some shit that don't have nothing to do with him. You know what I mean? Like, that's my thing. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. 50, like, I know he ain't afraid of nothing and he bulletproof and all that. But I don't know, man. I kind of look at 50 like a modern day Pac, man. Just a nigga who just stir up shit, man, and just because they not happy with themselves, man. Like,
nah, bro. 50. I feel like everything 50 have with a nigga is justified. Now, whether you agree with it or not, is different.
I mean, but what beef would he have with? I mean,
when I was younger, I never used to fuck with 50, but as I got older, I started to understand his sentiments. Like, he on some shit like, look, man, I put your son in acting school. They can help make the family some bread where you was locked away. You know what I'm saying?
You got paid off your story becoming a TV series.
Hold on. He did all of this shit, right? So he's expecting, okay, he was beefing with this nigga Rick Ross, not only just on some music shit, but on some personal shit. So 50 probably feel like, yo, bro, you know I was beefing with this nigga on some personal shit. You know I was helping you. So for you to even go fuck with, and your son, so for you to even go fuck with a nigga like that I was already beefing with, not only that, nigga 50 laughed at the nigga when he got beat up in Canada. You know what I'm saying? So now you hanging with this nigga. I don't know if you going backdoor me and you get cool with this nigga or X, Y, and Z, or you gonna do this to do this. It's not like they got like a little beef like how we be having on a panel. We curse each other out, like, and then we become friends again. Like, it's not a beef like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, 50 is like,
I hear what y'all saying, but at the same time, y'all.
Hold on, real quick. So since 50 can't distinguish who's who, and I understand his philosophy, you're not gonna be on the fence. So I'm gonna pick a side for you. So we have established that you over there is in black and white. I put you over there, so I don't have to worry about these concerns and gray areas of you backdooring me. So since you can't pick a side and you're on the fence, I'm going to pick the side for you and put you over there. So it's established that we're enemies, man. That's it. There's no in-betweens or ifs, ands, or buts when it comes to situations like that. I feel like it's either you on my side or you not on my side.
But this is the thing. Why do I have to pick a side, my nigga? I'm a grown-ass man. I don't, like, me and you don't have no real roots, right? Like, okay, I appreciate everything you did for my kid. I appreciate everything, you know what I mean, you doing for my family and shit, you know what I'm saying? But you did that in a creative, artistic value. You did that to benefit too. Like I'm not the only one benefiting. You're like benefiting way more than me. No, 50. Like 50 is benefiting way more than him from the BMF series because you did it at a creative out of a creative mold, right? Like, I understand, I understand your personal beef with him, but you using my story for a creative narrative is just that. And I shouldn't have to.
But me picking your son for the role and giving him that role.
He should have knew better. He see what he did the game. He should have knew better.
Not even that though, Marley. If I handpicked your son and gave him acting, put him in acting school to allow him to play his role, I did that. He did. I could have put anybody in his role.
Y'all gonna let me finish, or y'all just gonna kill me? Y'all gonna let me. I got what y'all saying, but I think what y'all missing in all of this is the creative part and the autonomy part. At the end of the day, Big Meech is his own man. I appreciate everything you did for me and my family, but you're asking me to choose sides in a beef that had nothing to do with me based on you creating a intellectual property to put forth out in a music, in an artistic way. right? Like you created in a intellectual property based on my life, loosely based on my life, and you put it out there, and I appreciate it, right? But I also gave you the value of my story. So I partner with you to do this. So in our partnership, I shouldn't have to take on what you're dealing with in your social and personal life. Just like I wouldn't like if I'm beefing with drug cartels, I'm not gonna ask you to take on that beef. I'm not gonna ask you to not take pictures with Mexicans because me and Mexicans beefing, and that's basically what you're saying. But like Rick Ross talked about BMF, how many times did you mention BMF in your song? Now, granted, you created a whole television story behind it, right? But this man been bigging me up. This man ain't never disrespecting me. So why should I take on your beef? Right? Like if you have a problem with me speaking to him, like come to me and be like, hey bro, that's my ops, you know what I'm saying? Blah blah skippy. And then now I better understand that me kicking it with him publicly, you have a problem with that. Right? But don't just diss me and talk crazy about me and not see me as a man and have a conversation with me. Cause I was a boss before you ever thought about being a boss. Like I did this shit while you was still rolling around robbing niggas in Queens. Right? So like at least have some respect for the work that I put in this world. At least have some respect for the position I built for myself that you're making into a movie. So you actually found what I did to be appealing and to be worthy of your intellectual properties. So why can't you respect me on that merit? Why would you disrespect me and debase me based on a personal beef you got with some nigga that ain't even from where you from and just on some bitches shit and some goofy shit because you just don't want nobody to be popping like you?
Nah.
Like I mean, I'm lost here.
Started that beef with 50 Cent when he grilled him at the BET Awards and all that. That's how the beef started and shit.
Come on, and then think about that. Think about how childish that is. You grilled me, so now we beef.
50 was young at that time, though. 50 was young back then.
Y'all be talking about I'm crashing now. Like,
nah,
come
but
on,
50
man.
was
What are
young.
we talking about,
He was
man?
in his 20s and all of that, bro. He was still young, bro. He was in his 20s still.
Right, and that's why the nigga. So if you 50 years old and you still out here talking about beefing with niggas and niggas is your ops, something is wrong. Like you niggas always give me speeches about crashing out. I'm too old to be in the street. Blah 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 blah. But if a rapper or somebody of higher stature do it, then it's legit. Like if I came on here and was talking about I got ops at my age, you niggas like, come on, Arthur, man, what the fuck you talking about? You niggas would clown me for being on here talking about I got ops. Clown me.
No, that's
but yet we're giving this nigga a pass.
Who y'all talking about?
50.
50 don't got ops. Hold on now. 50 don't got ops.
No, we're saying he has ops. What we're saying is to keep saying that you got ops at 50 years old is kind of crazy.
But he does.
Donald Trump got ops in
50, people hate 50, dog.
Like, dog, he doing Joe Button. He killing Joe Button on foot. Because all Joe Button said was like, yo, you need therapy, bro. Like, if you still out here running around talking about ops and all this crazy shit and telling this man who he could talk, like, you need help, bro. So now he got Joe Button naked and shit, got him with drawers on, just killing
50 a troll. That's why, and this is why people hate 50. This is why I say he got ops, because he do shit like that. That's what I mean. Like, he a whole troll out here. Like I said, 50 is the original troll, bro. He is the original troll. That motherfucker, especially in hip hop, like that motherfucker, when he was already a troll before the social media. Like his first record was a troll. How to Rob was a whole troll ass motherfucking record that pissed off the whole fucking industry. That shit, like, he is the original troll, bro. He has been a troll. He's been a troll since the first time I've heard him. Like he's just now trolling on the internet. He's not trolling on record right now. You know what I mean? But he's been doing this. Like he's always had ops. People hated him back then. So like this is 50 being 50. But I feel you as far as like, you know, he's 50 something years old now, so he might want to slow down with the trolling. But
right, and like you had a whole city just give you the key to their city to develop your movie studios and to bring jobs and things to their community, right? Like they're depending on you to uplift their economic development, right? Like, and you're from New York, you're not even from the South, but they're willing to partner up with you and do this business because they see that your brand is your brand is marketable, your brand is successful. So they're like, okay, we could partner up with him, and you know what I'm saying? Because it was a movie. It's crazy because it's a movie about Trenton shot in Shreveport called The Cleaner and shit with Samuel Jackson and the white guy and shit. Right? It's about this fucking like the neighborhood right down the street from me, and they filmed it in Shreveport. You know what I mean? So they're into the filming industry. They're trying to get there, so they put a, you know what I mean. So they took a chance on you, and then you out here talking about we beefing, you my ops. Like, come on, man, we're fucked, man. It just goes back to my conversation earlier about 50 want to be the head nigga in charge. Like, he's went after everybody that would be considered the head nigga in charge. He takes shots at Jay all the time. He takes shots at Puff all the time.
Oh yeah.
Like to me, 50 is a bootleg.
I don't think he takes shots at Jay. Wait up,
he takes shots at Jay, bro. He takes shots at Jay.
People ignore the stuff they do to 50. Especially the stuff that be behind the scenes. People ignore all that
people
stuff.
do to 50,
all
man.
the blocking him as an art. You know, they did not want 50 to make it in the industry. They
because he did the whole shoot. He did the whole song, the trolling song,
it's
how to
a
rob
song,
niggas.
my nigga. It's a song.
I know, but that's why New York never made it. Because if you come out talking about robbing New York rappers and all this shit,
he talking about robbing all kind of people. Blackstreet, Juvenile. He just talking about robbing.
Y'all missing some parts. First and foremost, the reason to why he didn't get signed by certain people was because he had the beef with Cream in the streets already. That's why Puffy didn't want to sign him, because he didn't want to deal with that. And he had just came out that whole shit. And then you had Ja Rule and them and Irv Gotti. They was blackballing him, right? And they was trying to.
Well, he was already signed. He was signed to Columbia.
Yeah, he was signed. That's what I'm saying. Y'all wrong.
But they was blackballing him, bro. That's a fact, because Murdoch was running the industry.
But that was after he already got signed. He got signed and he got shelved, and that's why he got shelved, because that first album never dropped. It dropped in the streets, but it never dropped, for commercially, right? And that's because all the bullshit that went down. And yeah, you're right. They fell back. They shelved them, and then they eventually dropped him. And yeah, he got known to be toxic at that point. But he started killing the streets though. That's when he started dropping all the mixtapes and everything else.
Because the industry was hating on him.
And that's when M was starting up his new label. So, he came out here to see who was buzzing, who he could sign. And 50 was the hottest motherfucker in the streets at the time. So he signed 50.
That's what I'm saying. So this nigga came in with a chip on his shoulder, because these niggas been with my ops that I really had in the streets as a young. Like, I really had an op in the streets who was one of the biggest names in the streets out here. And all these industry niggas fuck with Preem. They been hating on me since I walked in the door. So why would I be nice to these niggas once I get on? It's fuck all you niggas.
Yeah, I think y'all misunderstand the whole New York thing, man. Like, this is more about, like, the 50 shit is more about Queens and New York shit, street shit. And just at that time, them Queens niggas was just a different breed of niggas, right? Like they was just get money niggas. So it was always about that. Like, they had the, before the Dominicans started bringing the coke to uptown, Queens kind of had it on lock a little bit. So it's just street shit, and he just taking the street shit. He just carrying it with him. He never, like, just how, and see, my thing is, like, the way y'all talk shit to me about me carrying this street shit with me forever, like, y'all giving this nigga a pass. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, it's basically all street shit. And just like y'all say, sometimes I gotta understand that the handling shit the street way, it ain't always the right way. And that's how I feel about the Big Meech shit. Like, I feel like he's disrespecting who Meech is because Meech don't want to join his beef. And that doesn't make sense to me. You're telling me to inherit your beef that I didn't have. And why would I do that? Why would I come home and inherit beefs? I should be thankful to the universe that I didn't spend the rest of my life in a supermax. That the universe found duty for me to be free. So when I get out, I'm gonna be about peace and reconciliation. I'm not gonna be about beef. Think about that, dog.
Tell me that shit, but from the jump, don't go take the picture with the nigga unbeknownst to me.
But the nigga big me up too. Like, why can't I show this nigga love who big me up as well?
Can say that. Say I'm gonna fuck with Ross too. Just that, Fifth. I'm just letting you know, bro. I got a relationship with bro. I'm not gonna fuck over my relationship because I fuck with you. But I'm sure that conversation wasn't had.
Yeah, it wasn't. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. But at the same time, Fifth should not want this man to inherit his beef. Like, if anything, you should be like, you know what, my brother, you just did a whole lot of time in jail. Like, you out here free, motherfuckers want to celebrate you. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you stop this man from being celebrated just because you don't like one person that was on the bill. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, that's some white.
Yeah, just take him off and then do it. Just take him off and then run it.
Right, just be like, yo, The show could go on, but my ops can't perform. Everybody else, because everybody else ain't beefing with you, so you hurt everybody else just to hurt one nigga. You hurt
But it was
all
Rick
them
Ross'
people.
car show.
No, it wasn't that Rick Ross car show.
The picture that he was promoting was Rick Ross'
I
car show.
understand that, but I'm saying this is what I'm saying, Fontaine. Like, what if you was on that bill? What if you was on that bill? You was about to get 30K, and you was one of the opening acts. He just took 30K out of your mouth because he mad at Rick Ross.
If I'm one of them, I'm mad, but I'm not one of them. That's if I'm one of them. Yeah, I got a personal.
That ain't fair to you.
So that's cool. That's
you know
cool,
what I'm saying? Like, it was more than Rick Ross on that bill, dog. It was a lot of people on that bill. And now none of the people probably
that says a lot about them niggas that one nigga was able to shut their host.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying. Right? That one nigga artists, was able to go to the city of Miami and be like, yo, this shit can't happen. And they like, okay, Mr. 50, okay.
I'm sending my people to 50. Get me on his team. I want to be on that nigga team. Whoever
nah, because then the minute you do something wrong to him, you gonna be on the outside looking in. You got big red.
I ain't gonna do nothing wrong.
See, look at you, nigga. You might blink wrong, nigga. You might go
I
take
ain't no sucker now. If you try to sun me, that's different. But if you don't try to sun me,
and that's what we're trying to explain to you. Thank you for pulling out the word that I didn't think you knew. That's what he's trying to do. That's what Queens niggas do. They try to sun you. That's the thank you. You just brought it full circle for me. Thank you.
Yeah, he tried to sun me now.
He's trying to sun Big Meech.
But see,
he's trying to sun Big Meech.
The nigga I used to fuck with outside, right? He was older than me. So he probably got me like 10 years. So he more 50 than age, and he from Jamaica, Queens. So he used to tell me about 50 and all that. Like, that's just who that nigga is, bro. Like, all that shit, he used to tell me back before 50 was even like as big as he is now. He was big, but he wasn't as big as he is now, Paul. That nigga used to like, that's how he was as a teenager. Like, that's just who that nigga is. And that nigga done seen a lot of bullshit and a lot of betrayal, bro. So a nigga like that take loyalty personally, bro.
That's what I was trying to tell that nigga. I was like, yo, people, we gotta look at people's side. That nigga trying to kill that nigga. Yeah, that nigga. But that's why they say he need therapy too, though, Bob, because he because of that shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit that happened to him and all of that, and you know what I'm saying. So I would agree that he probably do need therapy, but you know his behavior, the way how he move is kind of like justified based off of the things that did happen to him.
Now his beef with Irv Gotti. It's up and it's stuck. I ain't mad at 50 for not showing Irv Gotti love or Irv died. I'm not mad at that. It's up and it's stuck. Like death was like my life was on the line, right? Like I get that, but with Rick Ross, his life wasn't on the fucking line. That shit ain't get no further than niggas putting sex tapes out. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Only Rick Ross homeboy got beat up. Nobody else.
Yeah, like one nigga got beat up. You know what I'm saying?
It wasn't personal, but it was just.
And that nigga ain't even with Rick. And the crazy part about it is the nigga who got beat up is probably the only nigga in Rick Ross crew who really about that life.
You talking about the light skinned nigga?
But he all locked up and then fell the fuck off. So he ain't even part of Rick Ross crew no more.
Yeah, that nigga, they jumped that nigga at the BET Awards. Tony Yayo when them caught that nigga slipping. That shit was funny.
Yeah, but when Fat Joe, you notice the shit with Fat Joe ain't go like that, right?
Yeah,
you notice when he
I see why niggas don't like New York niggas, son.
When that shit when Fat Joe happened, you see that shit ain't go all like that, right? He ain't talk all crazy like that.
But that's two real niggas, Arthur. And look what happened when two real niggas bumped heads. They was able to squash that shit. Rick Ross not a real nigga, so 50 not gonna respect him, bro. He not.
That's the point I'm trying to make to you. All right, so don't respect him, but don't make it seem like this nigga is a super villain or this nigga is worthy of all this fucking attention you giving him. Because when you was beefing with real niggas, you wanted peace in the streets.
Nah, he didn't. Nah, we gonna say that now.
Niggas, you wanted peace in the
streets.
He
didn't immediately want peace.
But whenever the Terror Squad niggas brought beef to them niggas ran. Them niggas never faced them Terror Squad niggas straight up. Never, ever, ever. Ever.
Okay, so look at it. That's they squads. If we talking about the leaders, 50 will beat the fuck out of Fat Joe.
Maybe now, but not back then.
Man, back then,
Y'all see, y'all don't know who Fat Joe is.
Maybe Fat would
Joe
have pulled them knives out or
listen,
something, but 50
Fat
got
Joe
busy.
was 50 Cent
Come on
before 50 Cent was Fat Joe. 50
Nah,
Cent was
50 really
Fat.
took boxing though. 50 was really a
know
boxer
that
though.
Fat Joe used to be body slamming? Him and his niggas used to jump niggas everywhere they went. Constant
was a Golden
promoters,
Glove
other
boxer,
MCs.
I'll say this. I think 50 will whoop his ass in a fight, but I think Fat Joe will be quicker to shoot him.
That's what I'm saying. Fat Joe gonna go to some street shit, some real street shit, some stabbing or some shooting. 50 gonna be like, I beat this
him
fat
in
nigga
a fight because Fat Joe was a big obese ass nigga who probably would have ran out of breath. But it would have been a fight. It would have been a fight.
50 was in shape and had hands.
I don't think y'all know who Fat Joe is, and I think that's what it is.
No, I do. As a street nigga, yeah, but that don't mean
I
he
don't
can
think
fight.
y'all know Fat Joe Rain, and I think that's what it is because he Puerto Rican and he's from the Bronx, and not too many people tell his story. But I don't think y'all know Fat Joe was not pussy by any stretch of the
Fat Joe got some squabble.
No,
Fat Joe was not.
Fat Joe. In New York, Fat Joe name is known in the hood. Even
Batman way better than Superman.
Even if you hear niggas talk about rappers like Cameron, who from Harlem, right back in the days, they would say like Fat Joe was like the only he was getting money in the streets and he was like he's known.
Them niggas wasn't. Them niggas.
You don't talk about him, and you hear Tony Leo talk about Fat Joe.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Fat Joe is a bigger New York gangster than any of them niggas. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Because like Hov and them, like Jay-Z and them didn't make their money selling drugs in New York City. They made their money out of town. Them niggas was out of town gangsters. Biggie and them was out of town. Them niggas wasn't big. Fat Joe was a New York City big time hustler. 50 was a New York City big time hustler, but not to the level of Fat Joe. Like 50 was the kind of
scale.
Yeah, 50 was the kind of nigga who ran blocks. Fat Joe and them niggas had whole areas. Like niggas used to come from out of town to come purchase from them niggas. Like it's a different thing. Like Fat Joe is like people don't really know. Like Fat Joe was a real fucking gangster in New York. Like that shit ain't. And he ran with gangsters. Like his nigga is the leader. Like his nigga is shit. Pistol Pete is Pistol Pete for real. Like Pistol Pete ain't nothing. That nigga's for real. Like nah, for real. Yeah, Pistol Pete ain't he ain't nah. Like Fat Joe, yeah, two different things. And that's why they squashed that shit because they knew how serious that shit was. They knew like this could only lead to death. There is no.
You heard about the story when Fat Joe and Ja Rule and them got kidnapped in Angola by the president?
Yeah, that shit was funny as hell.
Funny as hell when Ja Rule was telling the story, right? They got kidnapped.
Fat Joe said that the black embassy motherfuckers got him out of there. He said the U.S. embassy motherfuckers came and got him out of there.
One of them escaped. And ran to the U.S. embassy, and then they came back.
Yeah, then the U.S. embassy dude came back with a bunch of big trucks and shit and got him out of there.
Ja Rule said Fat Joe was still friends with the dude, the president of the country at that time. He said he still be going over there to see him and shit like that. Fat Joe, he still be going to Angola to see the nigga.
The nigga in the chat just said that the Terror Squad don't fuck with Fat Joe. Like, oh my god, like, Jesus Christ.
You talking about Cuban links? You gotta be talking about Cuban links.
He talking about one nigga. Terror Squad is still strong as ever. Yeah. All right, man. Let me get my ass up, get ready for work, man. You brothers have a great day, man.
Yeah. I thought you was up already.
Nah, you know what time. He already said it. His wife must have jumped. Get off that damn YouTube.
That's crazy. Yeah, man, but that Fat Joe shit and yeah, Fat Joe is his name definitely rang bells in New York.
Oh yeah. He's known as a real
street. He was telling
nigga.
a story the other day how he saved Common life when they was in the West Coast and Mac 10 and them got on Common, and he said Fat Joe was like he had to beg Mac 10 and them not to kill him because you know what I'm saying, he had this Ice Cube and shit. Like he said, he was like, yo, he begged them not to kill Common. He said, he was like, Common was his nigga. He was like, he begged them not to kill him. He said he was about to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even be understanding when niggas be talking shit about, like,
the stories about Terror Squad was infamous back then. Like I remember when they kidnapped DJ Who Kid and that shit was buzzing in the streets. They kidnapped DJ Who Kid, dog.
That's
kidnapped that motherfucker. That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's 50 Cent DJ, right?
But yeah, he was affiliated with 50. He was a mixtape motherfucker. And yeah, he was rolling with 50. And he had leaked the Terror Squad song on one of his mixtapes.
Oh yeah. I remember that shit. Yeah. He stole it.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yep, he stole it. Mm-hmm. He stole it and leaked it.
Yeah, he stole it. Yeah, he stole it.
And the motherfuckers ran down.
He stole Big Pun song. It was a Big Pun song he stole.
Yep, Pun. And they kidnapped that motherfucker. Pun them, had him in the back of the van and shit. That motherfucker said he was about to shit on himself.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga Big Pun, son. Yeah, man. That's all I don't even understand when sometimes when people talk about like Puerto Ricans and in the hood, and I was like, yo, I never grew up looking at them niggas like that. Like how, you know, people from outside of New York, that's black, view them. I never viewed them like that. I never seen it like that. And that goes to show you like how when people grow up in certain ways in culture, and like how that shit shapes your perspective, and you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, son, like that was an awakening. That was a different experience from even that whole conversation, especially it being on the internet around this time period. Because back then we didn't really have access to people like that outside of New York or of America. Everything is like we got more access to people now because of the internet in different places. So we able to interact with different people from different regions again. And yo, the internet is so good too, because now what that does is that it makes us able to engage with other people from different parts of the world and get their perspective, and not just the only New York perspective or whatever the case is, or East Coast or Jersey, or you know what I'm saying? Everybody could get a little dabble of the experience. Because like I said, growing up, I was always taught like, yeah, Hispanics is black, but they just be trying to act like they ain't black because they look black. You know what I'm saying? And know that was pseudo, or that was incorrect as well. But that's how we grew up thinking like that, like they us, but they just. And then there's some who.
Well, I wouldn't say they was us, but
yeah,
they was all right. We wasn't beefing with these motherfuckers. Like I ain't had no smoke with motherfuckers because they was Puerto Rican.
I didn't see a Hispanic person and think I'm going to their parents. Their mom's gonna think I'm trying to steal, or they thinking negative about me, like this black person, even if they was right. I didn't have that like how I would have around white folks. Different. So I always seen them as you know, different. Even you know,
I ain't never really was cool with him to the point where, well, one Puerto Rican dude, I would go up to his house when I was a kid or whatever. His mom's was all right and everything. I'll go in there, go play video games with him and his brothers and stuff like that. And she was all right, but not too many Puerto Rican houses I remember going up into. Most of the Puerto Ricans I hung out with, it was outside. You know, like, we wasn't going to each other. No Puerto Rican ever been in my house. Now that I think about it, I never thought about it till just now. But I never had no Puerto Ricans come to my house.
Okay. I grew up in kind of a Hispanic neighborhood on the Hispanic side of East New York, right? So it's like after you go past pink houses, going the opposite way towards Atlantic and shit like that, by Highland Park. You know what I'm saying? Like over there by Crescent and all of that. So it's more Hispanics and shit. So, but it was black though too. We had black people out there too. So most of my friends was black, but it had Spanish niggas out there too. But we all hung out with each other.
Right.
I just started hanging out with this one Spanish nigga. Because all he used to hang out with was niggas and shit like that. That's how I was even introduced to him. Because he hung out with one of my homeboys who was Panamanian. You know, he was black though, black Panamanian. You know what I'm saying? And well, he was a Panamanian. He's black. He's actually a FBA, but he's half FBA. He got you know how some of the FBA we see all over. So I don't even know if he was really Panamanian, but I know he was FBA though. Like, you know what I'm saying? And you know, he introduced me to him and shit like that, and that's how me and him became cool. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I ended up meeting his moms and shit like that, and his pops, and you know what I'm saying, and everything else. And I remember one time, you know, this when his mom was dying, or passed away, matter of fact, and we went to his grandfather's crib. He was like, yo, this was back in the days. He was like, you could even sit on my grandfather's stool. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like much more of the older generation one that's kind of like it be like that. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I never really asked him to why, like what was his experiences and nothing like that. I just knew he just said that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I spoke with his grandfather before, like, you know, he's a like an intellectual dude and shit like that. You know, I mean, I didn't get no. I mean, maybe his perspective changed now. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I don't even know if he was joking when he said that shit. But yeah, I mean, niggas was cool to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, niggas is cool to me, man. I don't know. So people be having, you know what I'm saying? I be having good experiences with all different types of people. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why people say certain things about Black Americans or Caribbeans. I'd be like, nah, like, I never had these experiences, or Africans. I'd be like, nah, who y'all encountered? Is it y'all?
Yeah, like I said, yeah, most of the angst that you hear with this FBA stuff ain't even really coming from people from this area so much.
Yeah,
you got some from this area that's brought into that stuff, but most of the FBA people that I be hearing is not from this area. Most of them are like mainly from the South. I get it's South heavy. See, you got obviously you got people from all over, but it's most of the time, more times than not, it's usually in the South, and it's usually a bunch of engines. Right. The engines is strong. Like the engines got a strong presence in the South. The Abos, most of them motherfuckers from the South. Not all, but most. More times than not, there's gonna be a motherfucker saying they from South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Texas. You know, like every time you talk to these motherfuckers, they be like, "Yeah, I live down in X, Y, Z, and we always been here. My mother was here, my grandmother was here, her mother was here, her mother was here. We always been here. We ain't never left this motherfucker." Like, you know, that's usually what you hear.
Yeah, right. So when people start saying these things, I just be like, yo, I don't know who y'all talking about, who y'all this. Like, I don't know. I do know a lot of people in the diaspora to be anti-African, though. So I do understand the African perspective because I grew up around that.
Yeah, but you know, like I could tell you, like my family out in South Carolina and shit, like that is not a diverse area. Like it's not. It's segregated and it's not diverse, right? You got Black, white, Mexican. That's it. and Mexicans are kind of new around there. Like they like, but it was mainly Black and white when I was young. Now it's Black, white, and Mexican, but it's still same dynamic, right? Like it's about as most diverse you're going to get down that motherfucker. Like you ain't gonna just roll down there and just see a whole slew of Arabs, you know, like it's just not a whole community of these motherfuckers. You ain't gonna see it. Like I ain't never seen a Chinese restaurant in South Carolina. I know they probably exist. I just ain't never seen that motherfucker. You know what I mean?
So we're Atlanta different. We got the Knicks, but they spread out.
Yeah.
There's some places in New York that's just that is not diverse like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's something that,
but not in the city.
In America. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
New York is one of the most diverse cities that I've ever been to in New York. They say Texas, Houston is the most diverse, but to be honest, son, I ain't gonna lie. Son,
you take away Central Texas, man. That shit ain't gonna be that. Like Central Texas is diverse. That's the most liberal part of Texas you're gonna be in Central Texas over there by Austin. Man, you go out them, man, them rural areas, man. Shit, bro. Ain't no motherfucking diversity out the motherfucking rural. And most of Texas is rural towns. So I don't even know how the fuck they say Texas is all this, but like I said, they count Central Texas only. Like because Houston ain't Texas. Houston ain't that damn diverse either. It's mainly motherfucking black, white, and Mexican. Same.
I was like, yo, more diverse than New York. I'm like,
nah.
But if you Google it, it will say that though. If you Google it, it will say that.
I don't know, but they must be counting different ethnicities of white people and shit like that or whatever. I don't know. But even then, they not more diverse than like Jersey. Like, nah, bro. Like,
Jersey's up there too. Jersey was up there.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's like
I think it was Houston, and I think Jersey was number 2, and then New York was number 3.
Yeah, like Houston.
So Jersey, you think Jersey's more diverse than New York?
Yeah, do I think what? Jersey's more diverse than New York? No, New York's probably more diverse.
Right, but that's what it's gonna say on Google. That's gonna say it's gonna.
You know what? They probably talk about per capita. Like if you talk about per capita, then yeah, it'll be us because we, you know. But as far as like total numbers, it'll be you guys. As far as total numbers, but if you talk about per capita, if you crunch it down to percentages, yeah, we would beat y'all.
Yeah, because you got Houston number 1, you got Jersey like number 2, New York is like number 3. I was surprised. I thought New York was gonna be number 1.
I'm surprised they got Houston up there, bro. I didn't see all that diversity up in that motherfucker. Black, white, Mexican. Black, white, Mexican. That's what I saw. Heavy in the Mexican too. Like heavy in the Mexican. The Mexicans outnumber black people in motherfucking Houston.
Yeah, that's crazy. You just said black.
Texas got what, like the second largest Mexican population in the country. Mexicans deep down there.
All right, on a different subject. Did y'all see that clip recently of Trump saying or having the dude come in and speak saying
the plane crash.
Trump is the not about the plane crash, about
another one
basically said Trump and the I want to say Attorney General are the only people that can speak on what's law.
Judah, go fuck yourself. Go put a dick in your mouth. All right, put a dick in your mouth. Put a Pan-African dick in your mouth. Not mine though, because I don't go that way. Go find some Pan-African dick to put in your motherfucking mouth. What the hell are you talking about? No, who the hell is dick riding Puerto Ricans? We literally was talking about everybody. We talking about Caribbeans, Africans, all that. Who the hell is dick riding Puerto Ricans? What the hell are you talking about? Dick eating Puerto. What the hell are you? What kind of fruitcake shit you on?
I think it's just because y'all was talking about Fat Joe. I guess it.
Because we said Fat Joe a real dude in the streets. He is. Don't believe us? Go up there in the Bronx and go check him. If you don't think he a real street dude, we ain't even talk about it. If I say Fat Joe made a dope album, I'm dick eating motherfucking Puerto Ricans. If I say the motherfucker's a real street dude, I'm dick eating Puerto Ricans. I can't just no at no time did I say Fat Joe was the realest motherfucker in New York. Nobody said that. At no point in time did anybody say he was the dopest artist. Nobody said that.
But if you felt like that is that dick eating?
Like what the hell? Like saying somebody could do something is dick eating now. Because somebody can say Eminem knows how to spit bars. Am I dick eating white people now? What are we talking about right now? Larry Bird can play ball. Larry Bird's the top 3 small forward of all time. I would argue number 2 behind LeBron. Am I dick eating motherfucking white people? What are we talking about right now? Y'all motherfuckers are stupid. It's a fake outrage too, because you ain't pro-black like that. So stop it. That fake ass bullshit you on. You hate black people, motherfucker. What the hell is you talking about? You FBA weirdos can't talk nothing to me about dick eating anything. When you dick eat FWAs. You FWA dick eater.
Oh shit.
Stop dick eating FWAs. Motherfucker, the hell is you talking about? You patriotic Negroes can't talk to me about dick eating nothing. You got a whole red, white, and blue dick in your fucking mouth. What are you talking about? Y'all motherfuckers nuts. You want to talk about who's dick eating motherfuckers? What do you mean? I'm talking about one of your motherfucking Americans. And he from the Americas, motherfucker. What do you mean? You dick eating them. I'm Pan-African. I ain't Pan-American like you. If you Pan-American, that means you got to accept Fat Joe. Puerto Rico is a part of America. You got to accept Fat Joe, Mr. Pan-American. What the hell are you talking about? Huh? Oh, I forgot. You Mr. Pan-Black American. Oh, well, you a one-dropper, so you got to count Fat Joe, too, because he got some African up in him. I don't call him black, but you motherfuckers got to call him black because y'all a bunch of one-drop weirdos. So he's a whole black motherfucking American according to your weird-ass Hebrew motherfucking 12-tribe chart, one-drop bullshit motherfucking ideology. Ain't he a part of the tribe of motherfucking... Which tribe is he from? I forgot which tribe y'all got them goddamn Puerto Ricans down with. I got a whole Hebrew over here talking about I'm dick-eating motherfucking Puerto Ricans, and they made a whole tribe, a whole chart. They add these motherfuckers to the tribe so they can go try to fuck them Latinas. Yo, you fucking shitting me? You know them motherfucking dick eaters. We don't talk who's dick eating motherfuckers. I ain't make up a whole chart. The motherfuckers that wrote a doctrine behind it so I can try to fuck some Latinas. Who's dick eating who? What are we talking about? Stop playing with me. I ain't never seen nobody dick eat no Puerto Rican. I ain't never seen nobody dick eat motherfucking the flag the way you motherfuckers do. You worshiping the goddamn flag that enslaved your people, you dumb fuck. Worshiping a bunch of white people that brought you here instead of putting your ass in Brazil. And now you motherfucker up here worshiping that white man for not putting you in Brazil and putting you here. With that white man dick in your mouth. Thinking you special. Thinking you special because he brought you here and didn't put you in Brazil. Now you special. You a house nigga. You a house nigga. He done put you in a fucking house and now you feeling special, nigga. Now you act like you ain't a field nigga no more. That's what all you motherfucking FBAs are. A bunch of house niggas. Get the fuck out of here. No, nobody can fuck about this big house, motherfucker. Fuck this big house. You want to keep this motherfucking big house going. Let's talk that real shit up in here. You want to talk about who's dick eating? You want to play? Let's play. The hell we talking about? Dick eating Puerto Rican. You ain't even listening to the conversation. What are you talking about?
That's a fact.
How you got Puerto Ricans out of that conversation?
Hold on. That's a fact, though. A lot of these FBA niggas is really house niggas, son.
Yeah, they house niggas.
Hold on. Let me tell you why, too. These niggas love America so much. So it's like you start talking shit about America, or you know what I'm saying? It becomes like, oh my gosh, go back to your country. Like,
go back to Africa. They start sounding like the white man. Talking about go back to Africa and all this other shit and everything else. Like, what?
There's nothing that we should be proud of being.
Nigga, you go back to Africa, nigga. What the hell is you talking about? You go back to Africa and get you some roots, nigga. What the hell is you talking about? What's wrong with you? What do you mean go back to Africa? You go first, nigga. You ain't from here. You ain't always been here, nigga. This ain't your land either. This ain't my land, it ain't your land, dumbass. You go first. Since you stuck on going to Africa, since your punk ass scared to motherfucking fight here, and you want to talk about this running to Africa shit, you go run to Africa.
Yeah, you go run to Africa.
What the hell's wrong with you? Bitch ass niggas.
Yeah, yo, people, yo, son, and that's why I say, yo, here in America, as Black Americans, we are very self-centered. That's our culture. It's the American way. It's the American culture.
That shit nutty.
That shit crazy.
Only in this fucking community, you motherfucking dick riding somebody or anything else is that third when you say motherfuckers can do something. That shit is weird to me, dog. Listen, bro, I come from a battle rap motherfucking realm, bro. I had to judge battles and everything else, this, that, and third, as unbiased as I can, bro. I'm true to the culture. Fuck all this little fake ass dumb shit you motherfuckers is on, son. Fuck this dumb shit you motherfuckers is on, this little fake ass FBA Uncle Sambo bullshit, dog. I'm talking hip hop. That shit, y'all can try to politicize hip hop all the fuck you want, motherfucker. I don't do that. All right, that's your motherfucking bag. That's what the fuck you do. I'm talking hip hop. I'm removing all that shit. I ain't talking about I ain't got no faith to motherfucking be removing, but I remove all my social positions, all that shit, and everything else. I listen to the bars, nigga. I got to step outside myself. The hell is you talking about, son? I don't do that. Y'all don't do that dumb shit you motherfuckers on, because y'all not hip hop heads. Y'all not hip hop heads, so y'all don't respect the culture. That's why I got so agitated with this whole hip hop conversation. You weirdos trying to hijack it with dumb shit. When none of you motherfuckers are actually a part of this fucking culture. You motherfuckers a bunch of fucking fans. Y'all bunch of goddamn consumers that motherfucker got a couple of songs y'all motherfuckers like, and now all of a sudden y'all motherfuckers want to start hooting and hollering, screaming, and trying to dictate what the hell going on in the culture you're not even really a part of. Because I'm sorry, you buying and listening to rap songs don't make you a part of the culture. The culture is the culture. The industry is the industry. You're just a consumer of the industry. That's what the fuck you are. Like, you ain't a part of this fucking culture.
Technically, that technically makes you a culture vulture, by definition.
There's a difference between consumers of the industry and hip hop heads. It's a difference. I can't stress that enough. I'm just glad to be an old head with that mentality, but that's just what the fuck it's always been.
I only fuck with Black Americans, and y'all are united with Puerto Ricans. That's a weird comment. That's a weird fucking comment.
You're united with Puerto Ricans. How are we united with Puerto Ricans? I literally, within this conversation, I literally said I never had a Puerto Rican in my fucking house. How united am I with this motherfucker? I've never in my life had a Puerto Rican in my house. I literally just said that in this conversation that you said I was dick eating. It's just crazy. I literally said I only been to one motherfucking Puerto Rican person's house when I was growing up as a fucking kid. Literally. But somehow or another that's dick eating. I'm not. What conversation are you hearing right now? Because you obviously not hearing the conversation that we having. Or your interpret. I don't know. Like, what are you hearing? Like, it's just crazy. Like, y'all motherfuckers nuts. Like I said, y'all motherfuckers hate motherfucker. And this is, like I said, it's just fake outrage, by the way. It's all fake outrage. Because this motherfucker sat up here. This motherfucker used to sit up here and be up under all these motherfucking women. These swirling ass fucking women. Let's talk that real shit. These swirling ass motherfucking women. Right? They're all worshiping motherfucking Ricky Martin and all these other motherfucking Latinos and all these Latino men. He used to be over there with these goddamn women talking shit about black men. Talking shit about FBA black men. They wasn't talking shit about Caribbean black men over there on those fucking channels you came from, Judah. Let's talk about it. They wasn't talking about those Caribbean black men. They wasn't talking about African black men. They wasn't talking about aborting no motherfucking Haitian black men babies. They was talking shit about FBA motherfucking men. Let's talk that motherfucking real shit. Talking about aborting all the motherfucking kids. Let's talk that real shit, the dick eating Puerto Ricans. They shit to those dick eat, and they was dick eating Puerto Ricans for real. Those bed wenches over there was really dick eating Puerto Ricans for real. It wasn't facetious, but you ain't had no smoke for the people that was really dick eating. The real dick eating Puerto Ricans. You ain't had no smoke for them. That's cool. You joined in the party. You talk shit. You endorsed that shit. You was like, yeah, go ahead. Go suck all that Puerto Rican dick. Fuck them niggas. Fuck them FBA niggas. Abort all them FBA niggas babies. I'm talking real shit right now. Abort all them FBA niggas babies and go have them Puerto Rican babies. Because they going to be black anyway. Who cares? I'm a one dropper. They all black. Go have them Puerto Rican babies. That's what the fuck you was doing. Now here you in some years later, you want to talk this fake ass FBA shit. Now I can't even say Fat Joe had certain street respect in the fucking Bronx, and the motherfucker dropped the album I motherfucker like. Now that's dick eating. But you up here supporting FBA babies getting aborted, telling them they supposed to really dick eat Puerto Ricans. That's not, man, get the fuck out of here. That's why I said all y'all motherfuckers are fake, dog. That outrage, all y'all little outrage about these Puerto Ricans, about these Caribbeans, these Africans, all that shit is fake. All y'all, I'll pull all y'all motherfucking cards. Y'all motherfuckers stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. You ain't never seen so much dick eating in your life. Yes, you did. You was on Cynthia G channel, motherfucker. What the fuck is you talking about? You on Cynthia G channel every day. You see more dick. You saw more Puerto Rican dick eating than you'll ever see in your motherfucking life. What are you talking about? Are you shitting me? Huh. Got me fucked up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, you heard plenty that applies to you, Judah. What are you talking about? I'm lying on you, Judah? I'm lying on you, Judah? I'm lying on you? Don't make me go to the archives, Judah. Don't make me go to the archives, Judah. You know, I ain't gonna lie on you. I ain't gotta lie on you. My bad. What'd you say?
Nah. They was coming. I was talking to Leela in the chat, and she was like, "What she missed So I'm like, Psycho going in on Judah. Now we was talking about Fat Joe and Puerto Ricans and Africans and Black Americans and then and Caribbean people, and then this nigga Judah talked about some
dick eating Puerto Ricans and shit. Like, what? Nigga. Like I said, I don't even know what conversation he's listening to. I don't know how you pulled out that conversation that we somehow dick eating something. Which is a wild statement to make all itself.
That's crazy. He said, do it. I'm begging you. He said, bring out the receipt, Psycho.
Okay, I got you, Judah. I got you. I ain't gonna bring it up right. I ain't gonna bring it out right now because I gotta go through. I gotta dig in the crates. But I got you. Next time you pop up in the chat, I'll have that shit on reserve. I'll have that shit on reserve, and I'll let everybody hear you dick eating. And then you're gonna be break. I'm gonna hear everybody up. I'm gonna let everybody hear you splaining all the dick eating you was fucking doing for those Puerto Rican dick eaters. When I was grilling you, asking you how come you supporting all those Puerto Rican dick eaters over there, and your asses up there splaining away on how it's FBA and black men fault. It's FBA fault. Why those motherfucking women are over there sucking on motherfucking Puerto Rican dicks? You was blaming us. It was our fault. I'll pull it up. Don't worry, Judah. I got you next time you come through. I got you. I'll dig through the crates and find that shit. It can't be that hard. I'll find that. Pause. I'll find that shit. I ain't gonna dig through it right now, though. I'm tired, motherfucker. I ain't gonna be digging through that shit right now. Next time you come through, I'll pull it up.
Yo,
sometimes you gotta pull the files on the nigga.
Yo, yeah, crazy, yo.
That's how I had to do Bobby the other day.
Leela came back like, what I missed? This nigga Tell says, that's true, Judah. Yeah, nigga Tells is stupid, son. Yeah, that nigga say, yo, that's true, Judah.
I don't know what you told Taz behind the scenes, dog. I'm telling you what you were saying publicly. I know what you said publicly on my panel. I know the comments you used to always come through. You used to always come through over here getting mad at us. We be calling them goddamn Puerto Rican dick eaters the fuck out, and you over here going in on us. Like, why you saying such 30? I'm like, yo, the motherfuckers over here talking about aborting black men babies if they it wasn't just abort black men babies. I forgot to leave this caveat out for the new people. No, the message wasn't just abort FBA men babies. The message was abort FBA male babies. If the baby came out after the motherfucking ultrasound and the baby came out to be a motherfucking male, abort it. That was the message. Only keep the girls. Abort all the boys. Wasn't that the message, Judah? Wasn't that the message you was condoning from the Puerto Rican dick eaters? I don't even know why you even pushing me on this. Like, you already know, motherfuckers already know. What are you talking about? Damn well was motherfuckers supporting that shit. You got mad at us for motherfuckers saying something about the shit. What are we talking about? Calling all that crazy ass shit out. That shit was nutty. And Skinny know I'm not lying. Skinny being quiet right now, but Skinny know I'm not lying.
I ain't used to watch them channels.
Yeah, good thing. You good thing. Yeah.
I only know her name because I think Sarnetta used to say her name.
She was on Side Netters before. And I bit Side Netter for even having her on that some bit. Like, why the fuck you even? He was doing that for clout chasing for views. But yeah.
That shit was crazy, son. He went off on Judah just now. That shit was crazy. Niggas said, you think you better than niggas because they didn't drop you in Brazil and they dropped your family off in America? That shit was the realest, son. That was the realest. Yeah, that was the real shit, son.
Niggas arguing over where they boat stopped at.
Word, so that shit be crazy. That's why I don't even be understanding some black folks sometimes when they start coming with that shit, like go back to your country type shit. Like, bro, like niggas never gave a fuck about America, bro. You know what I'm saying? Niggas never gave a fuck about America never gave a fuck about black folks. So when we start saying certain shit like, yo, go do this and go do that, or even try to downplay, it's just like, yo, like niggas was never treated very well here. And that's number one. Niggas was considered to be 3/4 of a man. That's number two. You know what I'm saying? Niggas should be very, very humble. You know what I mean? But yeah, it shouldn't be nothing. It shouldn't be nothing to be. And I think that's what it all is with the FBA thing. They like, wow, we can't wave our flag, but yeah, these niggas come from countries where they was.
You know what I mean? Look at this. First of all, I'm not waving no goddamn flag with says no motherfucking FBA. If these motherfuckers are so motherfucking concerned with a motherfucking having a black American flag that's exclusive to just them, why the fuck is they flying the FBA flag when we already have a black American flag?
Mm-hmm.
We already had black American flag that represented black Americans. That had nothing to do with motherfucking FBA.
Right.
It was just black American. Yeah, the Black American Heritage flag.
Right.
Why the fuck didn't y'all motherfuckers just be? Why didn't y'all just take this motherfucking flag and continue to call yourselves Black Americans like you've been doing?
That's crazy.
What the fuck y'all motherfuckers? Why? All you had to do was just take this flag and shut the fuck up. This shit already exists. This shit been in existence since 1967. I used to see this flag every day in school. This flag was created in Newark. Nationwide ethnic flag for black Americans. It was created in 67. There ain't no red, white, and blue all up in that shit either. I actually respect this flag more than any of that Uncle Sambo shit you motherfuckers is on. But y'all don't rep this shit. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all motherfuckers will rep FB, y'all rep Tariq's pockets. That's what y'all do. Flex his bank account. That's why I call it Flex his bank account. Because that's the only thing y'all motherfucking weirdos is out here repping. What are we talking about right now? I mean, Afro, no, I ain't lying. Afro from North Afro used to see this goddamn flag every day in school, too. What are we talking about? We had a flag already. If it's all about heritage, it's all about, this country and all this other shit, then go grab the flag and shut the fuck up. Go wave this motherfucker. I ain't mad at you. Go wave it. Get the fuck out of my face with this FBA dumb shit. This flag wasn't created because motherfuckers are mad at Caribbeans either. It had nothing to do with that shit.
Facts.
But this ain't about no motherfucking flag like y'all be crying about. They be crying about flags and shit. Oh, how come we can't wave flag? You got a flag. Y'all motherfuckers never see it. Y'all never waved it. Y'all motherfuckers didn't care.
That's crazy.
And now that y'all care, y'all want to wave a new flag that this grifter done motherfucking made up. That's attached to all this pseudo ideology. We always been here bullshit. I ain't waving no goddamn flag, no Abo flag. Why the fuck would I be waving the Abo flag? That motherfucker's nutty.
That shit crazy. That shit sad, B. That shit sad.
Yeah, they just want to clap on black people. These are but coon ass niggas that want to clap on black people. That's all the fuck this shit is. They really want to motherfucking rep this shit. They're repping.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. That shit is crazy.
So what is he, a Hebrew or a face? What's them folk? I was about to say Facebook.
Yeah, he a Hebrew. He a Hebrew. Yeah.
They outdated. We don't really.
We can say they outdated. We don't really fuck with them. Yeah, that's crazy, son. Niggas getting violated early in the morning, son. You see, this is what happens when you don't be humble. You don't be humble. Shit like this happens. You know what I'm saying? That shit crazy.
Be humble. Sit down. Be humble.
Niggas don't know how to be humble, son.
Skinny said he remember that flag. Yeah, that flag. I'm sure y'all had it too. If you was in a black neighborhood, there's a good chance you probably saw it, didn't know what it was probably, but you probably saw it. But motherfuckers don't, like I said, motherfuckers don't really care about that shit. They want it to be down with the red, white, and blue. That flag ain't attached to FWA. They want a flag that more represents FWA. So they needed that red, white, and blue. Y'all needed that red, white, and blue. Yeah.
Nah, you know me, I'm on my biggie with the red and black lumberjack.
Red and black lumberjack with a hat to match. You ain't got the hat to match.
Nah, I don't got the hat to match, but the hat that I have is old though. Let me see if I still got it. Hold on.
It's 2025, nigga. You dress like a blood, nigga. It's 2025, nigga. You
He
like
will probably mistake you for a blood though, Marley. I ain't gonna stunt. He right about that.
Nigga gonna try to check Marley. He gonna be like, nah, nigga, this is red and black lumberjack. Just don't got the hat to match.
It's cracking, cuz.
Cracking.
Nah, I think I threw that shit away. I think because it was old, but I had one though.
People, I don't know, man. Motherfuckers love this country a little bit too much for me, man. I don't know. Shit was different when I was growing up. I think I'm too settled in my ways. I think it's one of those I'm get off my lawn type shits because I'm like, I don't know, man. Like this shit is weird to me.
What's so crazy is that they won't even join the military. You got more Pan-Africans who joined the military and came, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh damn, so I ain't joining the military.
Yeah, you got you've been.
I think you know what, Marley. I think a lot of people became Pan-African after joining the military. To be honest with you, I think that made them become Pan-African. I see motherfuckers become real militant after the military. Like I don't know, like the military changed them in a certain type of way or something. I don't know. But I see motherfuckers
really see him. And
they was like, not that they was coons before they went in or nothing, but just like they came home with a different outlook on life, and they just were like, yeah, like they just started being extra about the community and shit, and there's more activism. You say Mari dressed like every other blood in the 80s and 90s.
On the West Coast.
Yeah, I know the 80s. I know they was killing that lumberjack. I know them Bloods was killing that shit in the 80s. That's back when lumberjacks was the shit to wear. Like that was fashionable. You ain't out lumberjack, you wasn't hitting on nothing.
Yo, I'm still waiting. I just got my passport, Psycho. I just got it in the mail. So now I'm waiting on
Where you going? You going somewhere?
Yeah, I'm going to West Africa.
I want to go out, man, too.
Yeah,
man.
I'm waiting for my African ancestry.
Yeah, yup. That's what made me want. Yeah, you was on it the way I was on. Yeah, I still ain't do it yet, but I know exactly where I want to go and everything. Mm-hmm. I was going to try to do it by the end of the year, like by my birthday, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it this year. I'll see.
Yeah, you should take the African ancestry. Do it a step at a time.
No. I'm talking about going to Africa, but I'm gonna do that too. But
that's what I'm saying. Take the African ancestry test first, then find out where you come from, like what tribe.
I did 23andMe already.
Oh,
I already got 23andMe.
The tribe too?
Huh? No, it didn't tell me tribe. No, it didn't tell me tribe. That's why I want your ancestry.
Yeah, that's the African ancestry.
Yeah.
The tribe.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Yeah. So I feel you. Go find out, and then go pay a visit out there.
Yeah, go visit out there and shit. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm about to go to. I'm about to go be like, yo, what's goody? Y'all niggas gonna give me a piece of land or what?
In the 80s, they wore silk t-shirts, snakeskin belts, and golf hats in LA. I remember the snakeskin belts and all that and everything. I remember all that. Silk t-shirts. You must be talking about like the early 80s. You talking silk t-shirts. You gotta be talking like pre 85. You gotta be talking like 85 and under. You ain't talking 86, 87, 8. You ain't talking 86 and up. You talking 85 and under with that silk t-shirt shit. You definitely talking 85 and before. You talking early 80s with that one. '86, y'all still wearing that shit? '86, motherfuckers, you would have got roasted up here at '86 wearing those. In '82, '83, you was good. By '86, you was roasted. They was gonna roast you out there. '86.
Hey, yo, Psycho, I'm out, bro.
All right, Molly.
I'm out, Fontaine.
All right, bro. Have a good one.
Yeah, later.
Be safe.
Yeah.
Cross chords? I don't know what cross chords is. That's some West Coast shit, I guess. I don't know that. You said disco days, disco. Yeah, I know, right? With the t-shirts. Yeah, as I said, you'd have got roasted in '86 wearing those t-shirts. 1980, 82, maybe you get away with that shit. But yeah, '86, you would get roasted, son. You said you wasn't born in '86? Man, y'all some young motherfuckers, man. Y'all be having me feeling old. God damn.
Oh yeah. I was born in '86. On my way to one.
God damn, y'all be having me feeling old sometimes. Shit. I am old, but god damn, y'all be making me feel older than I think I am.
That's how I be feeling. Shit. My daughter done be really making me feel old. Oh, my son, man.
Yeah, kids will make you feel old. I know mine do. Yeah, she's the hard reminder how old I am. I had her young though, but still, she's a hard reminder though.
I had my first child when I was 25, and I had my son right up.
Oh, that's late. I started earlier than that. Yeah. I had my first at 19. That was my first and my only.
Oh, yeah.
I was the first out of all the people, out of all my friends and cousins and family and all that I hung out with. I was the first one to have a kid. Everybody thought by the time I was this age, I'd have about 8 kids, about 13 grandkids, and everything else. I still got that one kid and no grandkids. And some of these people that was trying to clout me when I first got my kid and everything else, these the motherfuckers who got like 3 baby mothers, like 7 kids. They got grandkids now, everything else. It should be hilarious. They're like, you still only got one? Still only got one. No grandkids? No grandkids.
But your kid, your child, you got a son, right? Shit. No, you got a daughter, I mean, you said.
Daughter, yeah.
Yeah, she old enough to have a child though, right?
Yeah. She went through college, grad school, everything.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You know,
Did you want grandkids?
No grandkid, no.
Yeah. I don't know if I want no grandkid, but it's way too soon for me to even think about it.
I know I'm at the I'm dreading that phone every time she called me. I dread it because I know it can happen at any time. Right now, I know I'm at that age where it's going to fuck around and happen. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dreading. I ain't rushing it, you know what I mean? But I know it's going to eventually happen.
Happy birthday, Ayil. I don't know how to say your name.
Ayil, yeah. Happy born, Ayil. Shout out to you.
Just sitting here reading this thing somebody posted on one of my pages about Elon Musk crazy. Talking about the numbers he claiming to have saved. It's false.
He trying to audit all these motherfucking spots and shit. I know Jersey's one of the states that's pushing back and not letting them audit every fucking thing. Like that motherfucker, I don't know how he don't make people nervous. I really don't. Like these same people that love Elon, I can't stress this enough. These same people that love Elon hated Bill Gates and George Soros. I mean, hated him. I mean, these motherfuckers was the boogeyman. Them two motherfuckers was literally the boogeyman for the white wing. And now they see these white wingers loving Elon Musk, who was just on the left last week. He was just on the left last week, and this motherfucker got more money than Bill Gates. I believe he got more money than Bill Gates and motherfucking George Soros. And they hated them two motherfuckers because they was the elite, moving things, running things, being puppeteers and all this other shit. Said third. And this motherfucker, they love him, and he's coming in there doing exactly what they were saying. And like he's doing it in their face too. All the shit they was claiming that Bill Gates and George Soros was doing behind the scenes, this motherfucker is really doing it, and he's doing it in their face, and they loving it. Like,
but he's doing it for them, Psycho. He's doing it for white supremacy. He's not doing it for the libs and the LGBT and the far left. He's doing it for the right wing. But this is the fight that I was talking about that nobody wanted to discuss, right? And everybody was like, "Oh, Arthur, da, da, da. Listen." Right along while he's doing that, Steve Bannon, the head of MAGA, is like, "Yo, come on, let's pay attention. Let's not let these oligarchs take over our shit. They're gonna do us wrong, right?" So while the know nothings think that Elon Musk is benefiting them, the MAGA motherfucker is like, "Yo, we're gonna have to cut the head off this snake too." Like, this is not what our agenda is. Our agenda is not oligarchy. Our agenda is white supremacy. Now we done let this faux Nazi in. He ain't really a Nazi. He just a weirdo dude that's trying to steal the gold from Fort Knox. So, I mean, fuck around and find out, man. I'm glad it's happening to him. I'm glad everything is happening. I'm glad the Palestinians is getting shitted on. I'm glad the Latinos is getting shitted on. I'm glad that the MAGA maggots is getting shitted on. I'm glad. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Mm-hmm. You heard Jersey's one of the states that's trying to block him, right?
Yeah, because we pay so much into it. Like, nigga, we us in New York, bro, New Jersey, New York give more money back to the federal government than the whole South combined. So, like, nah, you ain't gonna come here trying to control us. We not broke. We don't need your help. We cool. This motherfucker talking about he the king yesterday, talking about just because he got rid of pricing, congestion pricing, long live the king. Yo, we headed for some fuck shit, man. The only thing that's going to stop Donald Trump is a civil war, unfortunately.
I don't think that's going to happen unless, I said the only way that could happen with him is he tried to do that running for another election or whatever. Actually, not even run for election, just announce himself the president. Like, he tried to get on some monarchy shit. That will cause a civil war.
Well, he there, Psycho. He there. He is on that shit, bro. He is literally trying to become a monarch, bro. Bro, did you see what he did in Ukraine yesterday? Because I know y'all don't like talking about it.
What happened? I heard something. I'm not sure everything that happened. What happened?
Bro, he told Zelensky that the war was their fault, that they started the war, and that you're a dictator.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was.
And you're a dictator.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
after running on the thing saying he had a relationship with both sides, so he'll be able to end it real easy and smooth.
I never believed that. Yeah,
and didn't even invite not one Ukrainian to the meeting. It was the lead. What was that? It was the what's the name conference all over again.
Mm-hmm. I mean, is anybody surprised by that? I mean, we all know he's down with Russia. Like we know this already.
I mean, I'm not surprised by it. Well, I always said that, me, I'm not surprised by it because I always said that this was a coalescing of white supremacy globally. But I guess for me, it's just, he's shown that all the people we thought we should listen to and we thought like the media and all that shit, like, oh, he's showing all that shit was a fucking ruse, bro. This democracy, all this shit. He just showed that all this shit is nothing. It's not even real.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Like it just take money and power and you control the whole mechanism.
Bruh, the whole myth that motherfuckers, this is a popular talking point in these spaces and it's a myth, but it's a cute talking point people like to make, is America is a corporation. I know everybody's heard this, right? America is a corporation, right? That's what everybody love to say, right? Moors love to say that shit. It's really a Moorish talking point, but it kind of caught fire and everybody loves to say it. And they'll say, America's a corporation, America's a corporation, America's a corporation. Before that used to be a myth. They are currently on pace to make that a reality, though. Like that, because that's how Trump and Elon is currently running the country, like it's a business, like it's a corporation. And that's exactly how they're going to end up treating this regime, as a corporation. That's what we are now. So yeah, be ready, family. Be ready, because every decision America makes now is going to be a business decision. And him going and choosing sides, because he's clearly chosen sides. Whereas Biden administration, the liberals, they chose sides, but they was very well. We chose sides when it came to Ukraine and Russia. We did choose sides there. We was clearly Ukraine, right? Like that was very abundantly clear. We was very open. Biden was very open about it. Matter of fact, right before he walked out the door, he threatened Putin and all that shit. Right before he walked out the door, talking shit. Right? He went out the door talking shit about Putin. So the liberals clearly chose a side when it came to Ukraine-Russia conflict, but they was pretending to not choose a side because it wasn't politically savvy to choose a side on the Gaza conflict. It wasn't savvy to do that. So they played the role like they was neutral, even though both parties, this country by and large, because they bipartisan for the most part on when it comes to Israel. And both of them was going to have Israel's back, but they couldn't publicly say that. But now Trump's up in there, he kicking the whole door over. Like, we fucking with Israel. Yeah, y'all got, you Palestinians, y'all need to get the fuck up out this strip, dog. We need that for something. Y'all need to get the fuck up out of there. Oh yeah, Ukraine. Yeah, your leader's a fucking dictator, Nazi, and he needs to get the fuck out of here. So he got X amount of time. He need to do something. So so he's over here clearly choosing sides, the sides we knew he was going to choose. So none of this is surprising me at all. The only thing surprised me a little bit was how quickly he was talking about going into the Gaza Strip and taking that shit over. Like that was quick. I didn't expect him to do it so quickly, but I'm not shocked that he ultimately is going to try to do that. I just thought he'd probably give it some time, probably do that towards the end of the year type shit. But nah, he called him out early.
Caught him off guard.
Mm-hmm.
Caught him totally off guard. And my thing is the language that he's using to describe Zelensky as a dictator. Like he's turning the prey into a predator. Like, oh, this is your fault. You got to have elections and see. Like that to me, that don't seem normal. That don't seem. It seems like it's some attempt to. I don't know. It seems like it's some attempt to like turn Ukraine into an enemy or something. Like I don't know. It's just weird. It's a weird paradigm. He's pretty much neutralized our media. Our media can't say shit.
How he stopped him from saying anything though?
He got him afraid. Like he's suing CBS for $20 billion, And now he's in charge of the FCC. He put himself in charge of the FCC.
What is he suing
while
them for?
Charging them
What is he suing CBS for?
Because of that 60 Minutes interview that Kamala Harris did.
What
20
about,
billion.
It's a political interview. How you going to sue them for airing?
He said that it defamed him, and that they gave her the answers, and that they gave her this bullshit.
Oh, you talk about the one that they edited and then they released the footage of the unedited version of it. I saw the unedited version too. Yeah, you talking about the 60 Minutes joints, right? The 60 Minute joint, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I saw the unedited version. Yeah, they was complaining about it being edited. Man, that's a dumbass lawsuit. He really suing over that shit?
20 billion.
Man, stop playing. He's a fucking dumbass. Like, man, get over yourself, dog. That's some snowflake shit right there. That's some Drake shit right there. Yeah. That's a
So remember that conversation
on these motherfuckers, man. Get over that shit, dog. Y'all was battle rapping. Y'all was battle rapping, man. Get over that shit, dog. She hit you with some bars. Get the hell up out of here, man. Like, stop that Drake shit.
Yo, remember?
Like, don't do that, man. What is he doing?
Remember that conversation we was having, me and Afro was having about, we all was having about Afghanistan and rare minerals and shit. And I'll tell you about, dog. He told Ukraine, I want $500 billion in rare earth minerals, and they want all rights to their mineral deposits in perpetuity, and that they got first refusal on anybody that want to come in, any companies that come in that want to extract anything. America got first refusal on whether or not they allow. Like, think about that. That's negotiating. That's what he's negotiating with Ukraine. You got to pay us for the rest of your existence, and you got to give me back my $500 billion that I put in. But I don't want it back in cash. I want it back in rare earth minerals. Now, where you think the rare earth minerals are at? All the rare earth minerals that he's trying to get are in the area that Russia has already taken over. Like, this shit is some madness, dog. Like, this shit is like we're witnessing some madness. We're witnessing a Queens gangster. We're witnessing John Gotti as the leader of the free world.
I'm still bugging that this motherfucker is suing CBS. Like, I'm just trying to wrap my head around how petty that is.
20 billion. But think about it. He sued ABC for $15 million, right? Because they said that he raped the lady instead of saying sexual assault, and CBS settled and made the dude George Stephanopoulos apologize.
That's ABC fault. They said great. That's their fault. They gotta hold that L if that's the case. But this interview,
he did grape her.
This ain't nothing to be suing nobody over.
He did grape her. The judge said that he graped her. The judge said yes, that's called grape.
Oh wait, what was all right, so you talking about the
E. Carroll lady, the E. Jean Carroll lady. The E. Jean Carroll lady, the civic case, not the hush money case, the civic case, where he was found guilty civically of sexually assaulting this lady, and the judge said in essence,
it was like when it grabbed.
No, it was great. No, it was great. It was great. It was great, bro. Great. Look it up. It was great.
Okay, I thought it was molestation.
No, with the E. Jean Carroll thing, it was great.
Okay.
It's crazy.
But yeah, this motherfucker said, "Long live the king." He said, "Long live the king" yesterday. Long live the king.
Man, well, I'll believe it when I see it, and I don't think I'm gonna see it. Like, this country, his own party to turn on, like everybody. Like, the only way he can get that off unless he has the complete control of the military, and I know you panicking over that. I don't think that's going to happen though.
Dog, he has complete control over the military.
I know you talk. I know you think Tulsi Gabbard and everything is that third. But
no, she has nothing to do with the military. It's Pete Hegseth. He has complete control of the military.
Yeah, I saw a pseudo story about him drinking the other day. But yeah, go ahead.
He has complete control of the U.S. military. He's commander-in-chief. He has Pete Hegseth. They're purging the ranks right now. They're purging the ranks of all the generals, colonels, frontline officers, small line officers that they think won't go with their agenda. They're pulling back all recruitment of black and minority recruitment.
They would have to. They own base will turn on them, bro.
It won't. I don't think so. I don't think so, Psycho. I think this is what they want.
You got to remember what we're dealing with right now. See, he's in bed with a bunch of weirdos, bro. He's in bed, but remember what happened this summer, bro. Motherfuckers took shots at him, bro, and these wasn't liberals that took shots at him.
Oh yeah. But that crew is on the outside. I'm with you. But that crew is on the outside. They're no longer part of the Republican Party. A lot
of his supporters are not real Republicans, though. A lot.
That's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
True conservative, like Reagan, Republicans.
The Anglos.
These are
the Anglos.
Most of them are disgruntled Democrats, bro. These motherfuckers. Most of these people used to be Democrats, and they went full blown down this kooky conspiratorial rabbit hole. This Alex Jones, Joe Rogan rabbit hole, and they got now they think the liberals is the devil, and these motherfuckers like so now they only voting for Trump because they anti-liberal, right? They anti-liberal, but they really not because they really not Republicans. They just anti-liberal, right? So so they ain't got no problems turning on the Republicans and shit like that because
I think I agree with you. But I think you're talking about two distinct groups. I agree with you.
I'm talking about MAGA. I'm talking about MAGA particularly.
Right. But MAGA is not the one shooting for him. That's the Anglos. That's the ones you're talking about. That's the Reaganites. That's the homeless Republicans that don't have a home no more because he's taken over the whole entire Republican Party. Right? Like MAGA has taken over. Now Republican Party is really MAGA. They need to change the name to MAGA because it's not the Republican Party anymore. And I agree with you. Those disgruntled Republicans, the Joe Scarboroughs of the world.
No, I was talking about disgruntled Democrats. No, I was saying like they
disgruntled. Right, I got you. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying exactly. You're saying the disgruntled Democrats make up
the ex-Obama heads, the ex-Obama motherfuckers.
Yes, they make up the preponderance of his base now. But what I'm saying to you is that the people that's gonna get him out of there are not those people. They're the ones who no longer have a home. They're the ones who are afraid of him entering the empire, fucking up the Anglo-Saxon Empire. Because he's a Saxon. He's not an Anglo. He's a German. He's a German Saxonian. So he's not an Anglo. It's the Saxons' turn to run it. Like the Anglo-Saxon shield is real. And the Anglo's been running it for a while. You have Bush. You had a couple of Saxons here and there, but it's back to the Saxons now. Because the difference between the Saxons and the Anglo is the Saxons ain't dealing with the blacks and all that. The Anglos is like, yo, they helped us build this shit. We're not turning our back on it. We're not going to give them. We're not going to give them the keys to the car, but we're not turning our back on them.
The deal that you described a minute ago, when you described the deal that was put to the Ukrainians by that was an interesting deal because it sounds just like the deals that were made with Africans in the past and people in Latin America. When we look at the flip side of the coin, that's like a colonial deal that he's offering them. So it's really business as usual, you know what I mean? But when we looking at the terms, that you described, of what Donald Trump offered to Ukraine, I also think it's pressure to retrieve some of the investment that the American taxpayers have made in Ukraine over the years, both on a military level and on the economic level. Just to look at it, that's the context that I'm looking at it from. I don't just look at it simply as when we look at the political aspect of it, but the economic aspect of it is that the American people, the taxpayers, have been investing in Ukraine. So to put them under terms or conditions, where you can retrieve some of those funds, I think that makes sense.
It don't make sense for this reason, bro. This is why it don't make sense, right? Because one administration is doing it based on history and based on NATO ties. One administration is doing it based on I'm a gangster and it's greed, right? So him asking for the money back is just him putting out of rules to say that, you know, the taxpayer money went into this, blah 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 blah, which is
that true?
I mean, it's true to an extent, but the money that's going into has already been. It's money that's kind of already in the bank. It's already been there. It's money that we use for these type of conflicts. We use for this type of shit, right? It just goes part and parcel with us being an empire, and this is how we go and we give away soft power and hard power, pause, right? But that's what it is. Like, I can understand the whole thing of American citizens thinking that they're gonna get some tax money back from this, but this is a long game, and the long game is this: like, if we support Ukraine today and we keep Russia off our back, you don't have to fight, right? You don't have to fight Russia tomorrow. Right, so the investment is not necessarily taking money out of America's pockets as much as it's saying we're trying to preserve our blood and treasure and not waste it on this wannabe empire who not telling the world that they're broke, like they don't have it to become an empire again, right? And they think by taking land back and getting the resources in Ukraine, that's going to fuel their empire back. Right, once they put that titanium and that uranium on the market again, that's going to fuel them back and help their empire become, you know what I'm saying? So what we're saying to you is, yes, our U.S. dollar is going into this, but it's going into it on an empirical side to keep this motherfucker at bay, because if we don't keep him at bay, we're going to be fighting World War II all over again, and we're going to lose more than we gain. We're going to lose way more than we gain, because we don't want shit over here. We don't want Ukraine. We don't want none of this Eastern Europe shit. They can keep all this shit.
I mean,
because they being overrun by the Arabs and Africans and shit. So we definitely don't want this shit.
The simplest observation is that the American people, the taxpayers, have invested a substantial amount of U.S. dollars in you.
That's not true. It's not true. This is a drop in the.
Hold on, brother. Just 1 second, bro. We go back and forth. Now, the American people, and from what I've researched, have invested a great amount of money in Ukraine to set up terms that will extend, obviously, beyond your administration. And if it's on the behalf of the American taxpayers, I would say that it makes sense. You know what I mean? But we got to look at also the policy is basically the polar opposite of the last administration, of the last two administrations, which would be Obama and Biden. You know, so we should expect to see some things being done different. And I'm not even a Trumpite. I'm just talking about making observations. I know it can come off as like that, but I'm not. But I'm just talking about making observations. Have the American people invested tax dollars? Yes. Is it wise to set up terms where you can retrieve some of the investment of the American people? Yes, I think so.
I don't think it's wise. I think it's just, for me, I think it's just not understanding what imperialism is, right? And like that's what I'm saying. Like, when we have these discussions, everybody has this discussion based on being an American citizen, right? And your tax dollars and all like, and it's so much bigger than that. Like, y'all guys are talking surface shit, and I'm talking like the existence of the empire, right? Like how the empire plays ball, right? And their I'm speaking from a geopolitically strategic point, and you guys are speaking from a domestic tax point, right? And what I'm saying to you is, yes, your domestic tax dollars is going into a geopolitical conflict, right?
At what point shouldn't our tax dollars be our primary concern?
Because
at what point shouldn't that?
Because you're trying to tell the empire what to do with your tax dollars, and they really don't give a fuck what you're saying, right? And we're under this guise that if we.
So what's the point of political discourse if they don't? You know what I mean? It's the fact that
what Trump is showing is that there is no purpose to it.
That's deflection. That's deflection, though, from the facts that we have invested in. We have invested in the Ukrainian economy. We have invested in.
We haven't invested in their economy. We've invested in. We're using them as a proxy army to fight.
I know what a proxy, but you making the assumption that I don't look at it from the same perception you do. I know what's going on in Ukraine just as well as yourself, bro.
Say it again. I'm sorry, bro. I'm a hot cough on it.
Yeah, I said I know what's going on in Ukraine. I keep up with what's going on in Ukraine just like yourself, and I know that American tax dollars. I'm not lying about that. That's not a fabrication.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you that. No, yeah, you're right that American tax dollars is going in there, but the American tax dollars that you speak of is it's already been put aside. The money that they're using to go in there is kind of already been put aside, and it's kind of a drop in the bucket. Like it's really nothing for American taxpayers to bitch about, but they're bitching about it because it's money that's going outside of America, right? Like, and the thing is,
I'm just making, and I want you to understand that I clearly understand that it's colonialism. That's why I brought up Africa. And
When you brought up that, when you brought that up, that was an excellent.
Correlate
that was an excellent.
the truth. You know what I mean? It sounds like an African business deal or a Latin American business deal.
Yeah, for sure. Right, like he's turning them into
a third world country. He doing it to other white folks.
Right. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So overall, that's my greater. My greater point is. He's now looking at non-Saxons or non-Germans and Russians as others. Like fuck them. Like they're now niggers to him. They're white niggers to him. They're wiggers, right? Like that's how he's looking at it. Like I'm not protecting you. Give me my money back. Like I'm not securing your block anymore. I'm rolling with the Russian gangsters. I'm not rolling with you.
And I wanted to put out there too a comment Psycho made earlier about that is out of left field how he approached the Gaza Strip. Yeah, that's crazy right there, Psycho. You know.
I don't think it's out of left field. I think it's exactly what they wanted. I think it just goes part and parcel with the relationships that he's created throughout the years. I think that right now, Benjamin Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin is the dudes that he want to rock with the most, is the dudes that he want to have the best geopolitical relationships with. Because for him, it's about business. Like he's thinking about all right, every administration outside of Obama and Biden has some business ideas that they're trying to, has some family business that they're trying to keep going, right? Obama don't have no family business. So when he came in, his thing was just, I want to legislate. I want to do I'm a constitutionalist. Like that's his business. His business is constitutional.
But his position is the polar opposite.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Though. Go ahead.
Let me finish. Obama's business is constitutionalism. Biden's business is constitutionalism. Governance, right? That's their business. That's how they made their money. That's how they became successful. All right, let's take it back to a Bush who was oil, gas, war, right? Petroleum, right? So he went to war. He fought with countries that had things that would help his family's bottom line. So Trump, when he came in, he went to the Arab countries first, Saudi Arabia. He did business with them to help his family bottom line, deal with hotels, property, real estate, right? So he's doing all his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who name ain't too bad. Hey, you go handle the real estate business. You go do that. You know what I mean? You give me my 20% off that $2 billion you make. We keep it moving. Right, so Trump businesses now, he's trying to get into business with Elon Musk, who in order to run his business, he needs rare earth minerals. So, okay, Ukraine, you got a whole bunch of rare earth minerals. I need $500 billion, and I need to make sure whoever going there and mine that shit is Elon Musk people. Right, so when we watch every preceding administration, there's a business deal at the end. And for Trump dealing with Netanyahu, and dealing with Putin will allow for the businesses that he's trying to get into flourish.
The rare earth minerals are a strategic mineral for anyone though nowadays. So for him,
if you had technology that you're trying to utilize, or trying to flourish,
nearly any Western developed nation, rare earth minerals.
What's the key to what you said though? What's the key to what you said?
Western developed.
Thank you.
Any Western developed nation, a strategic mineral right now is going to be those rare earth minerals, lithium, cobalt, all of this stuff that's going into these batteries and things like that. Yeah.
Right. That power a new way of living, a new way of getting energy. right? A new way of car business, right? China dominates the lithium battery business. They dominate the cobalt battery business.
I'm just saying that's not abnormal for a head of state to be trying to corner rare earth minerals. You know,
I mean, it's not abnormal, but what I'm saying to you is, we haven't really had
him doing some colonization or colonizer type behavior in Europe. You know, I gotta say I like that. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. You know what you feel me? For them to be behaving like that in Europe,
mean, but if they did it to us, why would I want them to do it to somebody else?
I mean, though, I can't say that. You know, it hurts my feelings, though. You know, just to be honest. Go ahead,
I mean, because they're white. It doesn't hurt your feelings because they're white. That's the only reason why it doesn't hurt your feelings, because they're white. It's not because what they're doing is wrong. You feel like, okay, some white people about to get colonized, good for their ass.
I mean, I definitely feel more for it when I look at what they did to our people in Africa.
I know, but my thing is,
compare it to the Berlin Conference. You know, you do got a good point there. You know,
my thing is, they're gonna go back and double back. See, this is the only thing I'm trying to say to y'all, right? Like, I get what y'all saying. Like, I get it. You know, get the Latinos out of here. You know, fuck it. Take the money from Ukraine. Fuck them crackers. I get it. I get all that. But when you do that, you're forgetting something. If they're gonna do it to them, they're gonna double back and do it to us.
Yes,
they're not gonna stop at them.
They already did it to us.
I know, but they kicked them out. Like the Africans have kicked us out. They have kicked the colonial powers out.
They're starting to kick them out now. But what we got to understand is that our comfortability over here in the West has a direct correlation to that exploitation that's going on in Africa. So as Africa rises up and things begin to level out, it's going to cause us some discomfort over here in the West. You know, we got to understand that and come to terms with it. It may be some uncomfortability involved as Africa gets itself together. You know what I mean?
But right, I get you. As Africa gets themselves together, but Africa has never dealt with a Trump. It's different. Like that's the different ball game. Like, he's gonna double back and go into Africa and reestablish himself. He's not gonna allow them to kick him out like this administration allowed for certain countries to kick him out. Like, once Elon Musk like, think about it like this, right? When he's trying to put sanctions on South Africa right now because South Africa is saying we're getting our land back from the Boers and the whites because we're 90% of the population and we own 10% of the land. They're 17% of the population and they own 70% of the land, right? So his reflexive action to that was, okay, I'm gonna punish South Africa. No more grants, no more help, no more nothing. If you're white, you want to come here, you can come here, and I'll resettle you. You don't got to worry about none of that. So think about it.
In reality, with South Africa being a part of BRICS, South Africa is really in a position economically to absolutely deal with any U.S. sanctions. Because they have so many.
There's no way, shape, form, or fashion.
Yes, they are.
No country is in a position, bro. Listen to me,
brother. Russia
South Africa is not in a position.
U.S. sanctions, bro. Iran just shook off U.S. sanctions.
Bro. South Africa is not in a position to cast off.
They shook off U.S. sanctions.
South Africa is not in a position, bro. The majority of listen, let me just get it out. Let me get it out, please. Let me get it out.
Go ahead.
South Africa is a poor country. It's a poor country. The majority of the citizens in South Africa are poor.
South Africa.
They do have a fledgling wealthy minority, but the majority of South Africa is poor. Poor. So the people, the sanctions may not hurt the white people that got money.
Poor. Let's keep that in mind too. Let's
say it again.
That part. The majority of America is poor.
Right,
so
right.
But let's not disparage South Africa.
Listen. No. Let's put this. You want to do that? Let's put this in context. Our poor in America is rich to everybody else. So when you play that game, being poor in America, poor.
It depends on where you at.
Let me finish. No. You wanted to do that. You wanted to go down that road. No. Don't back out now. You wanted to go down that road. You wanted to go down that road. Let's go down that road. are poor.
Let's stick to
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Our poor in America would be rich anywhere else. There are facts all over the place that say the poverty that we see in America is just based on the lifestyle and in the different economic levels, right? As in upper middle class, lower middle class. Our poor, working poor in America would be upper middle class in the majority of the world, 95% of the world. Right? So you can't compare our poor to South African poor. We don't have whole shanty villages and whole cities, whole suburbs that's entire. Our suburbs is well to do, most of them. Their suburbs are shanty houses. Tinfoil houses piled up with each other as far as the eye can see. So our poor is not commiserate with the poor in other countries.
Yeah, I understand that part. But as Africa develops itself and de-dollarizes and decolonizes, and which Africa is definitely underway, it's going on in Africa now. It's going to disturb the U.S. economy. You know what I mean? And I think South Africa is in a position, being a part of BRICS, to really be able to shake off any U.S. sanctions in reality. They have the will.
Yeah, I think you're giving BRICS a lot more. I think you're giving BRICS a lot more weight than it actually has.
BRICS got.
Yeah, I think
BRICS got military. Russia has military contracts with 54 African countries. That's every country in Africa, bro. Do you understand?
But that's not BRICS. That's Russia doing business. That's not BRICS.
Do you understand that China, who is also a part of BRICS, is doing massive mega construction all over Africa? You understand that part, right? That's BRICS. That's what South Africa is a part of. When I say that South Africa is a part of, they have the ability to shake off any. It's nothing that the U.S. can cut South Africa off from that BRICS cannot supply them with, be it technology, innovation in engineering, manufacturing, production. It's just the facts, bro. America ain't everything that people making it out to be. That's not what's happening right now in the world.
I don't see how, knowing that Africa has a lot of resources, man. I don't see the worry, or the concern of any tariffs or embargoes.
Exactly, bro. And you're 100% correct. All Africans need to do is industrialize themselves. And that's what's happening in Burkina and Mali and Niger. They're industrializing themselves. They're taking their own raw material from the ground and bringing it to finished product for the market. So you're getting everything in between coming and bringing it from the ground to the retail market space. You're getting all that pop. That by them renegotiating their deal for the Nigerian uranium, they made $300 billion immediately, because France was paying 80 cents a pound for. They was paying 80 cents a kilogram for yellow cake uranium, 80 cents, and turning it around and selling and knowing the market value of a kilogram of yellow cake uranium is $200. So by them just renegotiating that, they made $300 billion. That's what's happening in Africa. You know what I mean? I don't know
right, but that's a separate conversation. I agree with everything you just said, and that excites me when I think about that.
It's not a separate
but it's a separate conversation. Yes, bro, that's a separate conversation, because that's dealing with BRICS, and that's dealing with lesser colonial states. That's dealing with France, and that's not dealing with America, right? And then if you turn around and you look at it, who are they doing business with now? Who over in Burkina Faso trying to negotiate deals and having meetings with the leader? The Russians.
Yeah, but they making them pay more though.
They're making them pay market value.
They're not letting them get it for 80 cents no more.
I got you, because they're controlling the value of it.
Give me 170, 180.
Right, because they now control the value of it because they control the asset, right? It was no longer colonialized. It's no longer a European company that's extracting it and controlling the use of it and controlling the sale of it. I agree with you, but that's
look at
still
the
a separate issue.
market. France was getting it for 80 cents.
Right, I'm with you. But now that Burkina Faso and Niger and Mali, they control their own economic destiny based on kicking France and kicking the other colonial name Britain out, right? But that's still a separate conversation because, like I said, listen, you gotta let me finish, broski. You gotta let me finish, bro. You gotta let me finish. I'm just trying to explain myself why I say it's two different things. The two different things because of this. Russia is now in there doing business with them to power their military machine, to power their retrying of becoming a empire again, having imperial what's the name? So they're doing deals with African countries because Russia ain't into colonialization. Russia ain't into slavery. Russia ain't into none of that shit. So their whole thing is, I don't want to use you as a proxy. I don't want to use you as anything. I just want your resources so I can compete with you. It goes along with what I said about Brazil. When you think about Brazil and how Spain went in first and they was all brutal and rough and, you know what I mean? So the people fought back. Then the Portuguese came in, you know what I'm saying, and did what they did and, you know, trinkets and little light shit that shine and give them shit. So they fell right in with the Portuguese. Then once the Portuguese got them relaxed, then they started whooping their ass and treating them like shit and fucking them up, right? And so for me, I'm not going to say that Russia's going to fuck them up or anything like that, but Russia learned from watching America and everybody coming with their soft power and their colonialization, and that shit backfired. So that's why I'm saying it's different because
though too, they strapping them up. They got those all of the well, I wouldn't say the top grade, but they got good grade. What you call those things?
Missiles, weapons,
not
defense
the missiles,
systems,
other drones.
The drones, yeah.
They trap them up with hella drones. You know what I mean? So I tip my hat to the Africans on that militarily, because it's giving them the ability to more effectively scout their territory for insurgents. You know, even though it's still warfare, but it's giving them the ability to be able. It's giving the state. It's giving
to fight. They're giving them the ability to fight off the proxies that America sent to destabilize their country.
Yes,
I'm with you. I'm with you 10,000%, bro. But what I'm saying to you, it's geopolitically in its breadth, right? But it's still domestically, individually, based on the African country saying we need to be in control of our own destiny. We no longer need to be in control. We no longer need to be controlled by outside forces. Even if we struggle to extract these minerals and these things from the ground, right? We still have to be in charge of it. We still have to be the ones who put it on the market.
You 100% correct. And I gotta make how civilized the brothers is that when they took over Mali or was Niger, when they got Bazoum, they knew he betrayed the people. They did not execute him. They arrested him and held him in his own home. They did not kill him. They did not do what America did to Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, Thomas Sankara, Kwame Nkrumah. They did not do
Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba, Noriega.
When they took over, just to show they ilk and they blood type, how they coming in. They ain't coming in on that brutal shit like the West. The Africans that's taking over their shit in Africa. They not coming in like that. They arrested him and put him in his home like civilized human beings. They didn't execute him and drag his body through the street like America did Muammar, you know.
But the reason why we do that is because it's a signal to the next motherfucker that we put in position. If you get out of pocket, this is what we're gonna do to you.
But you rocking with that, Tom? You rocking with that type of
no, it's not. No, I'm not. I have no dog in the fight to rock with it. Like it's not that none of that belongs to me.
By incident, we got
none of it belongs to me. Iraq don't belong to me. This shit don't belong to me. So I don't really have no dog in the fight. That's what they do to those foreign leaders is based on those foreign leaders getting into bed with them, thinking that they're gonna benefit, letting that CIA officer that came and visited them that day convince them to join these motherfuckers. So it's not whether I rock with it or not. Me acknowledging that it exists and this is what's happening, and that's what the framework is. It's not an acknowledgement or rocking with it. It's just acknowledging the reality on the ground and understanding how an empire creates proxies. So it's not condoning or belittling, right? It's not condoning or having a problem with it. It's saying that's not my fight. Yeah, that's not my fight.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
See, for me, I understand what y'all saying about Africa and what they go through and then fight back. I'm proud of Tutorial. I'm proud of the leader of Niger. I'm proud of the leader of Burkina Faso. I'm proud in the sense of that now they get to be the controllers of their destiny, right? As a 5%er, that's what we always spoke about. Sole control of my own universe. So for them to be able to control their universe, like the speech that young man gave about, creating engineers and doctors that come from his country and educating his people, and the nuclear physicists being from the nuclear physicists being from his country and the engineers being from his country. That made me proud. That gave me hope here that my people one day can feel that same way and don't think we need white people in government and all this shit to make our lives better. So I'm proud of the independence, and I'm proud of the autonomy that they're gaining by doing this. But at the end of the day, it's not my fight. I can cheer from the sidelines all day, but it's not my fight.
How is that your fight, though?
Because I'm not from Burkina Faso. I'm from America, right? And I'm pro-black and I'm Pan-Africanist, right? But that's not my fight. That's not my journey.
From a geopolitical standpoint, you don't think the development of economic independence amongst Africans has a effect or will affect in some ways African Americans geopolitically?
I think it'll be inspirational, but I don't think that we would have. I don't think that we're. I think I just said that, but I don't think that we'll necessarily come to this economic revolution where we're going to try to overturn the economic structure of America or the controlling of resources, because what's happening in Africa is about the controlling of their resources, right? Because they're a resource-rich, resource-dense continent, right? Where we're citizens, second-class citizens of an empire. So it would inspire us to be more independent and autonomous within the structures of America's society, but I don't necessarily see where we have the same fight as them.
Yeah, I think that that's why people underestimate Marcus Garvey. I think Marcus Garvey planned on doing that type of thing with his boats. Well, I know he did. I read his writings. He wanted African Americans or blacks in America. He wanted to form trade with West Africa and the Caribbean, actually. But that's what Marcus Garvey. That was his vision. But I think that I got to respectfully disagree with Arthur though on that. I think African Americans got a lot of potential to develop economy directly with West Africans. I think the potential is there. I know the communities are intermixed in certain parts of the U.S., in particular in the Northeast, where I'm from. The communities are mixed. I'm talking about at the elementary school level. So it's a lot of proximity, and
so the brother feel like, or he because I heard you say he feel like what Black Americans can't or not, we're not able to establish no type of business, like far as like I'm trying to find the term, man. Like simply like he don't feel like we're able, like we don't have the means, not aptitude, but just like to establish a connection.
The resources.
Yeah,
I think you said we don't have the resources.
Yeah, as far as to like you don't feel like that's a viable option.
Yeah,
being able to establish a connection with Africa as far as dealings, trade. You don't think that's something that's possible or something? Or?
Yeah, I think that's what he thought. I think so.
Why would he think? I don't understand. That just goes with networking, being in meet the right person.
Yeah,
you just never know what that could.
somebody want to build out there, it would be like it's definitely cheaper to do things out there. That's for sure. That's for sure. I literally met somebody. Well, not like I met somebody online that lived out in Africa, and their rent per month was $25 USD. $25.
That's a fact, Psycho. Be stuff like that. You see things like that.
I said, I'll be damned. $25 motherfucking dollars a month. I said, if I could make American money, like, you know, like if I was like, so if I like was online making American money, living out there, I'll live like a motherfucking king.
That's a fact, Psycho.
Yeah, like an online business, living out there, you live like a fucking king out there.
$300 be a gamer.
Right.
That's crazy prices right there. That prices is unbelievable.
I pay my rent up for 5 years.
Straight up. Straight up.
You see stuff like that often.
I don't think about no rent for the next 10 years.
I have seen from that range to like
corporate contract,
$150, $250, but they having like, you know, 4-bedroom palace. Damn.
That's bad.
It's just interesting stuff, you know. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, that's real.
Sound like he on the grind right now. Yeah, man.
That shit dirt cheap. So yeah, your money stretched far out there.
Most places, right? Mexico. I mean, I don't. You know, most places outside of America, money go far.
Yeah,
money go far, man.
Well, not everywhere. Shit, your ass go to motherfucking like Paris or Paris. Your ass be broke quick, bro. You go out to UK, you get broke quick. So yeah.
What about Jamaica? Stuff pretty. Money go far down there.
Money stretch.
Oh yeah, your money good in Jamaica.
Yeah, stretch in Jamaica.
I'm definitely going. That's gonna be the
most
place
Caribbean.
Jamaica. I ain't gonna lie, out the country. Real.
Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of people like to move out the country or whatever. Probably why Wale moved his ass to Jamaica.
Shit, because I don't know if it's me, but it seems like America's getting expensive.
It ain't just you.
Every day, shit's getting up. It's going up.
Depending on where you live at, it's getting real bad.
Shit, we got the highest gas in the country in my state, so it's whew.
Yeah.
Price of eggs going up, like the staple. Price of eggs went up like crazy.
Yeah.
You know, it's mainly the liberal states that the price is real high. Like if you look at the red states, those are the spots that your money stretched the furthest. But it ain't as much money out there either. In those red states. Red states you can't make as much money in those red states, but the cost of living is lower in the red states. Whereas these blue states, man, cost of living is a motherfucker.
And all the cost of living money that we provide goes to the federal largest, which supports the poor ass countries poor ass states in the South. That's the terrible part about it.
Shit, I ain't gonna lie. I think about jumping ship, man. Like basically, like just going, just straight. I go, man, just leave the country, man, and just. I need a break from America. I love the country, but man, I need to go.
One of the main things I want them to get rid of is the red lining and the blue lining, especially the red lining with the education. The way they district and redistrict to direct funds to, whiter neighborhoods, instead of black neighborhoods. Just distribute the education funds evenly. You know what I mean? Fuck them. Just distribute the education funding equitably. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck too much about what the hell white folks do. I just hate
That
the way.
sound an awful lot like what DEI was meant to do, but my bad. I'll be back.
No, not so much. They were. If that's the case, why the hell they ain't do it? Why didn't DEI do it then? Why didn't DEI redistribute all of the funds of education?
I think it did have certain programs that got funds allocated towards.
Only thing is good for
DEI
in recent history is the weirdo stuff, bringing that stuff into schools and stuff. It ain't good for much else.
I think he did more than that.
Y'all do know, right? When y'all say the cleaning stuff from schools, y'all do know that those are decisions that's made by school boards and not made by federal mandate. Y'all do know that, right? Y'all do know, like, there's this thing called the separation of states' rights, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all do know that most states kind of determine their own educational thing, and what the federal government usually does is just fund like disability programs,
what Donald Trump is doing though, what Donald Trump is doing is, and that's true, but what Donald Trump is doing is threatening motherfuckers to pull funding from motherfuckers.
He ain't threatened. He did. If you teach Black history in school, we're taking your funding.
Yep, he's doing that with the colleges because he can't do shit to the private institutes, right? Because colleges are private institutes. But what he can do is threaten them with funding and shit and everything else, and that's what he's doing. And he's telling them if they don't pull their DEI shit, he's gonna pull funding.
But the funding that he's talking about is the funding that they need for like research, medical research, science research, R&D. Like he's pulling the things that's important to him that don't come from tuition, that come from government grants.
Correct.
It's wrapped all up in the LGBTQ legislation. It's wrapped up in the legislation.
No, it's not wrapped up in the legislation. There is no LGBTQ legislation wrapped up in DI.
It's a part of okay, not legislation, but policy.
But they're separate entities. They're DI entities that talk about things that help veterans, minority veterans, that disable veterans. Right, and then they have DI programs that's for LGBTQ and all that. But it talks about the separation. Right, when it discusses those things, it discusses why those things are necessary and what the program actually brings, and it's not in concert with blackness, minority rights. It's not in concert with any of that. It's just talking about giving them the ability, if they're meritly, if they're qualified, that they should have an opportunity to be hired. And that's all it's talking about. That's all it's saying. If this person is qualified and they have the skills and they have the ability, they should not be denied the ability to get a job based on their sexual orientation. That's all it's saying.
DEI alone is ambiguous. It leaves room for ambiguity. The name
How is it ambiguous? How is diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Because diversity is not specifically for African American people.
Right. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you.
It's not specifically geared to Africa. We need things that are specifically geared to the interests of African American.
But this doesn't stop you from getting those things, though.
It don't. But you splitting.
So what's the problem with it?
Because you splitting the funding.
You're not splitting the funding. You're wrong. There is no splitting of the funding, bro. You're wrong. You're wrong. They have their funding for what they do, and then blacks and other groups have their fund. See this? Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you, bro. Let me explain it to you.
I don't need you to explain it to me.
Yes.
The language is ambiguous. DEI is ambiguous language.
Let me explain it to you, bro. This is where you're going wrong at, right? For instance, like government contracting, right? There's government contracting that's specific set asides for minority veterans.
We don't need to merge our agenda.
Listen, bro, you're not listening. You're just you're not listening. You're not listening, bro. You gotta listen. Bro, you gotta listen. You gotta listen. You gotta listen to the. You gotta listen. You're just saying we're merging. It's not a merge.
About to teach me nothing, Art, but go ahead, bro. Teach me anyway.
Never mind, bro. If you don't want to know the truth, then we just stay with the lie. It's all good.
Go ahead,
and I think that's what do our people a disservice, that we don't know the facts and we just say anything, and it just does us a disservice. We just because we got a bias and we think everything is tied into the other groups, that we just misunderstand everything. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
But you don't think the language is ambiguous to begin
No,
with?
I don't think it's ambiguous. I think that you have to be on the end and understand where the language separates and where the separation, the qualified distinctions come in at. And once you do that, then you'll better understand that everything is not intertwined, and each group has a separate set aside, and each group has a separate initiative that involves their specific marginalized group. It's not a one thing fits all type of thing. It's separated, but it's just under the umbrella of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is only saying to include people of other backgrounds that are qualified but have been marginalized based on sexuality, race, age, or gender. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what the whole thing is about.
So comparatively speaking, for example, when we see, like the brother was telling you earlier, with these so-called Jews, but these white Jews, they have a protected status.
Don't say that name now. I'm just
okay. You're right.
They don't have a protected status. He was wrong. They don't have a protected status. He was wrong. They don't have a protected status.
He's wrong.
Yeah,
call me a nigga. Don't say that. I'm just playing.
Protected. They don't have a protected status in the U.S.
No.
They don't have a protected status.
No.
Bro, stop playing, bro.
They're just a religious.
They don't have a protected status in our media.
No religion has a protective status.
They don't have these.
They're a religion.
Okay,
they are a religion. They are not an ethnic group. They are not a race of people. They're a religion.
These specific people don't have a protected status in our media.
No, they do not.
In our media, come on, you lying, bro.
They do not. They do not. They do not.
Psycho
can't save you. You got to save yourself on this.
I just want to ask Psycho to see what he said. Psycho.
I was reading something. I missed what happened. What you say?
Now, Psycho. When we look at our media here in the U.S., would you say that Ashkenazi small hats, do they have a peculiar status in our media here in America? Yes or no, teacher?
They own the majority of the mainstream media. The majority of it, they own our CEOs of the majority of the not all, but the majority of the mainstream media.
If someone says something that is perceived to be critical or even disparaging towards those communities, will they be met with backlash within our media today?
Yes, not just media, social media as well, and it depends on, except for like Rumble or X, you can go ham on those two sites, but like you can't say it on here. Let's put it that way. Like, right. You can't say it,
Nor can you say it on the larger mainstream media platforms either, right?
Most of them, no. Yeah, vast majority, no. Unless they right leaning, they'll let you get away with it, but most aren't right leaning.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to know your opinion. That's all.
But that's not a protection status. That's saying that they have.
What's that thing?
That's saying that they have a vocal response to anybody that slanders their group. That's not a protective status. That's saying that they have enough power and they have enough influence that if you say something adverse about their group, there'll be a pushback. That's not protective status. That's called organization. That's called code.
Okay, you say so.
So, are we saying that they don't have it? Like they're not a protected class?
So we get an elevator today, or gotta wait?
I'm trying to see, like, are you saying that they're not that particular segment? We know what we talking about. We ain't got it, but people that own Viacom and all that. Are we saying that they're not a protected class, formally or informally? Like,
no, they're not a protective class. That doesn't. Them owning corporations and having an organized response to people castigating their group does not make them a protective class. It just makes them organized and influential in protecting themselves or standing up for themselves. That doesn't make them a protected class.
So, no, of course, I know that. I'm not saying that their profound, ownership as it pertains to media is grants them their protective class status. I'm saying as far as like if anybody other than Elon Musk that's non-black does anything, they immediately respond. That's it's like the way they respond and the way they go about chastising people, that's that's black. You feel me? They move like they protected or something, or it's a lot of people that's coming to the to their beck and call. Hey, don't say that, or or just always chastising us in particular when it comes to them. But I don't know. I just kind of I'm looking at it differently, I guess.
So Arthur, when we look at the Project for a New American Century, you familiar with the Project for a New American Century? That's written by Paul Wolf. It's signed by Donald Rumsfeld, Elliot Abrams, Dick Cheney, John Bolton, members of the Bush Senior administration. You familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with it, but I'm familiar with the people you're talking about.
Yeah, right. I know you probably is familiar with the people, but they wrote a paper called the Project for a New American Century. And in the Project for a New American Century, they talk about overthrowing Iraq, Iran, Syria, Libya, and I believe it's Sudan. But they have already knocked off several of those countries. Some of the signers of that would be John Bolton, Elliot Abrams, Donald Rumsfeld, Bush Jr., Senior, Dick Cheney. How do you, as well as the interest that the paper has in the future of Israel and the subsequent paper that came with that, the Project for a Greater Israel, how do you see that with their influence over U.S. foreign policy that they have? They wrote that policy and then they went out and they have enacted by destabilizing Syria. Obviously, we just saw overthrowing Iraq, that we know is a historical fact, and overthrowing Libya, that we know to be another historical fact. How do you feel about their influence over U.S.
Those people that signed that are no longer have influence over anything. They're jobless. They're homeless. They have no political party. They have no more geopolitical anything. Trump took all that from them. It's a new day, and those people that you spoke about are from the Bush regime. They're from that old Saxon regime. They were a perfect mix of Anglo-Saxon, and that regime is over.
So
John Bolton is over. John Bolton is the biggest critic of Donald Trump.
So when we see Trump,
Donald Rumsfeld is the biggest critic of Donald Trump.
So when we see Trump clip them, why should we be angry?
Because they're Nazis.
I'm not angry when I see. I understand what's going on here. I'm not at all angry when I see Trump clip them. And you just succinctly explain exactly my point. That I understand this policy. I understand it's infighting going on within this government. But when I see Trump clip them, I don't mind. I don't mind when I see him locking the deep state out of their computers in the IRS.
But he is the deep state, just a different version.
In the race program.
He is the deep state. He's just a different version.
Obviously, you just explained that it's something else going on. That there's guard.
Right, but what's going on is not.
I agree with you.
But what's going on is not eroding the deep state. It's replacing it with a new, okay.
I don't mind the uncomfortability that he's causing John Bolton.
He's not. Hold on, real quick. He's not causing them any uncomfortability.
Oh yes, he is. Oh yes, he is.
He's not. No. He's not. He's not caught. No. He's not caught. Hold on, baby. Let me get with this. What they're saying is, you fucking nincompoop. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're getting into some shit that you have. That's exactly what they're saying.
When you look at his policy in Ukraine, that is not what they are saying.
That's exactly what they're saying.
His policy,
you gotta let other people go, bro. You can't just dominate the conversation. You can't just put out all these false points, and then when a person tries to rebut it, you just talk over them.
Okay.
Let me rebut this shit before you talk over me. Let me get it out at least. What you're saying is factually not true, because what they're saying to him is, you trust in Putin and you change. Oh, this motherfucker's not gonna do like a girl. what you're saying is doesn't jar up with what they're saying. What they're saying to him is, hey, you stupid fuck, in your attempt to want to go change shit, you're fucking up shit that you don't even know how to fix. You don't know how to negotiate with Russia. This ain't no fucking business deal. Like, this ain't what you think it is. And he's proving them right. He has no idea what he's talking about. To stand up there yesterday and say that Zelensky is a dictator and that they started the war in Ukraine is fucking absolutely nuts. How can they start the war in Ukraine when they were attacked? They didn't go into Russia. Russia went into Ukraine. So him trying to make it seem like he has this great geopolitical strategy when he's just coming in there to rob the country. He's coming to rob the empire. He's a Queens gangster that just went into that's going to try to steal all the money he can out of the fucking government before he get caught and then try to run away. So it's two different things. They wasn't trying to steal from us. They were trying to steal from other people. They were trying to take other people's shit to bring it back to this country so that they can split it up amongst themselves. He's not bringing it back here for shit. He's trying to steal from here and other places. That's the difference.
I think to give it context too, I heard what you said too, Arthur. But to give it context, we can look at the last ditch effort of the Kamala Harris attempt at becoming president, and we saw Dick Cheney come out and lend her support. I'm just saying, let's just make that observation. So hold on.
Dick Cheney didn't his daughter.
But I'm saying it's all in the family. But when we looking at that support from the Cheneys, it gives us a context of what Kamala Harris represents in her position to the military industrial complex.
That's not true. That's not true. Not true.
I'll let you explain your point.
My bad.
Let you explain your point. It gives us an idea of the position that Kamala Harris represented when we saw as a last ditch effort Cheney come up out of the bushes. No one knew that Dick Cheney and individuals that came from these neocons that wrote the Project for a New American Century and the Project for a Greater Israel. Nobody knew that they was going to come out of the bushes and support Kamala Harris in a last ditch effort. But they saw that she was losing and they reared their heads. We saw them rear their heads. That's an anomaly politically right there, because they're Republicans and she was a Democrat. Let's point that out too.
But what you're missing, I'm
not missing nothing.
The problem with you is, like, you think what you're saying is factual and it's not.
It's actually factual.
No, you try to tie too many pieces in that don't fit, and you're misunderstanding what's actually taking place.
Dick Cheney is the military-industrial complex.
It has nothing. It represents listen, but that's a separate conversation.
What facts?
That's a separate conversation. Listen to me, bro. That's a separate conversation for why they got behind Kamala Harris. They didn't get behind Kamala Harris to save the military-industrial complex. They got behind Kamala Harris because they know that Trump would destroy the democracy. That they understand that he's going to destroy the democracy. He's going to destroy the Constitution. He's going to destroy the things that kept the empire going. It's not about the military-industrial complex. It's about the empire. He's going to destroy the empire.
The empire is the
empire is not. The empire is protected by the military-industrial complex, but it's not the gist of the empire. It's not the whole of the empire. The empire, they use the military to go and plunder other lands, but their soft power, their proxies, right? Their trade partners. These are the people that they're trying to keep good relations with. These are the people that they're trying to stay in business with. So it's not about keeping the military-industrial complex alive. It's about keeping the empire alive. And Trump is going to destroy the empire. He's already destroyed it. He's already destroyed it.
What I'm going to drill down is that Dick Cheney represents the military-industrial complex. It was highly unusual. One second, bro. Just let me get one word in edgewise.
You're conflating the wrong things.
I'm not conflating anything. I'm just pointing out that he was a Republican who came out in a last-ditch effort that happens to have a background that is related to the construction companies that rebuilt Iraq, that had an interest in rebuilding Iraq, that had deals with bin Laden, the father of bin Laden, and incorporated the corporations. This is the sweetheart deals, the no bid contracts that they already had. This is the type of individual that you see come up in a last ditch effort and try to represent and try to push Kamala Harris, the military industrial
right
complex.
to save the empire,
It's
not
the
to
military
save
industrial
deals,
complex, bro.
not to save deals, to save the empires, not to save the military industrial complex. It's to save
Kamala
the
Harris,
empire.
all she was going to represent was the same thing Obama represented, is the military industrial complex, bro.
You're wrong. They don't they represent the empire. Like, I wish you guys stop doing that and be honest with yourselves and realize that you live in an empire. Trying to change the words to military industrial complex and all this other bullshit is just missing the fucking point.
Didn't the Confessions of an Economic Hitman teach you that the military industrial complex is the last stage of the process of colonization? They go in initially, according to the Confessions of an Economic Hitman, they go in initially with diplomacy. They try to make a deal with you. They scout your territory. They find out what type of resources you got, fruits, vegetables, what you got in the ground. And if you're not willing to make a deal, then they send in the jackals. You're not teaching me nothing about geopolitics, bro.
Bro, you're not, listen, no one's trying to teach you about
the military is the last stage.
Listen, bro. What we're trying to show you is that you're wrong in your assessment. No one's trying to teach you anything. We're not trying to teach you anything. We're trying to show you that you're conflating things that don't correlate with one another. You're talking about a previous administration that no longer exists. Right, and what we're talking about is the present administration that has a different agenda than the past administration. They have a different agenda. Their agendas are not the same at all. One was about building the empire, making it stronger. The other one is about tearing it up and don't give a fuck what happens to it, long as it's an ethno state. That's where you're wrong at. Trump is trying to create an ethno state. He's not trying to create He's not trying to He's trying to create an ethno state. He's trying to create an ethno state in America. That's what Trump is trying to do. He's trying to coalesce white supremacy globally and create white ethno states. That's why he wants Greenland. That's why he wants Canada, because those places are populated with white people. And he can get all the black people and all the brown people out of here and have one big old white country. That's what he's trying to do. So you're wrong. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're wrong. They have two separate agendas, two separate ideas of what's going on in totality.
I agree with that. Can I
John Bolton, all those guys, they weren't trying to create no motherfucking ethno state. They were trying to create the most powerful empire man has ever seen.
And you happy about that? You happy about that?
Yes, because I live here, nigga. Yes, I want the empire to be strong as possible because I live here.
That's what the nigga don't understand. You don't understand that for the exploitation of Africa and Latin Americas is why we live so comfortably. You don't understand that those two things correlate.
What do you mean I don't understand? I went and fought a war. I went and fought a war to take other people's resources. I went and fought a war to take other people's resources to further it. What are you talking about?
As these people come up, your standard of living is going to change. You don't understand that part.
Going to decrease.
My standard of living is based on what I go out and do. My standard of living has never been based on what others do. If I go, listen, bro.
Is being challenged globally, bro.
I'm saying the U.S. dollar is challenged globally every day. It's challenged globally every day. But who challenged it? Who created it? Their geopolitical enemy. Who created it? Who's challenging their power? There are two geopolitical enemies, China and Russia. Ain't nobody else challenging it.
China and Russia is Africa too, ain't it?
No, Africa's not challenging shit. Africa's trying to join with Russia. Africa's trying to join with Russia to get a new proxy, to get somebody new.
With China.
You don't see Africans developing independent states in West Africa right now.
Yes, but they're already. They're seeking their independence. Yes, they're seeking their independence.
They're already independent. They're
also doing deals. They're also doing deals with Russia
and China.
They're also doing deals with China, which are our two strategic enemies. Our number 1 and 2 strategic enemies.
Well, can I mention something? Can I say something? Please? I get it off my chest. Okay, this regime is not about industrial complex. It's about dismantling all the checks and balances of the system to rein in the power of the president. Before he became president, they increased the presidential powers. The Supreme Court knocked that down. Like, can the president go to jail if he's acting? And that's when that case was coming up about Trump and the January 6th people. So with this, he's also making excuses to dismantle all these departments that could check him, like DOJ, FBI, all these people he's putting yes men in. People that's going to agree with him. And even the Supreme Court, he set the courts in his favor. The courts are right-leaning. So no one is challenging Trump, and now they have a Republican majority. Also, another thing that's scaring me that's going to happen, people don't see, he dismantled the department that oversees elections. So now there has a greater chance of election fraud. And that's scaring me now because we're looking for midterms and we're praying that we can swing Congress Democrats so we can impeach him and remove him. But it looks like that won't happen. It's escalating. It's escalating. We're in a car with no brakes, basically.
No, don't be scared now.
It's true. We're in a car with no brakes. He's attacked everything that challenged him, even the media.
We gotta get inside the car. We
are in a dictatorship. We ain't frozen boiling water. We didn't jump out in time.
Yo, I'm so shocked that y'all don't know that we're in a dictatorship right now. That there's literally been a coup d'etat and our nation has been taken over by a Nazi and his cohorts. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that y'all have very little political knowledge, very little geopolitical knowledge, very little.
Was Bush Senior a coup d'etat? Was Bush Senior a coup d'etat?
Excuse me. I can't hear you, bro. I'm sorry.
Was Bush Senior a coup d'etat? Was that a
Bush
coup
Jr.?
d'etat?
Bush Jr. was a coup d'etat. Bush Jr. was a coup.
d'etats.
No, but Bush Senior won. Bush Senior won fair and square. Bush Senior won fair and square. He beat Walter Mondale. He won fair and square. What are you talking about? He was the president's vice president.
The CIA, right?
I'm saying, but he didn't do anything. Listen, he didn't do anything nefarious to win. Listen, bro. Listen. You're not telling. George Bush is Curious George, right? The animal Curious George is George Bush. It was based on that fucking scientist in Germany that did all the foul shit and did all the Nazi bullshit, having him by his side as his father went out and worked and did all this propaganda shit. He left his son with the fucking scientist. Y'all don't believe me? Look at the fuck up. That's George Bush that we're talking about. George Bush didn't do anything nefarious. George Bush didn't do anything nefarious to win his election. And because he wouldn't continue the Reagan shit, he lost. And because he wouldn't continue Reaganomics, he lost. When he seen that Reaganomics was a losing proposition, and he said, "Yo, I gotta raise these taxes. I don't know what the fuck y'all think. I don't know what this shit don't work in the 90s. That shit worked in the 80s, but that shit ain't gonna work now."
They overthrew the government down there with Al Gore, and we know they overthrew
Junior did.
I'm lost.
We know they overthrew the government down there, bro.
Yeah, they said Florida was rigged.
They sent the votes to Florida where his brother was the governor.
Oh yeah, but you said senior. You didn't say junior. I said junior was a coup d'etat. You said senior.
That's the military-industrial complex. His father.
That's not the military-industrial complex. That was the political. That was them. That was our first monarchy. Our second monarchy.
Carlyle Group. The
Carlyle Group is not a military. That was our second monarchy.
It's an investment group. I know what the Carlyle Group is.
Yeah, that was our second monarchy. That was about money. All you did was prove my point. All you did was prove my point. You just proved my point, and my point was this: each administration has their own personal agenda and their own personal things that they go after when they're in office. And like you just said, the Bushes was in office to strengthen the military industrial complex and in the petrol world, because that's where they come from. They come from the German military industrial complex world, the German scientific alter people world, and the oil world. When they couldn't do that scientific shit and they couldn't hide, they got into oil business. When they couldn't bring all that sicko weirdo shit from Germany, altering people's brains and making super soldiers and all that goofy shit, when that shit didn't pass the smell test in America, they was like, well, fuck it, we might as well go get oil and shit, and that be our fight, because they ain't gonna let us create a bunch of freaks and weirdos and shit, so let us just do this. So that's what they did, and that's what their agenda has been since every time they in office. It's all about oil. They went to war where? In oil countries, right? They did what? They gave oil subsidies. If you think about it, think about how Houston blew up, right? Based on them being in office, Houston then became the fucking energy capital of the world, right?
Enron.
Based on them being based out of Houston.
Enron.
Okay. Can I say something though?
And then they pumped up Enron, and then Enron turned around and did some bullshit and fucked everybody money up. So you don't hear about Houston being the energy capital of the world.
What the U.S. military told them to do. Enron was one of them corporations that the Confessions of an Economic Hitman is about. The type of things that he talked about, John Perkins. Enron was one of those corporations that was set up to take advantage of those proceeds that was coming.
Right. That was coming back from war and coming back from taking other people's resources and minerals. It goes back to me talking about the Vietnam War, right? France is no different than what you talk about when France is leaving Burkina Faso, leaving Niger and all that. France is always get their ass kicked and get kicked out. So what America did with this time was like, you know what? We're not going to go behind France and fight Burkina Faso and all that. We're going to leave too. We're going to get the fuck out of here too. It's not even worth it. Let these motherfuckers have it. It's going to take them 50 years to figure out how to get this shit out of the ground anyway. So we got what we wanted anyway. We became trillionaires, billionaires, zillionaires off this shit. So let them figure it out. Let them go from the Stone Age to the technology age on their own. And that's all that's happening. They're free now. They're free now to figure out how to extract that shit themselves, or find partners, or link up with other people to do it themselves. That's it.
Okay.
It's no different.
Can I say something quick? I just want to, because they said how we get dictatorship.
Baby, you got to fix your phone. Your phone is wilding right now.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I know it's because I think I connected to it.
Yeah,
better. Yeah, not on my Bluetooth. Is that better?
Not really.
Say, can someone talk? I can't hear anybody.
It's a little better.
Choppy.
Okay. Let me say something quickly. This is why it's a dictatorship. The Trump administration has lost in court, and they're ignoring the court's orders. They're still escalating. Like, these people can't be fired. They got sued. They lost. They're still continuing. When has the president been able to continue and ignore courts? It's one thing to not enforce, but they're still enforcing something that they're not supposed to. So that's what makes it a dictatorship. They're ignoring judicial review. And that's what scares me. The only thing is they're trying to run it out until they go to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, because it's rigged, is going to maybe side with them. It's up to, we're waiting for the Supreme Court, because it's going to go to the Supreme Court. And we already know how that's going to play out. I'm gonna have to come in and come back right now. I cannot hear anybody.
Top producer.
Didn't nobody say nothing after you spoke?
I'm sorry. But you see what I'm saying? That they're telling him to stop, and he's continuing. Another thing too, how do you start a department without congressional review? Without the Congress okaying? Also, who has the power of the purse is Congress. He's sitting up here making these executive orders and saying how the government's money should be spent. Oh, I found all of this, and you're making cuts, and you don't have congressional oversight. that's how it's becoming a dictatorship. The fact that Elon Musk has more power and access to highly governmental data versus Congress is scary. It's like Jasmine Crockett said, he has access to coming into this building over me, and I'm a congressperson. I'm supposed to be allowed to come in here, and she was. And he, you know what was stopping him from going in? A regular security guard. Seriously.
Yeah, ain't none of them to be trusted.
Exactly. You know, that's why I was going to bring up this book by Gore Vidal. He's an American writer. He wrote the Bush-Cheney junta, Blood for Oil, and he wrote another one about who put together the NSA. And he talked about how Henry Kissinger actually put together the National Security Agency, you know, and Henry Kissinger has a very unsavory background when it comes to his relationship with Black leadership in Africa, on the ground in different places in the world. Real shady character, you know. So in reality, it really won't be the first time. You know, we can also cite J. Edgar Hoover being in charge of our FBI. It won't be the first time that we has had unsavory characters in high positions within the government. You know, I say fuck them too, but you know, across the board, you know, but it is what it is. It ain't the first time, you know. So all this alarms going off about, you know, these boogeymen. We already had quite a few boogeymen, if we know the history of these administrations, you know, throughout the administrations, up and down, you know. Henry Kissinger being one, at the architect of the NSA, National Security Agency. So you can imagine what that is. Immediately when they put that together, Project Shamrock went into place, and they started collecting the data of the American people on a mass scale. That's Project Shamrock. That's from the results of the Church Committee by Frank Church. Congressional Committee on Government Misconduct. You know, don't be so alarmed. You had boogeymen already, Lena.
Well, you can't say that, because even though they have access to identity, I know underneath the Obama administration, you know, he had a lot of people that were being spied on or investigated. He was doing to his own American people. And also, I remember he was spying on Germany, and she got mad when she found out. She found out in real time, and she was like, "There was somebody asked her, what do you think about America spying on you?" She didn't even know when they asked her in real time. Also, I'm not saying that Democrats are always right and that, you know, we don't pry in. It's just the fact who's doing it. You got some 19-year-olds that's not vetted. This scares me. Another thing that scares me is him disobeying court orders. Somebody asked what court orders. He was supposed to assist with. He was supposed to not continue the firings. He was losing. He's losing the court cases. He was losing.
I know you ain't scared, Lena. Where your poppy at? Your poppy ain't gonna let nothing happen. What you talking about? You scared? Where Poppy at?
I'm
Where you ain't you doing? I'm just saying. You talk about you scared.
It's true, but we in a dictatorship. It's here.
Poppy
The boogeyman is here. The bully is here, and we are like, "Oh, it's not gonna happen." That's how Nazi Germany started. I get mad when people do that. Out of respect, you know, just respect me. You know, I love my man, and I think it becomes all kind of racist when people be doing that. And I know he be looking like, "You ain't gonna say that."
My bad, Joe.
He don't say nothing to me, but you know, he look like I don't. I just had to come up here about this political thing because people act so complicit. They not doing anything. They not alarmed. Like, you know, I'm just not gonna vote. I'm not gonna care. It does not. People don't even. I've seen stuff happen directly happened to them because of their voting choices, and they know, and they still accept it. Like it could have been the same way underneath someone else. I'm like, vote your interests. That's the idea of voting. And this man didn't hide anything. He said the things he was going to do. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna deport people. I'm gonna make cuts. The only thing he lied about was improving groceries, and they're doing a new tax deal. They're talking about. He lied about. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead, no taxes on overtime and on tips. That's not even in the deal. No mention of that. So this man didn't hide who he was.
He never brought a new health care plan after trying to eliminate Obama's. He didn't really do a lot of the stuff he said he was going to do.
Peace, panel.
Yeah, he's giving police officers immunity, so no more suing if they accidentally shoot you.
Y'all still fear mongering a whole month later after he get in?
Yeah,
y'all still
escalating.
We're telling the truth about what he's doing and the reality on the ground. We're being honest about.
Did he eliminate race-based programs or did he not?
Y'all still fear mongering?
I'm just asking. Is that fear mongering or did he do it?
Hey, Afro, I got a question for you.
Yeah, they don't like to answer them type of questions.
Never.
Hey, Afro,
just come in and just try to.
I'm gonna just ignore it and act like he didn't say it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna talk to Afro.
For sure. If I saying I'm
gonna talk to Afro.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Hey, Afro, you still there?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
I'm gonna ignore anything Trump does wrong.
What was all the backlash for Elon Musk in 2016?
That's a good question.
What's the way? Because you know he used to be a Democrat.
What position?
Obviously,
what was Elon Musk doing in 2016?
He was donating to the Democratic Party in 2016.
Yeah, because the Democrats gave him.
Who gave Elon backlash for donating to Trump?
You guys aren't
intelligent
enough.
Who gave Elon backlash for donating to Trump?
I can't hear you. Say that again.
Don't see the
Who gave Elon backlash for donating to Trump?
Who gave Elon Musk backlash for
For donating to Trump.
For donating to Trump.
No. We're giving him backlash for those and all the things he's doing without being sworn in any office.
No,
now he did that with the Democrats.
He was getting backlash.
If he did that with the Democrats, I would have gave him backlash.
He was getting backlash before those was started. Soon as he endorsed
political people.
The day I'm talking about from the community, from the nation.
Nobody even gave a fuck if Elon Musk fucking voted for Trump.
The day that Elon Musk
voted for Trump. Who the fuck
the day that Elon Musk endorsed Trump is when Elon Musk. Can I get my statement out, brother? The day that Elon Musk endorsed Trump is when everyone turned on Elon Musk.
Who?
And I'm asking Afro-Asiatic.
Who turned on him? Who?
The whole Democratic Party.
Who? What? I never turned on him. I don't give a fuck about
you.
I'm not speaking on you, Arthur. I'm not speaking on you. I'm speaking on the whole Democratic Party.
But I'm a part of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but you're one individual.
I know, but that's what I'm saying to you. There wasn't a propensity of individuals crying about Elon Musk supporting Donald Trump. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
What people have a problem with, no, it wasn't. What people have a problem with
endorsed
is Elon Musk being a part of our government, and he's not an elected official.
Elon Musk endorsed Donald Trump, there was no Democrats complaining and saying Elon Musk was this crazy person. You call Elon Musk a Nazi.
But he is the Nazi.
Was he doing Nazi salutes before that, or did he start doing it after?
I don't know. ADL said they disagree.
Well, no, they did not. They came back
out. But I don't care if they disagree, bro.
This is why y'all guys are not so bro.
So they can determine what I looked at myself. Did that's how we do now because they said so. Did I gotta say that wasn't what I saw?
We gotta do better, man. We gotta do better, man.
Now we appeal to authority. It's cool because the ADL said it.
Everybody
and the ADL and the first time they didn't say shit, but when he did the fuck shit the next day, they came out and was like, "Yo, he's doing like." They changed their whole fucking tone. When he said the shit out loud, when he said the shit about them out loud, they was like, "Oh my God, he's bringing hate, and that's not needed in this." Blah 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 blah.
But prior to the Trump administration, he was branded with Tesla, and there wasn't nowhere near this type of hate. going to in his
But
direction.
you're supposed to show hate.
Hold on, bro. We got to just show the facts. Everybody, a lot of you dudes love Tesla. I don't even like electric
None of
cars.
us love Tesla. I don't have a
most
Tesla.
most Democrats love Tesla before 2016.
Like y'all guys,
most Democrats love Tesla before 2016.
Y'all got to do me a favor. Y'all got to do me a favor. If y'all gonna talk this
What
shit,
do you mean? What does that mean, Fat? I'm going to explain exactly what that means. That means previous to 2016,
y'all don't know what y'all talking about.
previous to him endorsing Donald
Social
Trump,
Security and different
Tesla
government
was a
offices
huge
in
company when it
2016?
came to Democrats. That's what that means, Fat.
Was he
That means he
investigating
got no
Social
pushback.
Security and
That means
different
he had
government
got no
entities in
pushback.
2016?
Just say y'all Trump
Let me finish.
supporters.
That means he got
say
no
y'all Trump
pushback for
supporters.
his vehicles.
Just say y'all
The
Trump
whole
supporters instead of
Biden,
coming
the
over here
whole
with these
Biden,
fake arguments. Just say y'all Trump supporters.
the
Because these
whole
false arguments
Biden,
that y'all putting forth
the
is
whole
fucking weak ass
the
arguments.
whole electric
Like,
vehicle initiative was brought on by who?
but
Democrats.
that's about
Who is
Chevrolet.
the major
That's
electric
about
vehicle?
Chevrolet. That's about
Who is this
Chevrolet. That's
major?
not
No,
about
it wasn't
fucking
about
Tesla.
Chevrolet.
It's
Arthur,
about
you're an idiot,
Chevrolet.
bro. That's not
It's
about
the
no fucking
electric. The
Chevrolet, bro.
electric
It's
vehicle
not
shit is
about
not about
Chevrolet, bro.
Tesla.
What are you
It's
talking
about
about?
domestic. It's about General Motors and other American companies getting into the electric car business. It has nothing to do with Tesla. Nothing. That's what I'm saying. Y'all come over here with this fuck shit and don't even have y'all facts straight.
Money though.
God damn.
Okay, so
y'all gotta stop
Arthur,
doing
where
this.
did GM get they platform to build their electric vehicles? Did they not get it from Tesla?
No, they got no. It's a lot
Yes,
of companies
they did.
that build General. I mean,
Bro,
but they got it from
what does that
Tesla.
matter? So you saying because I don't like a nigga political
Explain
views,
to
I
me what
can't
they have to
use his
do with anything if they got
technology?
it from Tesla. They seen their
How does that,
competitor
what does that
create. They
mean?
seen their competitor create a vehicle, so they're competing with
And
their
so they use
competitor.
the model.
They got.
Yeah, like
They
what does
got
that have
the
to do with his
Trans Am.
politics?
They got the
Elon
fucking.
Musk gave the
They got
model
the
away.
fucking. They got the Buick.
Elon Musk gave the model away for free.
But what does that have
So
to do
what
with
though?
anything?
What does it have to do with it? Like,
What does that have to do with
So
anything?
you saying because I don't want him investigating Social Security and government entities, I shouldn't use none of his models to make my products better?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Because, like, at the end of the
That
day,
don't make
that's
no
just how.
sense.
Hold on, Skinny. Don't come in here moderating, Skinny.
So I can
Let these
explain it to
niggas
make it make
lose,
sense?
Skinny.
Let's
Come
get a
on,
word in.
Skinny
Let me
Esquire.
get a
Let them
word in.
What
lose.
don't make
Come
no
on.
sense?
Let's get
We
a
don't
word
need
in,
you.
bro.
We don't need the
Let
UN
me get a
right
word.
now, Skinny. We don't need the UN.
What you
We
talking
cool. Let
about,
them
bro?
lose.
I want to get a. Oh, I can't have an opinion on this topic?
No, you was gonna save them.
How you know what I'm going to? I came in to give it my
You
opinion on
came
the
to
topic.
save them, nigga. You came to save them. But your boy, it's your brother. Your brother know what you're gonna do.
Well, my thing is y'all are kind of going back and forth about something that's like, for me, it's non-consequential. Like, that's how patents work at the end
That's
of the
what
day.
we're trying to tell him.
No, that's not how patents work. If I don't want you to have access to my patent, you're not going to have access. What are you talking about?
But what we're saying is inconsequential to what we're talking about. We agree with you. We agree with you wholeheartedly.
You just
No, we're
argued
talking
me
about the
down.
Tesla point. We agree with you on the Tesla point that they got it from them and that they're the originators of. We agree with you, but that's
So Arthur,
inconsequential to what we're talking about.
let me make a point so you can understand
right,
how it is
bet.
consequential. Okay, if I'm saying that Biden introduced the electric vehicle mandate because of Tesla, right? If I'm saying Biden introduced this bill for Tesla, and yet Elon Musk is going against the mandate, what should that tell you? If I introduce a mandate to help your company grow, but you don't want it, what should that tell you?
That's telling me that you don't want your competitors to get it. So if you refute it for yourself,
How
then
does
your competitors
that
can't touch
tell
it.
you that though? If I gave my
Because if
competitors,
you don't accept
the sauce,
you gotta let me answer the question, big dog. You gotta let me answer the question. This is why.
If I'm giving my competitors, Arthur, real quick. If I'm giving my competitors the sauce to make the same vehicles I'm making, how am I doing what you're saying? If I'm giving my competitors the information to make the same vehicles as me,
you're giving them the information, but you're not giving them the platform that Biden is giving them, to where he's incentivizing making the vehicles, and he's gonna figure out a way to get you the resources in the lithium batteries at a cheaper price and at a better market rate, so that your corporation can make these vehicles at a quicker rate and compete with China.
That's not the mandate, though.
The mandate is
That's
saying
not
that
the mandate, Arthur.
The mandate is saying that you have to have a certain amount of electrical
Arthur,
vehicles.
the mandate is for people.
God.
The mandate is for the public.
Oh
If you
my
go out and
God.
buy a
To
vehicle,
buy the
it's a
vehicle
tax.
and it
It's a tax
incentivizes the people
write-off.
on
That
tax
is the
breaks.
mandate.
So
But that's
Aaron, you
based
don't
on the
mind that
cars
Trump
being
said he
cheaper.
only accepted Elon Musk and changed over his opinion on electric cars because of how much money Elon donated? You don't mind that either, right?
Oh my
I don't know if that's true or not. You would have to show me. You would have to show me that fact.
I'll get the clip for you. I got
That
you.
wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense though, because we got to look at the policy. When we look at the policy, the Biden administration said EVs will be mandated.
Exactly.
When Trump comes into office, he says no, EVs don't have to be mandated.
Exactly.
Now that's interesting. That's interesting, given the fact that Elon Musk is so heavily involved in EVs. If it was a corporate takeover, he would have kept the mandate.
He would have kept it. He would have made it bigger.
No one is talking about no fucking corporate takeover.
Listen,
What are y'all talking about? Like you guys don't have facts, so y'all just read people.
What did we just say that wasn't facts? What did we just say that wasn't facts?
Corporate
takeover.
Like you guys got to do better, man. Like you guys
name one thing that wasn't a fact, then Arthur. Name one thing that wasn't a fact, Arthur.
I stated
everything you said wasn't a fact.
Name one thing.
Everything you said wasn't a fact. Everything you said based on the Democrats. No, the EV shit, you're right, because everybody understands what the EV mandate is.
Why would he reverse the EV policy if it's a corporate takeover and Elon Musk would benefit from
nobody reversed anything. What are y'all talking about? Nobody
reversed anything. Trump reversed the EV mandate. What are you talking about?
But he reversed the EV mandate based on not giving fucking Biden a win. It has nothing to do with
that would take away from Elon Musk's money.
Exactly.
That would take away from Elon Musk's money.
Take away his money because he fucking. No, it won't, because he makes more money selling Teslas in other places than he does here.
No, he doesn't.
He don't make no sense,
man.
You don't understand.
Let's bet money on that, Arthur. Let's bet money on that real quick.
Way more money selling
Let's bet money on that, Arthur.
Than he sells here.
I sent my cash out to Psycho. You send your cash out to Psycho. Let's bet money on that.
Like you niggas just be talking, man.
Put your money where your mouth is, Arthur.
Man, this shit is nuts, man. This shit is nuts.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Listen. I'm tired of arguing with you uninformed.
I got a band on that, Arthur.
I'm tired of arguing with you uninformed.
Put your money where your mouth is.
I'm tired right now. It's exhausting.
I got a band on it right now. I'll send it to Psycho right now. You send your band to Psycho.
It's exhausting. You niggas don't know what y'all talking about.
So you don't want to put your money where your mouth is. You just want to keep talking.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not betting you shit. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a dumb, stupid motherfucker that come on panels and show the world that you're a dumb, stupid motherfucker. But it's okay.
There's the nigga who won't put his money where his mouth is.
Showing the world that you're a dumb, stupid motherfucker. I'm not gonna hide the fact that you motherfuckers are stupid motherfuckers anymore. I'ma just mute up and let you stupid motherfuckers show the world that y'all stupid motherfuckers. Enough is enough. I'm done arguing with y'all. It's over. I'm mute up.
I got other people getting this convo.
Go ahead, Skinny. I'm done. I'm sorry. I apologize, Skinny. Go ahead, brother.
Now I'm listening to both sides. Now I hear both sides, but my thing is, I think where y'all mixing too, Trump is also an oil, like he is about like continuing the oil and all that. So I don't see him. I feel like y'all looking at it too small of a circle too. Like I think it all applies. Like I think that pulling back that mandate, it wasn't just about giving Biden a win or being pro or anti Musk or anything. I think that's about just the oil and gas period when it comes to
that's
that.
Not true. That's not true. That's not true.
This is my opinion. I'm not even
I got you. All right, but I'm just trying to help y'all better understand it politically. So y'all could just better understand it politically, right? This is all I'm saying. What I'm saying to you guys, Trump is the kind of politician that he doesn't want the other
fucking politician to win. He doesn't want them to have any points on the board. Just like when let me finish, please, real quick. Let me finish. Just like with when they had the fucking border shit done, right? They had the whole border bill done. It was done. Republicans agreed on it. Democrats agreed on it. It was done. They had a little hiccup where some Democrats didn't vote for it. They fixed that shit. They came back. Everybody was for it. It was a Republican who created the bill. A Republican. And then Trump seen that the shit was about to be signed into law. He went and said, "Oh, don't sign that. Don't give Biden a victory." Blah blah blah. So all the Republicans balked, stepped back from the bill. The bill failed. So now he gets to get to come in and fix the border shit where he ain't doing it. Where it ain't, he got less numbers than Biden and fucking Obama when it comes to locking up immigrants. That's what I'm saying to y'all. Trump is a petty politician. He's not trying to give his predecessors any victories. The EV mandate is a victory because it's a tax break. It's a tax incentive. That means that people are going to get money back, and he's not the one who's giving them the money back. That's what I'm saying to y'all. And that's why I say y'all don't understand fucking politics.
Hey, Aaron, I got that clip whenever you ready.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, pull it up, fine.
Hold on, let me plug on for y'all. Okay, now I got you, bro. But first of all, you gotta remember too. Usually, things you can have two things that's true at once, right? And you can have a bird that kills two stones, right? A stone that kills two birds. Excuse me. Now, my only point is, I'm not denying none of what you're saying on that. What I'm saying is, though, too, when you have a president or a dude that's been campaigning, he's been telling all these appellations. I'm going to bring back coal. I'm going to bring back these other industries that are dying, quote unquote. That's what I'm saying. Like, that pulling that mandate back, that may have sent a message to them as well. Like, hey, look, we ain't going to be just dependent on EVs and all that. We still going to have the gas. We still going to have all of these things that complement these other industries that people feel like are dying.
Thank you, Skinny.
Bro, he was pandering to them. He's not going to bring back the coal industry. He was pandering this. He was pandering to them, Skinny. He's not going to bring back the coal industry. It's no different. Skinny is no different than him telling. It's no different. It's no different than him telling them he's going to lower the prices of eggs. And what did he say last week? He said, "Oh, it's going to be hard for me to bring down the price of groceries and things. You know, it's just going to have to be a little uncomfortable for people." Everything that motherfucker said was a lie, and he was pandering. So when he said that shit about bringing back coal, he said that shit so those white dumbass hillbilly crackers out there in the sticks would vote for his dumbass, and he would never bring back coal. He will never bring back coal. Where's his plan to bring back coal? Where's his legislation? Where's the plan that he was going to do it with?
Bro, I got you. But we're still, hold on, I got you. And you got to remember, we're still under the 100 days. So I'm not trying to give him no leeway. I'm just saying we're still under 100 days. So that may come. But my point is, do you understand when I say that things can be you can multitask here? Like, that can,
it can be both and not either or. I got you.
Right.
I got you.
So pulling back that mandate, he can also argue. I get your argument, but if I'm in his cabinet, I'm going to say, hey, if I'm his quote unquote publicist or whatever, I'm going to say, hey, this is why we're doing this, because we don't want a mandate out here for EVs, and we know there's other Americans, a lot of Americans still want to depend on these other resources or use these other things. That's all I'm saying.
Why, but
EV mandates didn't
if
make
that was the
sense.
case, he would have articulated it like that.
The only people that EV mandates really made sense for at the end of the day, as far as being beneficiaries, would be those people who mine lithium and who manufacture batteries. If we want to follow the money. When we follow the money, we find that the people who would have benefited the most are people who manufacture those batteries and mine the lithium for those cars. That's what it was about. Strategically, it is more, and it's better for the interest of the American people to have a diverse range of sources for their energy supply.
Right.
It's just better. It's just better to have a versatile pool of resources where you can draw.
I would go for the mandate.
But nobody's disputing that, though.
Arthur,
like,
bro,
that's not the argument. Nobody's disputing.
Come on, Art. I'm just saying.
What you mean?
Bro.
Come on, nobody's disputing that. What are you talking about?
Because you trying to make it seem at the same time like
I'm
Elon
I'm
Musk.
very articulate. I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not trying to make it seem.
I'm about to say this ass.
You were characterizing it as if Elon Musk was some type of supervillain when
he is a supervillain. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Relax, bro. It wouldn't have been in his interest for Trump Trump to go against for him to pull back that mandate. You're not looking at that, bro. And that's the point that I'm trying to drive home to you. If he was the supervillain and it was a corporate takeover, it would have been in his interest
Trump would have fell out about that mandate. Him and Trump would have fell out about that.
If I
It
get
would
the
have been
steal, listen, y'all both are wrong. Y'all both are wrong. Y'all both are wrong. Y'all both are wrong, and this is why both of y'all are wrong. Because why the fuck would I care about Tesla losing money when I got all these other interests, and he's about to let me steal everything out of the U.S. fucking deposit?
Man, crackers is greedy.
Care?
They would have had it all. Why not have it all?
I don't even care about that if he's about to let me loot the whole government at large. What are you talking about?
Bro, it don't
make sense. I don't understand. And I'm going to tell you another thing I don't understand, Afro. I don't understand. You may not agree. I don't know where you stand on it. But even with the whole talk with the Doge stuff, now I'm not saying everything.
Hey, Psycho, check your Cash App.
I'm not saying everything they did was is legit or cool, right? Or I agree with. But in essence, what we're looking at, I'm talking about in general.
Don't sit me down because you a stupid motherfucker. Don't sit me down because you can't compete.
Nah, niggas want to hear everybody else.
Learn to compete.
Want to hear everybody else.
Learn to compete.
My bad, Arthur. He gave you 10 minutes.
Damn, I forgot. What we're looking at basically, like everybody has worked on jobs, being corporate or and shit. Every company, we all have to do what we call accountability right away. But I would call an audit. All we witness at this time is all this going on. Now, my thing with some of y'all that's arguing some of this is y'all keep going to these just the obvious negatives, right? Like he's doing this and this is gonna catch, but we ain't having these conversations about when they saying all the money misappropriations and where the money is being thrown. Like I want to have them conversations. Like I get y'all want. I get y'all want to have the conversation about the federal workers and IRS are being. I get all of that, and
so
we can.
Skinny, what about?
But
what about him admitting that he lied about the condoms being sent out? What about that being a lie?
I don't think any Americans that's mad about Doge or whoever's coming back with these audits and saying and questioning why are we spending $umpteen million for Sesame Street and another country.
So you don't care even if he's lying about the things he say he's finding.
I mean, I don't know that. All I know is what's coming out.
He said it himself.
What they're saying they're finding. Who said it?
He said it. It's a clip of him. No, Elon Musk was being interviewed when he was standing in the president's office with his son on his head, and a reporter asked him, "What about when y'all put out the report that 20 million or whatever the number was spent on condoms sent over to Gaza, and that was a false report?" And Elon said right then and there, "Some of the things I say are going to be incorrect, and they have to be corrected."
I can deal with that, Fi.
So you saying him coming out saying that all these things was misappropriated, then come back, turn around saying, well, some of that probably wrong. But
yeah, I can deal with that. I can deal with that.
No, that's not how I took that. Well, how I took that is you have to, like with anything, we have to have room for error. Like this, like again, that's all I took. I didn't take that. Like what he's saying is we're not going to be.
Shouldn't he correct these things before putting them out in the public skin?
Well, I mean, I can't. I would agree with you.
But you know why he's not? Because he's not a government official. He's a regular, barely even a citizen, an immigrant from South Africa, over here digging into American funds, and Americans are telling me it's all good. Don't worry.
What about the stuff that is true, though, bro? Okay, cool.
Yeah, like this right here. I'm gonna play this. Tell me what about this. What y'all think about this?
The condoms is a lie. I'm for electric because they have to be. You know, because Elon endorses me very strongly. The condoms is a lie, but the condoms
is a lie. I'm for electric cars because I have to be because Elon endorsed me very strong. Y'all cool with this shit? He's telling you he got bought out.
I'm cool with that.
Nigga literally said it. I know y'all is.
Y'all moving the Congo.
Nigga telling y'all that he got bought out. And y'all like, don't worry about it.
You said the condom. Okay, let's say the condom thing is wrong. Okay, Sesame. From what I understand, the Sesame Street thing that's not a lie. So what about the stuff that is true? Like
so far, we don't know yet because we got to get it fact. We got to fact check the nigga that's going in here to fact check other people.
That's cool. That's cool. We need to do that. We've been needing to fact check the government for
y'all. Just basically saying it don't matter what they do, bro. Just don't worry about it. It's all good. We gotta trust Trump and Elon. They're the best
problem with what you're saying. The problem with what you're saying is
my argument is I don't understand how people can be mad at any type of auditing going on. I want to know what's going on, where the money's going. I want to know that.
And Satine, when y'all do me a favor, how many times have we been lied to? Satine, how many times have we been lied to?
Can you do me a favor, Skinny? Can y'all come up here informed? Can y'all come up here with facts? Because we gotta stop all this opinionated shit.
I got a paper right here.
Because y'all coming with opinions. Y'all not coming with facts. Like y'all don't even know what y'all talking about.
I got a paper.
I got a question for you, Satine.
I got a paper right here for you. Go ahead, dog. Go ahead, bro.
Out of the past 4 years, how many times was we lied to under the Biden-Harris administration?
We don't know.
Probably several.
I know we don't know. So we just gotta accept it.
Name
but they're not
when they lied to us. What they lied about.
Hold on, Aaron. Can I say this to you though?
Go ahead.
Aaron, can I say this to you real quick?
No.
I swear it's gonna be so fast, guys. I criticized the Democrats as well. Aaron, I criticized. I did not like Joe Biden. I criticized him as well while he was in office. So you can have that. So I don't know how many.
I've been on the panel when you have. I know you have.
He said that he's gonna make mistakes because he's human and that he should be corrected. Now, has Biden administration ever said some shit like that?
Man, you niggas are the dumbest, fakest niggas in the fucking world. This shit is embarrassing that you goofy ass niggas come on here and try to conflate the Biden administration to a motherfucker that's an unelected official. That's a motherfucker that hasn't been elected to anything, to nothing. He's not elected to nothing, and he's running our entire government. And you niggas are so stupid that you think it's the right thing.
Yeah, bro. Hold on real quick. JB made a good point though, real quick. JB made a good ass point though. Now this is where my criticism of Elon is really going. This is gonna be the test right here. What JB just said. We all know that Elon gets money from the government. Now let's see if he makes budget cuts in his area where he gets
Bro, he's already having cases dropped because of the federal entities they're investigating. He's having his corporate cases dropped because of the federal entities he's actually investigating.
Let's have a dialogue about this, right?
All I'm saying is that's gonna be my test.
I got you, Skinny. But Fatang, you just said what about Elon Musk? He gets what federal funding from the government?
That's not what I said. I said he has cases from his corporate businesses that were all having court cases. They're slowly being dropped and disappearing. So happen that it's the same entities that are investigating him are the ones that they're putting on this list of stuff that they're now investigating.
Right. Now, can I read? I just want to read from a source real quick. Pertaining to the budget, the Doge. But this source, now notice the date. It's December 11th, 2017. This is MSU. This is a university paper. MSU scholars find 21 trillion in unauthorized government spending. Defense Department to conduct first ever audit. Now that's just talking about the Defense Department. Now keep in mind the date is 2017. So we can't put all of this stuff on the Trump administration. These things have been issues that have been. This is an MSU study, university studies. This is by economists, civilian economists.
Exactly. A part of being the president, Afro.
Hold on, bro. Exactly what we desire. Exactly what we desire is for civilians to be handling this type of situation. These are civilian economies telling us 21 trillion of unauthorized spending has gone on between the years of 1998 and 2015. This is the facts. Why shouldn't the people be privy to things like this? This is a civilian group of economists out of MSU.
You know what else is going on, bro? A lot of it's shock too, because we're so used, like, hold on, when they use the term drain the swamp, it's actually happening. And but my thing is, everybody campaigns on that, but nobody really does it. It's actually happening, and I think that people are going through a little shock too with it. Like, you get what I mean? Because that's always the campaign thing. Like, we're going to drain the swamp.
Honest, we don't know the implications.
Hold on, we're gonna do the budget and blase skip. When the truth of the matter is, on both sides, Republicans, they've all been fucking up. Because that's why I said this is not even a partisan thing here. This is bipartisan because it's been going on for generations with this money and these budgets and these money where they find this shit. Now, whether we can argue later whether it's true or not because we haven't gotten the report yet. Right now, they're just coming out and just telling you what they're finding. Yeah, we're finding this right now. Hold on, because everybody's crying about it. But when they do these little studies and they do these, there's gonna be a report. Trust me, there's gonna be a report later that all of this shit. So that's not to what. So now to what Pookie was saying in the chat room. It's not that I care like that. My point is, it's about principle, bro. If you're gonna come in and start cutting money, now this is to grapple on Elon's ass, Paul. If you go come in and say you're about cutting the money and streamlining budgets and shit, you gonna have to be partisan to that too. Meaning, yeah, I want to see some streamlines, some cuts on your budget, your space budget, and all of that. It goes around the board. So that's why I was using that Pookie, that the money he gets federally, because like that's what I'm saying. If you gonna cut budgets, then you better cut some of yours too. Because we're going around streamlining. I'm sure yours can take some streamlining too, what you get. That's the only reason I use that Pookie, but y'all got it.
Y'all also don't care who's in those that's investigating. Y'all don't care who that is.
Okay, Fontaine, let me address that, right? I do acknowledge that there is a conflict of interest here with Elon being a businessman and having all this access. But what I'm doing is looking at the bigger picture. I'm kind of weighing, you got to weigh the benefits with the negatives. And I do hear the negatives, but overall, the implications of what he's doing, it has a larger impact to benefit us than to hurt us, especially
when you say that, Aaron, what benefit is it for us? Because when I say us, I'm talking about because we talk
I ain't
about
even say nothing, fam.
No, that's me. This
no, my bad. Oh, my bad, Jahad. I thought
but
yeah,
I do acknowledge there is a conflict of interest. But like with most things or anything, you do just got to weigh out you got to put it on a scale. And I think I hear y'all's concerns, but I think the larger scale of getting something like this accomplished, where I don't see any other administration being able to do this. And this is
what do we think they're going to do with Sean, Jahad?
This probably I view it just like that. So if we want the truth and want to know where this money going, I support.
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't give a fuck. Like I never gave a fuck the last 4 years. Because listen, when they find out where all this money is going, hold on, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why, Jahad. The reason why, because when they find out where all this money going and find out it's all misappropriated, and when they reappropriate it, it ain't coming to us.
But that's looking at it in a cynical view.
No, I'm not, bro. They're literally deleting everything that we use to benefit us. So you think they're gonna turn around and say, I know we deleted all them programs that was race-based, but now we're gonna give y'all race-based money. No, nigga. They about fuck y'all just like they been saying fuck us.
That ain't my view,
though.
You're making a whole separate argument.
Yeah, you make
kind of like validate your opinion on, like, trying to take away what the importance of this is. I kind of understand it, but this is something that's important that most Americans care about. We want to know where this money goes. Exactly. You're saying you don't care because it's not going to go to us anyway, and I think that's just a weird way to look at it.
Well, and everything I've heard. Okay, let me say this.
You can look at it like this.
It's in our interest to know where the money is being.
I also don't mind all the stuff I've heard. I don't mind money going to Madagascar or whatever with all the condoms. I don't mind money going to help people in their infrastructure. I don't mind it. That don't bother me. Maybe y'all.
If we able to find out where that money comes from.
Hold on. I mind when they're telling us that we got to our shit is fucked up. I mean, our economy, like our mind, like now,
like they say they can't afford to pay us.
Yeah, they can't afford to do this, and we got to cut back on. Now our mind, and I get
when they say that they're talking about themselves, their corporate buddies and themselves.
Look, you know how it can trickle down to you. You know how it can trickle down to you.
Trickle down, bro.
I'm gonna explain.
They've been hollering trickle down for 100 years.
I'm gonna explain to you how it could trickle down. If they able to find enough money and make that money hold it accountable. Like Trump said, they can try to take away the IRS. If they're able to take away the IRS, now all that money goes to where the IRS money would go. Now you don't have to pay taxes. That could be a trickle-down effect. That's just one example.
We're going to have to pay for infrastructure, bro. If you take away IRS, money's going to have to be allocated to what the IRS used to pay for.
There's no telling how much money we going to find that's being misused and misspent.
What does the IRS pay for?
The article that I read from was
infrastructure, brother.
Bro.
So how are we going to pay for this infrastructure?
If we're able to find out where all this money is spent,
so it's not coming back to us. It's just going to go into the infrastructure.
Obviously,
you ain't hear my point. I'm saying if the IRS is gone and we don't have to pay taxes, that money comes back to you. You don't have to give away a substantial part of your check no more.
Exactly. See, you don't hear my point then. I did hear your point. And my point is they're going to tax you for that infrastructure that they have to keep up and build now that they took away the IRS.
I don't think you understand that. I don't think you understand.
I probably don't. I can't because when I hear it, that's how I'm responding in my brain. So I might not be.
It's cool.
And I mean that genuinely, not being.
That's why I say it's cool. It's cool. I might not be verbalizing it the right way.
First of all, as citizens, you shouldn't want y'all shouldn't want no taxes. That's how you run like this. That's getting no taxes. I don't even know how y'all even play with that. So, but reasonable taxes. maybe that should be your argument. This no tax shit. Like, I don't even know how y'all expect to have a country or have these things.
No,
these
you
programs.
need reasonable taxes to be
You need taxes. Yeah, I don't like y'all. Got to stop with that. No
well,
tax.
yeah, you got a point with that, but we could have worded it
Okay,
better.
okay. Reasonable taxes.
Look,
Either way you want to say it.
Why y'all brothers
will go down.
uncomfortable with the government? Why are people uncomfortable with these institutions being